Welcome and good evening. It's day number 8 of Division 1 Spring Tour Western Europe. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and walking me through this lovely Wednesday will be T-Gov and Lizard. Hey, the crowd goes wild.
Hello. I
feel like that's what you're doing. You're doing like a walkout on stage there, like, hey.
Yeah. We're getting all the,
all the high fives
and
to
stuff,
all the fans.
Yeah.
That's never happened though, right? Pro player walks into a stadium and they've high-fived so aggressively, they just...
Right? Like that.
That's always scares me when they do
When you see it, you think that that's what's going to happen?
Yeah, every time. Like I see Arteezy walking out going, to the adoring fans, and suddenly just...
Yeah, there's someone that bet
hand.
against him, like his house.
It just like holds on.
you know?
Jesus, everyone's getting a little bit aggressive on a Wednesday, you know what I mean? But
Aggressive Wednesday.
have you ever called it that?
Yeah.
All the time?
Thursday.
Have you not?
Mid Thursday and aggressive Wednesday, huh?
You have to get aggressive to then go Therme.
Yeah.
Because then it's like you using Therme to get relaxed and no one understands what we're talking about. But
No, they don't. But I am a little bit scared to have these two on my panel. But either way, we'll have a look at what happened on Monday. We'll see how we started off week number 3 here in the Western Europe, because it was Gaming Gladiators up against Entity. And these two, they have a little bit of a grudge match going on. It is heavily in favor of Gaming Gladiators at the moment, and this series was no different. It was a 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators up against Entity.
Yeah, Entity had some, in this first game, they had some Jakiro on the offlane, something that maybe T-Gov is very familiar with at this particular moment. But yeah, it was an interesting one. It didn't really work out that well for them. He felt like a glorified support. Everyone else kind of tried to play this fast tempo, like you had the Invoker TA to semi-course, right? Meteor Hammer once again by Stormstormer. In the end, honestly, from this series, what I'm taking away is Gaming Gladiator. Just like Stormstormer tweeted, they just played better.
I do like, though, in this game 1, just how unique the offlane is well. Like, I know we've seen Kotal in offlane before, but it's just such a different way than what we've been seeing offlaners be drafted in other series. Normally, the big boys go for the aura builds, sort of offer a lot for their team in that way. But yeah, Jakiro, Kotal, and then Duraccio getting his rampage stolen. I asked Quinn about it afterwards. Apparently, he's still getting shit for it.
He stole it so that Duraccio can show off his tattoo.
I mean, if he gets a rampage now, then he's already been satisfied. He might not want another rampage in the future. He's already felt what that rampage feeling is. But also for Gladiators in Game 2, at least with this Underlord pick, it was a hero that we used to see Gladiators run a lot, at least last year in the DPC. It kind of fell off a little bit, but again, in this kind of pick position against a Lycan, against some Shadow Fiend in lane, you could argue Clock Shadow Fiend should have done a lot of work against some Underlord pick, but Gladiators always find ways to get their heroes into the lane, into a point where they are just dominant, and it just felt like Ace dominating. Look, top net worth in his highlights.
Watson had some interesting item build in the laning stage itself. Also, the play itself wasn't that great. Like, we were discussing it on the panel, like maybe he could have bought some more mangoes instead of the Bassi, but Bassi is becoming a little bit more popular now between all carries. Like, no matter what you're playing, I see it bought more often in the lane. However, they just didn't pressure the Underlord. The guy was a beast. Like, he dominated. Like you just mentioned, not only was he the highest net worth, he was literally the one controlling the game. TPs to defend versus Lycan, kills the Lycan, then uses his ulti to go back, make some kills on top. Like, Ace was man of the match.
I just feel bad for Celery. He just played a lot of Undying. At some point,
we
to play a new hero.
him afterwards, and he's like, just Undying Man for now. But it's getting them the wins. It's getting them a 2-0. Another 2-0 was this series. Liquid took it over Tundra. And the first game went a lot longer than a lot of us expected. It went 53 minutes. This one dragged out for some time. And I'm very used to at least Liquid closing out games significantly faster than that time.
Yeah, I feel like a game from Tundra at least, was a masterclass on how to avoid aggression, keep games going. Sure, they did lose the game in the end, but they really kind of just demonstrated how to find avenues into fights that you should probably not be winning. Of course, there was some nice itemization from 33 on his Lycan. He went for, maybe not the Midas being the nice part, but just down the line he went for this Brooch. He went for just a lot of cool little options to keep himself having kill threat on this Drow Ranger. But yeah, at the end of the day, Liquid, they survived the potential comeback, and yeah, once again, just showing why they are one of the best teams in the region.
Very interesting to see Jakiro here in another game, and the Kunkka, like heroes that you don't see very often. But when you're playing into a Lycan, it's always nice to have some sort of come back here, dog. Some sort of a leash.
I think the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, come here.
Okay, thanks. I'm back.
Yeah.
No one can see, but they're hugging it out off camera over there. I think the biggest takeaway for this series for me was Tundra. We always talk about how they really struggle to play from behind. They'll definitely play that sort of, we're going to avoid you at all costs on the map. And I would say in this game at least, they weren't playing like they were 20k down. There were a lot of moments where they were taking the aggression to Liquid. So for me, it felt like this new era or this new progression in how Tundra want to play a game, especially when they're down in gold.
Yeah, in the second game, you just if you look at the drafts, you can see the problem, right? And that problem is apparent on the map right now. It's this little tree cutter running around. Like you,
It was a banging 24 pick Timber.
you're literally playing CK, you're playing Tide and Tusk into a Timber. There's absolutely nothing you can do to him.
Yeah, this game too was a really refreshing draft from Liquid in regards to how to use Beastmaster, I think. Because you just open the phase of Beastmaster, and then sure they go for some counters, be it the stand up front of the Tide or whatever, but then it's this inevitable, we got you with this biggest counter of them all. So I like the way that they drafted Beastmaster. I don't think a lot of teams really use the creativity that you can with that hero. So yeah, happy that they showcased that one in that series.
OG up against Enigma Galaxy. This was our third series for Monday, and it had so much weight for both teams. OG had one series win coming into this. Enigma Galaxy was also in a similar position for themselves. They had two. And this was one that we needed to see either Enigma Galaxy have more consistency. They had found something that worked for them, but on the side of OG, we needed them to step up. They needed a win here so much, and they did end up getting it 2-0.
Yeah, they stepped it up indeed. Like this, what they did was goddamn insane. Like look at this, like Mirana carry on OG. This was not something that I have seen as of late, like recently. I've seen some Miranas on the offlane. I pick Mirana on safe lane if I want to have fun.
Or if you're forced to play carry.
If you're forced to play carry, yeah, because you play 4 a lot, you know what to build on Mirana, and the hero can work. But the way they played it was amazing. Like Yuragi, on point with everything. Like he was, and when I say on point, I mean he played the hero to perfection almost. Like he's always very close to death, but never dying. He always leaps out in the last moment, baits out spells, and actually hard carries. Like he was a hyper carry in the end.
For me, I think it was Chu that really stood out in this series. This would be the moment, T, where I'm like, okay, he's a stable on this roster, and it really shows why they brought him in. His Marcy was absolutely phenomenal in both Game 1 and 2, and just how much he added towards the team and the other heroes.
I mean, I feel like they're still trying to find his identity in the team. They've started putting him on pos 4, then they were like, no, we need Tiger to play initiators, and I think Marcy as a hero is that kind of hybrid. If you're playing 5 position, and you're playing up some Marcy, you can easily still do what you want to do as if you were a 4 player, but do it from the 5 role. If you get a couple kills, suddenly you're catapulting yourself into more item progression and scaling. So I think this honestly is a good fit for the transition phase of OG going from Misha to Chu to what is the new form of OG. Maybe if it's banned out, they might question what's the next hero for him to play, but yeah, 100% this is a hero that OG should be looking at more because it just enables a lot of things in any draft.
Yep, with OG getting this win as well, I want to see the leaderboard. I want to see how things are shaping up because it makes it interesting. If they had have lost this, they wouldn't have been guaranteed going down to Division 2, but it would have put them in a tough spot. With them picking up the win, we have, 5 teams right now tied in 4th. It's Entity, Manaspa, Ooredoo Thunders, Enigma Galaxy, and OG. The only difference being that Enigma Galaxy and OG have played 1 extra series already. So it's really tight. We don't know who's going to the major yet. No one's been secured in for that because Gaiman and Liquid only have 4 series wins. So to get guaranteed major, it is a 5 series wins for yourself. That's, it doesn't matter what happens in any other day or any other series. You'll be going to the major, and no team right now is sitting on that.
I'm sorry. Will GG play Liquid or did they play before? They
played first series.
They played first series.
Yeah, first series, first day of spring tour here.
Okay, so it's not like no one is guaranteed.
No.
Until after today.
I was going to say, but today, we can talk about that in a little bit though. I want to look at one possibility that this leaderboard could end up with. We're on day 8. There's only 10 days at in this tour. and these are the remaining series, all right? This is how it is possible for us to have a 6-way tiebreaker. That would be for the 2 last slots in the major, the 2 last slots to stay in Division 1, and the 2 slots to go down to Division 2.
It's a nice
I'm
time
just looking at GG and Liquid, what needs to happen.
I mean, they just win today,
They just win.
They win today, they're locked up in for the major, right?
Yeah, and then they have to lose.
So Tundra needs to lose versus GG today, and GG has to win. Okay,
Yeah.
so we get that easily, right?
I mean, just follow the yellow boxes. The
I
yellow
see, I
boxes.
see.
Yeah, the yellow boxes are the ones
Equals
that need
dubs.
to
Yeah,
win.
but
Yeah.
then again, like Liquid needs to lose to Oridu Thunder, right? Like that.
Hey, we've
It
seen
could
Oradu
happen.
take.
It could-
We've seen them beat Gaming, and we've seen them
yeah.
beat Tundra.
I thought you were going to say, you know, Nigma has to be Gladiators.
Yeah,
Right,
that would have
but
been the one that I would have been more shocked about.
Ah, yeah, you're right. I guess I don't know.
You're living in
it's-
like
It's crazy.
2019 right now, 2020.
I'm still stuck in the year where I stopped playing competitively. All the teams are the same. Ice is still on, I don't know what, Secret or something. Like,
So,
It's okay, old man. We'll get back to
that's real
retirement
old. I
home.
just realized.
We'll get back to the retirement home there. But yeah, it's interesting that we could. Like, that's how competitive, that's how our league could end up shaping up there. But today, it's Entity, Oradu Thunders, Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, and then Team Liquid up against Manaspa. I want to have a look at our talent predictions as well to see where everyone put their confidence.
Yeah.
Okay, Liquid the only one, apparently, that has everyone's confidence. Otherwise, some have faith in Tundra, the newly formed Tundra, and it's very, very split between Entity and Oradu Thunders. I coined this one as Entity versus Entity 2.0.
pretty much, yeah. Upcoming Entity versus old Entity that's kind of on the exit door, not really working anymore. Like, they need to step it up. The same way OG stepped it up yesterday, I think. Sorry, the last time we were here on Western Europe. I believe that Entity have to sort of do the same thing right now. Like, I'm not sure what happened to them. Like,
Yeah.
they lost their identity. Like,
I actually,
what's up with that?
before we talk about this one, because it's our first series, I actually want to talk about the Tundra one, because both of you guys, the Tundra Gaming, both of you guys put Tundra over Gaming Gladiators for that series in your predictions.
Because I think they're better.
But why? Why?
Just like that. I like
So they're just better.
I like their playstyle. They play better. Like, they move across the map. They execute their stuff, their drafts in Western Europe a little bit better than Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they won the major, whatever. Miss me with that. It can happen to anyone.
What? Where's your major win, Lizard?
Well, I'm the exception.
It can happen to anyone except Lizard.
I don't even have a minor, so.
No, I think I put Tundra above just because I made that prediction before the Liquid series with Tundra played, and on top of that, I still think that Tundra, they have a very small hero pool, and it's very, like, kind of, you know what's coming, but I think that type of play style is what you need against Gladiators, because Gladiators are so good at their style, you want to have, like, a very rigid form. If you try and be creative, Gladiators are like, okay, cool, whatever, we play against you. So I think just the matchup leans more towards Tundra, because they aren't, like, trying to do all these big things, whilst Gladiators are, like, equal. So I think they're very equal teams. So it's, like, 55-45, 51-49. It's, like, marginal. Like, my prediction, it could have honestly had
It was like a seesaw.
Yeah,
At any
exactly.
point, you could have just swapped to the other side.
If I got out the left side of the bed, I'd have said Gladius. If I rolled out to the right, I'd have said Tundra. Like,
Well, so we know what side of the bed T rolled out of this morning.
it was the right side.
The right side of the bed. And then that's why he's going for Tundra. But esportsbet.io, our sponsor, a very quick shout out to them because they have a new watch to earn platform where you can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly 3 USD per hour. You can get this by simply watching your favorite DPC matches over on esportsbet.io. You don't even need to place a bet to get those tokens. You can head on over there or join their Discord for some more information. Our first series of the day is Entity up against Oradu Thunders. This one I think was more split than the Game and Tundra one. And I think you both went Oradu though.
We did?
And your
Oh,
prediction.
come
No, I
on,
went
that's gonna
Entity. I went Entity.
You Entity?
Oh,
I think I meant.
okay, perfect.
Not sure.
Perfect. Then we'll start with you, Lizard. You can walk me through Entity, their roster, and why you have faith in them for this series.
It's my boy Storm. I can't, like I see him in a team. Not this guy Watson is also really good.
Not that guy.
Not that guy.
There
This
we go,
guy.
that
Let's
guy.
go. And the pose as well. Like,
It's the pose that just won you over, wasn't it?
it's really the pose.
Fishman's muted because everyone in the pub scene has muted him.
What can you do?
So you say Stormstormer, right? That's your shining light for Entity?
It isn't actually.
Okay.
Like right now at the moment it isn't. Like I don't know what my shining light anymore is for Entity. So far, like throughout the year, last year at least, shining light for Entity is how they played as a team. And they did have Stormstormer playing his weird heroes, sure, from the mid lane, but they had this form in which they were all playing very active from the get-go. Like they had a semi-core in the safe lane, some Pudge, some Doom, whatever, even when Pure was playing in, standing in. But at the moment, I think they've lost that a little bit. They're leaning more on that hard carry side for Watson, which is fine. He's a really good hard carry. But the problem is they lose themselves somewhere in the mid game. Like they're making way too many moves. Because of these moves, they're lacking the network afterwards, and they're solely relying on Watson to carry them, and that doesn't happen because while they're making some moves, Watson also gets ganked a couple of times as they're all over the enemy side.
Yeah, and it is
Leaves
really
vulnerable.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's very hard to put that much pressure on one player as well in a game. But Ordu Thunders, T, this is the team that you've gone for, so I want to hear why you have faith in this team.
I have faith in them because of Tier 2000s, I think, is playing a little bit more of a stable carry compared to Watson, which feels really bad to say. Like, when you look at Watson, he's like kind of OP, but I think Tier 2000s had some really incredible games where he just popped off. And Noob as well. Noob is... He's the guy that can either win you the game or kind of throw you the game, unfortunately. Where he is...
We have seen that already once this tour, unfortunately.
He's like insanely strong as a player, but I think he had the Zeus game against OG, where he got picked off twice against Anti-Mage, loses the game. And then he plays a Storm Spirit game where he TP's bottom and loses the game as well. But like, if he didn't die in that position, just plays with team, he probably just wins the game. So Urdu could potentially have like an extra 2 game wins, which would have been maybe a series win to their name. They wouldn't be in this awkward tiebreaker for elimination spot. It'd be, oh wait, they're like a series away from the major.
Yeah, and I think that's why I compare these two teams as like Entity and call Ordu Entity 2.0, because the old Entity we saw is they would do those small mistakes. There would be slight overextensions, or there would just be someone not playing with the team, and I think that that's what they've worked on a lot for their communication, but maybe almost too much now, Lizard, where they're always together as a 5-man, and then that could be part of the reason why they're not really coming together and utilizing the map the best.
I'll use the man's words. What Stormer wrote is literally, we played worse, you played better this time. We need to step it up, play a little bit better, and that's how I feel about their performance so far. Like, yeah, I can talk about this identity and all that stuff, but in the end, it comes down to how they're performing, how they're utilizing their heroes and what they're doing on the map and how fast they're doing that.
Yeah.
Like in the series versus, what was it, Gaming Gladiators or Tundra? I had the feeling that they were always just a second.
Yeah.
Both.
You could say both.
And Liquid, right? Like they're always just a second slower than anyone else. But at the same time, they played versus, not arguably, but I think objectively, 3 best teams so far.
For sure.
And now they're playing versus Oridu Thunder. So maybe Entity will look amazing in this series.
They'll go back to their form. The real question is, will Entity have that need to play Invoker again? It's been a hero that they've always kind of been leaning on. But
do you think a little too heavily on the Invoker? Sometimes it comes out in this first phase. Like, we've seen them pick Invoker in this spot before. It's going to be Beast.
I'm happy they didn't.
Yeah.
I really like the fact they got Beast here. I think
They're playing versus a Silencer, right?
Yes,
Like going
exactly.
Invoker here. Not only, like, Oridu is literally asking you to pick Invoker. They went Silencer Pango. Like 2 heroes you'd really hate playing against, so maybe for the best. Put him aside.
I'm happy, because like in previous games, Entity would have this kind of bravado attitude with the heroes, like just pick it. We go hammer, we don't care any matchup, right? But here, they're picking up this Beastmaster. You now have Beast into Pango role. You have Beast in laning phase against Silencer. Silencer doesn't really provide anything in that scenario, unless you have some troll monkey-esque carry that has that constant fight with you. But yeah, Entity, a very strong, stable opening that should be able to play into and counter Urdu quite nicely.
I have to say, I do like Silencer into Rubik anyway. Like
Sure.
throughout the game, like global silence or just using last word on him. Always decent. You can also combo this with some Naga on Oridu Thunders. Like you can get that kind of a hero into the Beast. You can finalize your draft really nicely against this opener of Entity.
I want to circle all the way back to the first phase bans. Because we didn't get to talk about them yet. Disruptor and Phoenix. Thanks, guys. Disruptor and Phoenix. We're seeing that supports now in the first phase bans. The Disruptor one, in my mind, makes sense, but this Phoenix one, not as much.
I mean, it's just a lot of respect towards Urdu. They've been playing it quite a lot. They've played it nicely on Kaori, and it's one of those picks where you kind of stabilize. Oh, you can back now.
We have to unwind.
We have to unwind. That's fine. It just, again, it stabilizes your draft because you already know what's happening. Like when you look at Urudu's opening, they picked this early Pango because Urudu's a team, unlike others, that utilize their counter picks to go, this is a core that will crush your matchup. And like Phoenix, that type of support where it's like, they pick it, it doesn't really show anything. It's like, it's a Phoenix. You have to react to it slightly, which then means you have higher value of your big counter picks down the line, because they're picking a very niche set of heroes to then counter a Phoenix, which is only a position 5. So.
I love that you're arguing for that ban. I hate it at the same time. I mean, okay, you banned the Phoenix, but leave the Phoenix in, just open with the Mirana instead of the Rubik, and your problems are not solved necessarily completely.
But that's the point. Maybe they don't want to get pigeonholed into having exactly. So it's like we just ban it, we pick our Rubik, we now play a really nice open game.
We get to have our own style rather
exactly.
than still being reactionary straight off the bat.
Exactly.
For me, I'd rather ban the Pango. Let's
sure. I mean, that's
they play Pango a lot. I'd rather ban that. I was thinking that Tiny would be good for Entity. Like, you're looking at these heroes that are still good versus Pango in the lane. Later on, you can burst him. Plus, you play it on 4 or mid lane. They're going for the TA. With the TA, they played Invoker before. I don't think Invoker is coming, by the way. But, okay, a TA. Like, something that does take a little bit of time, but at the same second, now you have Elder Titan for the armor. You have Beastmaster to buff the TA up. Like, you can take Rosh very, very early on. I don't mind it. I like it.
Yeah, ET is seemingly one of those heroes that has a lot more popularity now. Normally, it's like a Disruptor or a Rubik, and when these ones are sort of taken out, it's either then like a Clock or an ET. So it's interesting that he is getting so much priority.
A big boy, my big boy, in the safe lane, on position 5, just briefcasing people down. I love it.
I mean, that's Entity's whole concept now, right? It's ET secures the TA, you get Dragonlance Deso, you're going to want to go Roshan, sweep the map, and Urudu's lineup, if they aren't netting kills, they will feel horrendous against any group up. Like, sure, Pango can do a lot of work against this, but one Rolling Thunder, TA, of course, having the range to easily kill from distance and not getting, bashed, unlike Arteezy when he PA blinks into it. That's a whole other story, whole other region. But, yeah, they got a really nice combination to deal with Urudu's skirmishing.
Entity could play this really fast now. At the same time, if you think on Oridu that you can take it late, like a Naga or something.
I'm sure this is just Naga, surely, right?
Yeah, right? Like, that's where I was going as well.
Yeah.
I think you just pick an illusion-based hero. You go for that late game. You deal with the TA.
Ooh.
This is also fine. Okay, so one thing that I dislike about TT here. So, I drafted this hero on 5 many times. And one thing, no, seriously, like, I really loved playing it.
Did he still have Astral Spirit back in
it was
1994?
In 1991. Excuse me.
Yeah.
No. The last time I
sorry.
drafted him, can you imitate TT for me?
Yeah.
Do you remember the old DT? Okay, so I cast the Spirit.
Yep.
And I'm moving this way.
Yep. Now I move this way.
Yeah, let's go.
So I have no idea what.
Dude, what is this? What is this panel that I have today?
I don't know. I thought I'd just play into his thing. I was waiting for you to give some delivery.
There was
Explaining
no
everything physically.
This was literally the last time I played ET. Like, you cast
Right.
the Spirit and you had to go in the opposite direction for the Spirit to go that way. Yeah. Anyway, I dislike it without slows or any sort of disable from your position 1.
Oh, you think it's just going to be very easy for him to not have this done?
It took 2.5 minutes to get that.
Yeah. There's nothing to set up for him, is what you're trying to say.
Anyways, Urdu, they got plenty of setup. Oh, God. Thanks, Lizard. Yeah, so in regards to Urdu, they go for this Darkseer. In lane, it's going to be really nice against Templar Assassin. You eat through her shield, and on top of that, Clock Darkseer. It's a very formidable lane. You can easily farm to enable. Like, Clock can just go batter yourself some camp with Iron Shell. It will just give you that get-up-and-go mentality that they need on Urdu. And they now just need that big carry behind. Because I think these 4 heroes, they can deal with entities going for Roshan. Because if they go to Roshan early, there's going to be a wall. There'll be Rocket Flare to scout you out. So I think Urdu have answered quite nicely the potentially one-dimensional lineup of entity. Because as long as they can contest first Roshan.
I'm thinking, can it be a little bit more than just that 1D lineup on entity by putting TA mid? Like, is that an option? Like, if you put the TA mid, then you can pick something into the Clock and Darkseer that perhaps lanes a bit better versus them. But I wouldn't like to see TA mid, that's all I'm saying. Like, overall, the hero isn't great there. You need a playmaker for entity, but knowing
Do you think that's going to be the easiest way to have more dimension to their lineup, though?
That's the only way that I can see them switching things up. Like, besides that, all you do is you pick some bat for entity for the mid lane, and that's it. You play the game.
There's the Naga ban that you kind of needed to do. Because again, with Urdu, it's like they can pick any scaling core that gives them insurance down the line. And if anything, it's like maybe you think TB is the next option, but
probably.
I mean, TB is going to be the option for Urdu here. Against TA, you feel great throughout the entire game. You naturally buy Skadi. You lane pretty well against Beastmaster. You skip waves. So if the game does get hard, now Urdu can lean on just skipping waves. Or Darkseer with Pango with TB.
That's it, literally. Naga and TB.
Yep.
I don't think that if you're Oridu, you don't really have to think that hard. It's one or the other.
I mean, they banned out Pudge, which is again the carry that you often see. They banned out Monkey, another carry that you
so
see.
they were thinking.
They're thinking TA mid, yeah.
TA mid is possible. I would.
Maybe they're thinking that the Pengo can match up against any other mid that Stormstormer has in his like normal repertoire.
I'd just be surprised if ETTA can win a lane against Clock Darkseer. Like even if you get some like level 1 meld and get a quick kill, the inevitable level 3 of this off lane will just
I don't
slaughter.
think you should win that ever.
No.
Like, doesn't feel that way. You like for ET and TA to win that lane, Darkseer and Clockwork really need to mess it up.
Can you
That's
just
the
go?
only way I see it.
If you go super greedy, I mean, even going like a Void or something is way too greedy because it's not as if you're enabling some big spellcaster hero in your team, right? It's a TA, a Beastmaster. These are very heroes that have overlap as well. Like Beast wants to go farm, okay, they go Void. I mean, it's good for the lane, but it gives me concern for the big picture,
I don't like
right?
it at all. Yeah.
Like you're wondering how do they move as a team? What is this?
Like Beast wants to farm Ancients now, but TA does as well. So there's overlap in those two heroes.
Right.
And then you put a very greedy carry that also wants to farm towards the jungle after lane as well. You don't naturally go, oh, I got level 6, let's go invade. So there's a lot of backwards playing hero cores on Entity, whilst Urudu, it's like all their heroes, one item, one certain level timing, they're chasing for that next kill, they're chasing for the next opportunity to force Entity to just overlap on the map.
No, I completely agree. Like even when I said TA mid, I expected them to. If they put TA mid, I expected a more active core on the safe lane, right? Okay. But none of them were coming to my mind. What I was thinking of, Faceless Void and Ant-Mage maybe, and like you don't wanna maybe Sven, and all of these three
requires so much time.
So much time, and they don't work with TA. Yeah. But maybe if Beastmaster has a really good game. Like if he
yeah, I was gonna say, is there a realm where like Beast comes out on lane, he's on top, and then he's the one that runs around with the support?
That's possible. Like he gets a good lane. TA, you can still like throughout history, you could always itemize differently. You can still go for that blink dagger. Maybe play the game a little bit more active. I'd hate that. I mean, that's not what the hero is picked for anymore. But maybe possible. And then you wait for Faceless Void.
Well, and instead of talking about what we don't like on Entity, what do we want for Oridu Thunders? Do we like? It's TB. No,
it's just TB.
You said Naga or TB. It was going to be one of the two illusions. It does have a lot more faith than for Oridu. Like they go in the direction we thought. It's very easy to execute. It's going to be good for them. There aren't too many holes in their draft.
Yeah, their draft is extremely clean in regards to how they play the lanes, how they sweep across the map. There will be that one issue where if they play as 4 whilst TB's farming and they make errors and feed away some cheap kills, if they don't play correctly around Roshan, and now suddenly it's like Beast has Overlord plus a free Roshan with an Aegis, the concerns that we've had with their lineup won't really happen because they'll have all this momentum on their side, and they'll just be simple Chrono the TB, they're on
Earth Splitter, Chrono.
Exactly, yeah.
You can definitely kill him if you get to that part.
But I do heavily prefer Urudu's lineup for the pace they can set. It's like, it's their game to lose because it's like their misplay will give the greediness time to come online. Yep.
Okay. At what timing are we looking that Entity have to stall the game out to? If they want a fighting chance in this.
I mean, and the thing, Entity always picks these heroes and they somehow make a way to find, like, be super aggressive at like 15. So it's like, I'd say this game should have a good tell by around about like 22, 23 minutes. Maybe around the first Roshan, you'll kind of feel the momentum of the game. So I'd say first Roshan's the indicator for this game.
All right, we'll be keeping our eyes closely up until that timer, but for now, it's Entity up against Oridu Thunders for game number 1. And I want to let you in on a little secret, Twitch chat. You get to do what you do best. You get to spam. You can wish a happy birthday to OD Pixel as he is casting this series, and it is his birthday with Fogged.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Nat. And of course, thank you very much, Twitch chat, for whatever you're spamming. Hopefully it's something nice. Anyway, Fogged, we've got Oridu Thunders versus Entity. I hope for the panel, I hope for the team in particular, very much liking what Oridu got away with in this draft.
Yep.
Some concerns for what Entity's trying to do. Do you sort of agree with that this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I did put in my prediction, I guess apparently not to go for Oridu yesterday or something like that, but the way they've set themselves up today, I like their draft quite a bit. I think their opening pick was really interesting. They're like, pick this Invoker. They have this really set style that they want to go for, and it's fast-paced. And I think that's something that Entity can sometimes struggle versus. Does look like a bit of a slow-paced draft. Very farm-heavy draft. Beastmaster, TA, Void, all 3 cores do want to sit back and hit some Ancients at least for some time. Beast, of course, gets that timing quickly, but he's going to be taking away those stacks from the TA. So we'll see how this happens, because also Stormstormer doesn't usually play this.
Yeah,
so
let's have a look.
Definitely a bit of a change-up coming out from the side of Entity.
Yeah, I mean, kind of overall with the way that Entity's draft ended, did you sort of get the vibe that this was the direction they were going, or do you think they sort of got pushed into this by what Urudu did in the later stages of the draft?
I think they got kind of pushed into it, because they just were like, like, ooh, what do we want to actually do now with versus this Darkseer? We don't want to have this TA safe lane. We're looking for some carry that actually does well in the matchup, in the lane in particular. So Void was probably one of the last few options left. Gives them, of course, great late game scaling, and it actually makes the ET actually looks better than when it was picked. Where it was picked, this was like, ooh, this is a weird ET pick because it's nothing really that he's countering. Now he has a setup for his splitter, and he actually has potential versus the versus the Terror Blade in a way if he gets to that point. So there's some positives, there's some negatives. I think a lot of it's going to be down to execution, and I think Oridu, like T said right at the end there, I think I agree with him completely. It's their game to lose.
Oh, let's have a look. And look at some of these matchups as well. I mean, as you say, we're getting to see Stormer take the TA mid this game. Against the Pango, right? How does this kind of go?
I haven't seen this one too much in the recently, to be honest with you. Used to be kind of like TA would do fine, but I think Pango's just farm, right? Pango's just seem like just a farm always. First wave, sure, it's been hurt because the shield crash changed, but yeah, I feel like he'll just be able to get that farm. And ooh, a D-ward. That's a bit of a, I mean, a lucky one from Kaori. They're actually just blocking the camps. So they put the sentries, as we've seen so much versus the Beastmasters. He actually gets a D-ward with it too. That's a dream.
Ah, that's a little bit of a bonus.
Yeah.
See how the side lane goes. Obviously, with the pick of the Void, I imagine Entity now, they have managed to sort of get away with the lane up top that they could do okay, right, against this Darkseer Clockwork, or does it still kind of get a little difficult?
It still might be a little difficult. You have to just play really well around your time walks. I think if they're able to like double up these waves when you hit especially level 3 on Darkseer and you play off of that, then you can pressure this Void, but we'll see if Entity's able to withstand that pressure.
We'll see how well the Terror Blade can deal with the pressure down bottom. She wants a couple of levels are in for the Rubik Beastmaster. It will be a lot of spam.
Sure will. I'm looking at how much regen they've got prepared. Okay, they've got a lot. Kaori's got 5 tangos to go defeat over TA 2000. So they know what they're going to be playing versus in that matchup. And yeah, it looks like at the moment, yeah, TA. I mean, TA should be able to get most of these last hits versus Noob. You actually just go meld and hit him. So you put him at like almost 0 armor. But same thing said for Noob. Doing decent. No one really being left behind in the first 2 waves.
Yeah, and you imagine it should be. Is it easy? Is it going to be easy enough for Entity to sort of get that triangle set up? I mean, will they? Do you imagine they will catch wind of the fact that that camp's blocked pretty early?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're probably going to see Toby just get the boar at level 2 and send it back and start stacking Ancients. I would honestly want to see Kaori maybe even. I'm looking at the couriers if they'll bring anything else. Or no, they just brought regen, but I wouldn't even mind if he brings another sentry down bottom and goes and blocks those Ancients ASAP on this silencer.
No, could definitely be worth it.
Yeah.
At least, you know, at the least make them expend a couple of sentries themselves to be able to take back control of that whole triangle.
It's everyone is just, that's what everybody now is just really, you have to do versus these Beastmasters. Because yeah, the lane sometimes maybe can be a little bit rough for them, even though they go the axe build. You have to shut down his bottom. They're getting aggro. Toby. He's got a lot of stick charges. Should be okay.
Still a fair bit of damage though on that first bit of a go with the Metamorphosis.
Oh, he took inner, I mean, you almost never really want to do this, I would say, when you're playing the Beast versus TB. He skilled the Inner Beast, so you just give free 10 attack speed to TB in lane.
Okay.
Sometimes you see people hold skill point, or they just auto-skill boar and send it to start stacking.
Well, that's yeah, you're not going to have the board to stack as maybe early as you would have wanted to right now.
And Katomi now, he might die. He's got one Fairy.
It's going to be close.
One more hit. Can't get it. I'm surprised he put the aura. Yeah, I'm surprised he put that point in it. Not the biggest of deals, of course. It's only 10 attack speed, but still, you know, just little things to point out.
Something, as you say, that TS2000 can use to his benefit with that reflection.
Yep. Up top, so far the Void doing very well. Watson 12 and 6, so he is able to withstand that pressure. Most of the pressure will come when the 3s do come out for these two on the Darkseer and the Clockwork. But so far, pretty damn good for Watson. I think we're very happy. And mid's actually even, so okay. I hadn't seen this matchup too much recently, so I thought perhaps it could still be the times in the past where TA is able to do very well, but Pango's farms.
Trying to run down Omar there, but I won't continue to chase. He's got the Iron Shell on him. So
Kaori bottom.
Don't want to mess with him anymore.
Could be in trouble on the silencer.
The stick charges. TH2000 with the reflection, trying to hold them back a little bit. I don't think he'd allow enough time here for that silencer to get back to safety. As again, I mean, consistently, really, Toby and Katomi, they're being kept pretty low on this bottom lane.
This is a scary position to be. 50 seconds till meta. Kaori, as we said, brought tons of regen. He'll actually get a half pull-off also on the silencer, so lane position's going to get reset for the side of Oridu, and they could get aggressive again in a few moments. Pretty even across the board, though. There's 17-1 Darks here, 31 Beast. The carries are about dead even, mid's dead even, so hype. Very nice stuff. Is anyone going to help check any runes now is going to be the question. Since Stormstormer, he's got bottle, so does Noob. We're seeing Kaori already move toward bottom, and Noob, he's moving toward top, so they will be able to fill up the bottle and deny a rune from Stormstormer.
Yeah, there wasn't any sort of movement from Entity supports to try and get there at the same time. What we had a bit of focus on the stacks being made here by Fishman, as he's starting to get their own jungle stacked up.
Got to be careful versus Omar.
And it's hard to mess with him with the Battery Assault and the Iron Shell on him.
Fishman.
He can trade back pretty nicely, and indeed Fishman stepping down into the river.
Oh.
I mean, okay, he's going to be able to.
He's going to be able to get away.
He's going to be fine.
Yep.
I mean,
bottom.
It's actually going to be Entity that get the first blood. They take out Kaori. I mean, in return, TO2000 will be able to take down Toby, but they sort of missed out on the opportunity to kill him top, didn't they?
I feel like they did.
One more right click.
I mean, yeah, just a slight little mess up there, but
Yeah.
Fishman,
Right.
I mean, he lives and he's back to full. And I'm glad you pointed out the stacks. I think it's really important that you're utilizing multiple stacks rather than just focusing around triangle, the thing that ET does thrive around being able to do. And then the TA has that extra bit of spacing to be able to get extra farm. Watson? Could be in trouble here. They glyph the wave.
They could dive in with the surge.
Yeah.
He should definitely be dead here. Time Walk already used. Maybe if he got some sort of quadruple bash proc there onto Omar, he would have had a chance, but not to be had. Same time, over in the mid lane, Stormstormer, he's going to get outplayed here by Noob.
TP comes in from Kaori, fills up the bottle, and he's going to reblock the triangle camps too. This was a really cool move that they did. They used the glyph in both waves. They dove mid with glyph, and they dove top with glyph with that double ion shell play, so really cool stuff. And instead of blocking Ancients, they're going to put a ward to contest it, and that's actually pretty important with how good of a start Noob has. Noob can definitely get into this triangle and contest.
No, that's smart as well, I guess, because it's more likely that Entity check for sort of warding around the Ancient side rather on that spot that's kind of overlooking it.
Yeah.
So likely to get some, indeed, some good information out of this warding.
Sentry battle. Kaori goes for the deny. That doesn't do anything. I love when I see people do that.
Yeah, it sends a message.
Yeah. Or do with a nice start. Power rune, 6 minutes. 6 heroes checking around. Fishman again.
Easy DD. Denied. He should die for this one, Corey.
Trade.
But yeah, trading his life to make sure the Stormstormer doesn't get to bottle up a DD.
Having some very similar movements coming up from both sides. This is really hype for a moment. I love it. Darkseer having a very good start, though. Sometimes you do see these Darkseers, they can struggle inside laning phase. It's very important that he gets this type of start, though. He's pretty much level 5. So level 3 Ion Shell, this is going to start putting pressure onto Watson. Same thing for Fishman. Fishman has to be very careful how he steps up. I mean,
what level's the time walk at this stage? Just the level 2, so still a very long cooldown.
Yeah, and they'll get the scan. So, yeah, level 3 Ion Shell, level 2 Battery Assault, and he's got Tranquil Boots. While we saw Fishman, he only has Windlace, so easily can get run down. So the pressure on Watson is going to start accumulating here. And TA2000, he's got a freebie. He's got free stuff down bottom.
They can go for Watson now.
Sure can.
They're getting under the tower with the Surge and the Cogs. I think he's
looking dead.
He's very, very dead. Yeah, is indeed just still in a very vulnerable state of the game, the Void, at this point, when Time Walk's still sitting at, say, about 18-second cooldown at just level 2.
And bottom, they've got meta.
We'll lose Kaori, but if he gets some gold for TA2000, he'll be happy. Toby's able to go for the TP out. Nothing to stop that in time. Top lane, the aggression continues here from Omar Wuta, but Fishman will be able to turn and shut it down.
Look at bottom right now. Noob actually is staying. Toby TP to tier 2. So while this is happening, they're actually still setting up. The Hawk, it's going to scout him, but they're going in.
There, they can get into the tree line. Yeah, but Noob, he's going to end up turning the wrong way. Probably a good idea that he does, because mass TPs are coming in, so they won't be able to get away with threatening the Toby Beastmaster's life another time.
Good awareness from Toby. I mean, it was a bit of a scary TP situation, and with that ward being placed behind, was very aggressive from Oradu, but he reads the play. Power rune. It'll be up top, a haste rune. They're setting up this Terrorblade, though, for some beautiful success. He's level 7. The Void only level 5, as we saw. And they just keep running at these heroes up top.
Yeah, I mean, other than sort of that opportunity where Fishman was able to turn and take down Omar, other than that, it's going to be very difficult for those two heroes to fight top. Backup of Stormstormer. Good things could happen here for Entity. Haste Rune chasing down Wuta. The Darkseer doesn't stand a chance. He's still got a bit of time left on this Haste Rune. Tries to close it onto Omar, but the Cogs are back up. Go for some Sideblade hits off the Cogs, but won't be enough.
Like how he's trying to be active on this TA a bit. Since he knows his lineup is very farm heavy, I think he's trying to make these moves happen with his bottle a little bit more. And now he's got stacks to go back to, as we mentioned from Fishman earlier. He's got some juicy ones. And they fill up his bottle. All in all, pretty good from the side of Entity. Oradu slightly ahead inside that laning phase since the Terrorblade's having free farm, but this is a big move. Noob, he saw this TA make the move toward top. He's bought Treads, something you do not see on Pango too often. Treads Corrosion. Really trying to take advantage of those extra right clicks he's going to build, and it gets him a tower. A 9-minute mid-tower as a Pango versus TA.
Yeah, that's
Whoa.
A very quick one. We're going to see here in the jungle. Omar and Wuta, they've got him for Stormstorm, and they've dropped down the wall. They've got him. Nothing that Katsuomi and Fishman could do to save him. We'll see if Watson can get some kills in return with the Chrono up. Ooh, but the disarm, it's there, Noob. He's going to be able to buy time for Wuta and Omar to live a little longer, and Watson has to time walk back underneath the tier 2. He can't continue to try and fight this.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, that's a bit of a weird pause. What's going on there? Oh, okay.
Oh, someone DC'd.
Lag. Okay, clock
lag.
that. Okay.
Okay.
But, yeah, if that pause happens in a pub game, that's you know it's trying to tilt the void. Because, yeah, unfortunately, they're not the situation you want to be in there. We use your first Chrono. You don't get either of the kills because of the Pango and its pesky disarm.
Beautiful. I mean, Noob's skill build. It's the skill build. It's his rotations. Really nice stuff from Noob this game so far. Killing spree for him. Clean rotation. And now they can take some stacks. Oradu.
Yep.
Really like the aggression that they're putting on. And they're even going to take bottom tower probably here. And this, I mean, taking mid tower, taking bottom tower, they have a ward around Ancients. They have access into this triangle now, perhaps. I think Entity has to go farm their stacks almost immediately right now. Or they could actually lose them in these next few moments. Very good aggression.
Speeding it up a bit now, Urdu, because they know that they can. It's indeed going to be harder for Entity to match.
To deny, nicely done. And yeah, they bring 4 heroes bottom. They're like, guys, we gotta farm our stacks. Can't let them walk in, but Ordu's thinking about it.
They know there's no threat of the Chronosphere, so
and
they
Noob
feel safe entering into this area.
Noob has an arcane rune too, so the potential of the spam from these swashbuckles.
Yeah, sure. 20 seconds until Rolling Thunder's up. Omar's going to start things off. Straight in on top of Stormstormer.
The disarm again.
Swashbuckle hit as well indeed. Stormstormer, he gets taken out and Omar's still alive. Fishman will attempt to run Omar down, and a final punch takes him out as Entity in return claim the lives of the 2 supports. But so yeah, Stormstormer going down once again. More money for Noob as the Pangolier continues to be quite the nuisance for Entity.
Absolutely, and the supports are just, they don't care on the side of Ordu. They're just giving their lives. It's 4 deaths for Kaori, but honestly, they feel pretty worth it every single time that he has gone
Noob,
down.
He's straight up to the top lane. Wants to see if they can try and, you know, at least bully the Void out of this area. They're going to pop the Global Silence. They get him with the Rolling Thunder, and that'll do it. Clean moves here as Noob. Mega kill streak. He keeps it going here, 5-0-0. And another tower that he's going to play his part in taking down here. Nice and early, 11 minutes in.
The pacing is excellent. Witcher already has a mech now too, so just playing super fast on the map. And Noob is going a really interesting build. I've never seen this before on a Pango. He's got Halberd. Okay, she changed it. I was going to say, the Halberd is kind of weird.
That would be kind of new. Yeah, I've not seen a Halberd rush on Pango.
I like the treads. I like the corrosion. I would not have liked the Halberd.
Sure.
I think you need to go diffusal.
To be fair as well, yeah, because with the procs that he's getting on his disarms, he doesn't need an active disarm. He's getting the disarms anyway.
If he wants to go like the Halberd, get it after diffusal.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I still wouldn't really prefer it,
it's
but
still
whatever.
a great item against the TA.
Yes.
It's that range carry, range core. Bottom lane, they'll drop the roll for this one.
Taking some time to kill him, though.
Gonna be able to get his spells off. Well, at least one of them. How about that? Yeah, the 2, and then with the reflection, that's the setup for TN2000 to start chasing down the Rubik.
Omar?
The side, they'll lose Omar here at the splitter of Fishman. And Katsuomi will manage to get away from the illusions. So again, just the 2 supports going down, but this time probably cost Iridu Thunders their tier 1 tower as Entity. Able to get the push going.
I mean, they really don't care about their support. Like, sacking their supports. They have 8 of the deaths. It's actually pretty crazy. 8 of the 9 at the moment. But yeah, it does mean Entity, they'll be able to get this tower. And oh, another pause coming in. And nope, he's found a juicy stack. Look at this. It's a triple stack. And he's got a DD Diffusal.
I see Stormstormer heading over, but honestly, I don't know if you want to mess with this Pango.
No.
It's by the tier 2, so potential backup could come in if they want to do something about Noob taking what he's being able to take from Entity's side of the map.
Scary place for Stormstormer to walk in, though. He doesn't know exactly where the Darkseer is either, so Witcher could just walk over, get that Ion Shell, and they can just run him down. So has to be careful. Stormstormer, you can see that he's He's taken a bit of a back foot on just being like the carry as the TA in the mid lane. He knows that he needs to be a little more active with the way that this early game is going down. He's got a Void in his lineup too, so he prioritizes the Blink this game. Does mean he's vulnerable, and does mean his damage is going to be a bit lackluster if they do just full commit onto him. Because sometimes, you know, you could see like the clockwork hook shots, and if he does have like a Deso, usually 2-shot this clock. But with the Blink, if they get on him, he's very likely to just die, and they have a lot of different ways to initiate these fights on Ordu. Really, I mean, really beautiful aggression, though. Loving the way that they're playing so far. All 3 towers taken early, contesting stacks. He's really shutting down this Void in particular. Void what? He's level 7, and the Terrorblade is level 10. Pretty big difference at the moment.
Stormer. I know that someone was around here.
They both get to plan now, right? Because the pause a little bit, so they're calling the Darkseer over, while Fishman's also now TP'd over as this ET.
And Noob, of course, will still want to try and snipe some of these creeps. He gets a couple of them.
It's a few. Has there been any stacks on the side of Ordu? I mean, they weren't focusing on stacks at all, so nope, no stacks for this Terrorblade. They were much more focused on just putting pressure on the map. But yeah, he does okay. Yeah, he's going Blink Halberd. Could be cool.
It's super strong against, say, what the TA.
He's going to be tanky. He's going to be super tanky with treads as well, too.
You get him in that chrono, you're not guaranteed killing him, especially if you've got like a shield crash off beforehand.
Yeah, it could be a really cool build. They're grouping up. Ordu. It's for that, like, they have to be the ones to set the pace. They want to be the ones putting the pressure on the map. They don't want Entity to just sit back, farming with their greedy cores. So we're looking for these plays. They've got the global, they've got the hook shot. And they'll find Fishman.
They go him up. The one for Noob. Not the kind of lad who wants to get any assists this game. It's kills or nothing here for Noob.
And they're the ones actually going for the Roche already. So denying this away from Entities. And Entity, very difficult for them to really contest here.
I mean,
I don't think they can.
have Chrono, but they just, especially without the Elder Titan, you know, just having sort of the potentially the Urspa is kind of important if they want to blow someone up in the Chronosphere. It's not there, so they're not going to head over, and the Noob is going to have the Aegis.
I like that they give it to Noob as well, instead of giving it to the TB. Noob's going to play super aggressive. TB is just going to farm, so yeah, very fast stuff coming out from Ordu.
Yeah, but that's going to take some good chronos from Watts in this game.
Their damage is...
Be able to turn this one, because earlier, whilst it is just that 1k gold lead, it's the fact that they do have that lead at this point.
Yes.
Having the Aegis as well, it doesn't feel good for, you know, for how Entity want to prolong this game.
Yeah, and for Watson, it's just not really the easiest game for the Void playing versus this global early. It's going to take them a long time of itemization to be able to deal with that if they just get the jump. And they, as we've said, they have the jump. They have the ways to disrupt Chrono too, as Ordu. On high ground. Fishman. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crashes now.
Okay.
All right, maybe something's going on with Omar, because they said Clockwork
Yeah,
DC
times,
before,
right,
and
yeah.
now he's crashed again, so...
It's unfortunate. And, well, this, of course, will give teams to consider their next move. And I imagine that move will probably be for Entity to just try and get everyone away from this, right? Unless Watson can come in for a Chrono, because he is smoked up at the side. Do you think they will try and look to get the Void in and go for a Chrono in this opportunity? Or do you want to run?
I mean, it's a bit scary, because honestly, I think Ordu was already... I think they were trying to initiate like 1.5 seconds ago, because they already had everything prepped on the Ion Shells, and this Clockwork's... He sees this Templar right in front of him. It's a haste on the TA, but there's always going to be this global that comes out and stops any type of aggression if they don't catch the Silencer.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Is it going to be a case of running or chronoing?
Could be a risk. There's a mech, remember, on Wheater, so he's going to be able to counter quite a bit of the damage. I mean, Entity's draft just is very damage lackluster in the early game until they've got more items. This could be a scary moment for them. And Toby, I mean, Toby's got TP. Maybe they're like, okay, Toby, you might have to TP mid if they do make an aggressive move. Let's see how it goes down.
They're going
to back away.
Themselves. I mean, Omar considered going with the hook shot, but at that point under the tier 2. And, of course, things always get a little bit weird after a pause.
Yep.
Like, they're going to have time to discuss the fact that we're about to go on them, so let's not try and force it.
No need to force it to that area when they already force so many TPs and movements. So back up, get the farm, push out the lanes. How's Toby doing? He almost has the Helm of the Overlord. So I think one of the better games for Toby so far in quite some time. And there's the blink now for Noob. So more aggression that he can set as this Pango. So much initiation. Clockwork hookshot, Pango jumping in with the global. There's a lot of potential for if Watson steps out of position in almost any situation when global's up, they could just kill this Void. Even swinging over TA2000. He's got meta in 20 seconds. They might go for this here. Watson.
Oh, it's a good angle on the hook shot. Very nicely lined up there by Omar. Gets right in onto him, past the creeps and under the tower.
And the TB's here. So he's got meta. Yeah, 8 seconds. They can probably look for this tier 2. A great aggressive move. It's, like we said, it's not an easy game for Watson.
Entity still just sort of scrambling to find what they can elsewhere on the map, not wanting to respond to these sort of pushes from Urudu right now. They know how strong Urudu is at this state of the game. This is tier 2 gone. Stormer at least will be able to finally clear up the tier 1 in the mid. Still able to find something, and that will be his Desolated done.
I mean, he's still farming okay, but look at this Void's farm. I mean, Watson is 6,200 net worth. It's a 9,000 net worth Terrorblade, 96 Pango. Get the stomp on Kaori. Do they want to commit here, though? This is a bit of a risky one.
Yeah, split up. We'll catch on to Noob. Not enough damage to take him down. Omar's already trying to block off the escape. Hookshot's back up. He's in onto Kataomi.
Very over-aggressive coming out from Entity. They didn't have to use meta to get that push top, so TA2000, he's still got it ready if there's a fight that comes to this TB, too. He's farming super well, as we've said multiple times.
Yeah, and he's happy to look for the fight, but he's also happy to just get his next item.
Absolutely.
He knows that they're sort of in control of this game right now.
And Watson just so low. And yeah, he's got his Maelstrom, he's got his Mask of Madness, so he's got his fighting and fighting items and stuff like that, but his survivability is so low. Even when he's got BKB, he has to be careful how he does pop it. So if it's global comes out right afterwards, they'll have the counter. And I mean, that's still way later down the line, since Oridu still looking to set pace, still looking to play super aggressive. Fishman.
They'll get him. Battery Assault from Omar puts a stop to the TP.
They're just playing super fast. Stormer shows himself up top for a second. They're already pinging him. They want this TA, perhaps.
He's getting out.
He's got to get
He
out.
knows that this is not a safe spot to be anymore.
Taking the whole jungle now at this point. Multiple towers. And now looks like we're getting some of these neutral items also. Some pretty good ones. Dragon Scale, pretty nice. Philosopher's Stone as well for the team that's already leading. And yeah, Watson just still full recovery mode. TA still farming. They just don't have fighting items, really. The only one who has got fighting items at the moment is Toby. The other two, very risky for them to really get involved into much. Stormer, Deso, Blink, Shard. Cool that he's gone for the Shard this game. That could maybe catch them off guard on the side of Oridu. All having to hug each other at the moment.
They want to try and fight. They know that the Aegis is about to expire. So this would be the time to try and jump Urudu. So if Entity can catch them by surprise.
The Halberd, or the Sanj is already coming out for this Pango. He's super tanky. This is really going to be a cool build. There's definitely situations when he's got Halberd, if he gets chronoed, he might just straight up survive.
No, absolutely. Just being able to live and kind of get a few rounds of his spells off, it's going to be more than enough, because he knows that damage, it's there from his Terrorblade, right? So
yeah.
He just has to live in front line for his TB, and this is the sort of item build that's going to allow him to do so. That Halberd.
And damage is still going to be a bit lackluster. Entities, it takes time for them to have damage with these 3 greedy cores. It comes from that itemization. So he's going to be very strong, and they're getting us around here. Fishman, hello.
Should be a pretty easy one to start the fight off. Fishman will lay down the Earth Splitter. Omar will go deep with the hook shot. Over towards catching more members of Entity as they have to start trying to split from this. The buyback will come out from Fishman. Chrono's there. It does mean that Rubik's sort of stuck in a bit of a tricky position. Watson with the Chrono will manage to take down the clock.
Do they have Noob?
Chance for Noob to slide away. They get both of the kills out of this. They do end up having to use both buybacks though.
They do.
From their 2 supports. So something for Entity, but definitely not without a cost.
No. Finally getting the Pango. He almost survives. The fact that the trap, I honestly, like I was saying, I like that Stormer went for the Shard. I think that was perfect. I think he might be able to slide away otherwise.
I think he would have been able to get a couple of spells off, indeed.
It was also a meta forced, so TA2000 did walk in with meta, wasn't able to find much of anything either, but meta, Chronosphere, Entity. See if they do look to try to get any fight going. I think they're just going to get chased out here. Omar, he wants more.
And with that, they will get the Rubik again, so that's Kataomi down for a full minute. Off the back of that buyback introduced prior to that.
Omar is playing
These hook
so
shots.
well. Honestly, this is some ridiculous play from the clock.
So I know we can sometimes get the hook shot accuracy. I wonder if we can do that for this one, because it feels like he's barely missing them.
And I like his itemization too. He just went straight Ghost Scepter. So he hook shots in and then just pops Ghost Scepter on top of the TA, and they can't actually commit onto him. Ooh, you jinxed him.
I did.
Right onto a
That would have been a pretty good one, but indeed. Went for the angle, but creep. We're in the way.
You can just see still though.
Apparently it's only 50%. Well, I'll tell you what, the 4 that he's hit have been absolute bangers.
They have been. Even that last one, although it got a couple people killed, it forced a lot of buybacks. And there we go. The Halberd's done. If he had it last fight, he probably survives, even through all that silence and whatnot.
Definitely. He would have been able to live long enough.
And they go for the blink on the Darkseer. So, like we were saying, it's so many different forms of initiation that allows Kaori, the Silencer, to get global off. So I do like that they've gone for this type of itemization here. And yeah, they're smoking. Just keep looking to set the pace. Don't let Entity sit back and farm. And they saw Watson for a second here. Omar.
How long's till a hook shot?
8 seconds.
He's gonna have a shot at it. They hit with the scan. They know he's still around.
Omar knows something's up. The rocket.
Oh,
it's right on him.
Gets the vision.
No
and he
way.
Gets the angle. He's in. Is there full up in time? They've got the global. And Rolling Thunder's coming across for Noob. Omar does it again.
Wow. MVP right now. Him and Noob kind of crushing it so far. 8-1 in the Pango. Omar 5-4 and 10. Beautiful plays.
He's just making this game so hard for Watson to play.
Watson's like, guys, I'm recovering a little bit. And they just find him immediately in the jungle right afterwards. The net worth disparity between the Void and that Terrorblade continues to grow. And TB, as we mentioned, playing versus the Beastmaster, if he's ever able to get the reflection on this Beast, it's super potent. When you're playing versus Max Inner Beast, the Helm of the Overlord, you're just getting all these auras to buff him up. Look, again, look at top. They're already setting up. It's so fast the way they're playing. Omar the Menace.
Still a few seconds until the hook shot, so this time might be hard to have it back up in time.
Watson is
It's there now if he wants to try. They have got that ward. No, the Stormstorm is still hovering around, but they'll know that that's because Entity are setting up to fight back themselves. Kaori will get left to die. Jump out for Omar as well. Redu, do they have any option to turn this one? Looks like they'll just let Omar suffer on his own hit.
Does he hook shot out?
He does. And he will get away. Noob. Thinking about sliding back in, but as I say, Entity, they've got the numbers up here. So Urdu, they won't jump head first into this fight.
Entity is getting closer and closer to these BKBs that will allow them to fight. They should actually have a pretty good triple timing on BKB that could stop a lot of that aggression that is coming up from Oridu to deal with the Pango, to deal with this pesky Clockwork and Global. Soon a pretty big timing on Entity. Same thing for Oridu though. I think TA2000, he's got his Scotty. So both sides hitting some pretty good timings here. Oridu, I still feel like they want to fight, especially since Global is going to be back up in about 8 seconds. This Terrorblade is a menace. 3,000 HP on TA2000.
They're really gearing up to have just these kind of cores that are not guaranteed kills, even if you get them in the Chrono.
And Roche, it's up.
I mean, they have Chrono up, so I'm sure Entity this time round, they'll want to have something to say about
this. But
this.
They don't have those BKBs yet. They don't have BKB on Void. They don't have BKB on the TA. This is not easy for them to really enter just yet. They're very close to it. It's a tough decision to make for Entity.
And I think Urdu, they're being a bit cautious about how they commit for it, because they feel that the fact that Chrono is up does mean that Entity will try.
They force them away, though. They put the ward down and push the ET around. ET is one of those better heroes at stalling this Roche. So they're trying to zone him off of the area. And yeah, Entity, they're trying to farm and finish those BKBs. They're getting closer and closer.
Oh.
Oops.
Unfortunate hook shot there into the back of a teammate.
They're getting ready for this Roche, though. They're taking outposts, so buybacks. Gotta look to see how many of those are up on the side of Oridu as well. How's the BKBs? Okay, Stormstormer's got it, Watson got it, and I think Toby, he also has it. So triple BKB, Entity,
I mean, they gotta go.
They gotta go.
They gotta go, and they will. The smoke is there. Entity heading over to the Roche pit. Good potential for a steal.
They see Kaori also all the way in the front. They have multiple vision aspects. Toby.
Noob. He's going to be able to start the fight, getting straight on top of the Beastmaster. Toby pops the BKB. He'll have to use the Roar to get the speed boost to run, but the wall's going to get dropped down.
Oh, God.
The illusions are there, and they take him out. No Beastmaster.
He didn't BKB early. He waited quite a long time. He gets hit from the initial stun, and then he's just dead.
I guess didn't quite expect them to be that prepared to jump him. I was just playing under their vision. But Noob straight in. And we'll see the rest of Entity. They're trying to wrap around for the backlines, but this is 4 versus 5.
TA2000, he still has meta.
Vacuum won't be in time. Katomi's not getting out. Tries to TP away, but the damage is done. And Entity now 3 versus 5. It's very dangerous for them to continue to poke Uridu as they are.
They're so split up. Fishman, he's in trouble.
Stomp's going to be stepped off to the side. They'll try for a TP, but again, it's not going to work. I mean, things really crumbled there for Entity after losing Toby as the Beastmaster. They really wanted to go for that wraparound and try and catch someone by surprise, but that's just not going to work against Uridu at this state of the game.
They didn't even have to. They still have global. Like, the way that they played that fight on Uridu was so clean, playing around their vision, keeping their ward alive. Toby, he has to get the instant BKB. You can't let yourself get stunned from the Pango if you want to try to take that fight like this. Yeah, he gets brought down, and now it's a huge lead for Uridu.
Yeah, I mean, that hurts, because that was sort of that opportunity right for Entity. They did get their BKBs
They did.
just in time to be able to look for that fight before Roche went down another time this game, but they couldn't execute it.
Yeah, and I love the way that they, like, they soft commit on the side of Uridu. They have meta. They even throw, like, the wall just to clip the Beastmaster for a second, too. And Toby, spotted again. Well, I'm watching Omar.
I mean, yeah, if
He's
Omar
looking for
gets
the
in
angle.
range, he'll go for a hook shot.
Settle for the Ancient. It's good money.
Yeah, not a bad thing to settle for at all.
Nope. Oh, just kidding. It's an Ancient.
Oh, no,
There we go.
I'll still get it. Plus 250 there. Oh, Omar.
TA2000 is just hitting ridiculous levels of farm, though. Scotty was just finished. He's already on his way toward Butterfly. A very valuable Butterfly game, playing versus this Void and TA, who are underfarmed. These evasions are going to be very problematic for them to deal with. And now they're buying Gem. So playing versus Hawk, playing versus TA traps, they're going to have ways to be able to control vision constantly. They're already knocking on front door. Entity, what are you going to do?
They're going to try and get them by surprise again.
It's a good wraparound. What can they find?
Last time it didn't work out, but this time they do have the 5 of them. Storm's going to try and jump in onto the silencer. The Chrono's there. He catches both Kaori and Wuta. They'll take the silencer out, but on the side of it, Noob just commits him with the BKB. The Swashbuckle takes out the 2 of them. Buybacks there from Fishman. They'll drop a roar onto TA2000, but there's no follow-up damage to threaten this Terrorblaze. TA2000 is more than happy to continue to fight, starting to chase both Watson and Stormstormer out at the back of this fight. As Noob, he just cleans up a second. They try and get in. I mean, it's not a bad Chronosphere at all. It sets up for the couple of kills, but it's just not enough to stop Uridu from being able to continue to just come out on top of these fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's what Watson has to go for, because honestly,
he's got to get the silencer.
Yeah, if he gets one of these cores, like the Pango or the TB, he doesn't really kill them. They're super tanky, so has to settle for the silencer. And even though it's a great wraparound from Entity, Uridu, I think, still very happy with that positioning. Yeah, TA2000 has Butterfly.
29 minutes in, yeah, it's pretty crazy. We'll see that from our partner esportsbet.io. Very much feeling that Uridu in good control of this game right now. And yeah, when you see sort of Terrorblade item timings like this, it's hard to feel otherwise.
And how farmed the Pango. I mean, Noob, 10, 1, and 7.
He's just crushing it, isn't he?
I love his itemization is so cool. He's gone for now Blink and a BKB. Oh, well, the Blink, of course, before that, but the BKB, he's got Shard. I really love the way that he's itemized and played this game. Even the treads, something we don't see too often. Super clever stuff. Yeah, just constricting the map now. Entity, no real places to farm, and no Chrono. They can't fight either. Love how confident they're playing. Even the Elven Tunic on this Terrorblade.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
Nope.
Minute and a half in the Aegis. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'm going to hit your barracks, but what are you going to do? Oh, Wuta. He's trying to see if he gets something set up there with a vacuum. Creeps will be coming in again.
Still no Chrono. 30 seconds. Can't fight.
Oh,
Nice, man.
very stylish. He's looking for a Sunder. Hook shot, won't connect.
Oh. Whoopsie.
Yeah, it was going to expire anyway.
Yeah.
About under a minute.
I think they're probably going to back away now at this point. Don't want to risk it. They've gotten quite a lot of reaction, forced everybody back in the base. We see Omar there, spamming the rockets, being super annoying.
And Watson, of course, trying his best, at least whilst this push was going in, to just get out on the map, find the chance to progress towards his next item. And he's making good, good timing now on catching up and getting this MKB, which of course is going to be very important if he does want to stand any sort of chance of threatening the Terrorblade or the Pango in these Chronospheres.
They both need it, like the TA and him,
Sure.
to deal with all this evasion. It's going to take a long time to farm, especially with the way that OT is keeping the pressure on. Meta's back available. They're controlling the triangle, not letting Entity get any real farm on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
No
attack.
smoke. Of course, this is a point where they don't have an Aegis, and there is Chrono.
They're in.
Going to start things off with the BKBs. They're there immediately. Does mean that the Global Silence can come in afterwards. Watson will drop the Chrono. He's caught the 2 cores, but
He can't hit him.
it's not really doing that much damage there. As TA2000 is more than fine. Watson has to jump back out. Just no chance of threatening the Terrorblade at this point.
Noob.
Barely did a third of his HP.
Noob could be in trouble.
Should be able. Ooh, no, indeed, he can't jump out in time.
He went very aggressive, like
He
super
did. I think
over-aggressive.
Maybe he got a bit too carried away with the fact that the Chrono was used and nobody died immediately. Omar does get cleaned up as well, so Entity able to find a bit of a cleanup there. As, yeah, I think Noob just got a bit ahead of himself.
He used an aggressive swashbuckle to try to finish off Watson, because Watson dropped low, but he was pretty much under tier 4s there, and then just gets chased out. So, okay, slightly over-aggressive there from Oradu. Gets punished.
And of course, these kind of mistakes is going to give the chance for Entity to close in on their MKBs.
Absolutely.
As, yeah, I mean, Watson is pretty close to having his done. There's just about 500 gold, and MKB will be online on the Void.
Definitely don't want to make maybe like 1 or 2 of those mistakes from Oradu, and then this Void might just be fully caught back up. So still have to be careful how they do go for these high ground sieges. Probably want to be playing more around those Roshans, playing a little bit more careful how they dive. Witter, pretty much, I mean, he has the Aghanims done too, so so many ways to create these illusions of either Beastmaster or whoever. Still very strong. And TA2000, he also, now he's like, I mean, he's running out of slots a little bit here. He's going to go for Aghanims himself. But yeah, there's the first MKB. So step 1 for Entity to come back in this game.
Oradu for the lead that they have had. They've got to continue to be clean with their next moves. I'd say sort of, if they proceed to sort of have 2 more failed attempts at breaking the high ground, this game will start to fall back into favor of Entity.
Mm-hmm.
The scalability of the Void and the TA.
With the TB, well, with the Elder Titan versus the TB. And if you look,
yeah.
if you look at Fishman's itemization too, this is actually kind of cool. It's normal, your Tranquil, your drums, but he bought Shard. So what you can do with this is, the Chrono's down, you stomp yourself on top of the Terrorblade, and then you provide that aura to be able to actually bring him down. This could work. However, he's likely to just get globaled right when the Chrono does go off, so, I mean, we'll see if it does work, but I can see the idea of what he's looking at.
How long to rush? We'll find out in 25 seconds. That's going to be a very important part.
I like what Toby's doing with his summons as well. Since bottom, there's the racks, of course, taken from range racks. He's just sending them down to keep that lane equilibrium. TA2000 is doing similar. He's just shoving in mid.
Second MKB done.
Look at
Storm. So both cores, they now do have the potential to hit into both the Pango and the TB.
But look at TA2000's itemization. He's got his Ags finished, and now he's got a locked Aeon Disc. So he knows if they full focus him, he might be able to survive with just the unlock into Sunder play. A lot of really cool itemizations here. It's not, I mean, Aeon Disc more normal versus Void, but this early on a TB, let's see if it ends up paying off. Entity, they're climbing back into this game.
It's going to be a long Roshan. Respawn, a couple of minutes still.
I'd say that's kind of fortunate for the side of Entity.
I believe
More time to farm.
I agree, yeah, absolutely. Any more minutes that this sort of game is forced, Entities, they're definitely going to be feeling better than if it was getting, the high ground push was coming in sooner than later. So it gives Entity chance to get these next items, get the next level course for for the Void. Very important that Watson can get that 20, because honestly, when he's got the level 20, a bonus attack speed in the Chronosphere, and with, of course, the MKB, then there is a real chance that the heroes that were feeling kind of safe before won't be anymore.
Yeah.
If they get chronoed by the Sword.
And getting closer and closer to even like a Scotty, something like that. The amazing item versus a TB carry. Starting to make it happen. Starting to come back into this game. Lanes constantly being forced from Toby. Bottom has double siege and a pretty big wave, so tier 2 bottom might be in trouble on the side of Ooredoo.
Amazing what you'll find.
Noob will make the way down. Things feeling a little scary now, perhaps, for Ooredoo.
Yeah, I think, Ooredoo, they're kind of sitting around there and just hoping that Roshan respawns, but as we can see it's still going to take a bit of time. So they're sort of just stuck in this position, just waiting and hoping that Entity aren't getting too much out of the map whilst they wait for Roche. But, of course, the truth to it is that Entity, they are closing that gap. They're closing that lead that Ooredoo had.
Absolutely. Yeah, Watson, like you said, very close to being 20.
Yeah, it's the big one.
Noob committing his gold. He has a Basher. I mean, we got to look at buybacks now soon across the board, because that's going to be the next big thing for this Roche. It looks like most heroes do have it. ET and Darkseer only 100 away. TB and Pango only 300 away. So looks like it could be 10 heroes with buyback around this next Roche fight. Kind of be probably the decider of who wins this game, whoever's able to secure that Roche or the big fight before it. And Watson, there it is. So he's 20.
See the Chronos, considering the situation he's been forced into, other than that first one that it wasn't his fault, he gets caught by disarm, that they've been pretty solid.
Absolutely.
So definitely reason to believe that Watson could come out with some good stuff.
Roche is up. Both teams now are aware of it. Or do they want the fight first? Who are they going to find? Tomi. He's on the front here.
I don't think that Entity's going to expect them coming up at them from this angle. A bit of an unusual angle.
This is a cool wraparound.
Yeah.
Who are they going to find? Looks like it'll be Katomi. Gets the lift.
Little bit off with the initiation there, and Roar is up to put a stop to the Pango. They'll jump in and they'll be able to take Noob down.
Tier 2000.
They can look to go for more. Tier 2000's got to be careful. The global silence is about to come to an end.
The buyback, Noob.
All right, and Entity will respect that. They won't try and go straight on top of them.
But that's... I mean, they've done a pretty good job. It actually was not the meta, so it was just that Terror Wave that was popped. Chrono's still available.
I think they can keep going here, Entity.
Who can they find? If they find this Pango, it's going to be huge. Watson, he gets him.
Yeah, just drop the Chrono. Chrono's there. They're in onto Noob. That's a dieback.
Oh, boy.
Out for 100 seconds. See Fishman with the stomp. Hold back the Darkseer. Entity. Try and kite the rest of Ooredoo out. The wall has been dropped. Fishman will attempt to get the stomp off, and he'll manage to do so he can continue to run. Back in the river. See jump forward from Watson. He wants to try and get back in to help Toby, but Toby goes down.
Stormstormer, he's got to be careful.
He's got any way out of this. Watson trying to get into to do something to slow them down, but he knows now that this TA cannot be saved. Despite a dieback from Noob, TA2000 still manages to stand his ground, and Entity, they kind of hang around a bit too long, and now they themselves will have to expend buybacks. Toby and Stormstorm are buying back. They really don't want to let this Roshan go down to sort of the hands of Ooredoo. And Fishman's having to take the time to get back to base. Did live. He's having to go back and refuel before he can join the team again around this area.
The meta's gone. There's a Terror Wave in 15 seconds, but Entity, they're pushing forward.
Watson, he's in onto Kaori.
The Greaves.
Greaves in the surge just in time. Watson still continues to attempt to chase down the silencer, but won't manage to do so.
Oh my goodness. FPS drop. I mean, there's so many illusions and auras that are going around all over the place.
Now the question is, can Entity start trying to hit the Roche?
Oh,
I mean, there's no Pango.
There's no Pango, but there's the constant rockets and harassment. But there's like no real ultimates on the side of Ooredoo. They might be able to start poking it.
I think they get with the Void and the TA. They'll be able to pressure the Roche pretty quickly.
This is scary times here for both sides. It's all going to be about this execution. Fishman, he was able to save the racks, because if while all this was happening, bottom racks dropped to what, 10% HP.
I mean, so did Fishman. We saw him
he almost died.
Just getting away from like the wall and the illusions.
Yeah, he was very close to being brought down. All these different auras, you always have to remember, it's like, yeah, these illusions, these reflections and everything, it replicates it of everyone. So even the natural order in some of these fights is going to be applied to the side of Entity, too. But yeah, Terror Wave, 10 seconds, no meta. Did he commit gold? TA2000 still has buyback. Void has buyback. Four have been used. Stormstormer has to be super careful with how he positions himself, though, on this TA.
True.
If they're on low ground, that's where TA2000 is going to be able to thrive constantly as this TB.
Yeah, and of course, thing to note as well, the outpost in the Dire Jungle is still under Urudu's control.
Okay, they've been constantly like going back and forth on it. Okay, Tommy just dies to rockets. The triple rockets from the X. He's even like bringing Toby down kind of low with the illusion chasing him.
I mean, again, yeah, another rocket.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Now, this will force Entity away from the pit.
Sure will. Terror Wave's back up.
So this is going to be time for Noob to get back in the game.
And now maybe, honestly, maybe Ordu can be the ones to
maybe
go
they
in.
can force it. Yeah, tier 2000 if he wants to step in. Of course, still has not been forced to have to assemble the Eon Disc,
Nope.
so not even getting close to being pressured to consider that in the last fight.
And they look like they should be able to get. This is a big one too. Cheese,
Is.
refresher,
Who's
and
taking
that
the refresher?
and that Aegis.
Give it to Terror Blade, or has he kind of already got too many things in his hands?
He probably, I think he doesn't have slots for
I
it.
mean, what about a double global? Would you want one of those coming out and then one after the BKB's popped?
There's too many good ones to know, really. It
Yeah.
could even just be the Pango, just so he can BKB early, double halberd, etc., and stuff like that. We'll see.
Entity,
Splitter.
they want to try and get in on the pit. The Splitter comes a little too early, so Urudu, they'll still manage to get the kill, and they'll get everything.
He has no slots though. Come on, guys. Help me out.
Someone else has got to get in here.
Noob, they'll give him the refresher shard for now. And T2000, he's like, yeah, I still don't have slots. My treads are on the floor.
Still cheese. Don't forget the cheese. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I mean, he's got a lot of money. Tier 2000 can clean up a slot here with the Ags. No.
I think he has. I think he actually has to.
Yeah, just get the blessing.
He's committing for the.
He's buying his blink.
He's going for his swift blink.
All right, okay. Hey, what did you sell? Sold the boots. Okay.
For the boots, yeah. He's I guess it's
Boots
like
out.
all about positioning for him at this point too. If he's able to get that high ground, or even, I mean, if there is a cheeky like blink dodge on a Chronosphere, it could be massive.
Is he going to go all in then?
It looks like he is with this Aegis.
Yeah, I guess I mean, with the Aegis and the Eon Disc, you know, it's not a bad shout. It's going to be very difficult to kill him, even if you get him in that Chronosphere. He will manage to survive through it.
And we're seeing more itemization. Omar, another halberd that Entity's going to have to deal with. This Aghanims has been super valuable from this Clockwork too. These rockets are not only good inside the team fight, but good to deal with the pressure coming out from Toby on the split push.
Sure, I mean, I guess it's going to add up to quite a bit of damage that Omar's actually done this game.
He might be the highest damage done just from rockets. It does tend to happen a lot with these
I guess it
Clockworks.
adds up, actually. It's true.
Yeah.
If he keeps hitting them, yeah. You can get some pretty crazy damage numbers.
Next few moments. Super important here. Very scary for the side of Entity now. TA2000, he's confident.
I've got to look to Watson to get in the good chronos, and as I say, he's been on a pretty good streak.
It's just hard. It's very difficult for him to have to... who has he got to pick and choose to go for? Because in the last one, yeah, it felt great for the Pango, but then TA2000's got full control of the fights. All trapped inside the base now, being spotted from these rockets. And he's sending Illusion's bottom to even put some pressure onto the racks. Courier also. Yeah, Watson, he's committed his gold as well too. We saw the nullifier purchase, so pretty much no buybacks on the side of Entity. On those cores at least. We'll help him focus these supports though, because we've seen these Ghost Scepters be very annoying. And look, I mean, Kaori's got a very optimistic itemization queued up here. He's got the Yules, he's going for that Wind Waker, so the big play versus the Chrono too. Lots of different ways to perhaps save allies if he does. I mean, it's still very far away, but...
Yeah, I think ideally for Urudu, they don't want the game to still be going at that point. Yeah, they're trying to close this one up.
Rax is falling. The scan. Nice scan from Entity. They know that they're like just sitting outside here. They got to watch out for those initiations.
The rack's gone. Illusions slowly but successfully doing it from TA2000.
Yeah, and here come the pesky rockets. Omar giving full vision inside the base. And a really good rune spawn is up top, an arcane rune. Entity trapped in the base. Buybacks. About 2 minutes until Noob has his available. They're playing it calmer after doing that little bit of a dive earlier. They're playing very careful on the side of Oradu.
Arcane Reservoir.
I like Noob. He takes the ascetic cap, knows that it's also all about him surviving at this point too. All these defensive, small neutral items are important. And positioning for TA2000 is key. Hanging on to Ninja Gear.
Yeah, super nice. Kind of between that and the blink capabilities,
Yeah.
it's very difficult for Watson to ever get the jump onto TA2000 in these fights.
He just pops meta. He's just in.
I mean, they've got, they just want to try and force Entity's response. What's the call from Entity here?
40 seconds on Aegis. He just wants to get some type of aggressive play.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Did he smoked? 30 seconds on Aegis. 50 seconds buyback for Noob. So he does get some sneaky vision down.
Precious bounty.
Still trapped in the base. How are these couriers looking? How long on Stormstormer's courier? 40 seconds. Because Stormstormer's hanging on to a ton of gold at the moment. But Aegis, 5 seconds. It's going to get reclaimed. Let's see what TA2000 looks to do next with his item build. Since now he can actually fill up that slot and soon to eat his Aghanims as well too. He'll probably wait to see, like, I mean, maybe he sees Stormstormer's quarterstaff, but okay, he's actually just going to go for the break.
Again, just sort of, and also just,
Positioning.
late game invis.
Yeah.
It's can be really nice. Yeah, between the invis, the blink, the smoke from the ninja gear. Yeah, good luck trying to find this Terrorblade at start the fight. He's going to be very, very sneaky.
And even like the potential of, let's say, it does get to a point where the Void's 25, they'll have a break for the backtrack too, so. Yeah, cool itemization coming out.
Wait, am I crazy? When did he sell the Xeon disc? That was a while ago.
Yeah, he sold it a while back.
Yeah.
Which
Which is,
when he sold the treads, I guess, around that timing or something like that.
Because I wonder if he'll consider, like, you feel at this point it's fine to play without that, or do you think if the game goes on, he'll like upgrade the Ags and then rebuy the Eon disc?
I think that could happen.
You know
for
what I mean?
Sure. Yeah,
He's
could
not.
definitely
He
be
definitely
something.
sold it, right? He didn't put it anywhere.
I was checking back at base and stuff. No, he didn't. He sold it. Buyback. It's back for Noob. Back for the TA as well. Watson, he's also made progress to be able to farm to have buyback too. Tense moments. He's a very big Pango now at this point too. Can look for a Hex. He's got the Hex queued up if he wants to go down that route. Or he can go for like that Abyssal if he wants.
Has fallen.
And KR, he changed. You know, he did have the super greedy Wind
Yeah, we'll
Waker
go for the
queued
Wind
up.
Waker.
He's going to queue up the Refresher, so.
Yeah, I mean, the Jet Refresher's going to be nice.
Oh, TA, look at the courier. Stormstormer's courier. It's going the very long route into the enemy jungle. He's trying to find a way to get his
Oh
butterfly.
my goodness, yeah. This is
They're covering the area.
quite the diversion. Yeah, it should be fine. I don't think there's any chance anyone can catch on to the route that this courier is taking now.
I mean, TA2000, look, he's smoked over this area. Nah, Stormstormer's got it. So that's a pretty big deal. Stormstormer also hitting level 25.
Sure.
Now has his own evasion to perhaps be able to survive in the fights too. This could be a difference maker. Good angle that they were able to get outside the base, even though they're under this much pressure at the moment.
Now they managed to slow down the game well, Entity, and they have got to that point now that kind of was talked about during the draft. You know, it's the stage of the game where their lineup it feels pretty good. You know, the fights are not easy for Urdu. Definite chance for Entity to take these late game team fights.
It's all execution now for both sides. Who are they going to catch with Chronos? Are there going to be buybacks immediately after Chronos? Is it going to be bait plays from Oradu to bait those Chronos and stuff like that? 3 seconds. Let's find out this Roche. It's instant. Literally not even 1 second.
All right, well, Urdu will definitely consider going for this one, but I mean, I guess they want to get a kill before they do it.
They're controlling the ward area.
It's difficult.
And they have creeps pushing down bottom too. Fishman, he's gonna step up. He's got to be careful how he does this, though.
Oh, they want to go. Noob's in. The Roar will be there to hold back Noob. They turn with the physical damage. Noob's able to get the cheese off. Because pretty much full HP. The 3-man vacuum wall drop down, and that's going to force Fishman to have to buy back immediately. Watson, he's in with the Chrono. He's caught the Terror Blade. Does he have the damage?
He does not.
He's got to bail out at this one. He's not got enough to threaten Tier 2000. He gets caught by the swashbuckle bash of Noob. That's him going out. He'll have to consider buying back here, maybe, Watson. He's out for 80. Stormstormer's already bought back for this one. He's now having to run, though, Stormstormer. Hookshot's going to be back up in a few seconds as he's hiding in the trees. Muta, see if we can find him. He gets him with the vacuum.
He's got the punch.
He's managed to drag him back. They'll force Stormstormer up to the high ground. Just in time, as that will allow Stormstormer to walk away there. Good save from Kataomi, making sure the Stormstormer can live. And of course, that was his buyback. They need to keep this TA alive to have a chance of holding back Urudu. But as it is, Urudu, they're still coming in with the push. Watson's still down for 50 seconds.
And this is, I believe that's the long meta. I think he popped it as soon as he had 25, so it's that plus 20 seconds.
They're trying to
Stormstormer.
slow them down here, but the barracks are falling.
That was such a cool initiation from them.
Boots
And
it in.
Stormstormer.
They're getting with the Heck. They're straight in on top of the TA. Force there from Kataomi again, breaking Stormstormer back to safety. Jump forward. Stolen hookshot from Kataomi. It's in onto Wooster. Allows them to take the Darkseer down.
Oh, stolen wall, but actually whiffs. That could have been a pretty big deal.
They'll push them back. The damage, of course, was done.
Barracks are under attack.
The top rack's taken. Still have that middle melee racks up at the moment. So one final building between them and the Megas.
Chronosphere, still on cooldown, 50 seconds. Initiation from Noob in this last fight, even though the fight lasts a long time. Super cool. I love this. Is ascetic cap. I think it was everything for him, right? He gets like the break of that roar.
See, Omar get in. He's been able to sort of put Toby out to the side here with the cogs. Watson wants the BKB, but he's caught by the bash.
They're on Watson.
They're on top of him. The silencer there as well with the follow-up global after the BKB. There's nowhere for him to jump. He can't jump. He's out for 2 minutes. Urudu, they're absolutely going to try and push on for more now that there's no void.
And
For as long as this
Stormstormer,
is.
he's alone.
He is completely surrounded. Stormstormer's gone. Both cores dead without buyback. Urudu, they found the way to close the game up. GG is called.
Wow.
Urudu will shut down this game 1.
That was some beautiful, beautiful execution really from them across the board. They made, what, 1 or 2 of these mistakes that almost allowed Entity to come back in the game, but itemization and even like little things like these neutral items really making a big difference of how they can protect their wards. Noob, ascetic cap, he jumps in, gets roared,
Yep.
It breaks because of that status resist that he has from it, and then he's able to pop cheese, get this beautiful initiation. That was a really well executed game from Oridu, and playing around this TA, or playing around TA 2000 beautifully, super aggressive. They shut down Entity almost all of this game.
Absolutely. And a game that was still very much, you know, you could see sort of the difficulties, right?
Yes.
Urudu, they had to play it kind of perfect towards those last few moments. Entity, they got the chance to get their items, and there was the potential in those last few fights for Entity to maybe catch them by surprise, get in with the good chronos, but yeah, as you say, Urudu definitely seeing sort of the way that this team has just continued to improve through their run from Div 2 and now up here in Div 1, being able to tackle these late game situations, which in the past, sometimes the kind of Div 2 teams that come up, they struggle in against the Tier 1 team.
Definitely. I mean, this was, yeah, like I said, great itemization, great team fights, great ways to just continue that pressure on. Slight overextension maybe 1 or 2 times, but yeah, they knew exactly how to play. They knew how to just take these fights, and even though Watson, he gets the TB, he just doesn't have damage. It's
Not at
a
that point.
53 armor Terror Blade, so
Yeah,
he's able to
he's
stand
massive.
his ground. So, yeah, well done from Oridu.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Urudu, they'll manage to shut this one down at 50 or so minutes in and take game 1 against Entity.
A big props to Oridu Thunders there. Their lineup, you guys said it. They had the perfect timing. They had the ease of execution and fantastic team fight as well. I gotta say, Entity, the Faceless Void last pick was really, really tough for Watson. He struggled in lane and was just consistently being picked off there.
Yeah, rough game for Entity. I think the quick TLDR is when you're picking TA like this and hoping to flex it. I think it's not really a good hero that you are meant to flex because the weaknesses of TA aren't then fixed by the pick of the Void. It felt uncomfortable, and it was so clearly doom and gloom when I think it was like minute 16, the Void and the Beastmaster together were like hitting the Ancients like, we'll get it together, boys, we'll get through this. It's like, I wasn't really happy with Entity's draft. I think it was very, very weak compared to their previous drafts, and for Urudu, they saw those weaknesses and punished it consistently throughout the entire game. Like Omar and Noob, the aggression that these two players brought was just a treat to watch.
It definitely didn't feel like an Entity draft. It didn't feel like the way you would normally see Entity play, but Oridu Thunders, massive props to them. I feel like we just have to keep talking about how well they set the tempo for this, how well they set the pace, and the fact that they got all 3 Roshans, they got all 3 Aegis there, Lizard.
Yep. I would go back to the draft first and foremost. The draft from Ooredoo Thunders kind of plays itself versus what Entity have got. Like Entity, they had no ways of playing the game until super later on, and they did reach. Like that's one. I guess it's not. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel, but the light on the end of the tunnel is actually a train. And it's Ooredoo Thunder, and they
Just
destroy
coming
you.
right
it's
towards
Noob
you.
rolling
They're just
thunder.
Yeah, so
okay.
steamroll over you.
yeah, so they did manage to get to the super late game where Void and TA, they do have enough damage. They might be able to take down TA 2000, but that's not the way you're supposed to play Dota. Come on, you're not supposed to just wait until minute 40. Like the only way they even got to, realistically, the only way they got to minute 40 is because a couple of times Ooredoo Thunder, they had the game in the bag and then they threw on the high ground pushes. They overcommitted.
We're seeing some like highlights here as well for the examples where Entity was able to get a couple kills, but it was just that unfortunate reality for them where is the damage? How can they get a fight where they're able to hit down? Because time and time again, we're seeing here there's these big back walls. Sure, oh wow, Watson's got the Terrorblade, but he's just tickling him. It just feels like it's a support Void, trying to set up for his team, and it's just a difficult game for them. But
I would say 98% of the chronos felt that way. I remember one in the early part of the game, I think around anywhere between minute 10 and 12, and Void got a fantastic chrono, but it was like one swashbuckle from Pengo, and he was down below half health, and you're just like, well, now I just have to run away. I'm using this chrono that should have been offensive to now be defensive and disengage. So
Yeah, they just Ooredoo Thunder were in complete control of the game from beginning until the end. 14-minute first rush, 24-ish second one.
Yeah.
You say they struggled to have that high ground push, though, which means they could have closed out this game earlier.
Yep.
What's something that you would have liked to see changed up for that high ground push? What could have made it a little bit cleaner and really brought this whole lineup and the whole execution together?
Look, some of the pushes were just wonky. It wasn't like I can't tell you that they strategically approached the pushes wrong because they didn't. They get a pick off and then they push, or maybe they push with an Aegis. But just the way they were pushing was all over the place. Like a TB with an Aegis loses it for absolutely no reason on a 3-minute mark. Like Aegis it had a really long chunk of it left remaining. He just loses it for no reason. Then the next fight on the mid lane push on the high ground, Pengo just goes in and dies somewhere deep. Like
Yeah, I mean-
they kind of feel.
they're just having like they know that they have the lead, and they just kind of
bit too
push the
relaxed,
limits.
yeah.
And it's like
I see.
the thing is like they can go for that play because as long as they force out a chrono or something, they reset, go again. Like they have so many fail safes with their lineup that they can do this. But if they did it like 1 or 2 more times, and suddenly the Void's
It would have been in very weird,
sure,
awkward territory.
It could have made the game more awkward, but I think realistically, Ooredoo are just so happy with this first game. It's just a very clean. And itemization-wise as well, you got this Clockwork who had some Halberd, Ghost Scepter eventually with a Hex, and on the flip side you got Noob as well going for some Halberd. So even if the game got harder, they just had to position nicely, double Halberd this Void, and he's going to have no damage, or even for TA as well.
I would just like to see, well, we will see another game. I like to see if Entity can draft a little bit better against Ooredoo Thunder, because for me, this game still falls into category of you just got heavily outdrafted. Your draft wasn't really playable until 30-40 minute mark, and by that time, yeah, okay, you can play, but they've been farming the whole map. They've got everything they needed.
Yeah, that's 30-40 minutes of disadvantage. you've had.
Exactly. Even if you reach that timing, it's still not going to be that great.
Before we do talk about the next game, the MVP for this one, normally I'd ask, but I'm going to throw a name towards you guys instead, yeah?
That's fine. Okay.
Okay, Clockwork.
Yes.
Omar.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad that the name I threw out there was one that you guys very easily will jump on and agree with that.
I mean, you look at the damage, right? He's got 30,100 damage compared to the 32,500 Terrorblade. He had more damage than any single hero inside of Dire. Like, he popped off this game.
Yeah.
That was simple as that.
Just one thing though, it's the axe, right? Like whenever you're playing Clockwork, you're gonna have like a ridiculous amount of damage if you have the Aghanims.
You'd be surprised. Some players somehow find ways to make that look bad. And like Amar, he made it look, good.
Yeah, you pop that axe, you just spam rockets, you're gonna have damage. But what also was really good is the way he played with his position 5 Kaori. Like they were just dominating the early game, the mid game. He goes in, maybe there's an Iron Shell on him or not, doesn't matter. He hooks in, follow up with a global, they kill off anyone on the side of Entity. So really nicely done.
Apparently second highest amount of damage in the game.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it was
That's
very good.
insane.
Yeah.
So you've got the stats on your side, and then you've got the itemization on your side, and then the way that he played, like just the hook shots were phenomenal. I think he was the one that was really setting the tempo for the team.
There is one stat that I think he needs to improve on, unfortunately. And again, his hero isn't built for it, but maybe he could. How much building damage do you think he did? Again, it is a clockwork. How much building damage do you think he did?
0.
0? Okay, Nat,
I'm gonna say at least some amount.
go on, give me a number.
1.5. Okay.
Oh, no, he did 48. He literally hit.
Oh.
He punched the
He
tower
hit
like
it
twice.
once.
Maybe once later
Later
game,
on.
I thought maybe
or
he did
twice
a little
early.
bit.
So
along
again,
the rack.
you know,
Probably twice, sir.
he doesn't need to. There we go. Oh, look at that. That is beautiful. Again, it is a clockwork. He doesn't need to hit the tower. If he does, he's kind of griefing
That's
his
not
team.
his job. He's looking at where everyone else is.
I
He's
know.
sending out the rocket flag.
Why don't rockets hit buildings? Like what?
Oh my God, no!
Dude, could you
please.
imagine? That'd be broken.
Imagine, that's like sniper with shrapnel back in the day. But you know,
Oh, shrapnel!
You
You see
see?
the towers?
See?
Oh my God, the throwback.
Dude, I have PTSD right now.
PTSD.
Do not bring that one up.
but no, you know, Amar, he had an incredible game. We just have to keep him grounded with a really dumb stat that he shouldn't
el-
have.
Yeah.
Good.
What else?
And,
Hit the building.
What else used to hit tower? Did the acid spray work? Like acid spray, did it damage?
Look, I'll let you guys reminisce. You can think about it. We're going to jump to a
shrapnel.
break. When we come back, we'll ask the question again, but we'll also have game number 2 between Entity and Ooredoo Thunders.
Void is fire. Void is fire. Guys. Pick up.
Oh,
I have cheese.
I'm hexing TA. TA hex. I'll halberd him after.
Look.
I abissel.
You can take.
Kill TA. Kill TA. TA dead.
Don't let me die.
You're fine.
Okay.
Nice. No
Go,
go.
void,
No,
void,
no,
void,
no,
void,
no,
void,
no,
void,
no,
void,
Look void.
I will
Nice.
center T. I will center T. Give
I
me
saw you.
vision.
Guys,
Two by.
Yes,
I'll hex him. I will hex TA.
Go.
I will search you into.
Eat.
Ooredoo Thunders took game 1 off of Entity here. Game number 2. I believe Entity can bounce back. Do you guys want to know why?
Why?
'Cause they have faced off before. Entity and Ooredoo Thunders, we've seen them play against each other.
Okay.
This is the Bet Boom Universe event that happened just before the major.
Many months ago.
Yeah? And Entity ended up taking it 2-1, right? They lost game 1 against Ooredoo Thunders though. So this could be a repeat. We could
So
see
you're
it happen again.
expecting a comeback.
I'm expecting Entity to be at least stronger in game 2. I will say that. I'm sure both teams have had a lot of growth, but I do believe that Entity have learnt from the greedy, uncharacteristic lineup they had in game 1.
They will not be flexing TA ever again.
Absolutely not.
I think there's some heroes in Dota that when you flex them, There isn't any like gotcha power in it, and TA has the same feeling to me. It's uncomfortable. It really is. 'Cause you just need one hero to counter it, and it doesn't matter what role it in. It's just gonna have a difficult game.
Yeah, maybe with the TA, if you have the last pick and then you put her on mid lane and she's
Sure.
she's
You mean like overall last pick?
yeah, overall last pick, and then you put her mid and she's doing well against the hero mid lane. Plus
a good
you
point.
get a really good gotcha last pick.
Yeah,
then
to
maybe-
clarify, first pick
Yeah.
flexing TA. There we go. I'll
yeah,
make that
it doesn't feel
addition.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But the second pick this time around. So on second pick, especially for teams like Entity, it is just
they
you
let
know,
the Phoenix go.
And the
That's it.
Disruptor.
And
That's
the
that's the one that I think is more important here. Disruptor gets let through, and Undying is banned out.
Yeah, right now I'm thinking, okay, let's see. You banned out the Phoenix last game. Let me
They
see
go to
it.
Disruptor.
Yeah, okay. And will they pick the Phoenix? Probably not. Like,
And Entity?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, it's
They
gonna
go
be
with the
Trooper
same
again.
opening.
Okay.
Again, but from second pick, this opening, as long as you enter the next phase with a really nice like Katomi hero or Fishman hero, now it's you have 2 picks to counter Urudu. You see everything. Your core picks will scale nicely. Your offlane shouldn't really be too beaten. For Urudu here, the question for them is like, do they want to lock in like the Naga straight away? Ban 3 times. We've seen that before. Or do they go a different route? They go for Puck. Perfectly fine.
Is that your Puck impersonation?
No, I just had something.
Oh, it's just something you
Yeah.
throw. Yeah,
That's
right. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I mean, Puck's also pretty nice in this spot because you now can cover it with like 1 or 2 bans if you want. If you respect maybe some DK, they're banning out TA.
There you go. The TA would have been maybe decent in this matchup, right? Like
This is
if
true.
you had TA, you put her mid versus the Puck, like it could work. What else is there? Like there's a Tiny and DK that you want to really be banning out. Probably Tiny is the one versus Entity that you want to see gone because they play like obviously Stormstormer plays a mean one. Entity, like their opening Rubik and Beastmaster is solid for Entity because I feel like they for that team particular because they can switch the Rubik anywhere, right? Like one thing that we've seen in the Chinese region is with the Beastmaster you get the Eng and you just dominate the map very early on. I haven't seen that same thing recreated from any of the
No.
European
But weirdly
teams.
enough, like Chen is the favored one.
And Tiny does get out, yeah.
So for Entity, at least, it's like they have the Morph ban, there's maybe a Drow ban, there's the Naga ban that we're mentioning. There's a lot of these cores that feel nice to pick in like a coupling in the second phase for Urudu, especially because for them, they can either go... I mean, realistically, I'd like to see Disruptor maybe... Wait, do they normally just play at 5, or is there some flex there?
No, there's
4
flex. 4 and 5.
Thermal
I
does
think
play,
is
okay,
good,
sure.
yeah, for them. I won't. Okay, so overall, I wouldn't like to see the Phoenix at all. I don't think the hero is that great, and you're playing versus Beast, so
Yeah,
almost
no
attack
Phoenix
speed.
right now.
But like, I imagine some Puck Disruptor and Phoenix team fights up to BKBs. It sounds solid. Well, after the BKBs are purchased, probably not. But yeah, just because it was first phase banned by Entity in that last game, I want to see why that hero at the moment is worth of a first phase ban.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it even like hits the second phase of bans. If Entity think it's that important,
I think
it
it will
probably
get
won't be.
untouched.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in theory should be untouched.
Yeah.
Like Urdu, they're banning all these kind of lane matchups against this Puck here.
Oh, just kidding! It does
actually
get
back-
banned.
Come on, what the hell? I really don't know
Sure.
what they see. I just want to see Game 3 now, and
It's-
I want to see Phoenix played by Urdu.
I mean, kind of with these heroes for Entity, it's like they've already been outplayed in game 1. If they put themselves in a bad position, some egg on top of Coil, on top of Static Storm, if they're not punishing these cooldowns, I can see it being overwhelming. So I respect them banning it on their own
But you have-
weaknesses, but...
We explained before why it's not that.
Yeah,
bad,
I
right?
know, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, you know... it's-
maybe.
Maybe they're in a bit of a pickle, but for Urdu here, any combos looks pretty good for them. I think Naga still looks really good, especially against Bane. You have so much disengage from there. If they want to go more aggressive, they can do some like CM Pudge option for them, but
Okay.
they have so many options now on Urdu that Entities...
I would love the Naga,
Yeah,
honestly. It's
This is so punishable, this like opening from Entity, I feel. It doesn't have the, wow, what a triple opening. It's now going to be a lot of pressure on Watson and Stormstormer to counterpick.
Even the channeling from Bane, like glimpse, GG. Like you just glimpse him from a mile away.
By the way, we've seen this combination of 3 heroes once before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys remember?
It was Liquid,
Yeah, it
and
was.
they played against a Death Prophet strategy.
Yes, and it was Entity. So Entity played against it. Entity had the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I
surrounded.
remember actually Puppy playing Bane as well versus that Prophet.
God, this does look like a
And
secret
what-
draft from last tour. When
Yeah,
they
from
went
last
bottom
tour.
two, yeah.
What a
exactly.
throwback.
Yeah.
What a throwback. And where did that get them?
Well,
Where's Puppy now?
we don't want to talk about that one too much. T's looking for him.
I'm just looking in Division 2, it's fine. They are there. They are looking pretty spooky down there. Okay, there you go, Clockwork Drow. Sure. I mean, I was mentioning Drow as a ban pop option for Entity, and now because there's a Bane, Clockwork, nah, it's just, these are just like old school counters to this Bane, right? You have Rocket Flare, Hookshot, now you've got Glimpse, the lane as well, Clock and Drow in tandem together is really strong.
Something they don't really play, right?
Well, you think Clock and
Oof, out of
Drow together?
I feel like if you want to bully this, I mean, Disruptor is so strong in lane as well that it doesn't really matter. Depends on the big picture of the game, but Clock Drow can have the same level of kill threat as a Disruptor Drow. It depends on the picks that surround it.
I think right now Clock Drow is maybe a little bit better.
Sure.
Disruptor Drow back in the day was good because of the Thunder Strike.
And that's Glimpse. That's a lot of Frost arrows, right?
Yep. The thing I'm seeing, the way I saw it is you put Thunder Strike and then Drow can keep on top of you. You can't run around in the trees.
Sure.
Right now you have to commit with the Glimpse. So
Yep.
maybe it was better before, like slightly better, but it's still very strong.
I'd love to see you already round out that draft with like a Tide Hunter, and then it's like Disruptor Tide in one lane, Clock Drow in another lane. You're looking pretty good.
Well, yeah, that is the thing. Is like they have the flexibility between Clock and Disruptor, so you can either go Amelia or ranged for your off lane and just pair it with the opposite in the support.
Now Entity wishes like, damn, we wish we didn't ban the Morphling and the Slot, because right in this position that would be pretty good. And
I'm excited for this. I want to see an OD success. Like, this hero has had some changes, and he definitely works well with the Meteor.
yeah,
Hammer build people are going for.
it's hammer or no hammer. For Manasper, it's a safe lane OD with no hammer. In mid lane, it 9 times out of 10 is a hammer. Against the active nature of Noob, some hammer mid hero would look pretty good, because as soon as puck leaves, that tower falls to, let's say, 6 or 7 hammers. But
And historically, like OD into the puck was bad for OD up to like maybe last 2 or 3 patches in which it's maybe a little bit more even or maybe even slightly favorable for OD in some games that I've seen. I still do like the puck. I still do like the Drow into OD. You're keeping distance. You're pew-pewing him from
I mean, Clock has
miles
such a
away.
great game still.
Clock as well. Like
He just has to sit on top of OD, forcing prisons to be used, not for the bigger picture, but for himself. But
Yeah, more defensively.
correct,
That's what
yes.
I'm looking for.
So Entity are going to be in a... the fact that they have last picks, they can pick OD in this position because the next pick they go for is going to be, they see everything. Watson, how are you going to win the game? Because OD is going to be some like budget Invoker style play for Stormstormer. It's like, I will take towers, I will be disruptive, but I will make noise for someone else to win the game. And that's exactly what this OD is for. It's like, sure, it's there. It could have been any other like hammer buying hero. And now they just need Watson to read the draft perfectly to get his hero to scale and not be some void who's tickling and doing no damage.
Right. I guess like the other advantage of OD here is like you can try and imprison someone, and then it's a 4v5 hopefully in your favor there.
He can't buy Shard because of Disruptor. As soon as he buys Shard on OD, then you're not allowed to walk away. You get Glimpse basically.
yeah, you get glimpsed back.
Because
right?
the difference is when you're without Shard, you're banished away into a whole other realm. When you're Shard, you technically, your model is
You're
on the
still
map.
on
You
them.
still exist.
But you can
So-
walk through kinetic field with the shard.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
but
it's,
you can get glimpsed.
so it swings and
Yeah.
roundabouts.
Yeah, so it's like you can walk through kinetic, but you're going to get glimpsed back.
Exactly.
Like there are some good things, some positives, some negatives for
And,
it.
I would love to see if you buy Shard and that happens with the Glimpse. It'd be hysterical.
I'm just looking at Entity, and I see a similar thing that I saw in that last game. That's you already have this OD, and like T said, it's probably not going to be like your position 1. It will be on the mid lane, and you might end up in the same situation in which if this OD is not having the best game, you will lack a playmaker. Like you will not have one, which is possible.
I love the bans from Urdu. I was thinking Monkey King. There's the Tide ban from Entity. I feel like both teams have adjusted nicely with what they see with the bans. You're mentioning Active Nature, Nature's Prophet Monkey. A final phase Nature's Prophet ban is pretty rare to see, but it's kind of what they need from their carry. It's like, as soon as the map feels small from Hammer falling on mid, Beast taken off lane, if you have a carry that also excels with that kind of noise and chaos,
What about some
be pretty
crazy
good.
Lycan here? Like just
but Urdu,
yeah, you don't have the last pick, but you just send all these minions on Bane, on Rubik, on OD.
What about Primal? It's still in the pool. It's Stormbreaker.
Okay, with
so
a puck.
The issue
right?
of Primal would be there's Raw, there's Grip, and there's Imprison, so there's a lot of ways to
True.
disengage from a single target initiating hero. And for Urdu, they go for Dawnbreaker. So now they're basically going to be offering up Clock or Puck to start the fight. If they ever jump them, it's Dawn covers on top. During that, Drow then gets to position nicely to pew away. But it does leave a void in Urdu's lineup where they don't have a natural building hitter early on to set pace, where Entity, they have multiple forms of map closing style heroes.
The thing is, Tier 2000's draw is probably one of the best I've seen. He plays it very active, so I think that he comes online or he feels like he has a lot more impact than other draws. Normally, draw, you feel the impact at 35 minutes. For him, I would say 18 to 20 minutes.
I remember a game in which he literally just won the team fight in that sub 20-minute mark. Like, he already came online. He was winning fights really nicely. I'm not sure. Like, you can still put maybe the OD versus the Dawnbreaker last pick, something that scales well into the puck or plays well into the puck. Or you can go something that gets on top of Drow easily. Like, if you want to go Ultra Greed, there's still the Spectre.
There we go. I was waiting for you to say Spectre.
Yeah, there is still the Spectre. But...
Oh,
okay.
Marcy.
I mean, we love how China plays offlane Marcy to punish these range cores.
But to carry Marcy.
You throw into carry, it'll just accelerate those timings.
This happened last tour. Didn't we see Watson Marcy carry last tour? I swear.
Maybe.
I'm sure they played it last
so
tour.
sure.
I can't remember if they carried on it or if it was like a, ooh, what did they do? I'm going to happily scroll back and find out.
All right, you can have a look, and Lizard, you can give me your thoughts on these two drafts. Carry Marcy and
okay, sure. Entity, I actually like this draft better than the last one. I think they have more chances. Oredu Thunder's draft, again, looks like really solid. Like, they got everything they needed. I think the draft looks better. It's not wonky. It's in the meta. Everything is fine. But it is in Entity's, how to put it, like structure, their play style, to have these semi-cores. Like, you have the OD, you have the Marcy as well. They'll be running across the map very early on, fighting from the get-go with the Beast. So I can see them just controlling the map with the Meteor Hammer on Storm. But Stormer, that is.
Yeah.
He's played it before. He went 10, 4, and 22. He beat Tundra when Skidder played Lina. So
we have faith in it. We have faith in the Marcy carry.
it also was a Tundra that didn't know how to play Lina.
Okay, all right. Well,
but I do kind of have faith in the Marcy. It's a good
circumstances.
Like,
a good court.
Yeah, Marcy into Drow. Like, Drow's always on the retreat. So I like it. I do.
Yeah.
Maybe a game 3.
Okay, all right. We have a lot more faith in Entity and the draft here in game number 2, so we'll see how it plays out. It's Entity up against Oredu Thunders with Odie, Pixel, and Fog.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, game 2 ready to go. And Fog, we heard it from the panel, definitely having a bit more faith in potentially what Entity is going to be able to execute this game 2. Do you sort of agree, or do you again sort of see some problems in their lineup against Oredu in this game 2?
I'm definitely seeing some problems. I think it's slow again. It feels like they have to have a good lane. They have to have a good game coming out from Stormer. I'm seeing very similar stuff coming out where Oredu can dictate pace of the game, play super aggressive, get early buildings, and I mean, there's so many different ways for them to pressure on the map. I really love Oredu's draft, to be quite honest with you. I've always not really been the biggest fan of this Marcy carry, and also picking OD into triple silence is quite a bit of a risk. Even though, yes, now it's played around that Meteor Hammer, stuff like that, there's ways to stop it. They've got the Disruptor Glimpse, they've got the Clockwork that can jump in, they've got Puck as well, too. So, I mean, for me, I'm really liking Oredu's again.
Let's see. I mean, last game, Oredu, they did have pretty much the lead throughout, but it still took them quite some time to shut the game down. See on the odds here, provided by our partner, esportsbet.io, having this one as dead even.
Okay. I mean, let's hope we get a nice and close one coming out here. Oredu, they're also playing Dire, and for those who've been checking these win rates too, Dire has been pretty crazy. I think it has over a 65% win rate in Western Europe at the moment, which is, I mean, one of the highest I think it's been for a long time, which is pretty nuts. And yeah, a very pressure-heavy lineup, and lots of different ways to disrupt the aggression and the lack of damage that perhaps Entity's going to have in the early game. Fishman, he's back to one of his old heroes, back to one of his staples. He is going to be playing his Bane. Most of his heroes have, of course, been banned and taken away, so back to basics.
Would you say this sort of makes for a decent safe lane here? Now, how do you sort of rate this against the offlane duo of Oredu?
Oredu's look strong. It's pretty strong, but at the same time, too, Marcy and Bane. Bane is one of those better right-clickers, so yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of healing that's going to come out from Sidekick, from Brain Sap, but I would say that Oredu should be able to get some good farm. I think mid is the matchup I'm going to be looking at. I think a lot of this game is going to be dictated if Stormer has a good time and he's able to actually apply pressure in the early game. I think it's just always scary when you're playing versus this the TA 2000 guy when he's playing his Drow Ranger, as we've talked about time and time again. This is his best hero. His Terrorblade was definitely very formidable, but when he plays this Drow, he always just, like they were saying on panel, he's so fast how he joins the fights.
Sure. And you feel like he's going to have a decent start, good setup here with the clock support in his lane?
Absolutely. Yeah, he should have some pretty good farm up here versus the Rubik Beastmaster. Kiori, he is going to be the one playing this Clockwork this time around. Bottom, Omar actually getting quite a bit of pressure onto him. There's a lot of kill threat on this lane down bottom.
Yeah, we'll see when the level 2s go out.
Yeah.
Would imagine both teams will try and strike. Overall as well, I mean, getting to see Wooter this game on the Dawnbreaker, not really one of the most favoured offlaners at the moment. I mean, what do you feel that Uridu felt kind of just fits so well for the Dawn being in this lineup this game?
Maybe just looking at like limited damage and just being able to join constantly to set pace again, playing around that puck coil. It is a very aggressive lineup that they've gone for yet again as Kiori. They have enough. Nice cogs. I think he just wants, I mean, it's another like scaling carry that also is going to provide a lot of utility and defense for something like this early Drow that they had. And it just works great with Puck, so.
Good for the offensive setup, and also, of course, those very kind of coordinated ults that you can respond to. If someone gets roared or gripped, you'll be ready to come across with the heals.
They can use it in so many different functions, yeah. The defensive and offensive capability is going to be fantastic. If he gets a good lane, which so far, so good. 13-0 on this Dawn, 11-2 on the Marcy. And even the Puck doing quite well in the mid matchup right now versus Stormstormer.
Cat's out, mate.
Should be okay.
Okay, he's still going to be able to get on top
I mean,
of
he
it
gets
with
the cogs on him, uh-oh.
And now TH2000 coming in from the side, the multi-shot. Going to hit onto Toby. They're both very low on Entity.
Toby's in trouble.
And he's going to be the first
Hey,
to go
Katomi.
down. They're cleaning up both of them.
Oh, boy. They're going to lose out on a whole wave here, too, on the side of Entity. Maybe even more than just a wave. A very good aggressive play from me. I'm surprised the way that Entity actually played the lane where they, I mean, right at the end there, where they pulled it into the neutral crypts and they stayed right on top of this Clockwork.
That's the thing.
It's a bit weird.
Yeah, not only did they pull it, but they both kind of were set up to just be caught in the cogs. So, definitely. I mean, I get it. I guess they were sort of trying to disperse the battery assault damage, but
I guess so, but
ends up costing them both their lives.
I thought they were just going to be able to waltz away, but the fact that they stood there for a second, yeah, they get caught inside the cogs and both lose their lives. Definitely not something you want to do, giving TA2000 this type of start.
No. This Drow's going to be very, very happy.
And now it's level 3 Clockwork. So level 2 Battery Assault is online. Almost level 4 on the Drow, and he's got tons of stat items being brought out already since he gets that kill. Definitely not the start that Entity wants. And yeah, the Puck, he's holding his own versus OD, who tends to be a bit of a lane dominator. Noob. Knows what he's doing. And with how much pressure that they're applying in the top lane, too. I mean, Toby, we see, goes for Inner Beast again in this lane. This is fine in this one because he's not playing versus the TB as much, but does mean he's not going to be able to get those stacks going early. And Kiori, he looks like he's wanting to perhaps make a move, but the constant spam onto TA2000. But as we said, him getting the early kills, he's got double Wraith Band, he's got the Raindrop to soak some of that damage from the Fade Bolt and stuff, and he's brought extra regen.
Bottom lane. Let's make the connection here. Might soon be at the point where they can set up to go for the Bane.
Winter is staying a bit low. They don't want to overcommit onto Watson. Watson does have level 2 sidekick. Top though, Toby's caught.
Yeah, Corey, he's able to close the gap. And I mean, at this point, anytime anyone gets caught in the cogs,
Katomi might too.
I think they'll get both. The battery assault's still there. They'll run down Kataomi. This top lane, it's getting pretty rough for Entity. 4 kills now that TH2000 and Corey have been able to take against them.
That is disastrous. This Drow is set up for total success now in this game. Yeah, it's a pretty good Drow game overall when you're looking at the matchups. The only thing he really has to worry about is this Marcy. Watson.
So able to pull himself back to safety.
Watson's got some heavy lifting to do this game. Having an excellent start, though, on this Marcy. But oh my god, not again.
Not again.
No way. Oh my god, Owen.
I mean, not,
Makes
is
it-
it, oh, no, at least
okay,
it's not going to be
Katomi, so-
both of them this time. But my goodness, you can't come back up here.
You got to just...
You can't come back up here. And
you
you
don't
haven't got any stacks.
Exactly, so you
It's-
can't even jungle.
There's no plan B.
Oh my goodness. This is a real disaster. And Omar even now walks toward mid, gets Noob a rune. We have to, I mean, Toby has to walk his way all the way back toward top. So Drow is going to be level 6 by the time this beast... they're just going to... They can't lane this. I don't know
now,
how.
Now you're just going to die in 3 attacks from the Drow or something crazy. It's...
Yeah, this is, I mean, huge problems. And Kaori already has the aggressive vision placed down. He's ready to go for any type of kill if they step up. He's giving all the XP. So yeah, watch TA2000. He's hit 6. And he nearly has treads done too. I mean, anyone who steps up might
I
just
mean,
die again.
they are going back up there because, as we said, with no sort of stacks prepared, there isn't really another option.
But they can't even walk up. Look, they have the ward vision, so they see this clockwork, but they can't do anything with the vision. They just have to keep themselves back, and they don't actually find this sneaky ward. Now they will.
They'll get it at least, yeah.
But they can't get anything.
Courier has been killed.
And Noob is hasting top. He actually makes the sneaky move. Is he actually going to be able to find them?
Same time, Entity, they'll get a kill on the board down bottom.
Okay.
Set off for the courier and TP back over to mid. Noob feels that they already have information that he's heading over there, so won't be able to get them by surprise. Doesn't want to miss out on too much in the mid lane.
They got the important courier kill, though, earlier on Stormstormers, so that Meteor Hammer is going to come quite a bit slower than I think he wanted. It's got over a minute that it's going to be before Stormstormer is able to apply that pressure onto mid tower. And they fill the bottle mid. But Watson having a good time. Most important thing for them at the moment. Him and OD, Stormstormer, even though the Meteor Hammer is going to come late, he is still free farming. But my god, I cannot believe how many kills they were able to find top already. Setting up TA2000 for a beautiful game.
And how good would you consider the answers for a Drow this game in Entity's Heroes are this game?
It takes time. It's going to take quite a lot of time because, you know, Watson, he's going for the Battle Fury build. So he's the one who really counters that Drow in a way, being able to get on top of her. But yeah, it's going to take... I mean, he's going to have his second item probably before he looks to get involved. So again, it's a slow-paced draft from Entity that Oradu is going to try to take advantage of. They have done a really good job of shutting down Winter as well, too, though.
Toby's got to be careful. I mean,
Oh
he's
my
just
God.
dead.
And Noob's here, too. Are they going to set up for more?
I mean, they
Kaori?
need more TPs in to just make sure that Urdu can't continue to get away with this dive. But
Watson comes. Okay, this is a nice TP.
see what they cannot afford to let Urdu get away with this. But
Oh,
they know
no.
the Ancients. They get the deny.
The
The
pulse-
Ancients take out TA2000. Noob's going to be able to orb away. So, they have to do that. Entity. They have to come with the TPs, but they don't even get the kill on the Drow.
What was it? The pulse? The pulse from the Unleash aggro the Ancients?
Something pulled them over,
Something
yeah.
pulled them over. All right, well, that's a bit fortunate for TA2000. But a good rotation. I love that Entity. They understand. They're like, we need to fix these lanes. They send Toby bottom. They're moving Watson toward top, and they're trying to reestablish things here. That does mean that Wheater is also going to be able to catch up, though, on the same front. And they're even sending the Drow down.
Poor
Toby.
Toby on this Beastmaster. He's not really getting a break.
Oh, God, they're already setting up the vision behind, too. They know he's here.
And he can't get out right. He's
Oh, my, they're just going to dive him. They're forcing the wave in with Glyph. Toby,
going to show himself.
they're diving him.
He's gone again.
Oh my goodness. The 0 and 5 on Toby.
9 minutes in.
And this tower is going to go down. Watson can't actually apply the same amount of pressure top. He can't go for these tower pushes as easy as this Shroud can.
No, TO2000 can take this down easy.
If he overcommits on the Marcy, he could just die to a coil plus TP rotation, so has to be a bit careful. This is devastating. He has hit level 5 now on the Beast, though. I think he has to just go farm Triangle. Just go farm those stacks that they've got prepared for him.
Bottom tower has fallen.
He's new. He might have just killed himself with this jump.
Ooh, no.
It's a risky one.
Yeah, I mean, this man was a step closer. He would be getting that nightmare off.
Good aggressive move. With that, Watson maybe feels like he can actually hit top tower. Yeah, he pops the Unleash. No puck to be able to coil him. Let's see if they look to make a move. The Dawn is 6 now. So if they do set up with maybe one of the supports, they could look to do a Solar Guardian play onto Watson. At the moment, though, in the river, Stormstormer.
Use the Solar Guardian to jump over and help here. They'll look to chase down the idea. They catch with the cogs to be able to turn and get the Sanity's Eclipse off, but it's not enough damage to straight up get a kill. We'll still have Corey falling down it, but overall, Urdu, the 2 for 1.
And they're all set up here for this tower push. Even TA2000, so mid tower, it's in a lot of trouble. There's no real way for Entity to defend this. Just some Fate Bolt spam, perhaps maybe is going to stall it enough. And they have Glyph, okay, so we'll be able to keep that alive for now. And Toby is starting to catch back up down the bottom lane. Finds a little bit of room to breathe. Again, though, what do? They're the ones dictating pace. They're playing fast.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
Got
fortified.
Glyph for the Meteor Hammer. Watson is looking to stack for his buddy, for Toby to catch back up. Toby going to start clearing them. They're definitely feeling good on the side of Oridu. They've got this Drow Ranger top net worth, farming Ancients level 8. But on the flip side, I mean, Watson, he is having good farm on this Marcy at the moment. So like we said, though, it's just going to take him a lot more time to get too involved since he is going Battle Fury. In China, I don't think we got to see too many of the carry Marcies in particular, but we got to see a lot of those offlane Marcies to deal with the Drow, and they go armlet, so you have that like plus armor and you get on top of him. But we'll see what route Watson does go. Since he's going Battle Fury, he can't actually go for that. He has to go for bigger, greedier items.
Yeah, I imagine it's just going to Battle Fury, BKB Basher.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Maybe a Blink somewhere in between there, depending on how things go, because he needs to get on top of the Drow. But yeah, 2k lead for Ordu.
Oh, Corey. He's able to get in with a hook shot. And TP's coming in, maybe see if they can do anything to help out, but yeah, TA2000 is also there. Offers up the damage required to take Fishman down before any response is there from Entity.
They're looking for a glimpse. Can they find him? They can't. And they don't overcommit spells there. That's just a hook shot. You can see that Omar, he could have dropped Static Stone, but he's saving it for a bigger target. They don't want to waste it on a 5 position. Arcane Rune in Noob's bottle. And this time they'll be able to finish off this tower. Entity needs more time to be able to fight versus this heavy team fight lineup that Oridu does have, on top of having this strong scaling Drow Ranger. And just like last game, I mean, it's a really good Clockwork game. And Kaori, it's not Omar this time playing it, but Kaori, he's
well.
part of all 10 kills, Owen.
Oh, well, there you go. He's
6-2 and 4.
Said, you know, Omar, step aside. Let me show you how I can take it to even the next level. After, indeed, Omar had a fantastic game in Game 1 with it.
He's playing versus Bane, so he always has the opportunity to really shut this hero down. Same thing for versus OD. It takes time for you to be able to farm these like 4 steps and whatnot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, this is going to be one of the slower recoveries really for Toby. Farming out those, I mean, it's a pretty big Ancient stack at the least, and it's not going to be taken away. But that does mean all the time in the world for Oridu to sit back and farm and make their own plays. They can have the Dawnbreaker playing on one side of the map. They have the Clockwork Puck playing together, so Entity's got to bring numbers to try to clear them out of this jungle here. Kaori.
He's waiting. Just chilling there on the high ground. Has the cogs. He's got the hook shot across as well to put a stop to the Meteor Hammer. Solar Guardian in from Wuta. They'll turn for Fishman.
Ooh, stolen Solar Guardian. Okay.
What they can do in response to the Dream Coil and the Static Storm laid
Watson
down onto Watson, and TA2000 turning up as well. They should be able to clean up the kills here, Urdu. As Katomi falls, jump to the side. Watson desperately trying to get away. I think he might just, have they got anything to drag him back here? They haven't. So Watson will manage to live.
I cannot believe he
I
survived.
mean, he caught in the 2 ultimates, but indeed, yeah, TA2000 wasn't quite close enough to be able to start punching into Watson. So Watson will live this time.
Did they stack the silences a little bit too, I think, maybe?
I think
the
coil
gust
and static.
the coil static
gust.
and then the gust on top of the static too, so maybe a little bit of like a bad execution perhaps there from Oridu. But either way, Watson survives, big deal. And they do bring the numbers. And honestly, the stolen Solar Guardian, all these little things definitely came into play to save Watson. Fishman, he's set up onto Kaori. He's gonna have to just use grip. Oh, the Stone Glimpse!
Oh, that might set it for a second kill.
Nicely done.
Good stuff there from Katomi, as you say. Previous steal in this one, setting up for some good turnaround plays for Entity.
Save your buddy syndrome right there. Disruptor trying to help the Clockwork get himself killed. And now, giving up Glimpse is a big deal when you're playing versus Dawnbreaker. Witcher, he can just jump in, get glimpsed across the side of the map. So this could actually be huge here for Entity, just having this spell steal.
Step up quite aggressively to try and set up for that play, Fishman. As he will go down. They'll use the glimpse to make sure that TA2000 doesn't get a chance of joining the fight here in the mid.
And they know he's down bottom, so maybe they can set up onto TA2000 down here.
Even though at the same time, I mean, unless they do make that move, I feel like Tier 2000, he didn't really mind getting glimpsed back. He kind of turned up, got the kill, and then got sent back down there. He was able to continue farming on his own.
And they do make a smart move. You see Kaori, he's maybe expecting and anticipating this move that comes out from Entity, so he's already bringing his whole team bottom to help this Drow. They're playing very smart around the map. I'm just going to keep looking at this stolen glimpse, though, because I think it could be a big difference maker in the next few fights.
Entity want to go.
Tell me.
A little bit of a glimpse onto the Rubik, and yeah, they'll take out Katomi. They can go for anything else as Fishman is caught in the cogs. Noob trying to wrap around from the back lines, but Watson's in on top of him. Orbs at the ready. Ooh. Now let's jump up to the high ground, but Toby gets the roar off onto the puck. So Noob will get caught. Solar Guardian coming in as Woots is ready to join the battle, but Kaori is kind of struggling against the damage of Solar Storm and Toby. So second hero down on Urdu, and Urdu now on the retreat. Katomi back in the game with this buyback. Maybe they'll help out Watson.
No way.
Is he getting out for this low ground?
He actually is the
They
tumbler's
didn't
toy.
have the reach to grab him with anything after he jumped down there.
Oh man, they tried to go for the bigger kill. Katomi, he buys back, and he actually ran directly at the Drow, and then started to cut back to go for the Disruptor. And Omar lives because of Tumbler's toy. Oh my god. And that was a buyback, so.
It was, yeah, Katomi.
And maybe even a bit of a lucky grab there, Toby getting that roar off onto the puck. Noob, I don't think he saw him.
Yeah, it was sort of through the tree line.
Yeah. Good grab there from Toby. And Watson, he's getting away with farm. Those big levels, it's all that matters really on Marcy. Getting level 12 in particular, getting a Brigand's Blade or something like that, and getting that BKB to get on top of Drow. Still, of course, behind, but doing okay, all things considered, after dying, what, 5, 6, 7 times in the top lane. TA2000 gets blessed. He gets himself a Grove Bow on this Drow Ranger. He already has his Hurricane Pike, too.
Dire are scanning.
Does Watson get lucky is the question. Is he going to find a Brigand's Blade?
Dire's middle tower
We'll find out in a moment.
has fallen.
Either that or the Dagger of Bristol are both nice on Marcy.
Yeah, but the dagger, you've got to press the button.
You got to press the button, it's true.
It's always a bit of a... It's a job too much, honestly.
It's still really nice. Synergizes perfectly with Sidekick and Unleash.
That should help.
Farm pretty close here, less than 1k. Ordu still feeling like they're in a very comfortable position so far in this game, especially with their early aggressive wars they've been able to place out. TA2000 still massive also. Hurricane Pike plus the Shard finished level 13. So he does have that full level in comparison to Watson still. Roche, okay, this is a sneaky one perhaps. Okay, just kidding, it's spotted immediately by a rocket. Ordu, they smoke under a ward.
Radiant's bottom tower
See where Entity
is
looks to
under
make their
attack.
positioning here. Who are they gonna get the
They'll
jump
smoke up
on?
themselves.
Are scanning.
They see
Oh,
TA2000.
if they can get the Drow.
This could be huge.
They're trying to get on top of him, but he's able to Hurricane Pike and get away from them before anyone could get any sort of catch. Will mean
Oh, they get the courier.
Courier's lost. So yeah,
That's a-
Noob, no blink.
That's a big
Radiant's
one.
middle tower is under attack.
Still kind of difficult for Entity to step straight back into the pit now, though.
Playing around their vision, though. TA2000, he's going to start knocking on mid tower. Hoping to force a reaction. Fishman, he steps up a bit far.
He's trying to look for some sort of setup opportunity. He gets the Nightmare onto Amar, which means there's not an immediate glimpse, but as the Nightmare comes to an end, there will still be one.
They have full vision right now. The Hawk is literally right on top of all of Oradu.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Courier's just being
Another
fed.
Courier going down.
So many couriers is dying here.
Not the time to make the deliveries.
Keeping tabs with Roche. And Watson does not get fully blessed, but a pretty good one. A Dragon Skill's not too bad. Hook shot, baited.
Lynx there in time to get away. They'll turn with Nightmare. Now come up with the grip. But, quick glimpse onto Fishman, puts an interruption to the channeling. There's Corey. He'll be able to walk away from this, and with the gust coming in, Fishman, he's going to be the one to get taken out.
Very optimistic grip when you're playing versus Disruptor.
So many ways to sort of put a stop to that.
They have to sit on this high ground. They can't lose this vision.
4 versus 5 now, and looks like they've had enough of it. I mean, at least Watson, he's TP'd away just to clear up the wave top. Doesn't want to sort of spend any more time waiting around the Roche area.
They're not getting farm. Watson's like, I need to get this BKB. I need to get my levels. Drow Ranger was still continuing to farm even though that pressure was still going on. How are the couriers looking? Are they going to be respawning? Yeah, respawning pretty soon. The blink on the puck, 30 seconds.
Yeah, we've got Blink on TA2000 as well now.
Oh, okay, cool. Did he blink?
Oh, wait, no,
He
he
went
didn't.
ulti orb. I was like, wait, what? I was like, that's very
I
early.
just imagine it. I think it must have been a leftover from when we clicked on noob.
Yeah.
It looked like it was... no, there you go. It looks like it's the Drow's courier. But no, indeed it isn't. You're right. He's still going for that Lincoln's. And the blink will be... I'm sure he'll probably get a blink eventually.
Yeah,
this
probably.
game. But yeah, just making sure he can get some sort of protection against the roar and the grip.
They're giving Watson the farm here. He needs BKB to be able to walk into fights properly. And yeah, as we're pointing out, he didn't get the Brigand's Blade or the Dagger of Bristol. A bit unfortunate for him, but he's got Dragon Skill, so plus armor, of course, always going to be pretty effective versus Drow.
Dire are scanning.
A couple more creep camps and the BKB will be there. And then definitely imagine we'll see Entity try and go for a play.
Omar will get the D ward around the Roche pit. Very important one. Stormstormer, he's playing around top very aggressively. He's got to be a bit careful. Has Blink. Okay. I was like, this is a bold place to be. And he has vision of them. They did double ward the jungle when they went for the pressure onto that Roche. So they will see the heroes set up toward top. TA2000, though, continuing to get pretty big. He's farming just a bit faster than Watson, even though Watson has that Battle Fury. But Watson now, BKB's done. He's got the Blink queued. Probably Blink and then Basher. Just wants, yeah.
Have they got smoke here? What's the plan?
They do at the moment, but they lost a lot. I mean, they still do have that one ward I was mentioning from before.
There we go.
So maybe they're going to look to play around that if they can get a big catch, if they can get a wraparound.
So you imagine, like, Watson in these fights, he's just going to look to kind of BKB and get on top of the Drow.
Yeah. They have a lot of ways to protect the Drow, though. She has her own Force Staff. The Kaori's got a Force Staff, and they have this Greaves and everything to play around, too. So not the easiest task to really, even if they get on top of TA2000, to bring him down.
I mean, yeah, look at this scribbling. They know where
Yep.
Entity is coming from. But how did they know that the smoke was coming from this angle?
Just big brain.
Oh, yeah,
I
guess so.
didn't get to see it. I don't
No,
think
it's
it was under any vision or
furious
anything.
scribbling from Wuto around,
Yeah.
literally right on top of them. So maybe something, some sort of interaction with something they saw.
Radiant
Looking at the lanes, too, nobody's showing at all. So they're like,
Sure,
they're
true,
looking for potential to
true.
wrap on us somehow and get on top of Drow. So
Yeah, and
they're very on top of it.
now that they know, we'll see if Urdu want to try and fight this. They're setting up themselves.
All about playing around these cliff wards. Yeah, there's the rocket to scout all of them. Omar steps up a bit. They want to be able to clear the vision out around here.
Radiant's
Two
middle
aggressive
tower
wards
is
placed out from
under
Entity. Wheater is going to start pushing and getting that farm also down bottom, and he can always join the fray as the Stonebreaker. Greaves are done, and he's halfway toward his Aghanims too. This is a really impactful one. Now they're going to, like we said, multiple different forms to protect the Drow, even if they're going to get on top of her. And there's no way there's any type of evasion piercing that's going to be coming out from Watson for an age, honestly. That could be like a 4th, 5th item. Yeah, Lincoln's is done. So versus these single targets, versus the Fiend's Grip, the OD Astral, versus the Roar. He's got protection. He can even throw it onto something like the Puck, and then even Noob can just play super aggressive. And yeah, they will take out that vision, so in firm control of this area now. They're the ones who want to make a play. They're feeling strong.
It is in a good spot to set up, though.
Stormstormer, he's got to be careful here.
Oh, they'll start on him with the silence. They get the Dream Call off as well before the Force to the side. Woods is coming in with the ultimate, and Stormstorm, he has to immediately buy back.
Stone Static Storm.
Yeah, there's maybe a chance to turn, but the Grieve heals are there. They've put the roar
Watson.
down onto Noob.
He's
Noob
on the
falls
high
down to
ground.
the side, and indeed he's stuck on a cliff.
Oh no, Watson!
He pops his BKB, but he's got nowhere to go. Will finally jump down. He's healing up a little bit, but he's pretty much all on his own. Stormstormer tries to help. But that's Watson gone, and Stormstormer did buy back for this. He's got to be careful. Wuda comes in swinging his hammer, smashes down on a Stormstormer. It's a dieback on the OD.
Oh, God.
It's falling apart here for Entity underneath the tier 2. Toby to go down as well. It's a dieback on him. You know, double diebacks. Toby and Stormstormer in this fight. Fell apart so quickly for Entity.
They might still lose more. Fishman.
They get the glimpse back. I mean, you feel it, you know, Entity, I think they're kind of like, well, what do we do now?
Oh,
That
my God.
really couldn't have gone any worse.
Literally the worst thing that could have happened. Watson, he's had his strength. He's on the cliff the entire fight. Stormstormer dies, buys back. Toby buys back, dies. They even got a pretty cool static storm steal, and they catch it on everybody, but Watson isn't able to hit. He literally, look at his damage. Like Watson, it all comes out at the end of the fight, but it's way too late.
And yeah, just about having the Greaves. We saw Wuta just pretty much able to make sure that they could easily live through the static storm. I think some good force play as well. They were getting noobs sort of out of the silence.
I mean, the game now is
very hard.
It's pretty much impossible. Stormstormer, he's killed his whole game after that, too. He was pretty far from BKB. Now he might not even get it before this game ends. Or do. They really are. They're patient and they know exactly how to execute their fights. That was a beautiful jump the way they started. Putting down Vision instantly, getting the OD. TA2000 having a sip. He's like, oh yeah, I'm feeling good now.
Radiant's top tower is under
10,
attack.
1, and 11.
Was it a...
That's pretty, yeah, what's 21 of the 23 kills he's been involved in, so just a incredibly active and incredibly farm carry. You know, it has not cost him any sort of sacrifice in farm this game.
I think you don't want to give clockwork to this team. Kaori is also 22 of the 23 kills.
That's true.
Pretty
The fact that
insane.
they do it this well in both roles, yeah, that's got to be up there on sort of the potential bans. And sure, there's sort of the more meta supports that we're seeing kind of get considered over this, but against Duridu, you might want to put Clock towards the top.
And now you get to hear the percussive beats very nicely, nice and clear. They're super confident. After that type of fight especially. I think the 5 position is soon going to catch up to the mid and the offlaner of Entity.
I mean,
That
another
is
bad
absurd.
fight, and that certainly could happen.
And bad fights are very likely to happen now at this point with how farmed everyone is on Oridu after this
They just
last
got
one.
so many items, extra item pretty much on everyone now.
Yep. Wito, he has Aghanims.
Yeah.
Full Kaya Sanj also on Noob. Just already a good game for the Puck, limited control. Now he's able to just thrive as Tier 2 drops bottom. Level 18 on the Drow. Yeah, and Watson. He's got his Blink, he's got his BKB, but now it's that extra element. Sure, even if he's going to be able to get the Basher, he's got to go through the Greaves and that Aghanims on the Dawnbreaker. It's difficult for him.
He's got to try and find fights as a safe distance away from cliffs as well.
Yes, that as well. Good Tommy. Ooh, saved for a second here, but the orb.
It may just be for a second. Yeah, and indeed it was.
Oh,
He still
Fishman!
goes down. Fishman stepped up. It's just an immediate death on him.
Shard from the Drow gets that slow applied on him. They have to buy back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or do with no mercy today.
And so far in this game too, looking to shut it down a lot cleaner than game 1. Game 1 took a bit of time and it got kind of late, but with this sort of a lead, it's pretty difficult to see how Entity's going to get anywhere close to slowing them down as much as they did in the first game.
Yeah, they're always going to be like 2 items behind on the Marcy from what he wants to go for to be able to deal with this immense Drow. Yeah, they kind of have to just watch this.
Yeah, well, what do you do? It's 2 minutes still on the Aegis. You can't touch this Drow.
Fishman could just die.
There's the glimpse into the multi-shot. Astral will again buy him some time.
Here's the orb.
It's going to catch him, and TA2000 finishes him off. Another buyback having to come out. Watson's going to get in, jumps onto TA2000. The shot's going to end up getting whiffed, but will at least cause a distraction, allow TA2000 to get out of there and keep the Aegis safe.
They might reinitiate here. Or do. They're waiting. They know the Unleash was used. Marcy, that's all that she really can do in the fight.
And another buyback was used, right? So you got 4 buybacks now on cooldown for Entity. Only Watson that's close to being able to have the chance of his own. 40 gold away.
Yeah, they want to finish off this Rax. Stormstormer, Lincoln's blocks it. And Witcher still being patient. He still has Solar Guardian too, even if they do get on top of that Drow.
Yeah, coming in with that. Having the Aghanims and the Greaves on top of it, he pretty much makes it impossible for an Entity to have a chance of blowing up any of Uridu's cores at the start of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he can press his buttons, which he will be able to sort of split on the map as he is, far away from any chance of Entity jumping. does not make it easy for Entity to start off any of these plays. Try for the catch. Good attempt with the stolen hook shot, but not quite able to catch him.
He's got the Kai Assange. That status is just maybe trickling him up a little bit. Watson has hit level 18, but it just, yeah, there's so many different layers.
TH2000 wants to go for him. I mean, if it's a lot of damage. And they got him.
Oh my god.
They got him. He's out for a minute.
I mean, these two together are just monsters. This Clock and Drow Range are just crippling everyone.
TH2000, he's going to be able to step up and say, get your hands off my Clockwork.
And a good coil.
This is looking like a bit of a cleanup underneath the tier 4s.
They're just diving.
There's no buybacks. Fishman's also not going to be able to make it back to the fountain. As they'll tap out. They don't want to go through this anymore. GG is called. Uridu take game 2, and with that the series 2-0. And yeah, looking strong in game 1. Definitely was a more challenging one for them. This game 2, they made it look pretty easy. That sort of one fight around the Radiant Triangle that went so downhill for Entity. Yeah, if that happens, Uridu, they're never going to let you have another chance in this game. They're just going to shut it down, and they really did. It looked impossible from Entity from that point onwards.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even before that, it felt like a really difficult game where it had similarities of the last game where it's like Entity, they need to buy time for this Marcy to be able to get levels, get farm, but time, it's not in their favor when you're playing versus this Drow who's involved in almost every kill. This top lane just, honestly, that can't happen. It can't go that well for a Drow.
Kind of what was it, like the 4 deaths in like the first 8 minutes between the two of them. And yeah, overall, I mean, you said it, that this Clockwork, Uridu Thunders, something about this hero when they get it. Either role has a fantastic game, and honestly might even be in contention for getting MVP again. This time, Kaori showing how to do it from the 5. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, I'm really a big fan of the way that this team plays, how aggressive they're playing, how they get their carry involved very early, like TH. I mean, this game especially, of course, because he's like 12-1 or something. Yeah. But they're super aggressive. They know how to take fights. They have great reads of the map. Yeah, this is definitely a team to watch, and yeah, super fun to see them bring down somebody like Entity. So, of course, it's sad to see Entity losing a lot of games in a row like this, but
it's been a tough streak for them.
Yeah, it's great to see how well Uridu is playing coming up from Div 2 and just making a lot of teams just really have fear in their boots.
Yeah, and looking very, very good when they do it. They come out with these wins. Very well played here from Uridu Thunders today as they take the series clean 2-0 against Entity.
Not only was the series clean, but so was their gameplay. I mean, we talked about the hype of TH2000 on Drow Ranger, just how active he can be with her early on. And this game was no different. He was fantastic on her.
Yeah, it's like you say early on, usually that means like 14, 16, 18-minute mark. This time around, like off the laning stage, he's active. He dominates the lane, TPs, follows Beastmaster across the map. Man,
poor Toby had such a rough game.
Yeah, like poor Entity as well. Like I completely share the sentiment from OD and Fogged. I don't know what happened to them, but they're really struggling to find their footing here in the DPC season. The last 4 matchups that they've had, have they all been 0-2 at this point?
Yeah, they've only had 1 3-game series, and that was up against Stigma Galaxy at the start of this tour. So, but yeah.
Really rough.
Yeah, it has been really rough, and it's tough to see them do so poorly in this series. And I think in this game we had so much more faith. Their lineup wasn't as greedy tier. There felt to be at least some cohesion in what they wanted to achieve.
But they just got shut down so quickly, right? This Beastmaster, we've already mentioned it. He got displaced from his lane so quickly. He TP's bottom, dies again. 2,200 net worth, no dominated to his name. And Uridu, I just love the fact that these highlights, it's just all 5 heroes, if not maybe sometimes 4 heroes. Symphony of spells, crushing Entity, dictating the pace of the game, not allowing for their draft to hit their early motions. And like in the draft, we described their lineup as Beastmaster needs to take 1 tower, Odie needs to pressure another. During that chaotic pressure, then Marcy can just appear with her couple items and maybe, shut down the Drow in the mid game, but that just never happened.
Also Drow with the itemization, something different, like very early Lincolns bought by TA2000. Like in this fight in particular, because by the way, this fight was crazy. There was Marcy stuck on a cliff, couldn't do a lot, had to pop the BKB, waste like 2-3 seconds of BKB on the cliff, but TA survives. He had like 15% HP and he survives Eclipse from, no, it's not Eclipse, Sanity's Eclipse, right, from Stormer. He survives it, even though he's that low. Like just because he has that Lincolns, he has like a pretty good stat.
Pretty good stat, and there's pretty good stats here as well, and I will refuse to give it to Drow Ranger.
Wait, why?
Because Kaori on Clockwork. The fact that 2 games in a row, we got to see Amar pop off, and then it basically role swapped to Kaori, My vote's going towards him. He played a stellar game.
I'm not
Okay.
taking any of this.
Oh,
Come
no.
on.
fine.
Oh no, it's so tough. Like I fully agree with you, T. Like the fact that this
There,
clock
but-
can be so impactful.
But
We saw the KDA of TA2000. Like I would say we couldn't give it to Dro if this game had have gone 45 plus. If this game was 45 plus minutes, I would sit with UT.
That's fair. That's fair.
But it's a Dro Ranger that has a KDA like that
Yep.
at a 30-minute game.
I'm sorry, T, but everything that comes after but is what
Sure.
matters.
Okay, well, not
Okay,
completely.
okay. But
We don't want to disregard the impact that Clock had on this game.
No, Clock did well. Like the whole team really. I don't know what they're on. Like they're just dominating series after series.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, production side.
Production.
Eh?
No, to be,
Oh
okay,
my
no. So again, to be fair,
We
like
could have 2 MVPs.
we can have 2 MVPs, and this Drow, he was insanely good at knowing when to farm and fight. I think that's exactly what this team has really understood. No matter what heroes they have, even if they're greedy, they will find ways to get them into fights. I just think this clockwork in both games on different players, it just set everything else up to be insane. Like, the reason why Drow can start entering these fights early on, has the confidence, is because Kyori has already broken down the map. He's forced Beastmaster to go bottom. He runs bottom. He flares underneath tower. He kills him again. Like, because of Kyori, everyone else has a great time. So it's like, these are the type of games where Entity aren't looking at the 25-minute fight, the 35-minute fight. They're looking in the first 6 minutes like, why did we just lose so hard?
Yay!
And it's because of both of these heroes
We
in
get the
tandem. There you
draw.
go.
No,
It is-
it doesn't. You know, only the second MVP matters. The one that comes
Whoa.
Yes. Second place is very important. And that, he's got a 2 in his name, so.
Yeah, there you go.
It lines up. But yeah, 13-1-15. I mean, 93% kill participation. That also definitely goes in what you were saying there, T, is that to have this set up to be so active around the map, Dro just had a lot of great support.
It's not only the clockwork, right? Like you have the puck as well. The
Dawnbreaker covering everything,
The
yeah.
Dawnbreaker covering
Yeah.
you. Like it was, like overall, when I looked at these two drafts, like obviously, Ooredoo Thunder's draft looks very solid once again. Just they have everything they need for the game. I was thinking maybe Entity can make something happen with what they've got because it is their style of a lineup, but it's way different. Like
It feels weird in this lineup that has a disruptor that not once did we ever mention him. Like, he wasn't even contention for MVP.
No, not at all.
Like, he still had great impact, don't get me wrong, but it's just very funny of the importance and the priority that a lot of teams are placing on either banning disruptor or picking disruptor lately, that we get a lineup and we're like, actually, it popped off kind of with or without the disruptor.
Yeah, and it's the same applies to the Dawnbreaker, right? Like, we haven't mentioned him once, but this was the first game I've seen at least already play, or at least other teams play, where Dawnbreaker felt like it was always providing, especially because they're fighting. It feels good. You buy Greaves, you buy Ags, you propel your team into fights. This is where Dawnbreaker excels, but it's easily could be a different game where Dawn does nothing, but this is how to draft Dawnbreaker with this playstyle, with this mindset. TA2000 wanting to join 93% of the fights. No, okay, ooh, I got scared.
Yeah.
Kyori also popping off. I got actually bamboozled by 2 thumbs up. I won't lie. I lost my entire train of thought.
There's just 2 hands coming out of nowhere.
Panicked.
You did. Will people now be looking towards banning this clock away from Ooredoo Thunders? The fact that it's so flexible yet so impactful across the board. Like, surely that has to consistently sit in the back of your mind.
Surely you don't ban that.
No,
out.
it's-
like it's not a hero that's
You respect it
Yeah.
and its playstyle. You know exactly what it does in the lane.
you can maybe steal it, play it yourself.
I wouldn't ban it though. There's like too many big core picks. Like banning a tiny feels good because it's like he can dominate. You know, Clock can dominate in these types of games because of how wonky Entity drafts. Picking Bane, Clock feels great. You know, I think it's more draft that gives Clock this insane performance.
Yeah, it's another weird one for Ooredoo Thunders as well. I mean, again, they've taken a series off of Gaming Gladiators. They've taken one off Tundra. Now Entity. I made the joke the other day about how Ooredoo Thunders seemingly can only win series of teams
Kingslayers,
that
right?
went to the major.
Yeah, they looked like they were the Kingslayers. They looked a little bit sloppy whenever they were playing versus teams that are kind of on their level or maybe a little bit lower at this point. But okay, they win cleanly versus Entity. Again, I have to say that there is something rough going on in the Entity headquarters.
Yes.
I don't think that the way that they're playing or drafting is...
They just weren't on the
Same way.
same page of how they wanted to execute.
Yeah, the last season and the seasons before, they looked much better. Like at the moment, I think they're losing their groove a little bit when it comes to the playstyle, the heroes that they're picking. Like in a game such as this one, you have Rubik, you have Bane, you're letting the clock go through. It feels like an amazing clock game again. You're playing into a puck, you get it that OD. The lane is kind of decent, but then again, it doesn't work out.
This is what T was saying about before, by the way. We heard that side. I knew it was about the leaderboard and the standings, the potential tiebreakers.
Like, again, Nat, you've already mentioned it, the fact that OT, the teams that they beat, Gladiators, Tundra, and Entity, of course. So they're the teams kind of on the left-hand side of the board, maybe Entity on the right. And the teams they've lost to, OG, Nigma, and Asper. Like, OT is in this position of being 3-3, one series away from being maybe in that tiebreaker for the major. But they really have beat the best teams and lost to the worst teams. Like, I've not seen this before in a DPC run where they beat everyone above them and lose to everyone below them. They are like the definition of middle
Troublemakers.
like troublemakers, middle pack, tiebreaker, and forces. Like, if we have any weird tiebreakers, it's because of Urdu. Like, it's because of this very team. And you'd have to argue if they don't make it to major due to some weird scenario down the line, they will be kicking themselves that they couldn't claw out a win.
Yep.
Well, look, there's
From
still so
underperforming.
many more series to be played, which is crazy to say. As
I
we're
want to see
coming-
them at the major.
I know, we're literally in the last week, and we're like,
Yeah.
literally anything could still happen. But one thing I know for sure is we do have our winners interview. It's going to be Kaori joining us here. Kaori, congratulations on the win. How's it feel to have such a dominant performance against a team like Entity?
Thank you. I mean, it's really nice to win such team. We was really trying hard, so yeah.
You say you guys were trying hard. What was the prep or the team atmosphere coming into this series?
I mean, we know we can win any team. We just need to not throw. We always throw games, so we just prepare to not throw games like this.
Okay, how does not throwing look like? Is it something within the game? Is it a certain person now takes role or charge and leadership for communications?
I mean, we just discuss what we should do when we have a big lead to end game, and yeah, that's it. So we understand how to end the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congrats on the win. You and Amar both played some incredible Clockworks. How do you have to fight each other to play it? Because I feel like you both want to play this hero because you're just destroying the opponent on it individually.
I mean, I don't like this hero, to be honest, but I was forced to play it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Are you going to play it more now after this game? Do you think you might enjoy it a little bit?
Maybe.
It didn't look like you were disliking the Clockwork. I'll tell you that much. By the way, tell me, congrats on the win. Coming into the season, did you expect that you'll be able to win versus any team like these tier 1 beasts that won majors or went to the majors, or did you gain that confidence in the league while you were playing it?
I mean, yeah, I don't think like it's impossible to win any team. It's like if you prepare hard and like have idea what to do, you can win any team, yeah.
And like when you say prepare, like what does your preparation look like? How much do you scrim? Do you guys scrim a lot? Do you win your scrims versus tier 1 teams?
Yes, we scrim. I mean, we're not always winning scrims, but we get something of it. Yeah, we prepare for drafts a lot also. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I want to know, what do you think has been your personal biggest growth or strength over this 2-2?
I mean, it feels like we just stopped throwing. That's our biggest growth, I would say.
Alrighty. Well, Kaori, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the 2-0 against Entity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Congrats.
I was going to ask about Phoenix, but that's right.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
I thought you were done with your questions.
No,
They'll win again.
I was trying to be cool, and
They'll win again.
Oh,
No,
now I
no,
feel bad.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, I mean, if anything,
We'll
you
interview
want to
them
talk
again
to,
after they beat Liquid, because
of
they
course,
only beat
the major
team.
slayers.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't want King Slayers, we want major slayers as their new name. But
I forgot
wouldn't
about
you,
Phoenix as
wouldn't
well.
you want to talk to Entity though about why they felt they had to
Don't
bet?
like talking to lose. No, I'm joking.
Oh my gosh.
No, I feel like there will be this interview down the line with Entity because they are going to be able to bounce back at some point. These are the types of teams, especially in Europe, teams that are losing, they always seem to find some magic at some point. And I look forward to actually trying to unpick Entity's thought process and why they are struggling so much.
Yep. It happens, right? Like a team. We've seen OG. They went through a really bad phase. I think they're on a rise right now. Sure, Entity can do the same. I'm sure they can come back.
Who are they playing, actually?
Entity still have...
OG. That's a spicy one.
There you go.
That's a spicy thing.
That's not today, though. That's
No,
not today.
sorry,
so I'm
sorry.
sorry. You don't get to look forward to that one, guys. You do get to look forward, though, to Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. So Gaming Gladiators will be fighting for their spot in the major here. We are going to jump to a break, and when we come back, it will be with that series.
I'm going. Go. Sun.
I'm clicking Ben, clicking Ben, kill Ben, kill Ben. Marty on angle, Marty on angle.
Marcy stuck. I need some help maybe. No. Nice.
You're fine, kill the beast.
Kill Marcy.
Kill the Marty.
Oh,
Glimpse the 5.
They can jump.
Hit the Marty, hit the Marty.
Nice. Go hit together. I can stick. Look Odi silence. Yeah. Odi stand. Nice. Look more. Be splitter, guys. Be splitter.
Keep showing targets, show me your beef. I have glimpse.
I try, look. Can go rush fast after.
Here.
Oh. Go rush.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Hey, hi, welcome back to another episode of our game show. That's right. We've got a nice long timer to fill here, so I thought we'd bring on three guests, three great contestants here for our game show. It is going to be Syndrin, the birthday boy Owen over there, and then Lyrical down the end. So that's for you guys to color coordinate, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Very monochromatic.
Yeah.
Is that the right word?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're all the
Nailed
same color, different shades.
Okay.
So I like it. In this episode, would you guys like to know what you're playing for? Would you like to know the prize before even knowing the games?
I'm a little afraid now. Is it a good one or a bad one?
It's probably the best prize we've ever had.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? You want to know? Are you sure? You didn't seem excited.
I have an idea what it could be.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think you could possibly know it all.
What is it, Nat? What's
it's a
the prize?
slice of Owen's birthday cake right there. That's right. Yeah, you guys didn't see that
look at
one.
that.
That's it. I don't know if we can get a zoom up on that one. What is it? Anyone had a slice of it yet, by the way?
I did.
Yeah,
it
I
was
did.
very good.
Oh, you've already had
You
a
did
slice?
as well, yeah.
What
It was
what
nice.
is chocolate?
Chocolatey, dense, nice little bite to it. Kind of like a creamy layer to the outside.
Gosh, yum.
Goes down nicely, yeah.
Okay.
How's the fork taste?
The fork?
It's a spoon.
Oh, it's a spoon.
It's a spoon.
All right, never
Yeah,
mind.
don't, you don't
Thinking
wanna,
outside
don't
the
eat
box
that.
here.
No. The fork you can eat with a spoon. No.
Yeah. I'll bring this one back over here. You know, we don't want too many hands on the prize. We're going to start off with an old game. Okay, this one we haven't seen yet in 202, but if you guys were around in 201, you'd already know it. It's called Chain Reaction.
Oh my god.
This is the prize right here. So this one is a little bit of a team game. You guys get to work together, but the points are distributed in a way of who guesses the word, if that makes sense. It doesn't because you haven't seen it. Can we please bring up the game number one? I'll explain it. So we're going to start with the word dark, and we'll end with the word willow, okay? And the way it is two-word idioms. So it would be a saying or an idiom that goes dark something, okay? And then the end would be something willow.
Okay.
And you essentially would move throughout the whole entire board saying two-worded idioms all the way to the bottom.
Can
Yes,
I
Lyrical?
start?
Of course you can. You can ask for the way this works is you ask for a letter and you say if you want it below dark or above willow.
What about if I just guess the right thing at the start? Do I just win?
No, well, I mean, you
Okay,
have to-
dark. I want to go dark
Okay.
first.
All right. So you want a letter under dark, please, production.
Oh, I thought it was going to be seer. I messed up. Oh, no.
I wish you had it just gone for it now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. I have no idea.
It's not Dota related necessarily. Just
yes.
dark.
Yeah, it's
this
not
could be
related.
any word.
Sorry, yeah, I forgot. Any word. And you can just...
Ear.
Dark near.
Okay.
Yeah, not that one. We'll go Owen next. You could just ask for another letter under dark, and it'll just give you the next letter in the second word. Or you could go for the bottom and ask for a letter above willow.
No, we'll go for the one under dark. Let's go with an I.
Oh, you don't have to ask for it. They just give it to you. You know, like you don't have to say what it is.
Oh, okay. I don't know the game. All right. Sorry,
That's right,
sorry,
that's right.
production.
Weirdly enough, though, you did get it right. You did get it right. Yeah, that was crazy.
It's probably just night, right?
It is night. Yeah,
nice.
dark night. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So now you ask. You could either do a letter under night or above willow.
Well, whose turn is
You
it?
go again.
You go again.
Oh, me.
You got it, yeah. So
We'll
point
go
to Owen.
under night. We'll go time.
Oh, you're just gonna straight up guess.
Oh, am I playing the game wrong?
You just ask for a letter.
Oh, sorry. I can have a letter, please.
Oh, they gave you a letter above willow instead.
Oh.
S.
Oh, now they're playing it wrong.
Oh,
Come on,
God, everyone's
production.
playing it wrong. What's going
Unlucky.
on here? Oh God.
And they buzzed you before you even said anything. Oh wow!
There
Oh,
you
they
go.
gave
There's
us
your
both.
letter. Yeah, there's your.
There we go.
Whoa.
They felt a bit bad, so that's a little bit of charity there. So now you can have your guess, Owen.
Oh, I still get to go.
Yeah,
It's not even- this was-
because it's
okay,
your first time playing, I'll let you have a little bit of an oopsie. It's also your birthday, so
Sure.
yes, it'll be night something. Remember, only 2 words. So you had Dark Night. Now
And it
it's
has to
night
be a
something.
phrase, or it's just related words.
A phrase, like the 2 words that belong together.
Like dark
Night.
and night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a dark night. Another thing would be like 2 words would be like
Shade.
Oh,
nightshade.
Nightshade.
Yeah,
That's a
not that
plant.
one.
That's
That
a really
was
good
good.
guess, though.
Yeah, I wish I had thought of that one. It is not shade though.
Oh, not so good.
Sind, your turn.
All right, I'll have a letter under night.
Okay. A letter in the third one, please. It's gonna be weird because it is also an H, but it's not shade. I promise you, it is not shade. Night something.
Wow, this is nothing coming to mind.
Filling up that void.
Night.
Oh, do you know?
No.
It's just
Gotta
more
be quiet in
H's.
the night.
It's just more H's. He's going for night.
Go to bed.
Unfortunately, night is wrong, Sin.
Blanking.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to move it to lyrical. Unfortunately, night.
Night Stalker.
Night Stalker. Also not right. Yeah, not enough letters for that one. Good
How
guess,
about the one above Willow? I want to go back.
Oh, you want another letter above Willow?
Yeah, I like Willow. Wait, and so it's this one, Willow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually don't even know what's related to Willow.
Why'd you go for that one?
Shade, because then it's like a tree.
What?
That wouldn't
Shade
be an idiom.
willow.
A willow tree.
It's SN, so it's not going to be shade.
Oh,
it's not going to be shade. Yeah.
snare.
Snare willow.
What's
No?
that?
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, what is
He's
that?
just
Oh,
saying
it's
words. What?
Is that a cat? You know.
We love snare.
Yay!
Let's go snare.
Owen,
The one under night. Give us a letter, please.
I'm going again for night something. Night
Stalker.
night.
Oh, of course.
You don't. Shut up. Night.
Shita.
Excuse me. You can't say that.
Please, this is a PG broadcast.
Say that it's my birthday.
There's a shine, but that doesn't really.
Night shine.
I like
That's
that.
not really. I mean, if it's that,
I
that's
don't really
us.
know what night shine is.
I don't
it's
either.
Not night shine.
It's not good.
It's not
good.
All right,
shouldn't
Syndrome.
All right, I'll have a letter under night as well, and I
Okay.
think it's an F.
Okay. Oh, he is right.
Night shift.
It is night shift.
nicely done.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'll have a
You
letter
guys have
under
worked
shift
many of
again.
those ones before. I know you were just in NA. You were doing a night shift over there.
Yeah, that's very relatable.
Very, very relatable. Very topical, some would say. So another letter. Yep.
Shift K. How many words in English start with K?
Q. Oh, wait, no.
Q.
Oh.
What? Q.
Sorry. How are you spelling Q? Could you just spell me?
You can't guess
spell
for
that
me.
one. Spell that one out for me,
I heard
Lyrical.
Syndrome say it. Yeah, Q.
Yeah. And how do you spell it?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Shift Kit.
Shift kit. No, not shift kit, unfortunately. All the way back down to you, Lyrical, over there.
I'll take another one under shift.
Okay. That's a good place to start, I think.
Yeah. Shift.
Q.
Shift. What do you shift? You're shifting? You're like changing places.
Shifting gear.
Shifting
Car.
Shifting keys.
Oh.
What are
in
you
your
going
pocket.
with? What is your guess here, Lyrical?
I said keys.
Keys.
I was wrong. They
Unfortunately,
buzzed me.
yeah, no. Owen, it is your turn. Let
Yeah,
me tell you this:
this-
you
was
cannot
Oh.
ask for a letter under shift because it is only a 3-letter word.
Oh, it's key instead.
Wow, they should have let you have that.
I'm just saying, he's
Wow,
a keys.
he said let's go. I mean, I guess technically he didn't say it, but yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's a bit mean.
Yeah.
But it's against lyrical, so we'll let it.
That's
Yeah, so it's fine. It's all good.
I'll make it up later.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
So it is key. Shift key. You were very close. Shift key, though, I was thinking of a keyboard when I wrote this one. I wasn't thinking about shifting keys in your pocket.
Oh, the shift key.
Oh yeah, the
of
shift
course.
key.
Yeah. Anyway, you've been given a letter under key, so it's key something now.
That you on?
Oh, it's me
yeah,
still.
that's it.
Oh, okay.
Just
Key.
double check the definition of what I wrote. That's probably not a good start.
Okay, well that's my.
Oh, just because when you see it, you guys will be like, "What the heck is that?"
Stone.
Oh my God, he's good.
Let's go.
It is
Nice.
keystone.
That's really
There we
good.
go.
All right,
Engineer
you're up
right
again.
there.
Oh, I'm up again.
Yeah, it's your
All right,
turn
what's
again.
underneath stone?
Damn, that's
Another letter under stone.
What a
please.
gamer.
Another letter. Stone.
I got it.
Stone.
It's a cake.
Stone cake.
Stone Castle.
Ooh.
It is not Stone Castle.
I will continue on that letter, or in that
Okay.
word.
All right, another letter under stone.
I think I know what it is.
Oh, it's not what I thought it was.
I think I know what it is.
Stone Cold?
It is Stone Cold.
I thought it was coffin.
Stone Coffin.
All right, I'll have another letter in SN.
Yep.
Is it?
It's another.
Cold Snap?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like a dark
snap
night.
mean?
It's a
plum?
type of flower. Yeah.
Oh, it's a type of flower, okay.
So dark night, night shift, shift key, keystone, stone cold, cold snap, and snap willow. Beautiful. Probably started on one of the more difficult ones, so I do apologize, Owen and Lyrical, considering it's your first to go.
Yeah.
We do have another one though, so don't
let's go.
worry. You can redeem yourselves as a team. As a team of 3. We're going from Storm all the way down to Spirit here.
Some long words, some of them.
Bit lengthy, yeah. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? Otherwise, it'll
It's
just
your
be
turn now,
sick.
yeah? You went
I'll go
first last
first.
game?
Yeah,
Or you
go
can
on.
go first
Gabe
again.
did well
Let's
last
do
time.
it. Under storm, I believe. Did I do well?
Yeah.
Storm. Storm.
Oatmeal.
Yeah, talk to me about it. What's it?
Storm. Ocean.
Ocean's your final guess. You
Yeah,
gotta lock that one in.
Ocean,
Yeah, Storm
Ocean.
Ocean. Unfortunately, not
No.
Storm Ocean.
Give us another one under Storm.
Another one under Storm.
Yeah.
Great place to start, guys.
Oh.
Storm Offlane.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
one.
the new shit. Been watching some Jenkins lately.
Storm. I don't know. OF. There's not many words to begin with OF, is there?
Not very often.
There's a couple. I don't want to say any.
See what I did?
Offering.
It's not Storm Offering. Cinder, it's your turn. I cannot give you a letter under Storm, though, because it is only a 3-letter word.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Storm Off?
It is Storm Off.
Oh.
You literally
okay.
said it, and
Oh,
then
it's
you
sto-
swapped
yeah.
to Ocean, and I was like, Lyrical, no!
Oh.
Yes, it is Storm Off.
Okay.
Where would you like your next letter?
I'll continue in the same path.
Okay, under Off, please. Another letter there. Off.
Off Trail?
Ooh, unfortunately not Off Trail.
Yes, I like that one.
Lyrical.
I'll take another storm, please, for 500.
All right, one under Off, please.
Oh, off track.
Off track, yes.
Yes. Very good.
Very close to the trail. Lyrical does pull it through with the track there.
Let's go above spirit. Let's switch it up.
Okay. Oh, all right. I like
That was getting
it.
too easy for him.
Oh.
This worked last time.
So remember, it's gonna be something spirit this time.
For
Well, I think,
fire spirit.
Fire spirit. Good guess. Unfortunately, incorrect.
I thought you had it then.
I do like that one though. I didn't think of that one. Whoops.
Well,
Owen, your turn. Yeah, I'll come to you next time though. I'm gonna have to come to Lyrical next time. He's got some good ones.
We'll take another one down with Spirit.
Okay, above spirit again. Just wait.
Free.
Free spirit.
Nice.
That is it.
better.
Congratulations, OG.
We'll go for one above 3.
Oh, okay.
B.
Wait a minute, how am I gonna get this one? Be free.
That's what I was.
Oh, okay. I guess it's not that.
No, it's a letter B. Free. Throw it out there. Throw it out there. You got this. Just you did so well with
free.
Keystone.
Try
So
be free.
We did.
No, it didn't count.
I think it did. B.
oh, you think it's BE free?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not B
we
free.
did- yeah, we
It's
did-
not
we
B.
knew that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Syndrome, where would you like to go on the board?
I'll continue on the B.
All right, another one above free, please.
Oh. Easy.
Break free.
Yeah.
Good guess. Not
What?
right though.
What?
Unfortunately, it's not break free.
I'll take another one.
Yeah.
Go on, Gabe.
We all had it.
Another one above
If we
free.
all think it's the same word, we're right, right? Then it's a bad
That's how it is.
Breaking free.
It is
Yes.
breaking
Oh,
free.
Remember shift key. Remember
Shift keys, shifting
Very
keys. All right. Well, there is only one place that
But
you
it's
can
different,
go.
though, because that was against you, not against
I
me.
get that. That's a good point.
I was going to give it to
so
you
that
as a
wasn't
joke.
fair.
All right, there is only one place you can go. It's going to be track something
Oh.
breaking, starting with an R there.
Track.
Oh, I know.
Oh no.
I got it if you don't. I got it if you don't. This one's easy.
Ritual.
Track ritual
no,
and ritual
no.
breaking. Yeah, not going to be that. What's a track ritual?
I
Can
don't
I just
know.
ask?
It's like, you know, if everybody gets together and sings 1, 2, 3, go team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Really
Well,
not.
yeah, I'm liking the thinking outside the box there. Unfortunately not. All right, Owen, we'll give you another letter below
You don't need
track.
to. The answer's record.
Yes.
It is.
Wow.
It is. Yeah, that's it. Storm off track, track record, record breaking, breaking free, and free spirit. Got that one right there. So good
Good
work.
job, everyone.
Good job. I think Owen's leading. I think Owen is definitely
was
leading.
I?
Yeah.
Birthday.
That was kind of. Oh, is it? Okay.
Production just said yes.
Okay. Thanks, production.
Yes, in my ear. They're keeping score there. So that's Chain Reaction. That one's a lot of fun.
That was nice,
People like
yeah.
that one. We're going to bring back a new one, though, one that we only just implemented on Monday. We gave it a bit of a spin. And Lyrical did fantastic in it. He definitely
you
won.
won.
He excelled. So this is his chance to run away with the victory here, to take the cake for himself, quite literally, as there is a slice of cake here up for grabs. We're going to do voice lines. So we're going to play half of a voice line for you guys. You're going to have to finish it in an impersonation of it. Whether you know it or not, you just have to finish the voice line. You'll get a point if it's correct. You'll get a point if I think you literally sound exactly like the hero. And then you'll get yep, and then you'll get another point if you get the hero right. Okay? So there's 3 points up for grabs each turn.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to start with Syndrin, because last time we started with Lyrical, so we'll go Syndrin this time.
Okay.
So we're going to play half a voice line. Please, production.
Over the field of battle.
You're going to finish out this. Do you want to play one more time?
Yeah.
All right, one more time, please, production.
Over the field of battle.
I run. It's Bloodseeker.
It is Bloodseeker.
But I don't-
I'm also going to give you a point for creativity, the impersonation there. That was really good. But that's not the voice line. We'll play the full one for you now.
Over the field of battle. The smell of blood rises like a promise.
Okay, that was
hard.
Yeah,
This game's hard.
I feel pretty good about not knowing.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all right. You got
Okay.
2 out of 3. You did really well there. All right.
I'll take
OD,
it.
it's your turn. We'll play the second voice line, please.
What's wrong?
Oh.
Is it like? What's wrong? Had too much to drink?
Dude, that was a really good impersonation.
But it's Brewmaster.
It is Brewmaster.
Something
Great
about drinking,
impersonation.
isn't it?
Do you want to try stealing?
No. God, no, I don't know it.
I thought you
I can steal it.
Yeah, can you?
You know it?
Yeah?
Can't hold your liquor.
I was.
There's one more word.
I was sure you knew that one because of the way you reacted. You were-
Yeah, I think you know it too.
I thought I did too.
We'll play the whole one. We'll play the whole one. Maybe.
What's wrong? Can't hold your liquor.
That's good.
Yeah, he does a hello right at the
Still got
end.
2 out of 3
You still
then.
got it.
Oh, you would have had to do the hello as well for
Yeah.
the point. Well, that's
Yeah.
hard.
That's really
that's
Yeah,
really hard.
it's
Yeah.
like it's like a mega delayed there on the voice line.
Right.
But yeah, you
Wait,
went-
he says hello in the end?
yeah.
Oh, I've never heard that.
I know you started talking before the voice line finished.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. He's just too busy spamming the voice lines. That's
Right.
why.
Gets cut off.
All right, the third one for Lyrical, please, production.
Thank you.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh, what is this one? All right, one more time.
Thank you.
I have a lot of games of Dawnbreaker. And
Yep, boy, you're getting it right.
one more time.
Thank you.
For feeding. I don't know what it
I'm
is.
close, I'm sure. I'm sure.
I
it's close.
I want that as the one. It's not. We'll play the full one though.
I'll steal it.
Thank you.
You precious weak thing.
He's good. You do get a point for that one, Sin. Good work.
I get a point for the steals.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
When do you get to steal? Is it just first come, first serve?
No one reacted, so I thought none of you guys
I
knew it.
see,
So that
okay.
was my bad.
Okay.
But I will open more up for the stealing now. All right, Cinder, we're coming all the way back to you here for the fourth one.
I am a beacon of knowledge.
Blazing across a black sea of ignorance. Invoker. I can't sound like a child.
That was good.
I'm
was
giving
it,
you
that's
full
it,
3
right?
points. That was fantastic, Sin.
Nice.
You should have
That
gotten
was-
shorter to be Kid Invoker.
Yeah.
across a black sea.
That was
Somehow got a German accent when I turned little.
Young Sin was apparently German and not Danish. Grew up in the wrong place. All right, Owen, we're going to you for the 5th one here.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate,
It's Kunka.
Yep. Point for that one. Great work, great work, great work.
Can we get it again? Get it again.
Of course we can.
just to be clear, if I call you mate,
Lyrical's on the edge.
Just to be clear, just because I call you mate doesn't mean that I think you're trusty.
It's kind of close. Not right, though. Lyrical.
just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't mean literally.
Dude, that was so good. The voice, the line, everything.
Nice.
Good work, Lyrical. All right. And it's still your turn as well.
Oh,
Number 6 here.
Why am I smiling?
No. All right, one more time.
Why am I smiling?
All right, I think this is Sniper.
It is Sniper.
Oh, God. I hate this hero so much. It's just like...
I know the... I know, yeah, go. Yeah.
All right, one more. Why am I smiling? No guts. All right. Get me out of here.
You got it. Go for it. Go for it.
I thought that was pretty good.
Go for it. Yeah.
Why am I smiling? Because I suck. I don't know.
I know the answer.
I hate this hero.
I think. I'll go for a steal.
Yep.
Why am I smiling? It's because I'm trigger happy.
That was really good and correct.
That's right.
Well done there.
Nice.
Double points too, because I really liked the voice there.
Thank you.
Great work. All right. Another round. This is the
Let's go.
final round, though. Sind, outside of steals, this is your last turn.
Just have a seat right over there.
And let the smart people do the work.
Nice.
That's techies.
It is techies.
Nice,
Yeah, it's the.
And the voice
I do
and
not
the
know
line.
this because I play the hero. I just want to clear myself. I
just
know
talked
this
to him.
voice
Yeah,
line
sure,
because
buddy.
it's
Sure.
because it's very triggering when people play this one.
It's just like burned into your brain.
Yeah.
Into the core memory. All right. Oh, and this is your last turn. That was amazing, by the way. 3 out of 3, Sind.
Stop hitting yourself.
Oh, that's good. I thought that was the whole line.
Who even is... can we get it again?
Stop hitting yourself.
Hitting yourself? Who's...
Stop hitting yourself.
Is it a Baden?
It's not a bad end.
Who makes people hit themselves? I mean, Darkseer and Wyvern do, but I don't think it's either of those. What's it? Stop.
I feel like if you don't know the hero, that's not
What
helping.
is this? What is that?
All right, you giving up or you putting it up for stealing?
Pretty sure you claimed the steal first, so you go.
Wait, Owen, are you going to give it a go? You might be able to finish it.
No, I actually... No.
Okay.
I can't steal the voice line. Can I steal the hero?
Okay, sure. Yep,
It's
yep.
Terrorblade.
It is Terrorblade, yes.
Oh,
I have no idea what he says after that either. I thought that was the whole line.
That was it. That's the line.
Yeah.
Well, it almost is. It almost is. We'll play it for you.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
He just
Okay.
Yeah, good.
repeats it. Okay, and then the very last one, lucky last, Lyrical over there.
Ooh.
Number 9.
Let's try it.
Did you think I'd blunder?
Oh, no, I don't know this one either.
Oh, no.
God. All right, can I hear it again?
Did you think I'd blunder?
Okay. It's a dumb Tide pun.
Okay, so your hero is
It's
Tide.
Tide Hunter.
Yep, correct.
Did you think I'd blunder? Something blubber.
That's all I got.
It's not, but I like the something. I wish that was the voice line. Would anyone like to go for the steal here?
I have no idea.
No one knows. All right, we'll play the full one then, please, production.
Did you think I'd blunder? You must have mistaken me for Kunka.
Oh.
Okay.
Close.
good
The
one.
something blunder was practically the same thing, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, great work, guys. I'm very impressed. I actually didn't keep count from the chain reaction one, so I don't really know. But I'm going to say you guys all tied, and you can all just share a slice of the cake.
Oh, nice.
Yay! So what?
Because, Sind, you absolutely decimated the voice line one, by the way. You had insane steals, loved the voice lines, loved the German kid invoker that you had going on there. Don't know where that one came from, so here you guys go. You can share that one. One spoon, though, so I don't know how you want to do that one.
All right, congrats on.
There you go,
There you
Lyrical.
go.
Take care of that.
We're going to pass it down the line. We're also going to pass
it's for Nat.
No.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, me.
There you go.
Hey.
All right, I'll eat this,
For
and
a
you
good
guys
show.
throw it to the breakdown, all right?
And now to the break from the game show.
Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed the game show there, filling some time in before we jump into Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. Joining me is Syndrin. You saw him before, but Sheep, you're joining the panel now.
Hiya.
The claps. Thank you so much, production, by the way. Now we don't have to clap. You're watching in the green room.
Of course.
Favorite voice line, though, that came out from that one?
I really liked German Kid Invoker. That was my favorite.
You're never going to live it down, Sin. I had a feeling she was going to say that one, and that's why I went for it.
You were just so on it, honestly.
It was good.
Thanks.
Such an earnest thank you.
I love it when I do a convincing German child invoker. That's the best. That's what I strive for.
I know it. I know it. That's why we had to congratulate you one more time. But Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, let's have a look towards this series because it's going to be a really big match. I think a big one for the confidence for Tundra, mostly off of the back of how their series went last time. Their last two really, up against Liquid and Oradu Thunders.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect today, really, because I feel like Tundra as a team for me are kind of, they have like these times where they are the best team, and then they have seemingly within the same tournament there can just be off days. So for me, they've always kind of been a little bit polarizing. When they're hot, they're steaming, and then sometimes it's just not a good day. Gaming Gladiators for me have been a little bit more consistent in general, I would say. And I think the level of play that they've showed across this division so far, I think it's fair to say they're maybe favorites overall.
So you think to like take first, like top spot? That's
in this series.
Oh, just in this series.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I would agree with that. I just think the Gaming are better. And it's when they have looked shaky, it's been like off the back of maybe some poorer drafts. I think maybe against Oridu is when they actually just looked inferior as a team. But like then they come back against OG and they're just crushing it. They're winning unfavorable lane matchups. Like they can look so good a little bit more often.
Before we do jump into sort of what makes these teams tick and what does make them look more confident, I want to talk about what gives us confidence here on the Western Europe DPC, and that's our sponsor, esportsbet.io. They have a new watch to earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 per hour. All you have to do is head on over to their website, make an account, and start watching your favorite DPC matches over there. You don't even need to place a bet, or you can join their Discord channel, which is the link below in the PGL Twitch channel panels there. And for Gaming Gladiators, you said it was off the back of poor drafts that they were looking a little bit shaky sheep. What have been the stronger ones, or maybe even the unfavorable matchups that they've still won out on?
I mean, we're just gonna have to, say the Dragon Knight versus the Timbersaw mid. Like I will never forget that. I'm sorry to OG, but that was just a great. Like everyone rates Quinn so highly as a mid player, and he just continues to show off. And I think that's really good because they spoke a little of their communication style and how it's like, okay, if we feel like there's no plays here, we do just focus on our side lanes, and then something happens, an opportunity opens up. It's like, okay, come mid. They're like so ready to take advantage of anything.
And I think Quinn is an interesting player to highlight for me because I feel like he has grown a lot in this team. I think when we've seen him play in NA in the past, he's always been regarded as one of the strongest laners there. But I think especially in his international appearances, he's kind of faltered on the big stage. He's had some choking moments, made some over-aggressive plays. I don't know what it is about this team that just makes him feel more comfortable, but you can definitely tell that those like, oh no, Quinn moments don't really happen anymore when I watch this team play, and that's just really refreshing. I'm genuinely really happy for him that he's found a team that he gets to really thrive in, and obviously he got that major win, which is, the icing on the cake.
Tundra have had those moments as well for me, I think, in certain variations of those, like, oh no moments. It wasn't very predominant, though, at the start of this tour. They came out and they were a lot more aggressive, and the way that they played the map felt very different than how Tundra were last tour. And for you guys, do you feel that as well? And why wasn't it able to be emulated in the Oridu Thunders or the Liquid games? Like, what's the difference about that playstyle?
So kind of hard to answer. I just think when I watched the Liquid series, it felt like they were just unable to do anything on the map. Like it felt like Liquid were kind of pacing themselves and just out farming them, because I just noticed the net worth ticking up and up and up despite them not making any like egregious fight errors or anything. So I just felt like maybe they were just playing on a worse level. Like, when you move slower around the map, when you're just not finding the right places, when the map feels a little worse, like maybe your vision game's not up there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the normal Tundra to say that that's what they could have been doing, but yeah, I felt like that was what was happening. Here in Game 1 draft, though, on our screens, Nature's Prophet, Brood, nothing really to bat an eyelash at. Do you think there will be any other quirkier first phase bans?
I don't know, I think if you're Tundra, you're choosing between Io and Lesh now, right? Like, you're definitely not giving the duo away, so they'll be banning the Io over Lesh.
It's funny because last tour, people would have said you ban out the Lesh because Quinn's okay to play Lesh without IO. Now you know that they can run the IO Witch Doctor, IO Lesh, IO Storm, IO anything else. Like, there's so many more combos that I feel this team has unlocked with IO.
Yeah.
I think what was interesting was Manaspa didn't ban these heroes. They actually chose to ban the Brood and the Natures and the Brood and the Natures and the DP in their 3 games against Gaming. I mean, they lost that series, but they still took a game. So it's kind of interesting how they approached it. Doesn't mean DP is available here, though.
And this guy.
And this guy.
Undying.
Well,
yeah. So when I think Celery, I think Io, Undying, and Treant, right? And he hasn't been playing Treant much this patch after the nerfs, if at all, actually. So I'm curious to see which direction he goes. Now, if this was China, he would be picking Enchantress here, because in that region, that hero is really popular and actually used as a solution for Undying as well.
Celery has played Enchantress.
that is a possibility here. I don't know if I would just go out and say with confidence that he's going to run it. This is the bigger pick in Western Europe. And actually, honestly, probably the global first pick support after Undying is Disruptor on average, I would say. Just really strong hero right now.
Yeah, I like both of them. I'm glad they just traded them off. Is there like an obvious hero left other than DP that could be picked up? I guess there's been like early Pango picks. Or, oh yeah, Beastmaster. Of course. An annoying hero.
It's kind of funny that we reached the point where you just pick Beastmaster into Undying, right? And you don't even see the rest of the matchup. And Beastmaster, I think one of the things about this matchup that's interesting for Beast is that you actually get to level your boars and feel impactful. So I wonder if Tundra are going to try to double down against this. They obviously know this matchup extremely well with 33 playing Beastmaster at a very high level. You could try to counterpick Beastmaster with the carry as well and make this lane twice as hard for him. They're not going to do it yet. They'll get the Pango while they can.
Is this one of the first times you've seen an Undying opening into not a Drow Ranger on 8? I swear to God, I've seen that opening 100 times at this point.
We have seen it one other time that they didn't pick a Drow, but you're right. It's only Undying Drow is what is the stock standard combo at this point.
I'm pretty happy with it actually, though, just because you're playing against Gaimin, and I think they really enjoy just picking Pango for Quinn. He always has like a really good game on it, and the hero can be picked earlier in the draft and just usually always has a good game.
It's also one of the best cores against Disruptor, right? Because you inherently have a way of navigating fights that he can't deal with. Early on in the game, the first like 20 minutes before BKBs come out, Disruptor is actually very annoying for a big part of the mid-hero pool, because both Glimpse and Static Storm counters a lot of these playmaking style mids, but not this one. So also, I would say, as far as I'm concerned, this is one of Nine's absolute best heroes, so getting your hands on that if you feel like the matchups are good is solid. We're picking into Roar though, but it's like a double-edged sword, right? If you Roar the Pango, that's sometimes honestly nice for the team with the Pango. Then it's not going on their carry, right?
True. When it comes to bans, Bloodseeker just makes sense. I feel like you don't really need to add too much more on how stock standard that ban after picking a Pango
No,
is.
so if you don't know at home, Rupture, you can use it on spell immune targets. So you cast it on Pango when he's rolling, and he will take damage, and he will be forced to end his roll early.
Oh,
so it's a really good counter pick because it makes him unable to use what makes him strong in team fights.
Huh, didn't know. More you know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sheep.
Got you, babe.
Fountain of knowledge over there.
Thank you very much.
Still going to ban the Lesh. I think the matchup against Pango in mid is pretty good for Lesh. Obviously, it's a melee hero that doesn't really do much to you. You could make the counter argument that Pango actually fares okay against Lesh in team fights in the first part of the game, because, again, you have magic immunity, so you're only taking damage from Edict, but it's just a comfort thing as well, right? It probably just it's a weight off your shoulders when this isn't in the pool against game in the second phase. You're not going to get cornered too much. That's another respect ban.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to go very heavy on the 3/3 bans? Like right now we've got Brood taken out, Doom taken out, Lycan, Tide. Like how much more do you go into this? Like does this last second phase ban also go in for 33?
Yeah, send a Visage ban just to like really send the message.
Send the message.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't mind it, but I think Visage out of all these heroes is the most counterable one for Gaming Gladiators in their safe lane with Disruptor +1. The Disruptor doesn't even need to be in safe lane, by the way, so it's still a blind lane, right? Disruptor could easily be played 4 by Tofu. I think Gaming Gladiators have already played in both positions, if I'm not mistaken. As have many other teams. So that's also an added, like, part to Disruptor's accolades, just that he can also be flexed, right? So just an incredible pick right now.
Death Prophet is still in
Yes, that is true.
And Enigma. Those are the three. Choose your poison.
I just think about, like, would Gaimin ever really put Quinn on a Death Prophet here when they are going to have those counter picks between these next two phases?
Do Gaimin have second pick? They do.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. They're chilling. I mean, they can open up here on this next phase with just another support because Beastmaster's not flexible, so you're not trying to hide anything. So you can just pick like, you know, some Mirana or like a Tiny or something that kind of helps make plays. And then on the end of the phase, you can pick your Quinn hero that's like some Storm Spirit or whatever. And they're just going to go run around and play these side lanes really hard, look for pickoffs. And yeah, that seems like a pretty good idea if they want to run that.
I'd agree with that.
I'm wondering what's taking so long about this ban.
I mean, they might be going through the motions as well, right? Okay, Visage, Enigma. I already forgot the third one.
Death Prophet.
Death Prophet, right?
Don't know how you forgot that.
How could I forget? I guess they're trying to think of the next step here, right? Because if they're picking their support and they're giving away 2 paired heroes, it's the Enigma that they're most scared of out of the 3. And, okay. So there is the Celery Treant. This will absolutely be played by him and not Tofu, and this is the support duo, I would say. Even if they swap the lanes of the heroes, I still think the respective players will play their heroes.
They're really covering against the Pango and
now they have
teamfights right
another
now.
BKB piercing lockdown, if you will.
Do you think it's a little bit too much? Like, I know from my memory, I think it is only Liquid right now in Western Europe teams that's also picking up the Treant, and they've only done it in 2 games.
I like it still. I think because you're going to force BKBs with Disruptor pretty much every fight anyway. So as soon as they do that, you just have 2 ways of covering it. It means that, like, Tundra right now, especially with an Undying, usually you want to like buff up one carry really big with a load of heals. That carry's going to struggle to play these team fights. Like, you're going to need something that can buy some Manta, some Satanic. You know, maybe your offlaner needs to be something that can buy a Lotus Orb. You're going to need a lot of like dispels and ways to help them around. It just becomes a lot more. You feel very pressured, I think, against this.
I would definitely like, with that logic, to see them last pick Skitter's hero in this game, which they also tend to do quite a lot. Just because, I mean, there is also merit to last picking the offlaner. I wouldn't consider Pango flex for this team. It's always 9.
Yeah.
So you're not really fooling anyone by keeping the options open until the end and being like, haha, he was actually mid. Oh, no shit, you know? So I think probably leave the carry to last so that you see as much as possible and you can pick the right. I think Manta carry just feels almost necessary in this draft. I think a lot of teams would probably just pick Drow here, but I'm a little bit concerned that Gaming Gladiators can take too much advantage of having 2 counter picks against the carry instead of just 1. But this is, I don't envy Tundra this spot. This is really difficult to pick against. There's just so many different issues in lanes and in team fights.
Also, just as a fluff point with this Manta you mentioned, I think carries have gotten so good at Manta dodging glimpse. I've watched it happen at least like 5 times in the DPC this tour. Like, everyone is so good at it. So yeah, I'm totally on board with a Manta carry.
I mean, I guess they get practice every game because there's a disruptor in every game, right? So
Yeah.
eventually you
And
learn
probably
the time.
every scrim as well, they're doing it. It's
So-
just like a Manta dodge simulator being played in scrims.
Oh, new hero!
All right, that is not what I was expecting whatsoever.
Oh my god, I love this so much. Can I talk about it?
Yeah, of course.
It's one of my favorite offlaners to play. I love it. He got picked up. He had like a little wave of popularity last year because Beastmaster was everywhere, or as he is, and you can get this new shot on him that lets you just eat the creeps, right? And at night it lets you eat Ancients. So it's just been a pick that even though he doesn't really have ways to deal with like Zoo per se, he can still deal with Beastmaster. And you could buy like this armlet build on him because the shot would also let you sustain that. So he was pretty nice. Like, you buy braces into an armlet, you'd be very tanky and just be able to go fight. So the hero was very good for a long time in that space. I actually have no idea why he fell off. If you could theorize.
Am I remembering? Was this a dream I had that you couldn't eat Ancients anymore with Night Stalker, or is that? Oh, is that strictly at day that you couldn't, or something?
You can't do it in daytime, but I don't know if that was.
But you can still do it at nighttime. Also, enemy Ancients that they control with Helm of the Overlord. Helm of the.
Look, I wish I had the answer for you. I don't,
I don't
about
know.
whether you can eat the Helm of the...
He's so unpicked. I just haven't kept up with his change logs.
I'm second guessing myself, like sometimes, because that was. If it isn't implemented that way, that was, you know, an obvious nerf parameter, but it's also such a niche thing anyway, right? Gaming are going to grab one of Quinn's specialty heroes here in the Puck. This matchup against Night Stalker is very, very good for Puck, I would say, for the most part.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wait, for Puck? Why?
Yes. Night Stalker is extremely reliant on mobility in fights, and just a simple coil. Like, when Night Stalker gets BKB, then the matchup changes nature by a lot, but until that point, Night Stalker doesn't really do a good job at connecting on Puck with the silence. He has 2 mobility spells, he has coil, and he just kind of contains the fight, and you have the added benefit of also having coil against Pango, right? I just think it's a really good pick.
But do you not think then that because you're playing Pango mid, right, and he's not ever going to go with this Blink. He's just going to go his Diffusal Blade and try and do damage, and then you have another carry on top of that. Could you not just then have your Night Stalker going some stat item into a Blink?
You could.
And then every fight just starts with you blinking on him with silence, and I
Then
feel
you
like...
get glimpsed.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's oversimplified.
That's you know what? That's a
It's
good point.
oversimplified,
That's
but
a good point.
they have solutions, right? They also have living armor in case Puck gets jumped. So I think they have enough of a protective line to enable this.
Yeah, you raise a strong point. I guess then later it becomes harder.
Blink BKB is really good, though.
Yeah.
And he's going to force Roar or Overgrowth.
True.
At least. That's something.
Yeah, I guess in that respect, then, I would want to see a little bit more jump on Tundra, because if they do want to jump like that, it'd be nice to be able to actually burst the hero they go on before you can get, like, glimpse back or whatever, because right now it's sort of like a slow fight of blink on them, stick to them, use kisses, and then, like, Pango's trying to roll in, like, during this whole thing. So I guess, yeah, Blink would feel pretty bad for Night Stalker. We might just do that Blink rush like you mentioned. BKB rush, I mean.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking specifically, because it's Tundra, is do they want to play carry Dragon Knight? It's something they've played quite a lot, and this hero is good against Puck. But again, I just think the hero has similar problems where you're running into Overgrowth and Roar, and these things just really lock you down.
Yeah.
Banning Ursa protects him a little bit more, because that's one of the heroes that can truly just destroy you during these BKB piercing spells. But I still think, I don't know, I'm looking for something. I do think the carry of Tundra needs to play a pretty high tempo. I think if he plays slow, then you're missing Night Stalker's timing in this game entirely.
Let's not kid ourselves, Cinder, and he's picking Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I was going to say Chaos Knight feels like the
Do you like that here, though?
biggest one that sticks out.
I don't know, I feel like the matchups are still pretty hard, right? Like, Puck has a lot of AoE damage. Static Storm, Overgrowth is really good against CK.
Since when has Tundra ever thought like that?
I mean, that's fair. It is also one of those moments where I just don't think the perfect hero exists. Okay, it's a carry Night Stalker.
Lit. Love that.
Okay.
More? Do you like it more? And then with this Dark Seer to really help him out as well?
I like the fact that Tundra are playing fast with this pick, right? That's what I wanted from the carry. And now that the carry is Night Stalker, that's pretty fast. You put Darkseer off lane and you try to play a high tempo here. I like that as a potential solution. I think their lineup is very volatile, though. I think if things go poorly, Tundra are going to get into this awkward spot that they did against Liquid, where it's like, we can't really fight, and we can't really outscale you, so...
If Skip to play Anti-Mage, I want to see it now. No! Damn it! Oh, I wanted it so bad into Darkseer.
You mean Dirachi?
Yes, sorry, Dirachi.
Sorry, I knew what you meant.
Thanks. I've been getting teams mixed up recently. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Lifesteal.
Yeah, I was going to say
Lifesteal.
It's a really good lifesteal game. He lanes well against Darkseer, because Darkseer is Darkseer, and therefore every hero lanes well against him, pretty much.
Yep.
You can't really dive him with a duo here of Darkseer Snap or Darkseer Undying. You can just rage and not take the damage.
Yeah.
And the core-to-core matchups later in the game should be pretty good. I like Game in here.
I was going to say, right now you're listing a lot of good things for Gaming
I like
Gladiators.
their draft a lot.
Okay.
But I think Tundra's is very interesting in a positive way, not like, oh, we have to be PC, it's interesting, you know, like, I think it's going to be very fun to watch how they handle tempo and play aggressively, and that's they kind of need to play week 1 Tundra, like you talked about, like play fast and aggressive. To make
and Bengon also winning those lanes for themselves as well, which hopefully they do come through with.
33 is one of my favorite Darkseer players because he was one of the guys that figured out how to play against Ench back in the day, and he would go an Orchid build. So I think if he went Orchid build this game, it would genuinely look amazing. I would love to see that. If he can find the farm, like they stack Ancients for him, when you have level 4 Iron Shell, you can farm that really easily, get an early Orchid. Like against Puck Lifestealer, that would open up a lot of kill opportunity.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
All right, I like that even though, you know, you do favor gaming a little bit with their lineup, there are a lot of great things coming out from Tundra. We could see the connection, the idea they're going for. I like the Darkseer pick, but that's because I know who's casting this game, and I know the caster that loves Darkseer is Lyrical. So for game number 1 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, we have Lyrical and Kezu.
We're in the dark because of Darkseer. Rawr.
Or Night Stalker.
Or Night Stalker. That's the other one. Oh my god, man. It's happening. Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. You said that you liked the idea of the Night Stalker position 1 even before we saw that it was the Darkseer last pick. What do you like about it so much this game?
I like the fact that, first of all, they picked the hero. I think it's you know, the hero isn't used as much as maybe it should be.
Right.
He's going up against Beastmaster, and he has an Undying in the lane. So Undying can kind of carry you through your pretty garbage laning stage that you have early on. So he's going to get you through that. You have Purpose later with the Beastmaster. And then you have Darkseer in your team who can steal the attack speed aura from the Beastmaster later and give it to you.
Big brain. I like that. You know, you did say something there, though, which was kind of a garbage laning stage. And I know Darkseer, kind of a garbage laning stage. I'm a little worried that the laning stage might be an issue, but they might just not play the lanes. That's the Tundra Classic.
Yeah. I mean, why play the lane when you don't have to? Pull some waves, get some gold. The Tundra Classic.
Sneaking, please close stream. What the hell?
Oh, cheating? Stream sniping?
Regardless, there's a big delay on it, so it won't matter that much at all. So you could see Quinn gain down that ward in the early side. The panel was talking a little bit about like the Night Stalker Beastmaster dynamic as well. Do you want to just run us through that, how it works?
Okay, so when Night Stalker has the shard, he can eat creeps, and in the nighttime, he can also eat ancient creeps. Therefore, you can always just run up and eat the Helm of Overlord from Beastmaster. First of all, you get a lot of HP, you take his damage away, and you get so much gold on Night Stalker, which is insane. So there's a way where maybe Ace is like, you know, I don't actually want to do that. I'm going to keep it a Vlad's, or I'm going to build it into Wraith Pact and go some Vlad's AC. You know, that can work.
Well, we'll see if they do it indeed. As Gaming Gladiators, we saw there, the esportsbet.io odds taking them 3-1 favorites after the draft, which kind of makes sense given both the pedigree of the team that we've seen from this, but for Tundra really needing a win here. They're sort of, if they can manage like 1 or 2 more wins, they're in a comfy spot where they're going to be going to the major. You lose a couple, you lose even just one, suddenly you're maybe looking at tiebreakers.
Yeah, the 7-man tiebreaker.
Yeah.
With all the other teams. I do think that Sheep made a nice point on the panel. There's a lot of things that Tundra could do in this game that can offset like game in team fights, whether it's, you know, an Orchid coming out from 3-3. I have not seen this build a lot lately, but it can work, or perhaps a mid-game Blink Dagger from Skeeter. You start with your ult, you get on top of the puck, the Disruptor, suddenly you can offset some of the fights, because I feel like if this doesn't happen, Gaimin have a pretty clear way of how they want to team fight.
Right, absolutely. They have very easy setups. It's sort of like a finesse-oriented draft, it feels like almost, versus sort of just a powerhouse bulldoze type style coming from gaming. And yeah, I remember back when I was, you know, learning this hero, 33 was one that I would watch, and he would always build it against Puck too. He would build that Orchid against Puck. So we'll see if he goes for that after one of those other items. But at least at the early goings here, you can see the mid battle, 9 facing off against Quinn. Always interesting to watch these mid matchups with these players that have a bunch of games against each other now, playing in the Western Europe DPC.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like a lot of small things that happen in these lanes, especially if people were paying attention to the triple camera and Skeeter bottom. Like, there's people who pull the wave away, and before they use their spell, you creep aggro so that the creep stays alive with like 1 HP. He did that there. Quinn is doing that all the time in mid lane, so there's just going to be a lot of high-skill laning happening in this particular game.
And then, of course, also the dodge coming out. So Tofu is able to pull the other one back behind the tower. They are kind of playing it straight up top. It's 33, only level 1 right now, which is a little bit rough for him, but has Soxa near at hand to try and help him out with the laning stages. They throw another shell on there, put the pressure onto Duraccio.
Yeah, so Lifestealer doesn't really like these lanes that push into him all that much, and with the, you know, with the Shell and Soxa being here, I feel like this lane is just more on Soxa really frontlining, pushing in the lane. I feel like he's going to be the one that carries the Darkseer out of lane, and in the bottom lane you have a similar scenario, right? The Undying is going to try to get Skeeter through the lane, so I would say all the cores in this game should be pretty happy.
Skeeter's taking a lot of damage.
He's taking
down
a
here.
beating.
Tofu is just keeping it onto him and even getting some denies right in his face. Very frustrating to play against his mid, getting really low there. You can see Puck and Pango almost on exact same CS as Snake King going for a courier snipe, but he rolled low on the damage.
He had legit had like 1 HP.
Oh, that's sad. And Soxa up top, they managed to get the kill onto Celery. Oh, that is a big level 2 timing.
Well, something you should not underestimate are these 2 heroes at level 2. Vacuum deals 100 damage, Snapfire has 2 spells. Yeah, they must have just been able to catch, you know, Celery out of position. And I mean, Lifestealer doesn't help you too much, right? He's just gonna, what, sit there and hit them a bit? That's it.
Right. No, it's definitely not the best right now, and went for the Leech Seed build, so it's sort of slowed healing over time coming in. But you can see that they're playing a little bit more reserved up there as bottom, keeping that pressure on with the wave coming in towards Skitter. Double range creep now.
I mean, you can see, like, in the spot lane already, Beastmaster isn't the strongest here early on. You have this Undying who's going to carry you, and Nightstalker, his weakest timing is like minute 0 to 5, and he's already winning the lane. He has a lot of purpose in the game too, so Skeeter is up for a great start, and his hero can really pop off in this game.
Yeah, if he can get off to a decent start, definitely making those moves around, finding Puck, finding Disruptor, any of these heroes with that silence could just be critical for them. But we'll see if, you know, how this next couple of minutes goes. It's definitely a very different looking draft than we've used to be seeing from Tundra. Playing different types of heroes, looking for a change-up.
Yeah, and I must say that I really like it. Also with the item build, the 3-3 is going for now. Of course, with the kill they had earlier, he's going Ring of Health. Super good in this lane. It's like a very chip-heavy lane. Lifestealer wants to hit you like 500 times, lower your HP a bit, you play into the Treant Protector. Once you have Vanguard as well, Lifestealer doesn't really do much. He has like high attack speed, sure, but he deals very low damage. So 3-3, really up for a good start. Also with the Vanguard, could make it harder for Quinn to gank him. So yeah, Tundra doing a lot of things right so far.
Yeah, I love that. And that was the old build, the Vanguard into Orchid afterwards. We'll see if he goes for it here as Ace takes some damage. Back up towards top, Duraccio forcing back Soxa. Almost has that level 4 now as Ace is spamming those out. Are there any Ancients being stacked up so far? Doesn't look like it yet for Gaimin. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity taking the Inner Beast here, not having access to those boars yet.
So he must be taking Inner Beast because he feels like his range 4, like that Tofu, can really abuse and make fact of this bonus attack speed in the lane. So it's kind of a trade-off. At least that's the only idea that, you know, really makes sense. And just to a lot of pressure top, you see like vacuum into Scatter Blast is just so much damage.
That's really good harassment there. A long cooldown on vacuum, obviously, but still making them feel uncomfortable.
This snaking.
Well,
has sticks and a raindrop. Tombstone.
Takes some
it's
damage
nighttime.
there. Ace, at the 5-minute mark, they managed to bring him down. Very well played.
That was super nicely done by Tundra. I love that. Like, just going for this trade. Again, you're feeding Networth into your +1 who, you know, most of the time Night Stalkers don't have this good of a start, but it turns nighttime, you have the sticks, you have the raindrop, you bait it, you get the Tombstone out, and you were low HP anyway, so just great trade from Tundra.
I mean, Beastmaster is definitely the hero that's been hurting the most out of this laning stage. Not having a great time as the bottle refill is going to come in towards mid, up top. Keeping that pressure on. Saksa ready to go, but they pop the rage and then are going to back away immediately. So full Vanguard completed for Darkseer.
Not only is this going to be good for 3-3's lane, but this really frees up Saksa as well. Like if 3-3 can region up a bit, Saksa can move to mid. He could maybe even move to bottom. Hurt Ace's game even more as mid. A lot of pressure coming out. Quinn is already very low.
Yeah, and able to steal away that rune.
Whoever roll.
Oh, maybe a chance and enough for the kill. 9. It's not a solo kill, it's a 2v1 kill.
Huh.
Tofu didn't have a way to save him.
That was a pretty Chad play. He just started rolling in his face. I feel like Quinn didn't really see it coming. Gets bombed twice, 1 hit. See you later.
Jeez. Big moves. Did have Fairy Fire and Magic Stick. I guess the raindrops maybe they were in his backpack in the wrong way or something like that on Quinn?
So he got bopped once, then perfect stun timing, and during the second stun, he canceled the roll, hit him once, and he killed him. So it was I don't think he had much time unless he tried super hard, but I'm just going to say perfect play from 9.
Well done. Well, at least at this early going, in spite of the CS differential, it does look like Ace has been able to keep up somewhat in his sort of last hitting and net worth-wise as the glimpse back comes in. Trying to bring down Snake King, but Skitter's still there.
You better be careful. You can tell.
Yeah.
They glimpse him nearly to their, like, so close to the tier 1, and they can't really commit. Skeeter just postures upwards, can protect his Undying, and yeah, I mean, Skeeter, I've said it before, I've seen this build as well. He's queuing up the Radiance right now.
Okay.
I saw Ramses do this in CIS. It looked great. Ooh. Nice try on a combo. That's a very hard one to execute.
Yeah, really difficult, but still keeping this pressure onto Duraccio. Saksa going to back away as the
not a roll.
Comes in towards mid. Quinn, phase shift, dodges, has a coil. Will not try and go for any type of play there. But they are keeping this pressure on, it looks like now, as 33 going to be able to farm up this camp here to the side too. Just getting everything. And when you get off to a good start like this, gotta feel great.
Yeah, he's gotta be feeling amazing. And again, you know, being able to free up your support, Saksa can stack some camps, go for the runes again. Quinn does get a DD this time. That's a very big timing for him. Celery. Jump.
Double jump. Finds him. Wait.
Any killers?
No killers.
Nope, no kill enjoyers.
They don't want to do it. Although Quinn, he might be a kill enjoyer.
Looking for
here
a glimpse.
They're not careful.
Close.
Just out of
Run,
range.
Saksa.
Saksa hoping to escape. Gets vision. And we'll get him. Okay, Quinn with the DD wants to go in for this. Get some good damage.
Nice
Dodges the jump. And now
they still have coil.
Yeah, they're not going for 33. They want the easier kill because of that Vanguard. It's a little bit more difficult. Quinn
sticks him.
Finding the Pango, getting that finish, but 33, he will be able to surge and get out. So good rotation from Quinn.
This is why runes and patience, it matters so much. He gets the DD bottom, they keep chasing up top, and he's just very patient with the coil. Perfect usage of his spells. Hit. Now Pango he could maybe back away, then recoil gets the kill, and now Quinn Callahan, my man, up in the top worth. Top worth, yep, English.
That's the one.
Yep, I love top worth.
Top worth. It's very worthwhile. Snaking, eyeing up this triple stack here of Ancients and immediately going to go and drop down that sentry to block it out. Still a lot of opportunities there. 33 also built up a stack for himself.
Ace getting pressure bottom as well.
Can they do much to him? Yep, they will. So Ace goes down. And back into the Roche pit. They managed to find Celery. So there's action all over the map right now.
And here, like, you can see why items as well can matter so much. If 3-3 doesn't buy a Vanguard here, I feel like Saksa would feel forced to stay in the top lane. But this way, he can help out mid, he feels free to go bottom, they get this kill on the Beastmaster, so yeah, a lot more pressure on this map than you would maybe anticipate with some of these heroes. Ooh, another smoke.
What are they going to find this time now? I mean, this could be just to take the kill and then move in and steal the Ancients, as Ace very quickly dealt with.
They really hate him. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a big blow up.
Pick Night Stalker to make him not by Overlord. He currently has a mech queued up. You kill him, he respawns, you insta-smoke again. I love it.
That's a good point. Yeah, that feels really bad. As Dyrachyo, they already dropped the wall here and going to try and go for a play with the Ion Shell on to the Illusion. 33 just trying to sort of keep him on his toes a little bit here, it looks like.
Yeah, just some pressure. Make sure you get the farm going. He has the Arcane Boots finished now. Just gonna keep his mana topped off, get all the farm going. Wants to buy a Crimson Guard next. Okay. Against the Naix Beastmaster, some right clicks from the puck. I can see it. And now Gaimin, they want to return the favor. They're like, okay, Ace, you're hurting. We're gonna help you out.
And Tofu just got level 6 with the Tome too, so making this move down bottom, it looks like they're already prepared. 9 in the area. Quinn breaks smoke, finds Skitter right away, goes for the Static Storm down, but are they going to be able to get away from this?
Double bomb!
Phase shift dodges the damage, but they have the roar and enough for the finish. The glimpse to get him away, and then it ends up being a trade of the Night Stalker for that Disruptor. And Quinn still sitting with the regen room.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty chill for them. As mid snaking, it's just bombing out this tree. Nice, nice. You know, forcing him out of the lane. They're still looking for something bottom.
Ace. Oh, no.
Nope,
Ace.
he's dead.
No way to get away from that one. I don't think. The tree armor? The tree armor? Oh, he hits him.
Yeah, got the Nike boots on. Nearly dodged all the last globs. But nice job from Tundra once again. Lingering around, getting the kills on Ace. I mean, he's died 3 times. You know,
right.
What's a fourth dev, really?
True enough. This 33 is going to run away from Dyrachyo there. And pulling the creep wave with him past the other one. Make your choice now. Do you want creeps or do you want to kill me?
I'm watching him. He's going to stack a camp at the same time. Look at this goddamn nerd, man. 3-3. And you wonder why this guy is top net worth in like every game. It's because he does shit like this.
It's crazy. Stacking the camp, pulling the other creep wave through. He's going to be able to get back in time probably to pull the other one over. But while we're talking about efficiency, there's also potentially a battle brewing down bottom. Quinn has an Invis rune.
And Quinn's going to have every active rune.
Yeah, pretty
just
much.
Life.
If he finds an opportunity here, it could be a pretty fast blow up, but doesn't look like anybody's going to be there in time.
I do like how Gaimin are moving on the map, like helping your beast out as they did before. Now they're posturing there again and just trying to like kick out Skeeter from this lane because Night Stalker still farms very slowly as Saksa, just gonna, you know, fall victim to an active rune once more. Nice play by Gaimin.
So continue that thought process you're having right there.
So it's Night Stalker is a very slow farming hero. Like you love to farm lane creeps because they give you a lot of gold. They're easy to kill. You farm jungle very slowly. Now you can see he's like, yeah, jungle feels kind of lame. I'm just gonna go sit mid because if he sits bottom, they're just gonna kill him. Night Stalker is a hero that's very weak if they attack you. You either want to free farm in a chill lane or collapse on the enemies, and he doesn't feel ready to go fight.
That's fair, and he is a little bit behind Dyrachyo right now in terms of the amount of farm that he's gotten, considering that armlet's already done. But closer to the Radiance, as 33 drops the wall again, forces Dyrachyo back a bit. And he is going to try and continue towards not the Orchid, but actually the Crimson Guard. Rarely seen this item, but really good against a lot of these heroes. I mean, Beastmaster's not going for the Helm of the Overlord, but all that attack speed would be helpful.
I'm watching Quinn bottom right now.
Cookie.
He has no orb, he has no spells.
Stun. Follow-up stun, the bounce back. Will it be enough? No!
Phase shift
and then the jump away, but no, he will burn. As Tofu tries to dodge from 9, but the damage is there and starting to really come online with this Diffusal build.
I mean, there's a lot of punishment coming out from in this game right now. You know, sometimes you have it, oh, we can't kill Puck, but, you know, you can if you don't try, obviously not. But they see, okay, he orbs forward, you don't have a lot of time. They use their spells properly. Also, you're playing into a treant, you get to kill the tier 1 tower. Yeah, honestly, Tundra are doing a lot of map movements in a great way right now.
You know, more broadly, I think that it is so freaking cool to see Tundra, like, Beastmaster's been first phased over and over and over again. And now they come out with just this really great answer in the Night Stalker, and it's forcing Beastmaster to just play a completely different game.
Especially with all the movements as well, right? Like not only the heroes, also the way they're playing on the map. But, you know, Dyrachyo being silently up all the way top network, gonna queue up his little Radiance. And I don't really see how Tundra really push him out of this lane for now. Like a lot of the time, there is a way where you can push out the Lifestealer, but in this game, or right now, you don't have like some great stun lock. So I feel like Dyrachyo is gonna be chilling here on his little island, and we're gonna have to pay attention to him in a couple minutes.
Dude, I'm gonna steal this farming pattern. This is sick. All right, so see Night Stalker in towards mid is going to get the silence out there. The roll comes through, but Dyrachyo, he shows up ready to battle. And will they end up being able... Oh, 9, he got stuck. Chase, glimpse back. And no escape for 9. Got caught on the cliff of death.
Well, Gaimin returning the favor this time around. We just said earlier, Night Stalker hates when you go on him first. He's in the mid-river. They get him with the coil, follow-up spells. Great overgrowth coming out from Celery, nice TP from Dyrachyo. And, well, they're not kicking you out, but your team is giving you a super easy way into mid, joining the fight and taking the enemy mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that is what you want to see if you're a Gaimin Gladiator fan, definitely. Making that really solid rotation. And, you know, you look at the kill score, it's actually Gaimin that are up about 1,000 gold right now and will have that relic coming out on the courier for Dyrachyo. The Night Stalker actually has his completed too. So they're pretty close to each other in terms of getting there.
Okay, missing the wall. Looks like Dyrachyo got cookied.
Oh my god, vacuum? Is it enough? Yes, it is!
He got hit once and couldn't infest.
He did not have the mana. He was 5 mana short when he died on the Lifestealer for infest.
Oh, I mean, I loved actually that he was going back up top to like be annoying, stop the push a little bit. I mean, you would expect him to use Rage or Infest, but, you know, didn't pay attention for a moment. They punish him and get the kill.
Really impressive stuff there. I mean, and now with this Crimson Guard, you're looking at like the damage. I mean, I guess that there's still going to be that Radiance coming out. He's got like a natural BKB built into him. The Celery's going to come on in and grab this creep wave. Might be not long for this world if they bring the numbers like they did before.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a time in this game where Gaimin, perhaps in the next like 5 to 10 minutes, could run into a lack of damage against this Crimson Guard, especially if 3-3 also upgrades his hood into a pipe, like against his Radiance. So then Gaimin are going to have to think about a way where they scale furthermore and then take fights more around the 30-minute mark when Puck has like another 1 item, another 2 items. Oh, Celery.
Finds 9. Wants to get out of there. The bounce.
Rolly roll.
The roll. Oh, just stand still.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, it's going to be a dead one.
Unlucky.
Well, in the Ancients, you know, you were mentioning that pipe and all that stuff. I had forgotten that Ace is also going for this type of a build. Has the Guardian Greaves done all already? So they also have some of these like weird team fighty items too.
I would... Yeah, I'm just... Oh, never mind. DD up top with coil.
The damage out. Quinn jumps in. Static Storm after the coil. Yeah, that one hurts, but the wall and now the drop down. Be careful with this one. Quinn, does he have any more spells left? Needs to go for the jaunt away. And still they find him. The cookie, it's not quite going to connect, but the vacuum is going to be there.
No mana? No, he has.
So Tundra, they show up a little bit late with all their healers.
Has Rage.
And Dyrachyo doesn't want to run through that wall, though. Needs to back away.
Rage is done.
Doing good damage, in some trouble, and Dyrachyo just dies.
Oh,
they are doing a ton. Tofu tries to force staff get away. The continued chase down, and now Skinner shows up too. He's got the Radiance. He's got the vision. They're going to find this Treant, and they did not know what hit him. You were damn right about that. They are running into some problems.
No, it's casual 2700 HP snaking at minute 18 with a Crimson Guard, you know, on him. Yeah, this guy. There's more coming up. Hello, Ace.
Yeah.
Bye, Ace.
Nowhere to go here. You're not getting away from this one. Boop. Way too much aggression coming out from Tundra, and they've completely shifted their everything.
Okay, snaking. He's gonna give himself up, maybe, eventually, one day. Or
Quinn, if he died of snaking right there, okay.
He would have dropped a couple items if he did, so all good. He got off a very sneaky ward in the Dire base. I don't know how good that one is gonna be for now, but, you know, snaking did get it out at least.
Dude, they are buying all of the team fight stuff, right? You've got now mech done on Snapfire. Like you said, that pipe coming out soon for Darkseer. And drums on Undying. they just have so much get up and go battle energy, I feel like.
There is no way that Gaimin can fight into Tundra unless they catch him like off guard when they're not together. Pipe, Crimson, Mech, like also like if you look at Puck and life serious damage, it's very slow throughout the fight. So these auras are way too strong against them. Oh, Coil.
Maybe catching somebody out of position does have that mech available, but will not pop it. So giving up 1 life there, and that's what you need to see if you're gaming Gladiators.
I do like how they're currently moving with the heroes on the map. You want to keep them... I would say you need to keep the map open and look to split up Tundra. These 5-man items right now from minute 15 to 25 are going to be way too strong. Have Quinn on one side, then maybe get some kills. Have the Rachi on the other. That's 9.
Or Staff and Tumbler's toy gets down to the low ground on the other side of the cliff, keeping him fine and dandy, but 9 rolled away. Gets out of trouble. You know, I think we should take a moment to appreciate. Tundra's been getting a lot of flack for their gameplay at various points in time. So they got 26 kills in 20 minutes. This has been a barn burner so far. Been loving what we've been seeing.
Yeah, where the Tundra haters at? They can't say anything now, at least.
Well, that's because we're on the microphone.
That is very true. Dang. Okay, Skeeter. They have Night Stalker ult again. And with what we've been saying with how strong their team fighting is right now, usually what you want to do in this situation is force the enemy into a fight. You can hit Roche because then either you get it for free, or they come to you, or you smoke up and go fight them. Because I stand by it. With the auras, they're so strong. But Gaimin...
Walk into this one now. Don't have that much vision, but we'll find Snake King right at the start. Silence is there. Look at this fight. Say, maybe this is not one we want to take. And everybody evacuates. Run away. Get out of here. And Celery, he might not be so lucky. Force Staff tries to keep him alive. Has an overgrowth to hope to escape. But a really good placement on the wall. And the vacuum back. The Static Storm will not save. At least for the moment, the Disruptor. Ace is still getting chased, and with Skinner running him down, Lifestealer has got to evacuate the freaking Siege Creep. Just roar, run away. We did not want to go up that hill. Please don't take the fight against us. The chase down's going to be there. They get a good coil connection, and now enough to bring down Skinner. That's a good fight for them, at least for the moment. Trying to arm with Toggle to get out of trouble. Rachio able to escape from that one. They're all grouped together right here, and Quinn trying to pull them apart. But 9 also looking for that chase down. The Cookie's there. Doesn't have anything else left in the tank to get him away. Tofu.
They still have vacuum.
They got to be careful. Terraccio.
This fight is never ending.
I mean, they have so much survivability on Tundra. It's really hard to bring them down. They still have Pipe, for goodness sake.
Cookie in 1.
They pop it now. Terraccio onto 33. They turn now onto Ace. He doesn't have Greaves ready, and the vacuum is there. A second salvo from 33 as he surges forward 9. And they were able to extend this fight long enough as 9 dodges away from that glimpse. You can't cookie through that wall. And Tofu might be able to get out of there finally. But a disastrous fight for gaming Gladiators.
I'm a bit surprised that they opted to smoke into Tundra. Perhaps there was something happening on the map that I didn't see where they were like, okay, Tundra aren't together, we can do this. But I do think now after this fight is over, their comms should be somewhere along the lines, okay, it's hard for us to fight. We might have to split the map, get 1 or 2 BKBs on our Lifestealer and Puck, and just let Tundra have whatever they're going to claim on the map. And hope that in the meantime, you get the farm going, push other lanes.
Right, and they're trying to get into some of these items of their own as Quinn hoping to escape now from the Night Stalker.
Skeeteroni? Is he going to be okay?
He's still taking some damage. Oh, there you go.
He's just going to slowly die.
Okay, I thought the creep was going to be enough to keep him alive, but Quinn playing around with him, and up top there's a vacuum wall onto 2, and Skidder gonna pop his ulti, get out of trouble. Celery gets burned to death. Terraccio shows up, but it wasn't in time for the kill onto Skidder, so they lose 2 for gaming during what should have been a solid moment for him.
Well, usually you'd be happy if you force a Night Stalker ult, but in the meantime you lost 2 of your bros in a tier 2 tower, so Skeeter gonna be, absolutely okay with that. Just gonna eat his way through the jungle, get some more HP. Now, they're probably just going to wait for Night Stalker ult, and in the meantime, the rest of Tundra, they can just play together.
And that Beastmaster going down feels particularly bad because he was the one that was supposed to be getting them into that pipe soon, but not able to do it as Quinn's running away. You can see the esportsbet.io odds changing by the minute as it feels like it is getting further and further out of their control. And now, a freaking Vlad's for the Darkseer going back for the Wraith Pact, it looks like.
Honestly,
all of the items.
Yeah, I just love the itemization. You have Catch from your team, or at least with 9, he can always go in. You have the Night Stalker who goes in too, building all these auras to keep them more survivable, help them go in, help you take Roche. I mean, I would love to be Pango on Night Stalker with this Darkseer in my team.
He's getting everything that he wants.
Ace is not happy.
I mean, this has been the saddest Beastmaster game I've seen in a long time. It feels bad for Ace.
Yeah, first of all, you're having a hard time and you're forced to buy items you probably don't really want to have. So yeah, he's not in for a good time.
Poor guy. Well, Tundra, after a series of solid moves around the map, are going to head on in and take down Roshan now. And, I mean, I guess the thing that I wonder about is you've sort of invested into every little bit of this draft for Tundra, like this timing. This timing is incredibly strong for them. They've got all the great auras. They've got Aegis now. Is there any worry for you that if they don't hit this timing good, that things could fall apart later on down the road? Or does this lineup continue to scale well?
They scale pretty well. Of course, some of these items will lose some of the value, but if the way Puck and Lifestealer play fights are pretty long. Like, they're not sure. Maybe they go in with an Infest Bomb and hope to kill one hero, but I feel like that's not going to happen. So these fights will drag out. Tundra have very tanky heroes. They can kite you, but I do like that the Ratio is eventually... He's going to get to a Nullifier. Okay. He might do the split and get it, and he has his BKB. They're going to need Quinn's BKB, but I feel like at this point, Gaimin are going to have to go for outplays. Skeeter with the Blink.
Well, this is... ooh, Glimpse. Keep him alive. Quinn goes for the jump. Oh, he's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble. Has to drop the coil. Misses on the wall, but hits it the second time. And now Skeeter in trouble.
Insta-blink.
Excuse me. Quinn in trouble from Skeeter, and yeah, they get the kill.
Really nice altering of the item build here from Skeeter. He had the BKB queued up, but an Aegis is kind of like it's a free BKB for the time being. You don't need to buy this offensive item. So he queues up the Blink, and that's the only reason why they got this kill. Because they know all Gaimin want to do is play the map. You buy Blink, make it harder. Beautiful.
Well, very impressive stuff. And an 8,000 gold lead now as they find him. Tofu will get ran down here eventually, as he does not have a TP, and I don't think he can force staff himself out of this problem. Although he is going to take him on a nice little walk, to be honest.
That's true.
Because there's going to be some glimpses, there's going to be some kinetic fields. We'll think about him dying as we just watch the rest of this action potentially happening. As it's going to take a while. Oh, he dodges. Okay, he's taking a long walk home.
I think 3-3 is getting PTSD from Disruptor.
Pops his BKB. We'll have Rage after.
Well, that's a W for sure for Tundra. Forcing a BKB like that, that's the first one.
Yeah.
So yeah, very happy about that. Forcing him out of there as Tofu does get away from the Darkseer down bottom.
Gave up on the kill maybe. Who knows? Regardless, it is still a pretty sizable lead at this point in the game. Trying to finish off this pipe desperately for Ace so they can have some way to sort of stand toe-to-toe against this lineup, but it's not happening easily.
Well, I mean, Quinn is doing the right thing. You cannot fight this 5-man ball from Tundra. So trying to split them up, go to the side lanes, push in the lanes, get as much gold as you can is definitely the best thing you can do right now, because playing the map against Night Stalker is not easy. At any point, if they smoke and find him, I mean, Quinn does have the BKB now, so I wonder, do they feel like that the double BKB is enough? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, no, it feels like it's enough to extend the game further.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's like, okay, well, what are you going to do? As Rage TP out, they still are not pushing the towers particularly hard, and this is a Treant game. So I think that this one might be last in the distance. Also, you know, of course, it's Tundra Gaming, so we know how they act with that. Celery? Is he getting out of here?
Celery with the juke boots.
Oh my god, he just kept walking in a straight line.
Okay, they have no roll. Gaimin are in a good position on mid. Look, fast play.
Jumps in, tries to find him. Can they get him? Yes, they can. It's going to be a stun now, but the back wall onto both of them. Duraccio has to run away. Actually, now wanting to go back in, they get the roar down. Static Storm too, but nobody feels comfortable going on this Darkseer. It is, again, all abilities used to disengage as Tofu gets burned to death by the illusion of Duraccio from 33. And Quinn, BKB, backs away, and Celery not going to be so lucky. Quinn has to get out of here. Has another orb, the phase shift, the jaunt. Still manages to hit onto him. And Quinn chased down, they find him for the kill. Back behind the tier 4 towers, Tundra are absolutely rolling this game.
Well, just, you know, killing an enemy mid laner at 28 minutes at his tier 4 tower. Yeah, you're doing pretty damn well in the game. I liked what Gaimin were going for there. They had no Pango, he was far away. They tried to go for this quick play, but you can just see these auras. Tundra get to reinforce, and suddenly they're pushing a high ground now.
I mean, I think the panel said it best earlier when they said that Tundra, you don't know what you're going to get from. Some games, they just look like the best team in the world, and other games, it looks a little all over the place. I think this is when they're at their best, when they're doing weird, unorthodox stuff and making it look cool.
I mean, you're getting complete domination Tundra in this game. This map play with, you know, their Night Stalker pushing out waves. You have 9 on the Pango as well going around. And yeah, looks like this is just going to be 1 Rex. Still have Aegis for a little bit more, 15 seconds.
Going to go in for it, but they can't. Well, maybe they can with the glimpse back. Okay, still has the Aegis.
8 seconds.
7 seconds, building it down.
Don't
Do they
kill
wanna
him.
Try and
Don't
finish him
kill
off?
him.
They're leaving him alone. Skinner wants to die. Can they glimpse the hero? No, he goes down right as it expires. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it was right as it expired, and now the glimpse pulls him back. That's also going to stun from the 10 snap. Darkseer nowhere to go with the backball onto 3. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think so. They don't have the damage to deal with this. They get the Infest heal onto Ace, and suddenly, there are some questions to be answered by that one.
A little throwy throw. I like that game, and you know, they play it slow. They understand, okay, wait out the timer. And something crucial that Skeeter perhaps didn't anticipate, I think 3-3 should not have popped his Crimson Guard.
Oh,
it kept him alive for like this one, I don't know how much time it was, but like this half second or maybe 0.1, and suddenly, bam, you die without... I mean, he would have respawned in the tier 4s, but still.
Dude, I'm dropping my items on the ground. I don't care. Just lower my HP levels with no more BKB. It's fine. Look at this timing on this one here as we take a look at the replay. It was so freaking close.
Stupid live screen, go away.
Oh, man. And down to the nothing. Just, oh, there it is, and
yeah, it was literally in the same frame. Oh, no.
Oh, God, that hurts.
Right, Gaming are back. Suddenly from, what was it, like 11, 12k down to 6. And Darkseer is still dead. So now, not only did you get a lot of gold, a lot of levels, you get to reclaim the entire map. Look at the net worth now as we're going back live. Dyrachyo is 19,000. That's 3k ahead of anyone else.
And Beastmaster, very importantly, is getting to some of those bigger items, right? It's like, you know, obviously net worth is behind, but he's hit a couple of these timings with the Greaves, with the Pipe, with the Vlads. He's helping out his team now.
Okay, yeah, we're actually getting there. Dyrachyo has the Nullifier, completed up an AC, queuing up the Daedalus next.
Doxa a little bit ahead of everybody else, but they're backing away on the side of game.
Kill Quinn's Courier, easy clap. Good smoke, guys. Let's go.
Got him.
He has a DD, though. Quinn not, you know, not too unhappy.
So you said earlier that Tundra is still a lineup that scales. Is it when I was talking about like what happens if you sort of miss that timing or something like what we just saw happens? How worried are you right now for Tundra?
They're still doing good, but if this happens once more, you're definitely getting into a little bit of a rut roll, you know, situation where Quinn is scaling, Dyrachyo is. If he wins one more fight, I feel like this Lifestealer could be uncontrollable.
Be careful if he walks up that hill right away, finds them. That is a dead Undyne, and the coil now connects. Soxa also in trouble. 2 supports going down low, but not all the way dead yet at the start of this fight. And now they've got him under control here. They need to keep him alive for long enough to get that Greaves and the pipe
They don't see
off,
him.
and he's hiding away. Where's the detection? Didn't have it. He gets out. Ace survives all those auras. Staying alive, so important.
Ooh, okay, I mean, Gaiman in the last 2 fights, they're outplaying Tundra. Has Dyrachyo staying around.
Gets the rage off. That was BKB still down, I think.
Ooh, that was very close. Yeah, his BKB was on cooldown there. He could have gotten silence into a back, but, you know, barely gets it off. Tofu playing with fire a little bit.
33 minutes in, and you can see how close this can get. Now, Roche is capable of respawning right now, but it's still a minute and 30 before it's going to. And right now, no team has vision on that side of the map. Probably going to be seeing some movements over there in the near future. Of course, also, as you can see, Ace has that Hawk ready, can send it on into the pit if things get dicey too.
Vision and whoever initiates the next fights is super crucial. If Gaiman can continue to do this where they infest bomb Quinn, they go in with the Nullifier and instantly kill someone, that is so crucial for them. But for Tundra, you have Night Stalker. It is very simple for you to start the fight if you're in the right position and you smoke up together. But for now, I feel like Gaiman they're one step ahead in these last fights. Currently smoked up.
Looking for somebody to find. Of course, the other big thing about that is that Hawk vision being less at night. If they pop Night Stalker ulti, suddenly playing around vision you thought you had, you might not have it anymore. Tofu Walking up high ground, they find 33 right at the start. The nullifier can't surge away. In trouble, Cookie to stay alive. Pops off a couple of items, getting lower and lower. The Crimson, everything used, and now looking for a back
He's still
wall,
alive.
pull back, but no, they kill him off. Does have buyback if they want to use it, but the overgrowth is there, and well, Duraccio, the silence is out from both teams actually. Needs to turn, fight onto Skidder. They're not taking that much damage, but 33 is back into the fight. He's alive again. They've got all their ores back up. Will it matter? Ace trying to walk away. The vacuum back onto 2, keeping him low. Quinn also in trouble and going to die. That's 2 already dead, but they both have buyback. Duraccio, Force Staff, doesn't have a way out. And now into the pit they will go, all dead from Gaiman.
Man, that looked so close. If Tundra don't have these buybacks, they would lose this fight. But they know that they need to be in the area. Skeeter didn't have his ult for like 20 seconds, so they all just make time, 3-3 tanks forever. Gaiman may be overplaying, but now Tundra buybacks into second Roche, 10k lead.
And three heroes without those buybacks too on Radiant. As you can see this replay here, how close it really was. I mean, getting all these auras off here and taking that long to take down 33, it was a long time to wait, but they knew they had buyback.
It's just really nice. The way that they dragged out this fight, he's gonna buy back now, then they just really stay alive. And I mean, they're already hitting your racks.
Right.
Gaiman probably overstayed here a little bit.
Yeah, that's a big punish. As you see in the bottom right-hand corner there, the racks starting to fall. And, I mean, they have a couple of buybacks still there on Gaming, but you feel like you need everybody to take these fights. So it is going to be an entire lane of racks given up as Tundra take a dominant control of this game here.
I mean, this 3-3 Darkseer is so tanky. Even though you started on him with the nullifier,
they gave him the Aegis?
There's a blast rig. They gave him the Aegis. Honestly, yeah, I kind of like it. You can just initiate with your Night Stalker. He didn't use buyback, right? Yeah, it was just Darkseer. They want him to have it. He used his buyback. They feel like 9. You're chilling. You have roll. You have your own BKB. You know, do your thing. I'm the Chad. I take Aegis.
He also has the Shard, which is super annoying to deal with. Make everybody all slow around him, but grouped together now.
They see him on the Hawk.
Who do they decide to go on? They're going to find 9 right at the start, take the less tanky target. Why not? Bringing him low, going to get the kill, but the 4 hero caught again with that back wall. There wasn't a ton of follow-up, and Duraccio taking down Soxa. So 2 fights going on simultaneously. Celery is going to get caught, and now with Skidder being under control, but they don't have a way to keep him there. Will manage to barely escape with that BKB. But you can see they're not out of the woods yet on Tundra. Even with this 14k gold lead, it's not easy.
Very, very clutch Hawk there from Ace. Quinn instantly initiates right after, and you can tell whoever really gets to go on the other team in like a nice manner. I mean, 9 won't have buyback for a lot more fights to come, so he's gonna have to be more careful.
Not even sure who it is that you want to like go on first and foremost and away from Tundra. It like you said, it just feels like they're lacking that damage in a lot of ways.
I feel like for them, the easiest thing to do is to go around and try to kill the supports, I think.
Okay.
Like trying to kill this Treant so he doesn't lock you down during your BKBs, because that's really annoying for Night Stalker.
Oh, I meant to try and fight Tundra. Who do you want to kill there?
You have to kill Pango.
Okay.
Honestly, if Ace could buy a Blink Dagger for all I care, and he just Blink roars that guy every time.
All right, sounds good. Well, 2 racks down right now, and still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. What they end up going for next.
Okay, both teams have gems, at least, so they're both going to continue to kill each other's vision. Neither team currently has a ward out. Tundra just placed their first one in their own jungle, so you can just see that gem really coming into play. And looks like Skeeter, he had a Moonshard queued up, but he changes it to an AC. I kind of like that. You don't always have to rely on 3-3 getting a wall on Duraccio to steal it, just helping your team a bit more. I like it.
True. And we're getting closer to that Hex also for the Darkseer, if you can finish that off. Still staying incredibly farmed.
Yeah.
Again, all of the cores are relatively close to each other. It's just that Beastmaster who's a little behind. And on the other side, the supports of Tundra are freaking stacked, man. Ag's done on Soxa, along with those Greaves and Snake King, of course, Boots of Baron, Force Staff, and a Glimmer. So they're not easy to kill on these heroes.
Oh, Gaiman are smoking up.
Looking for it. What can they find? Need to send in some vision first, but again, it's
no Hawk yet.
Easy. And they have great vision around here. Night Stalker Courier, they know it's over there. AC just delivered.
They want to go all the way around.
Yeah, and this is going to be better for them, too, because there won't be any vision on this
Hawk
side
vision.
to stop them. Looking for 9 right at the start, and they catch him. Able to get him with that nullifier. The stun is there, but the Force Staff not going to help. The Overgrowth connects onto all of them, but he's backing away, and he gets saved. Oh, Saksa with the save, but Quinn on him, trying to bring him down. They don't have enough. Oh, what a save from Saksa. Dude, I feel like in all of that mess, he had to click on a hero portrait or something, but Beastmaster now in trouble, going to get ran down. What a save from this support. Skitter still going toe-to-toe with Dyrachyo. I mean, he hits pretty hard on this Lifestealer, and, well, he can't fly above the kinetic field, but can with that BKB.
They have Hex. Need to be careful.
Still continuing, chasing, Coil there. Thinking about the Hex, thinking about the turn. They throw it now onto Dyrachyo, the Ion Shell, the punch, but going to go for the Rage, and then the chase down Saksa. He doesn't have anywhere else to go either. 33, Aegis goes down, and he's going to die too, and now Saksa in trouble. The extended fight did not go their way. What is this game?
I'm still speechless from Saksa somehow saving 9. How in God's name did he survive that initial engage?
Yeah, that was crazy.
What?
I don't know, man. They're just different.
Okay. I'm just starting to look at some items to think about something else. Dyrachyo going for Daedalus, wants to, you know, pump out more damage. Don't blame him. Seems pretty good. Skeeter looking to work on an Abyssal Blade. And now you have some downtime at least, right? Gaimin, 2 big heroes killed. 70 seconds for 3-3 to respawn. So Gaimin can look to like reclaim the map a little bit, maybe claw your way back in your own jungle and get ready for this next Roche in the game.
Right, so this next Roche, I am seeing a lot of vision again on the bottom side of the map. Do you think that that's the type of thing where they want to keep this lane sort of shoved in? I mean, I guess it's the only one that they still need to push down for Tundra. Just feels like it's gone so haywire over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, your next couple wars are definitely going to be around the Roche pit and maybe keeping that, you know, for the time where you're going to smoke up later to take it over. I do like what Gaimin are doing right now where they're infested in Quinn in the enemy triangle, you know, poking for another kill, trying to take away all the aggressive vision with the gem right now. So their map play is really on point, and they're bringing the game back right now.
Back very close. See what they can get it to. I mean, at various points in this game, and still that right now we're at 89%. It was at 97% earlier. But it still feels like it could go either way depending on how these fights go.
If they continue to find these insane jumps on Hawk Vision by playing as patient as they have been, they can definitely still win this game. I think for 9, with these last fights, what's happening, maybe even split your Arcane Boots. No, they have Nullifier.
Yeah.
No, you can't. He has to just play more safe. Like, he needs to play around Hawk and just be like, okay, I need to be so far away. I have a blink anyway to join the fight because the win condition for Gaimin is to kill him first every time.
Or maybe, I mean, he's eyeing up that BKB. That's the other thing that it feels like he has to have. But there also is a danger now because as we get to this 40-minute mark, these items that start coming out, Disruptor 900 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. I mean,
it's a big one.
If they get to that, it won't matter. The Hawk Vision, it's going to provide all they need.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of things coming together for Gaimin. Quinn also continuing to scale. Dyrachyo finish up his Daedalus, has a Penta-Edged Sword as well. And most important thing, this next Roche. From 15 seconds onwards, it can start spawning. You're going to see people starting to save their buybacks. There's going to be long fights because this next one is the most important one of this game yet.
See what they can do. Down bottom, they are still pressuring out that lane. Want to get as much leeway as they can so they're not pulled back to the bottom side of the map on Gaimin Gladiators. As Quinn also kills off that creep wave. They are going to need to deal with top eventually. As a smoke up comes out and they're underneath the ward. They didn't scout it, Quinn.
Uh-oh. Smoke as well.
That could have been really bad, and it still might be if they're not careful. Back, you back, they find him! Oh, they found him right away! Quinn pops the BKB, though, looking for the turn. 9 already gets the roll-up. He looks like he can get through this fight okay. Ace is gone, no buyback. Skinner finding Dyrachyo, and everybody needing to just run. The bashes are there, the stuns are there. Dyrachyo is gonna die. And they buy back immediately on this Disruptor as Quinn tries to escape from this one. But he too will be in more trouble. The silence, the punches, the kill. And Tundra look like they've done it.
Look how broken wards are. 0 gold cost just won you the entire fight. They did not expect this ward to be up, I think. They ping it now, but it's just too late.
Wards win games. Buy them, everybody. They don't even cost anything, like you're saying.
Yeah, they got them free, my friends. Buy them.
Dyrachyo wanting to hold this one on his own. They got, what, 29 seconds away. Quinn and Ace 600 gold away from having buyback. But it's all in for the Tier 4 towers, and with no response, Tundra are going to take game number 1 in this upset. Unbelievable, as Dyrachyo, no real
Still
answer.
hitting.
They're going to hex him there, and yeah.
They got
Ancient's
it.
going down. Static Storm, it's not nearly enough. GG.
I love how Tundra showed up in this series, at least so far. First game, they whip out the Night Stalker from Skeeter. Haven't really seen it too much before. The way they moved around the map, itemization from 3-3 as well. Just stellar performance.
What a good game. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I love to see that one. And, you know, still, odds are we might get another one just as good next time around.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, it feels like so much of what happened there, and I talked about it a little bit in the game, was this like Night Stalker answer to the Beastmaster and forcing him to do this other weird build. It meant that everything else kind of was on the back foot, and they were playing the type of Dota that they didn't want to play.
It was really hard for them. Like, even with the position they had in the game, they were like down, what, 10k, 15k? They still found very good fights, but the position they were in is just very uncomfortable. You could see Ace had just a very hard game, even like not just with the items he had to buy, with how they had to move on the map. And yeah, Tundra, I just feel like this is the Tundra that I want to see.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see more of it as well as we get ready to head on back to that panel and break down game number 1.
Hopefully with the win for Tundra, it gives them the confidence to keep playing like this, because it was such a showing. We favored Gaming Gladiators draft just a little bit, but we knew what conditions had to be met for Tundra to pop off, and they were met. But more importantly, the fights, just the way the fights at the end there played out, I thought it was going to be over so much earlier for Gaming.
Don't lump me with you. I loved Tundra's draft. Anyway, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, it was such a good game, though. It was really, really cool to watch Tundra play the way they did. They were like super aggressive. They knew exactly how to make the plays work. And it's like, okay, you don't have like insane lockdown for Quinn's puck or whatever, but it didn't matter because it just meant that he could never go in. He could never use orb. As soon as he did, they always had low cooldown spells or like overwhelming damage to force Gaming back out of the fight.
Yeah, and when we look at these fights as the game progressed, it was very heavy on that vision. I am so impressed with how Gaiman were able to defend or at least take advantage of that 30-minute high ground push and then win team fights after that send.
Yeah, I mean, once your back is against the wall like this and these are the conditions, you kind of have to pull out all the stops, and it's just exceptional after exceptional mechanical play in these fights. The Lifestealer with the saves, they're really great weaving in and out of fights, repositioning, and using their BKB piercing abilities that they had as well, right? I think we got to see a glimpse in this game of why the Lifestealer was such a good pick as well. Tundra kind of reached a wall at one point where they basically couldn't really kill him, and they needed to kill the entire supporting cast around him first. Unfortunately, Lifestealer is still Lifestealer, and this hero needs a lot of time on a single target to find kills unless he's like huge in terms of offensive items. And he didn't really get there. So with all the defensive items that Tundra had, all their auras, they could actually take quite a beating from him before it started getting lethal. And yeah, just a super high skilled game. Really cool to watch.
I will say one of the toughest things about watching so many of these team fights was what you said, like Lifestealer needs a lot of time on one target. It felt like he was getting kited quite a lot, Sheep.
Yeah, kited, and on top of that, he just didn't have a lot of damage into the damage reduction. Like, you look at this item build of 33 this game, and he was insane. He had this Crimson Guard, he had a pipe, he had a Wraith Pact. They're making sure his physical damage is so low that, like, this fight is perfect example. They have to go on 33, it takes them forever to kill him. Then it's like, okay, so he has a BKB and Rage on Lifestealer to be able to fight for like a really long amount of time, and it's still not enough in the tank for them to be able to just out-sustain everything that Tundra is doing. And these buybacks on top were like amazing. Taking the Roche right after is wonderful because then you're making up for losing that buyback, and then they can just keep going.
And I think if you take a step back and appreciate how Tundra set all of this up from the get-go, right? Like this, everything you're seeing on your screen now is kind of happening because of what they did in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They were highlighting it during the cast. The fact that Darkseer goes Vanguard first frees up Saksa. He starts enabling bot lane, shutting down the Beastmaster. In turn, Saksa actually claims quite a bit of space, and he gets 19-minute Greaves on the 4 Snapfire. So they show up to this like 20-minute timing with Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard as well. I think they had all 3 items, I want to say, around that time. And just, this is what their lineup needed to do. It needed to peak at that exact moment, and Tundra are so good when they do manage to make all the elements come together. It's just
one of the elements being that carry Night Stalker, like we have to talk about it. We very rarely see Night Stalker these days, but on top of that, in a carry position now, like he did so well, and also on top of that, the fact that he was able to win this lane quite convincingly with the help against Beast.
I think what they did bot was really good this game in general on Tundra. Like the Skitter Night Stalker looked so good because they played bot for like 15 minutes straight. He never lost his safe lane tower against a Beastmaster. Like as well as pressure of being that hero, it made Ace have to go Greaves on Beast because he didn't want to get a helm and just have it get eaten. So it's like, okay, you're playing bot, you're getting to farm and extend the laning stage forever. You're gonna get your Radiance without pressure, and everyone's just fighting there. You don't lose your map space, and you can just farm. And like I think that's the worst part for Night Stalker as a carry is when he loses map space and he can't farm, because farming the jungle is pretty hard for him. His best farming comes out at night, but you want to be making moves. So I feel like they set him up for a really good game.
I want to make a counterclaim to this one. My personal MVP of the game is probably 33. I think his Darkseer in this game was phenomenal. I think the way they played around it. And honestly, kind of an honorable mention to Snaking. What a boss on that Undying. Like, he's literally frontlining, tanking up team fights. He got the Force Staff as well as the Bongo Boots. I actually forgot what they're called. I just call them. There you go. Wow, look at that. You should be a quiz host or something. You know everything. I mean, he even went to Wraith Band on Undying. You know, it's like, it really sends a message, this is what I'm going to do, all right? I'm just going to go on frontline.
And there were so many times, like, when he was doing that frontlining, he was keeping people alive. Who was it that just escaped? 9 with the gobble up as well from Starkser, as well as the soul rip from Snaking. Like, there was just so much going into keeping these cores alive. So
2 MVPs.
Yay, 5 MVPs. Thank you, Chandra.
Yeah, just keep going. Can we pull up Snaking next? Pull up Starkser next? But I do like that honorable mention from you there.
Games like this are just so enjoyable because you can tell why these players are winning tournaments, right? Each and every single one of them. It's worth mentioning as well that even the guy who has the most atrocious of games, Ace, is still finding impact, right? Like, there are other players put in that position that just completely fall apart. And he still manages to, he gets a couple of items, he finds a couple of plays here and there. They're not like the biggest ever because like you're kind of limited by what you've got, but yeah, it's just super high skill all across the board.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to say this is the nice thing, right? When a team makes as many good plays as Tundra did, you see like these worst teams just fall apart, the game ends, everything sucks. It's just a stomp. But you see like Game-In, hold on, right? They're being able to make these nice smoke wraparound moves. It's like, oh, Tundra kind of figure it out. Oh, top's pushing in and there's no one there. Let's break the smoke with the Undying. And they're still able to catch them by surprise and take like these high-skilled team fights where they're mechanically just a little bit better in some spots, and they can still make the game competitive. Like, it doesn't look good for them the whole game, I would say, but they still extended the game to like 30, 40 minutes.
You still have a lot of hope. You're like, this isn't just me like false believing in this. And to add on to that as well, it's the fact that it's only game 1. This is how we're starting off this series. There is going to be a second game. You guys don't want to miss it, and it will be happening after this break. treated to an absolutely fantastic Game 1 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, and I have no doubt Game 2 will be the exact same, won't it, team?
I hope so. I thought that was a great game.
I mean, look, it was so good Game 1. I know we want to see a Game 3, so for Gaming Gladiators to find some success in Game 2, what needs to happen, right? Because the drafts were very seesawish. It could have gone either way. We liked what was happening on both sides. So is it down to this execution? Is it having a little bit more priority when it comes to draft?
I feel like this was a one-game draft. I don't think Tundra can just run this back, because if they do face a first phase Beastmaster, they're just going to be like, oh, they play Night Stalker carry. We're just going to ban it second phase and face something more familiar, right? I do think there was some novelty in this that you can't copy. So what I want to see from Tundra is, regardless of what heroes they play, I want to see them play this style and this pacing, right?
Agreed.
I feel like Night Stalker was integral in this game because of the matchup against Beastmaster, but I think, you know, they can move some pieces around and still find the same, like, overall archetype strat, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe the game looks a little different, though, if, like, Treant is different. If they had a support with more ability to fight earlier, like more damage, because I think the biggest issue for them was when the Night Stalker came out and Ace had to change up his item build. I think losing the creep makes your damage so much lower. You know, you're going more heal based, and then you have a heal based offlaner, a heal based 5 support. You know, Disruptor is like, he's very good with utility, but he's not high damage, and I don't think Puck is like massive either. So in the end, they just could never really fight when Tundra ran at them. So maybe if the support lets them fight back, maybe it's better. But again, yeah, I think this Night Stalker definitely caught them by surprise.
Mm-hmm. I do like what you were saying as well about that support duo. It can be hit and miss with Tree. We're really not seeing it favored as much anywhere near compared to last patch. So there is that slight change in it. What other sort of celery heroes would you like? Because I feel that Undying again is going to be very highly contested.
Yeah, I feel like there's something to be said about maybe trying to handle Tundra with an Enchantress. I don't think it's out of the question. Especially if they end up playing against a hero like Darkseer, that could be an interesting solution. That's kind of the one for me, honestly, because Celery doesn't really play... Like, most of his hero pool is about doing well in lane and then having utility later on. He doesn't really play some of these, like, I'd say high damage output 5s. Hasn't really been too much of his. He used to play some Crystal Maiden. I don't know if you can bring that out. Nobody's playing that, but...
Yeah.
She can do a lot of damage, actually, as a 5 in the right conditions.
She only ever gets picked against Brood, which I think is sad, because I think she's really good still.
There's so much more potential to her, but I like the heroes you've pointed out there. Game 2 draft soon to come up. This time around, Tundra having second pick. So they're not going to really have too much gotcha going on for that rest of the draft for them.
Oh.
And we'll change up the bans as well, with them now having second pick. I feel like that's more of the question here.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is, what are you giving Gaming as first pick now, right? So now you're choosing between Io and Lesh, kind of like last game, but if you do leave the Lesh Wreck in the pool, they could close the phase with it for Gaming.
Nature's Prophet's still there, Death Prophet
Nature's
as well.
Prophet. This is just going to be a trade fest, right?
That's what I thought last game would be, when we had the Beastmaster come out. I mean, there's so many heroes to trade at this point.
Yeah. It's almost like mind games going on.
Okay. Yeah. Do Tundra don't play Io very often. They do play it, I think, but I wouldn't say it's, like, from my perspective, not one of their absolute best heroes to put snaking on. So
yeah, Snake normally favors the Gyro or the Morana, I feel.
Yeah, so I like this from Gaming, that they just play a game of chicken now, effectively, with the IO, right? It's like, yeah, this is generally one of our absolute go-to picks with Lesh, but we think you guys want us to pick it, so we're just not going to. We'll just grab the other one that you would have wanted, and we can still get our Lesh to end the phase.
I'm not sure how keen Gaming are on IO anymore as well, to be honest, because again, like, Manaspa didn't ban it, and they never picked it against them. They picked it, but Gaming picked it versus Ooredoo Thunders, and they lost to them. And I think after that, maybe they lost their confidence, because the rest of that series, Io again was left in and they didn't play it, and left in here, they didn't play it. I'm not sure if they're just like super in on this anymore. Or
Wait, wasn't Io banned first game?
What? No, not first phase.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. Last game it was first phase banned. It was Nature's Prophet IO.
Yeah, but this game, I mean.
Right, so this game, it's just being ignored, right? I just feel like, oh, interesting. Yeah. So we've seen this in NA, as a matter of fact. Yes, some good things do come out over there as well.
What, they stole it from this team?
Maybe. I'm not sure who
played it.
I'm not sure who came first. I think there were like 2 different teams that use Sniper as a direct counterpick to Beastmaster in lane. It's a really good lane for the Sniper. You're really good against him in the game in general. You outrange his initiation. You have very solid. You have a bit of vision game yourself with Shrapnel, and yeah, this is. I mean, it doesn't have to be safe lane. Knowing Gaming, Quinn loves this hero mid, but I don't. I guess for them it's just open-ended for now, just because of the Beastmaster added value. But I would not have expected a first phase sniper in this matchup in general, and this just in this between these two teams that this comes out just shows some cool adaptation here from Gaming.
Yeah, I love everything you said. I think the lane's great. I love a good sniper game, and it's like a similar idea here to the Drow, except it's just sniper instead. So it certainly can work. I'm curious what their ban ideas are going to be against it, because like Drow, for example, I think her matchup into Naga Siren is pretty alright, but for sniper, I think it's a lot worse.
Yeah, for sure.
So you're going to probably have to take that out, especially playing into Tundra.
And playing with Undying as well. I think Naga's just a given ban here. Tundra is still respecting the IO. I'm a little bit surprised to see this, considering Undying has already been picked. But IO Sniper is also an interesting duo, and obviously you could find another pairing with it as well. But they still are considering that a big enough threat to spend a second phase ban on.
Who was the team that did that insane heal strat? I forgot. It was like a...
In NA there was Nouns. They played IO, Witch Doctor, Lesh Bloodstone.
Yeah, and then we saw it the other day. I'm going to take a stab in Dark Team and Asper, but I'm going to...
There was a call in one of the Europe games. I don't know. There's been some insane heal strat, so I can kind of see it, especially since AA is not really getting picked and stuff, and people don't enjoy buying vessels anymore. So that is an idea. Are they going to buy a Storm Spear? Are they just like holding the Naga one for the end? Like, oh, you want it? We're dangling. Just kidding. Take it away.
I mean, this obviously protects their sniper pretty well as well, right? And it also does fit the idea that, I mean, if Caudle is on the menu, I don't know if Quinn has played it much, but that would obviously be... It's generally really nice to second phase ban heroes that are good against one of your cores, that if you've shown a core first phase, and good against an idea you have later down the line that you might not be committed to, but where it's like, okay, if the next pick they show us actually opens up for this strategy, this hero would be a counter to both. And Storm would be that if they were going to run something like Caudle, right? Then it's a double counter. So, Rubik ban?
It also feels really weird, by the way, to see that the two opening phases from each team are most likely going to be like the lane combos facing up against each other.
Yeah.
Like that feels weird to see straight off the bat in the first phase.
Yeah, I mean that's why like a lot of people are so confident to pick a carry on the end of first phase, because if they see their matchup, especially, it's like, oh well, why hold it at that point? And then you just like ban to protect it. Oh,
They did not ban Naga.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. Well, what do we know about Dota, I guess?
Maybe they want Lesh.
Maybe.
But the thing is, Tundra could ban Lesh, pick Naga here, right, if they wanted to. And they don't have to pick Naga yet. They could just ban Lesh, pick something else, wait, and see what information they can gather about what Gaming want to do.
Because they could always close that phase with the Naga.
Like, there's no way they've missed that, right? There's no way. You're playing against Tundra. There's no way you missed the Naga, and it just makes me try to think the next step, like, what are Gaming thinking, right? What is their solution to a Naga in this game that makes them so confident that they don't even consider it necessary to ban over some of these other picks?
Yeah, I'd be more confident if they had second pick on Gaming, but they don't. So,
yeah. This could end up being a really good fourth pick closer for Tundra with a Naga to end this phase, unless Gaming cover their bases now.
And they might.
They might ban Lesh regardless. I mean, they did it last game as well, right? They second phase banned the Lesh after banning IO phase 1. This time they might just ban them both together.
Yep. Something else I think that's interesting is the change up for Gaming. Like, I know that they know that Beast is going to be on 33, but it's just nice to see that once he's already picked up his heroes, what Gaming think that they will have on all these other positions. And like the Bat Rider is also that one that they value not wanting to come up against for that poor sniper.
I mean, Bat would have been great this game too. I don't think any of Gaming's bans are bad. I think they're all they all make a lot of sense for the game and what Tundra are already running. So that also goes to show how strong that opening of Beastmaster Snap is that there's just so many heroes that complement these two very well that you can follow up with.
Do you think that they want Naga? Do you think the idea is here that they put Sniper mid and they ban its bad matchups mid, and then they just take like Naga +1 for burst the Beastmaster?
But then you have to pick it right here.
I feel like it's a bit of a stretch going Naga Sniper.
I don't know.
Double core.
I love your idea, Sheep. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't like it. We could be a Talon. We could be some offlane Japs Naga Sniper.
I'll watch them pick it here.
No. It'll be a +4 Naga. That's how they'll pick it up.
They could actually do that. I mean, they could also play it on Ace.
Maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe
Yeah,
we're overthinking
probably.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is just, I think that's one of the things when you go up against a team like this, though, is that there are just certain heroes that you have to have on your radar, right? It's like in the heyday of when Sumail was arguably the best mid player in the world, right? It's just like, okay, when we're going against this guy, you've got to watch out for Storm, for example. Like if this, and same now with someone like Abid playing for Shopify, right? There's just like these specific hero player combinations that are really good. Now they're committing the sniper safe lane, not too surprising.
Yeah.
Probably going to see a 4 come out now for Tofu.
I want damage right now to play onto this. Like whenever you coil someone, I want to see them die, and I want them to be able to like, you know, this Nagas is going to extend the game. Like I'm assuming it's coming out. They're setting up with a Mirana. They love doing like net into arrow combo. So I want to make sure that when she's super fat with her Manta and her heart and whatever, they actually are able to kill her.
They are protecting themselves a bit here, right? It's 2 heroes they just pick now with AoE damage, with Tiny and Puck to at least somewhat deal with the Naga illusions. And it's going to dissuade them. So they're going to run Dragon Knight. This could be mid, this could be carry for Tundra. A little bit reminiscent of Gaming Gladiators' game against OG, where they ran Dragon Knight mid with a 4 Mirana, I think.
Yeah.
It's that possibility to kill the Puck in mid if you want to run it like that. That game, it was a Timber.
Yeah. I just super love this Dragon Knight. I just love the way that Tundra play it, because they used to do the like Midas, and then we saw 9 stop kind of going that. Like, you know, he's versatile, he's a good player, and he would just go like the Blink and run around and make plays, and then still be able to find the farm to transition into the core later with the Manta Axe. I just love the Manta Axe build so much.
It's really good.
Yeah, a lot of people think Dragon Knight's a boring hero, but I found that to be really fun. And it's like hard as well, because Gaimin, I feel like for Sniper and like Tiny and these heroes, they don't want just some Dragon Illusions just hitting them in the fights. It makes it really hard for them to position themselves well.
Yeah, and that flexibility you talked about for Dragon Knight does mean that Gaimin really want to ensure that Naga isn't going to get picked, because you can't be certain that it is going to be scared of playing Dragon.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I still think it's more likely a Puck or a Dragon Knight mid just because of the added value of having the good matchup against Puck as well. So, but yeah, they would have the flexibility with the last pick of choosing at that point what they are prioritizing to put it as. Okay. So yeah, I'm with Sheep here. I think Tundra are just set up for success in this game.
Beautiful. How did Gaming Gladiators claw it back then? Like Chaos Knight is the other band they go, but they're going to have the pick next. Tundra getting the overall last pick, so they have to show what that matchup is going to be. They have to show what they want for offlane.
I mean, I would like ideally if they had some sort of steroid for Sniper, right? Like this hero just benefits so much by getting empowered by anything, and none of his teammates here are amplifying his damage except Undying going in and hitting something, right?
How do you feel about more defensive stuff, though? Well, this is maybe a little out there, but an Abaddon offlane, for me, it looks like it could be really good, because they don't have an offlane or a hero right now other than, like, their 2 supports are going to be bodying, right? But Tiny's going to be looking for, like, tossbacks. Undying's going to want to be sitting with Sniper. I feel like it would be nice if you just have a way to make sure these arrows and DK stuns don't have much impact, and Roar as well, sorry.
Knowing Gaimin, I think they want Legion Commander, to be honest.
You think?
Really?
It's the same idea.
They have the Heart Dispel against Beastmaster and against Dragon Knight stun, and they get an attack speed steroid for Sniper 2-in-1. And the lane should also be pretty good against Mirana or Snapfire +1. And it's a specialty for Ace. Nope. That Legion Commander had a little bit of a teeth job there.
She's got wings, alright.
Yeah, we just gave her, you know, a different set of armor this time around.
She went from man to woman to bird. It's okay if I'm not
completely sold on this, to be honest.
Like, as in you don't see why the Visage pickup, what it adds?
I do see, because like what this hero will do for Sniper is that it will kind of pseudo frontline, right? The birds are going to give vision, then they're going to give a telegraphed way of fighting around the Puck as well. So I definitely see the synergy here, but I'm a little bit worried for Gaimin that they're going to fall into the same trap as last game. Tundra are going to show up with Greaves Pipe and just be too strong. Or they're going to completely curveball it, and this is an amazing anti-mage game. If AM gets big, I know who my money's on for this one. I find it pretty much uncountered entirely.
What do you think? It's cheap?
I was thinking if they had more... okay, a Visage lineup enables you to run people down. Like, if Sniper goes and has a good game and gets farm, then they can group up with, like, their Boost of Bearing, like, some drums, some whatever with Visage, and they can just take towers before Anti-Mage comes online. But he's going to be split pushing hard. It's kind of on Tundra to be able to put, make sure they don't just get run over here. Because otherwise, yeah, it's a really good
I
anti-mage
think
game.
if they stall out the game, they should be in a pretty good position. And there's sometimes a way of avoiding getting 5-man hard is if your split push is strong enough. You've got Beastmaster and Anti-Mage, and arguably Dragon Knight as well, you know, that can push waves and push towers. So this is going to be, I'm not going to say it's a game of cat and mouse, but I think the roles are a little bit reversed. Last game, I would like to see Gaimin really try to push the envelope here and play fast.
That's what I was going to ask. Now we're going to see a different style of Tundra. We liked what they had week 1 that was emulated in game 1 here, but now it feels like this might go back to the old Tundra where we want to just keep running towards creeps and away from heroes.
Yep. Pretty much, that's Anti-Mage in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
I
I
don't think the other 4 need to shy away from a fight necessarily. They just need to not be outnumbered, right? I think they can play 4v4s or especially 3v3s with these heroes. So.
I guess it's like we expect Beastmaster to lose his lane hard, right? So it's how much impact can he have when he's had like a rough beginning?
That's true.
I do think like Snapfire, Mirana, Dragon Knight is pretty strong though. Like in terms of if they go smoke around with a Blink Dagger, they can do a lot there and maybe give Beast that game back. So.
All right, well then the real question is, who's going to be more aggressive? Is it going to be Gaming Gladiators? Is it going to be the supports on Tundra? We'll see what they can make happen in game number 2 with Lyrical and Kezu.
Thanks so much, Nat, and the panel. We've just been back here chanting a lot of things.
Chillin'.
Very excited about this game. An Anti-Mage last pick, though. Boo!
I love it, actually.
Everybody hates Anti-Mage.
No. Anti-Mage can be cool nowadays. You can go you can go Vanguard, Radiance. You don't need to do this.
He can do that?
I mean, he can. I don't want to see Battle Fury. If he goes Battle Fury, screw you, Skeeter.
Okay.
There you go. Then it's boring, I agree.
Very aggressive.
I can say it. I've played with him before.
Okay, fair enough. But they have a Visage that's also getting out there.
Yep.
Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of these lanes, because I feel like that's where a lot of this action gets sort of determined in the early goings.
I do like the Visage pick because it helps your Tiny to like get out of the lane, but I feel like the first 4 picks from Tundra were really strong. They got their map play with the Beast, with the Mirana, DK against the Puck, who also has follow damage with the Arrow, the Snap ult. So I feel like the first 4 picks from Tundra already covered themselves very well. But yeah, as the panel mentioned, you have a Sniper Undying laning into a Beastmaster. I do think that 3-3 is like the biggest specialist / nerd, whichever way you want to put it, at understanding how to play these lanes. But bottom lane, I feel like there's going to be a lot of aggression. And Anti-Mage versus Visage, I feel like Skeeter is going to be A-okay, has the Vanguard queued up, so I'm hoping to see the Vanguard Radiance and then play with your team at the 15-minute mark and slap.
All right, that sounds pretty awesome to me, man. That being said, I am planning on playing more pubs later, and that sounds horrific for all of us. So,
but you like Darkseer, and now he will give you a Radiance if he does that.
That's a good point. Oh, guys, do it.
Do it.
Great, I promise. Yeah, you're just one item away from a Radiance. It's going to be great, surely. I mean, that's something also to sort of consider about this is like if Ace and Tofu get off to a hot start, is he really going to come online quickly enough, or is it going to be like Sheep was talking about, just that group up, make things happen, make them sad?
That's definitely what Gaimin want to go for, right? Quinn should be doing okay. Not his favorite matchup with Puck versus DK, but if Ace and Tofu can do well in the lane, speed up the game with some drums or Vlads, get Doratio going, who should have a good time down bottom as well. Maybe he goes some Mask of Madness, maybe even Desolator. I don't think that's an item you really want to buy that often, but physical damage really screws over Anti-Mage and it allows you to play faster with your team. Something you can do. It's definitely risky, but you know, just Maelstrom with your auras is also totally fine.
Yeah, whatever it is that he decides to go towards, depending upon what the game presents for him. As we could see, those esportsbet.io odds, it was actually only 2-1 into the favor of Gaming Gladiators, so maybe a little bit better chances than we saw in that last game. I think that, like we said, this one feels, I don't know, maybe less volatile, I guess, or more volatile, depending on which side you're on.
The volatility is, I would say it's actually very high because of the lanes. I like that Tofu has a tree grab. He's like helping out in the top lane a lot because Visage is just so weak, level 1. And they're spamming all their mana as well, which is great because later, Skeeter, you can always reflect the spell with counterspell. The big question mark for me in this lane is Snaking because he's really going to have to set up Skeeter in this lane. If he does well with the harass Skeeter, getting level 2, blinking on top of the Visage, he could be off to a really good start or a really shit start.
Right, just dies a bunch and feels terrible.
Like 8 times, yeah.
Something like that. Needs to be careful as well, but no mana right now for... Actually, Visage does have it for another round of the Soul Assumption if he wants it. Down bottom, Celery playing as sort of a bodyguard there for Doratio on the Sniper, who has at least been able to get out to 5-2 there on the start. 33 starting off also with a little bit of a early pressure, a bunch of branches in his inventory as per normal.
Yep, the usual. Get all the stats you can, farm up these magic wand chargers to then really help you later in the trades. Maybe we already have 10, 15. All these level ups are going to be very crucial. If Tundra get level 3 at a nice timing in the bot lane and combine their spells, or up top, I feel like that's when we're going to see the most pressure.
Oh, good scatter blast there to make sure he couldn't get any more hits in from that. Just little procs of the headshot, super annoying to deal with. As you can see, at least up top right now, they're pulling that creep wave around. Quinn gets the water rune and might even get a second one after the bat. So far 10-2 versus the 12-3 on 9's DK.
Yeah, 9 doesn't really care too much about the runes, right? He's not going to buy a bottle. You have the Dragon's Blood with your Tangles. He's going to be A-okay. He's going to rush the treads. And the closer he gets to that, the more he should slowly start to out-CS Quinn a little bit. One thing about the Rachi's build, usually I see shrapnels against Beast.
Right.
But maybe he just wants to not push in the lane too much. He feels like this is good enough with Celery helping him. So we'll kind of have to see how that turns out. I mean, for now, it's definitely working.
Yeah, 13-4 versus the 6-0. 33 not having that really great laning phase.
Yeah.
And also, he is going for, again, that inner Beast Aura level 2. So opting again to try and give Saksa a little bit more of that attack speed, who is taking some beating right now. But they won't have easy access to those stacks until a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, looks like they're just valuing helping the forest. Snaking dropped very low up top to some 3-throw, I guess. Barely lived there, though. Now solving up next to the flag bear creep. So he's going to be fine. But yeah, second game in a row, we don't see the boars being skilled up. So maybe we missed out on some new tech. I don't know.
As in towards mid, you can see Quinn now having a couple of harassments there from 9, it looks like, was able to get a couple of denies along the way. But yeah, both safe laners doing quite well, and Visage coming out ahead right now of the Beastmaster, although it looks like Snap's been able to make up some of that difference too. Ace not going to throw out that soul assumption quite yet, just trying to bring Skitter whittled down that much lower.
I think they need to be... I mean, Tofu has a lot. He has mangoes, at least, to still keep protecting Ace, because in this lane, Skeeter, he's solving up right now. He's getting his Ring of Health, and from now on, I feel like they might have a hard time to really harass him down. So if they ever have Tofu in a position where he doesn't have Avalanche... Oh, 3-throw. Close one.
Good damage there.
Like, they can play really aggressive with Tundra in the next, 1-2 minutes up in this lane.
Snake King's still taking a beating, though. Yeah, they need to be careful with how they maneuver. As 33 goes down, first blood. Celery takes it. And you see, having to take that point in Little Shredder this early meant that Saksa couldn't be there with the cookie to save.
Huh. Yeah, worked out really well for them. You lower the HP with the decay, you drop the tomb, you have the 2 levels in headshot, you just stand your ground with the early boots. And yeah, just too much damage. So I really like the build that the Rachi is going for here.
Celery keeping them zoned back with 1 creep on him. Yeah, it's not a great time. I mean, they're still getting decent CS between, you know, the Snapfire and the Beastmaster together, but it's not been super comfortable for him as a big wave is coming in towards Skitter now. No mana right now for an Avalanche either.
The Rachi is starting to struggle a little bit down bottom. Like, you can see that they're just poking him from high range. They don't currently have the most regen. Celery has some coming out on a courier.
Good dodge back there, although 33 now showing they run into each other and back away. So yeah, he's actually heading all the way back home right now, or to his courier at the very least. He has a salve on it. Okay.
Yeah, he's getting his salve. Like, in some of these situations, you just really need it. One thing that 33 is trying to do here is trying to make his wave instantly run into the tower so that the Rachi is going to miss a couple of CS. Gonna miss the siege. Celery is going to use his body a bit to tank it, so...
Okay.
All okay for now, as Dragon Form is popped mid. Let's see, maybe we have some coil into toss back. It's definitely one of the ways to deal with DK early on in this matchup.
Tofu doesn't have toss.
Never mind. 3-throw into coil.
Could go for something there, maybe. Quinn is
just needs to pop the tome.
Okay, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. They got one. Illusion Rune picked up for Snaking. It is going to come at the cost of his life, but denies that rune from Quinn. All right, somebody needs to die now. Refill his bottle. Let's go.
Yep, just die.
Celery. And come kill me. Saksa not obliging.
Well, 9 is at least getting a lot of damage on his mid tower, right? Like, the coil was forced out. There is no toss, as we talked about. Siege is still there. And top lane, yeah, I think Skeeter is pretty much chilling. I don't think Ace is too unhappy about what's happening, as his network is pretty okay as well.
Does have that full Vanguard coming out to him right now. So with that one delivered, we'll
just
make
gets 3 mangoes popped from Snaking.
Yeah, that's good.
Gives him one back. Little trade.
Guy, I don't need all that, please. Snaking's just, please stay survivable. I don't want you to die. Tofu? Can't get him. Now it's down bottom as well. Lots of potential for aggro across all of these lanes.
Quinn doing very well though mid in terms of the net worth. The only thing is next dragon form is pretty crucial. Like if you can kill the mid tower in your first 2 forms, that's usually a very big deal for 9 here. As yeah, next one is up in 5. See some more pressure down bottom. Should be okay for now.
Toxa staying in the trees to the side, and 33 continues the axes spam. Not that much regen right now on Dyrachyo, but yeah, this tower taking a ton of damage as 9-second form, as you mentioned, starting to whittle it down. And Quinn doesn't have an easy way to stop this, but Skitter goes in with the Vanguard, willing to play aggressively, and the arrow connects. This is what they were waiting for. Ace gets brought down.
Mid.
And
Nice
mid, stun, keeping him from being brought down low. And no chance for a follow-up. 9 just walks away.
Very, very nice map play coming out from Tundra. Like, they know here that they're starting to create problems on different stages of the map. So 9 is hitting mid tower. They know there's a high chance.
Oh.
There was a very close arrow nearly hitting Quinn in the top river as well. 9 gets the DD, but to go again. They know top lane is about to be pressured. Mid lane is already pressured. The moment Tofu leaves, they go aggressive on the Visage. He's going to get ran down. 9 plays towards the right, dodges the gank as well. And yeah, just outplaying at the moment.
And no real counterplay potential available for Gaming Gladiators. You can see they're doing a good job of pulling back that lane on the bottom side too. So, you know, it all feels just a little bit uncomfortable. And of course, if there is sort of a big step forward from Dyrachyo, maybe you even see a TP rotation or something. Snake King leaps away from trouble. And for Gaming Gladiators, not really that much that they can do on the map at this point.
You're only down 1k gold, but mentally this feels like this is going to start to feel like 3k, 4k down. Because you understand, your puck is kind of glued to mid. He's going to lose the mid tower. Quinn is at least doing pretty well, has the Witchblade already. But this anti-mage, you're not kicking him out of top. DK, I don't know if you're really kicking him out of mid. Maybe with this early Witchblade, there's a change there. And bottom lane, they're just playing really well.
He's trying on Quinn as also Celery gets brought down low, drops the tombstone in the river. Everybody has to run away. So that keeps him alive. And you can see, actually, Quinn is doing a good job as Ace.
Oh, he's looking.
Jace.
Yeah,
for that stun down, and there it is.
Mana Void. Never mind. Just free kill.
Visage really looking like a creep right now.
Yeah, he's really going to have to get his level 6, and he's still half a level away. So it's going to take a bit of time. And Tundra, with these heroes, you don't want them to get off to a good start if you're gaming. But I feel like you're already past that point.
Well, like you said, at the very least, Quinn has been able to sort of force back the DK, but he's still sitting top of the net worth. We'll get a bottle refill now from... Oh, no. Okay, they're just going to run together.
I like if they want to give Ace this mid lane to get level 6. Usually when you're struggling, the easiest way to come back is, you know, sitting mid. As now they're going on 9. Okay, kill him. They're trying. Coil.
Entry down. Jason is there.
Double TP.
And looking for the kill. Soul Assumption's available, but they already lose Celery and Quinn. Just gonna... Oh, the stun!
No,
and
the arrow too!
Dude, Snaking fed the line right where it needs to go, but the Fairy Fire's there. We'll have a phase shift.
Free fire?
To nothing. To no avail. They lose Quinn Callahan, and up top, Tofu also starting to die to Skitter, who's just diving back behind the tower.
Uh-oh.
And jumps out.
Too many problems.
Mana Void,
slow.
Still not quite killing him, but Tofu eventually likely to get ran down there. Getting body blocked by a creep. Creep's trying to help him. Tofu goes for one little last hit beforehand. That is going to be Skitter getting another kill on a killing spree, and now it is 3k gold.
Tundra are kind of toying with them on the map. Most of the things that Gaming are doing right now are reactionary, and this is usually not how you want to play when you're behind. If you have Tiny in the smoke, I think 9 can actually die, but you have Undying, so overplaying there, giving them 2 kills. I mean, Tundra with a beautiful counterplay with the Cookie Arrow. In the meantime, now again, Skeeter ends up in a 1v1, just runs him down, and they're already up to a 3k gold lead.
Trying to find 33 here. Celery moving on in, and they will have at least, well, no vision. They had the sentry down, but it's not going to make any difference. And Tofu, he's just going to get stunned and going to get killed. That is the blink reveal, and now another tower going to get hit, but Do they try and steal this Ancient stack? No, because Duracchio's dead. Soxa and 33 pairing together for this one. Everywhere you look, it is kills going in the way of Tundra, although it looks like finally they're going to get some retribution. 33 drops down. Soxa going to get chased by Quinn and Celery, and that will be enough to get a double kill, but I mean, I don't know if that's enough to feel good about this game right now.
Or at least very good and needed counter kills, but yeah, I don't really want to sugarcoat it because this map is about to be on fire. Like this anti-mage, gonna say it again, he's not gonna get kicked out. DK has Blink Dagger, he can go together with Mirana. Blink Arrow is gonna kill nearly anyone. Whenever you have Snap Ult, you have enough damage. And 3-3 is currently queuing up a Crimson Guard, so they want to play for this really high mid-game timing as they're in the enemy triangle.
Map, like you said, feeling very small, and Ace nowhere to go. Might even lose his birds off of this. As they try and chase him. A couple more hits, he gets away with them.
Okay. Some easy micro, but now, okay, if I'm Duracchio, what the hell am I telling my team? I have 4 levels in Shrapnel, so you don't really have too many aggressive moves. Sure, Quinn has Coil, but Tofu is going to be years away from his Blink. Yeah. Not the spot you want to be in, that's for sure.
No, it feels pretty bad for Gaming Gladiators right now, and you can see up on that top side, taking that Ancient stack to try and finish off the Crimson Guard for the Beast. And so much of the damage coming out from Gaming is just these little pecks. You got Undying, you've got Sniper, you've got Visage. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, smoking up.
This is much needed, and
Coil
connects onto 2. Very good. Can they find the kills, though? They will bring down 33. It looks like Snaking's going to manage to escape. It's hit with that Assassinate, but then they back out.
Very good move. Usually when you play against Tundra, you know that there's 5 dots on the minimap, and what they're all doing is trying to be greedy. Efficient, try to kill creeps. So go somewhere, overwhelm it, kill them. Once again, very needed kills for them, because you can't attack the AM, so just go mid or bottom, try to make plays there. Very nicely done.
Duracchio, though, does he get caught now? Soxa does have Mortimer's Kisses. Celery passing by. They're looking for an arrow play into the Snapfire Kisses. And
okay,
instead,
Snap Ult.
They're just going to drop it. Went for the arrow forward, the jump
Love
forward,
it.
Snaking. He will die to tower here.
Oh, Celery, hello.
But it is going to be also Celery going down as the roar comes out. So Tundra, they managed to take 2 for Snaking. And one of them's the carry.
Oh, just a Chad play. I feel like there's a lot of times where you would have these 2 heroes that would not go for the kill. As Ace up top, he just wants to farm near his tier 2 guys. And he's not allowed.
No, it's not happening. They will have bird stuns, but...
Oh!
Okay, Fairy Fire.
What?
Back away.
Easy for Ace. God
9.
micro. Okay, 9 here.
Still has that DD. Could think about going with the Coil, but it's a bit scary with Skitter nearby. And now playing underneath the ward, actually, back in that triangle, while they're chasing the other side. Are they going to go for it? No, they're not going to. Duracchio?
TP back bottom, actually. As 3-3 is in trouble.
Facing 33. Gets
Cookie.
him with the Assassinate.
9 is here.
X is there. Celery moving in. Drops the Tombstone. Finds him. Is this actually going to be an okay fight for Tundra? As they bring in numbers. And now on top of Duracchio, nobody else can get there. Oh, they didn't have TPs ready or willing to go. And end up losing Duracchio.
TPs are such an important resource on the map. Like, even though Tundra didn't get the kill earlier on Ace top, right? They forced Puck to TP.
Yeah.
So the moment Sniper goes back bottom and they play a little too aggressive, they can just easily TP bottom and outnumber you. Because you can't bring every hero, but they can.
Well, there used to be a bit of a meme about Skitter that he was the carry player that built Radiance on every single hero. And living up to that name right now as he's getting closer and closer to having it done. Sacred Relic is completed. How much does this just sort of destroy the game for them?
A lot. First of all, him having evasion is big. Him applying evasion to the enemies is huge too. And they're going to be able to take really long fights. They're going to be very tanky. As 3-3 is toying around, not being in a position he really wants to be in. 1 TP coming in.
Well, he is likely to drop low, but not quite dead. Avalanche out. Tofu able to break that one. And the good toss back. Okay, Celery dives to a boar, but they take down Soxa also. So Gaming Gladiators finding a little bit of respite before this item timing comes online for Tundra.
As Duracchio is being ran at in the mid lane.
And he doesn't even know it yet.
Nope.
Yeah, they're on him. Wants to turn to fight, but it was never going to be enough.
I do like for now how Gaimin are playing on the map, like with the confidence of just trying to run them over. They're already coming top. Careful, my friends.
Quinn.
Bing bong.
Jumps the backside, finds him. The
Mana
Visage
void.
there. Quinn
Out of mana.
in trouble. Done. Doesn't have a way out from this one. And so they find themselves another couple kills. This combo of 9 and Skitter just running together, finding kill after kill. They're making it look quite good.
The problem is for Gaimin that they cannot stop them from just running at you, because they don't have the damage to kill a 1600 HP AM Vanguard with Counterspell at the same time. DK, same story. 2k HP, 20 armor. They have free reign on the map right now.
Whatever they want to do, and all of the fire burning. It's very much a "this is fine" emote time for Gaming Gladiators, as it is not.
It's definitely not fine. Yeah, but you want to try to tell yourself that. All good.
Exactly.
Now we have the Radiance, so Skeeter can push out waves more aggressively, get the farm going, then also always join his team with the max out blink. And in the meantime, Tundra, they know they want to keep shrinking down the map. They're looking right now, okay, where can we go? Anyone in bottom area? You know, no one is deep enough out for gaming. You can look at how scared they feel. Right. They're 5-manning at 17 minutes.
No, it feels pretty rough. And a smoke up though. And they actually spotted the AM on the ward, so this move feels like it has to work. But Dire scanning, and they immediately know. Oh my god, he even leaves one Centaur behind.
Gamer moment right there, whoever scanned.
Although,
do you still
Skitter.
die?
Skitter,
break.
You scan! They scan for you! Oh, Skitter, no! Is he gonna go down? Will he end up dropping? The damage coming in, is it gonna be enough? No!
He got him.
Tofu gets him! Alright, so Quinn for... Well, they might be more than just Quinn. All right, yeah, a lot of them are dying. That's a triple kill for Saksa.
Pretty damn good for Tundra. I don't mind Skeeter not going away. When you're this close to a tier 2 and you know you're this tanky, it's going to take them a while to commit. So, yeah, you could say, oh, noob Skeeter, why doesn't he blink out? Right. He knows that even if he dies, they need to overcommit and they'll get on all the turn kills.
Oh, they definitely got that.
Oh, they did.
A good amount of gold going over to Tiny, though. I feel like he bought out some fluffy hats for his trouble on top of already having the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that will definitely help him out in the next fight. Bonus 100 health. Fluffing around.
Very good stuff.
Snaking just casually farming in the enemy triangle.
Looking for an arrow onto Duraccio. Doesn't find him, but jumped through the avalanche.
Well, he is a pretty good Mirana player. Just going to chill there. You know, he's like, you can't avalanche me. Just going to leap away. Again, also, I love their items. Drums on the Mirana. Yeah. Furthermore, enable the speed of the game. Saksa with the mech. Don't have your offlaner buy it. Let someone else. As Quinn with a coil.
Catches there onto 33, the avalanche and the toss back. And they will find 33. So a couple of these picks off here and there. 9. Uh-oh,
Double
9's
stun.
in a little bit too far, too. They have the resummon there with the cookie out. Arrow. It's going to connect onto Ace. Still alive and fine, but it does buy enough space for Tundra to get away.
Definitely having a couple of deaths that they don't want to have, as Gaben are making a nice job. They're still looking, and I do like what they're doing.
Celery.
Instantly gets his ward killed, sadly, snaking.
Stun now onto Tiny. Quinn there, silence out, avalanche, Tofu, healed up, tries to give it away.
Mana void.
But the mana void onto Quinn kills off Tofu. And now Quinn has to run. They have a lot of damage out for this man.
Blink stun.
As the blink is there. Silence, chase, Duraccio. Okay, they're all in the river. They're all caught together. Maybe they have the damage that they need. They have a cookie away from 9. Have to run through the fire to take this fight. And Quinn jumps in like a crazy person, but it works out. Silence now onto Snaking. Duraccio onto Skitter. Do they have a bird stun? Do they have anything at all? Can they bring him down in time? A couple more hits the stun.
He lives.
It was not enough. Skitter lives through it all, kills them off. Oh, that was on the verge of being great for Gaimin, but Tundra take the W again.
That was really damn close. But all of these like small things coming together. You have the 9 strength talent on Anti-Mage. He has a Ring of Aquila to get the armor. He has Mech Aura around him. 3-3 comes in with the Crimson as well, and the attack speed. Yeah, I mean, just kind of Chad to be able to... Because he was patient. Then he saw the opportunity, goes in. Yeah, I mean, this Anti-Mage be looking good.
It's looking very good. And now he's also stacking up camps for himself, almost getting his way towards the Manta style. Yeah, I don't know what you're going to need now, but it's a lot. And Duraccio trying to get towards a BKB. I mean, that will help, certainly.
Yeah.
But game feeling rough.
It does. I'm trying to think now. So if you're gaming, you can try to... I feel like you may have to play on tossbacks, like coil tossback, or try to have Quinn play long fights where he goes on the back line, because he only realistically dies if he gets DK stunned or roared, which I think you can play around if he tries to get in the back line of Tundra. But yeah, it's definitely so much harder for them to execute that.
It's a very tough game. And I think that you mentioned earlier, like all those little dots on the map, they spread out, push out all these lanes, are now grouped together to smoke with 3. Will they find anybody here? So freaking farm. Snake King moves on in, breaks the smoke, but they find him. It's going to be a dead Undying as the chase is there. And trying to run down Tofu too. Saksa there with the slow. 9 thinking about chasing for more. Blink Dagger back up, but they throw an avalanche to buy some more space. But another instance in which this map just feels so limited for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh man. Also, like, 9 has an Axe completed. I like that he didn't really go for the BKB. He now has a lot of armor. He's going to have a lot of magic resistance, the Crimson Guard. So him and Skeeter, I feel like if they go in together, if I'm gaming, I feel like I just want to quit. Because I can't stand my ground, and I'm not going to be able to run away either.
Right.
So yeah.
Just all bad.
It's a trouble city for sure.
God, this is where you need like a black hole or something.
I love myself some black hole.
Yeah.
Who's casting it?
Anybody.
Ace?
Just literally anybody. They just need something, man.
Okay.
Roche, though, left very low. Wow. Tundra, so much respect for the potential comeback here. And they're just going to leave Roche at like no HP.
I like what they're doing. When you're this far behind, don't give the enemy an option. Like, the only reason they could fight you at Roche or steal it is because you're hitting it for them. So what you want to do is wipe them out cleanly and then hit Roche. Like, they have Shrapnel to scout, they have Puck Orbs. Like, don't create randomness. You're this far up, you get to decide how to fight. And you should take the time to do so.
Smoke looking for a fight here. Anti-Mage a little ways away. Snake King throws out an arrow. They see that it came from that side. Thinking about going in on these 4, but it's dangerous. I want him to just run and take Roche.
Well, so I do think if you're Tundra, you could just smoke in and fight.
Okay.
So maybe they're gonna wait for like to fly out another smoke. Maybe they're just waiting for some waves to push in. I do like that they backed off, but they should look for a fight.
And now, mid-lane. A little bit weird, they start the fight and catch the DK. He's down low. Can they bring him down in time? Yes. Tundra, a rare whiff there, losing the DK, and Skitter aggressively going in with a snap ulti down. Avalanche tries to find and control now onto Skitter. Silence, 33
Not a
off to the
tossback.
side. The tossback's there, but the leap away, and now Ace, he's in too far, and he gets punished. So they take down 2, and it was a buyback from the DK.
Snaking once more.
Gaming, well, they're trying to hold their ground a little bit, but I think that Tundra now should be able to secure themselves.
They have a blink stun if they find it.
Blink stun, but phase
Nice
shifted
dodge.
away. Well done, Duraccio, still standing tall here.
Time to hit Roche, my friends.
Yeah, they're going in. Really
And-
good ward behind them, though, also.
Yeah. Well, if Tundra know that they're coming up close, they should go and wipe them out again. Let's see. Nope, not close enough. They should know that it's A-okay at this point.
Underneath the Hawk. Tofu,
Toss back.
Okay, kill Snake King, maybe? No, the heal is there. More than enough heal, and now Tofu is in more trouble.
looking for Roar.
Duraccio has to back away. Oh, he does not have that many ways to escape, and Blink Dagger coming off cooldown soon. Quinn trying to salvage this. BKB out from Duraccio. Turns, tries to get away. They do have the bird stun now, but Duraccio, he is starting to hurt a whole heck of a lot. Blink forward, Mana Void is enough, but they do have the coil. It's not going to follow up there. The damage won't be enough.
Nope.
Skitter just backs away, trying to escape from these zombies. And Tundra, they again are just going to walk away.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a damage problem going on into this Crimson Guard. You have the pipe, you have counterspell with 40% magic resistance on one hero. The other guy is DK who gets 13 armor. So yeah, maybe there's something, to be said about this damage reduction with heroes who also have a built-in tankiness. And you're also playing Zoo heroes against the biggest Zoo nerd in the game, which is 3-3. So I feel like they really know how to play around these Beastmasters and Visage lineups.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there's something here that Tundra's been able to accomplish with both of these last 2 drafts, which is just about that, like, get ready, get up, and go.
Yeah.
And It's the same build that we saw basically from Sox in the last game.
Yep.
This time it's Mirana building the drums instead of an Undying and going into a pipe because, you know, Beastmaster, or excuse me, just a Hood. He's already got a pipe Crimson. So, I mean, yeah, they've got everything that they need.
Yeah, and it makes total sense now as well with the position in the game. Like, I mean, 3-3, I feel like he could buy a Vlad's, he can buy a Blink, pretty chill. Either way, just keep enabling your team as they're looking for another tossback. Snaking somehow dodging Avalanche again. I don't know how he does it, but he's pretty good.
Makes his way away from him, that's for sure. And all this vision here, too. I mean, with them needing every single item available, they haven't been able to invest in a gem or anything like that.
Yeah, it's hard. You may eventually need one or a couple of buybacks to really get in this game. As Tundra, they're like, okay, if you're 5-manning to take this back, look at Skeeter. Pushes in bottom all the way, sends a man to bottom. He's going to get both the bottom and the mid wave while farming the enemy jungle. Sure, if you're 5-man and we don't want to fight you, I'm just going to farm the entire map.
Yeah, and the anti-mage is completely uncontested right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing that we knew could always happen. Double bounty runes for Skitter. They got more of them up on the top side of the map, getting every little bit of gold that this map has to offer.
They're just going to wait for the Skadi on AM, which is about to come out. You have the Bongo Bongo boots on Snaking. You have the Skadi coming out. Smoke is here. I do think it is about to be go time. Now you connect mid, go together, and if I'm Gaben, someone better have a genius plan because I don't have it.
Enchanted Quiver for Sniper.
That's the one.
Let's see it.
It's going to kill everyone.
It might.
Arrow. Oh, Black Hole.
Avatos. No Black Hole available this time, but they will get a coil only onto one, leashed, and then backs out. Garaccio wanting to punch, but Skitter, he's there. That's Scotty done. Chasing down Celery. Do they have any damage? They have anything at all. Quinn in trouble. The arrow and the cookie both going to connect to take him out as they run wild over this next couple of plays here. 9 throws out the stun, and Skitter right on top of Garaccio. Nowhere left for him to go. The disarm for a little bit with that concussive grenade, but he too will die. And Tundra completely eviscerating Gaming Gladiators here in this game number 2.
Yeah, Snaking says missing mid. They're missing everywhere, my friend.
GG.
GG.
They've had enough.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't see how you come back from this stage. 21k down at 28 minutes. Tundra are... I love what they did in this game. Some of the hero picks they have coming out, the anti-mage we haven't seen before with the Vanguard Radiance, the Night Stalker in the last game, the way they build their items, the way they're moving.
Oh my god, Snaking just took off his shirt. All right, cut away.
I didn't see it.
He's looking buff, though.
He's been working out.
Exactly. Man. Well, I think that it's, you know, worth noting. You come in here, you take down the top dog in Europe. You're like, hey, guys, we won TI, by the way. Nice little major for yourselves. But, you know, this we got to take out in the end.
Damn.
I know, pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I feel like they had some good talks lately, you know, like really coming in with a good idea. And I feel like this is when Tundra is the strongest. They win their side lanes, then they know how to play the map, and then I feel like there's no coming back.
Yeah, it was really, really solid play overall. And I think that the other thing that stands out to me in this is, like, I think that a lot of these teams have performed the best when the stakes get the highest.
Yeah.
And for Tundra, they were like right on the verge of dropping down into that tiebreaker scenario. This gives them a little bit of leeway. I don't know what all the math is behind it. There's other people that
I'm not
like
looking
to talk about that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let
but
them do it.
It's good to win. That's what I know. At least that's what I've heard.
Winning is pretty good, and it feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, an impressive series from Tundra that go off the back of these really aura-based builds and everything else with it. In terms of what you saw, do you think it was just an off day from gaming? Do you think that they just didn't have a read of where they wanted to go with the draft? What was it that tripped them up so much in this?
I think they didn't know how to deal with the strats that Tundra were kind of throwing at them with this damage mitigation and some of the heroes. I would say that Gaming don't have the best drafts at playing against Tundra because you wanna have really strong lanes, take it from there and play fast, kind of with what Liquid did. But yeah, I just feel like Tundra, they showed up today and they kind of stomped Gaming.
They stomped them indeed as we head on back to the panel and get ready for the next series.
Oh my goodness, what a series from Tundra. We were afraid that they were going to take this late game. We thought this one was going to be dragging out, but I tell you, that is the most early active AM I've ever seen in my life, Sind.
Yeah, he went Vanguard Radiance. I was having a giggle at that. It was like the absolute state of Dota, you know, when AM goes Radiance, but they were feeling themselves. They were really confident. I think in this game, Tundra just did an excellent job in the laning stage primarily. The mid lane went very well for the Dragon Knight against Puck. The anti-mage safe lane was stellar. This hero is incredible against Visage when he gets ahead and has a Vanguard. Visage can't do anything to you, just free laning. effectively. So in a way, this was kind of, from the safe lane perspective, similar to what we had in last game, where the Darkseer bought a Vanguard and could solo lane. This time it's the AM that gets a Vanguard, and all of a sudden you can just do whatever you want with the Mirana as well as the Snapfire playing together around the map. The Beastmaster lane, which was the really hard one on paper, actually went somewhat okay.
It was like even pretty much.
That's great as far as Tundra are concerned, and yeah, I just think if this is an even game, I just take their lineup any day of the week.
Yeah, it was so hard for Gaimin to play into them in the end. Like, you saw towards the end of the game, they're just like, the only way we can take a fight is if we hit a toss back with Tiny into like all 5 of our heroes, and then we just try and bust and kill that hero. And even then, like that's their go. Then Tundra just kind of follow it up and take the fight even better. And I feel like for Gaimin, they struggled again with damage. Like game 1, I felt like they could never kill anyone. Game 2, I felt the exact same thing. It felt like they had to have Undying ult up for that damage amp to ever be able to kill anyone. And if they didn't, whatever.
Yeah, that is really concerning if that's what they're revolving around, is this Undying ult there. Does it really fall back then on just how the lanes were skill-wise, or was there something else that Gaming could have done with how the lanes went? Were there potential more rotations from them, or were they always having to be reactive because of how proactive Tundra were?
I think it's just hard. You know, if you fall behind in a game like this, you're playing against Beastmaster Hawk, you're playing against Moonlight Shadow, you're playing against a Dragon Knight that can initiate you anywhere at any time, and you don't really have any save except one Undying heal. So I just think inevitably Tundra are going to dictate the pace of the game. And I just want to say, like you pointed out, this Anti-Mage was very involved. I love how Skitter played this game. I think it's so cool and refreshing to see again Tundra, even though they pick a hyper late game carry, I would almost call AM hyper late game, because he actually is not one of the best carries at minute like 50 or whatever, but he's one of the ones that usually gets involved the least until he has finished farming.
Yep.
In this game, it felt like he was fighting for minute 10. You know, he was dominating his lane too, right? He wasn't letting up anything.
It was weird that the 4v5s weren't AM farming 4v5s. It was the Beast being somewhere else, and the 4v5s were everyone else against Gaming Gladiators. So absolute turn of the tables there. Is it enough for you then to actually want to give Skidder MVP this time? I know I sort of took the initiative last time and gave it to him in game 1, but for you guys, do you want to give it to him in game 2?
For
Give him MCP, most creative player, maybe?
I mean, you go Night Stalker carry, and then you go AM with the Radiance in game 2. Like, at least definitely for the series.
And the Radiance Anti-Mage was a idea that was floating around pre-DPC, I think, this tour anyway. But every time we've seen it picked in so far, I want to say they've gone the normal Battle Fury build. At least I remember Yuragi did. I don't know who else. I think we saw it in China as well with that build. This is the first I've seen with the Radiance being brought to a pro game. So yeah, I thought it was hype as hell. Thought he played it sick. I'm just like watching him TP bot, killing people there. I'm watching him back top, killing people there. I'm glad it was like him and DK. Usually you pair supports with the mid laner and they make plays, but no, they just pair their anti-mage.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about like the Radiance build, like why it's been talked about before DPC, and more so in this patch, like why it's working rather than any other time we've seen AM in the past few years? So
my perspective on it, my theory of why this works is the Vanguard. I think that's integral for this to make sense, because you're in a way you're playing Anti-Mage like Spectre, actually, with the old Spectre with Radiance Vanguard. You buy this Vanguard, you get involved in fights, you get the Radiance, and you're going in, you're soaking damage, you have spell shield, so you take less damage, you have Vanguard against the physical component. You're just in there, dealing passive damage with Radiance, hit a hero a couple times, get rolled off, do a lot of damage, and you don't become a liability. I think that's the biggest part. And the Radiance also kind of covers your bases later. If it does get into a farming state, you're not like clueless against creep waves. You still have Radiance instead of the Battle Fury. So, I mean, I think it's really cool. It looks like a lot of fun to play too. Well, unfortunately, we can't ask Skidder that question, but we do have 9 for a winner's interview, so maybe we can ask him. 9, congratulations on this win here. I know you guys had some shaky previous series, but how confident were you coming into this one coming up against Gaimin, and how does it feel to win?
Hello, first of all. So we weren't like confident. We didn't really set expectations because the last 2 series we played were rough. We didn't expect to lose that one. These ones, I mean. So for this game, I think we just tried to prepare better than for the other matches, and it worked out. Yeah, it worked fantastic. You talk about that preparation. How long has a carry Night Stalker and the Radiance AM sort of been in the works for Tundra? I mean, it's been mumbled about every now and then, and just need to wait for the right game to make an appearance, and these were the ones.
They were perfect.
Congratulations on the win. I just wanted to ask, in the draft of the last game on the panel, we were pretty confident, I'd say, that you guys would pick up the Naga Siren in place of where the DK was. We thought it was like a good game. Would you be able to give some, thoughts on like why you picked the DK there, or why you thought Naga was not as good anymore?
They just picked the puck, and we already had our eyes on DK before that because we have Snap Mirana supports, and these heroes just need someone that sets up their spells, which is DK anyway, and as soon as they picked puck, there's just one hero that comes to my mind anyway, and this is DK.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a hard decision. And since they picked their mid and didn't reveal their off lane yet, we just wanted to pick our mid as well.
Okay. And then also, I guess more on the drafting again. Would you say you guys draft similarly, like to how you always have, or at least at TI, or would you say that your ideas and attitudes towards it have changed over the course of the DPC, especially as you've kind of run into problems of like, losing games and just having problems?
I don't think it changed at all, honestly. We always have like an idea of how do we want to draft and some kind of guidelines, and we try to stick to them pretty much all the time. It's just like different meta, different heroes will be there.
Okay, and so then when you have been losing these games, what is it that you guys have felt the problem was, or how have you been working to make, to fill those problems?
When you lose games, especially like we lost to Orudu Thunders, and they're actually like quite a good team, but we lost and we felt like, why did we lose? And then suddenly you start overthinking a lot of things, because Dora is such a game that you can't really know exactly why you lost. There might be one simple reason, but it's not clear to see. So you think about a lot of things, and suddenly you do many things wrong that you were actually good at, potentially, because you're overthinking. And it can take a little bit of time to get back and understand what exactly went wrong. But I think that's like the most common thing to happen.
Would you say that was the key issue you guys had for the Liquid series? Like you had that loss to Orudu, and you guys were overthinking a little bit too much coming into that series and when you were playing it as well?
Yeah, kind of. I also think there were some lingering emotions, just that we lost the first game and we started to kind of get a little frustrated, but that's just how it is sometimes.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, can I have one more?
Sure.
One more question. I want to bring a little positive note, obviously, because I asked a few sad ones. You're probably one of the most fun players for me to watch on the mid lane, especially in terms of your hero pool. What is your approach when a new patch does come out? Obviously, something big is hopefully about to happen next month. Is that like really? Does that reignite your passion for the game a lot? Like how are you going to look at your mid pool on the new patch?
I really hope there's gonna be a big patch where, like, one of these classic big patches where you have no idea what is going on and you can play whatever the fuck you want and no one will like eyeball you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it also feels easiest to try out new things, obviously. And you just read I read the patch notes multiple times, like before I go to sleep or whatever, because there's always some small thing that you missed, like some small talent change or something that might be the difference between a hero being broken or not, or a hero being viable on mid or not. So it's easy to look over for if you just read the patch note one, because there's so much information you can't possibly like read all of it and understand it.
Okay, so I was going to ask about, We've been talking here on the panel about your pacing this season, that it feels like some of your games you're really kicking it up a notch. You're playing faster. I think today's Skitter on both the Anti-Mage and on the Night Stalker was very involved, where in the past, many of your series, Skitter has been playing more like laid back, has been farming a lot more, and he's getting more involved. Is that your way of combating the losses that you had, that you're trying to, you know, bring everyone together, play more aggressive? And also, was that a deliberate choice when the season started? Because I feel like we noticed very clearly in your first series or two that you were really, you know, upping the speed, where Tundra generally maybe plays a slower mid game and is more farm intensive.
Yeah, we've definitely changed our approach a little bit. Like, we wanna play for our pressure, and we wanna keep on pressuring when we have the possibilities. And we have been kind of slow for a little bit, but I don't even, like, we didn't even try to be a slow team or something. It just, I don't know, that's just how we ended up playing. But now we are trying to just keep the pressure up and focus on making the enemy sweat.
That's the funnest way to play.
It is. I just want to follow up for the question Sheep had before about like how you look at mid heroes and try and find something new and fun. Regardless of what patch we were on or what changes are to come, what hero would you love to play in mid lane? Like if you had control over buffing a certain hero that you could play in mid, which hero would it be?
I mean, I don't know if you expect some fun answer right now, but I miss my boy Void Spirit. I'm trying him every now and then, and the hero feels so bad right now, and I get a little sad.
Wait, but Void Spirit...
It's a fun hero.
Okay, yeah,
it is fun.
No, it's fun. It's a cool hero. But there was like Chris Luck and stuff was playing it at the Major. Did you not think it looked good in those situations?
Not really. It's Chris Luck, you know, he can make anything work.
Yeah.
He's like one of those players as well.
All right, fair enough.
All right, hopefully we can have this.
I feel like if Void Spirit works, there's probably like another hero that worked as well, or better.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a very good point you have there. But Nine, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for the insight, and congratulations again.
Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
I love it. I was kind of expecting a little bit of a wild answer. I thought he was going to say something like
Ogre mid minus X.
Bring back Morana mid again or something. But no, I like it. Void Spirit. There's a lot of mid laners out there actually that really like him and would like to see him circle back around and be a bit more viable.
I don't know, for some reason I was just thinking Nine would love to play Pudge. Like, he just feels like the kind of guy where if that kind of hero was meta and was mid, he would love it. So maybe he wasn't even thinking about it. I think that was the right answer, and he chose Void Spirit because he didn't think about it long enough. Sometimes other people just know you better than you do yourself. Did you know that?
You reckon?
Do you see it in like the eyes? Like how do you...
What hero do you think
how do you
Sheep
connect
wants
to
to be off lane? Any hero under the sun.
She wants Darkseer to be top tier.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. See, she was going to say Meepo, but you know her better than herself.
That's true.
He does know me
But she
better.
wasn't even thinking about Meepo because nobody thinks about Meepo.
Well, I think about our sponsors, though. Sometimes that's in the back of my head. Oh, you don't have to cry. Our sponsors are here. esportsbet.io. That's right. If you didn't know, they have launched a new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour. All you have to do is go over to esportsbet.io and make an account. You don't even have to start betting to start earning these tokens. And if you want to find out some more information, either head over there or their Discord. The link is below in PGL's Twitch channel panels. That's a bit of a mouthful there, but I would like to put production on the spot and ask them if we could bring up the leaderboard, because I want to know where teams are sitting with wins and losses. I know at the start of the day we talked about this crazy potential for a 6-way tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure that one's out the window now, but I do want to know how the leaderboard is. And Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, by the way, needed this series win to go to the major. If they had gotten their 5th series win here today up against Tundra, they would have been locked in. They would have been celebrating and enjoying going to Berlin, but unfortunately not. They are still one more series win off. And they only have one more series left to play.
So looking at this, the worst case scenario for Gaming is to be tied for 4th, and the best case is to win their next series and then they can't tie, right? Because five wins is locked in.
I was going to say they can tie, but it would just be like seeding for DPC.
Exactly, they would be tying in top 3, right? So
yeah,
more than likely with how the scoreboard is looking, there's probably going to be at least one team that finishes 4-3 that isn't the top 3 of them. Manaspa could win 2, or Ooredoo Thunders could win 1. Man, this is still so crazy to look at.
Yeah, I mean, you point out Manaspa could win some more, right? They're actually playing next. They're going to be playing up against Liquid, so...
That's a tough one, though.
That's a hard
Maybe they're not going to win 2 series.
You're right. I think it is a really tough ask for them, but it's possible. Liquid also, if they get this series win, they're in the same position Gaming Gladiators were just in, essentially, where a series win is going to look them into the major, but Manaspa want to find 2 for themselves. They want to be able to put themselves in at least tiebreakers for a major spot, if not staying in Division 1.
What's Ooredoo's last series again?
It is up against Liquid.
Okay.
Oh.
So Ooredoo have beaten all the top dogs, right? Basically.
All the teams that have gone to the major,
Yeah.
pretty much every win Ooredoo Thunders has had has been up against major teams. And their last team is Liquid. That went to the major as well.
And if they win that, they go to the major. Then they're 4-3 as the only team.
That's so
enough.
weird how they are.
That's
as a
crazy.
team. They're just losing to bottom of the leaderboard teams.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, OG.
What the hell?
Manaspa losses, but no, give me Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, and
free.
Entity, and easy 2-0.
They look great today as well, right? So it's like, it's worth keeping in mind that that series, even though on paper that is a Liquid win, because every series on paper is a Liquid win, right?
True.
Ooredoo Thunders could definitely win that, especially if Liquid win today, because then they're already locked in for the major, so there's less stakes in the last series. I feel like, I don't know what you guys feel. I feel like there's absolutely going to be a tie here for either relegation or top 4 or both. But
Yes.
I don't know which one is more likely, to be honest.
I think they're all just as likely. I think that that's the really fun, enjoyable part of what's going on right now. Is
Could there be a tie for 3-4 almost
Look,
the whole way?
We'll go to a break.
maths.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll go to a break. I'll try and do
You know
the
this.
maths. I'll try and do the maths, or I'll do a game show. I don't really know what we're going to do right now, but we will definitely go to a break. And when we come back, our final series should be ready. It was that Liquid up against Manaspa series.
Look, tiny guys, tiny, good target.
Fine, take it
We can do this, we can do this.
The sniper is not there. They're
Take
leaving
line
them.
4. Look, I will follow him.
I will be in 6.
Stunning. I might need cookie out.
Yes, yes, I got you.
I'm almost there.
Can with Melty?
Yeah. Going sniper, guys. I'm coming.
Buck is dying.
I have finished one almost. Fight.
Nice.
Dead.
We can do Roche for now.
I feel like.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
back, everyone. We have some more game show action. You gotta love it. Where's then? Whoa, what? When there's some 2-0s going on, because it does mean we get to make fun of not only myself but also our contestants right here. Contestant number 1, Sheep. Contestant number 2, the tallest of them all, Syndrin, and contestant number 3, B-Carb.
So tall.
Sind, what is your actual height?
Judging by them, like 260.
I don't know what that is. Can you put that in American for me?
10 feet.
Okay.
10 feet. Yeah, that's an actual conversion there. Are you guys ready, though? How excited are you? Because Sind already played today. He's already warmed up, and he tied for first with everyone else.
Well, that makes sense. You know, how are we meant to be any good at this game with how short we are?
That's it.
We barely have a brain between us.
I feel like you guys are just like ogre, but split in 2 right now.
I'll do legs this time. I know that line. That's all right. Yeah, is that on the list?
No.
Oh.
Not anymore.
Definitely not. Change number 6. All right. We're going to start with Hangman, though. We're not going to do voice lines. I'll ask you guys.
Oh.
Yeah. Whoa, you guys grow up real
Hey, where the hell did these come from?
They grow up so fast.
Put stilts underneath them, actually. We gave them boxes. But we're going to start with Hangman. That's right.
I'm good at that one.
Yeah. Who would like to go first? Anyone? Any takers?
For sure, I'd love going first.
I knew we'd get a nice, brave volunteer, young sheep here.
Last time this bit me in the ass real bad.
It really honestly did.
All right.
Okay, this time round.
What is the theme?
Neutral items.
Neutral items.
No.
All right, this is a...
Just going to try to guess it straight off the bat.
I should know from the 3 letters, but
yeah,
I'm
if
just
you
gonna
get
start.
it wrong, I'm going to give you -10 from the start.
For reals?
If you just go straight in for a guess.
If I go straight for a guess and get it wrong.
Yeah, but if
Okay.
you get it right, I'll give you 40 points.
That's so many points.
That's so many.
Can we ask what tier it is?
No.
That sounds like real cheating.
Unless you're on your last guess, then I'll give it to you.
I'm gonna go A. Okay. I don't want to start on -10. What?
No A.
No A. E.
You baited.
Can't stay away from me forever.
My answer is already
There you go.
not there.
L.
There's also an L.
Wait, why did she get to keep going when A
Because
wasn't there?
Hangman is only like it's done by each person, whereas chain reaction is like this team.
You don't just die.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
No, that's all good. I didn't explain the rules. I just assumed. And you know,
you have rules?
yeah, I was. Well, I make them up on the spot. They change a lot. R. There's an R.
Oh God, I feel like it should be clear. Like
it should be. So clear as day.
Where did
this saying "clear as day" come from?
I don't know.
Does that give
Someone
bonus
went
points?
outside and it was like, wow, it should be clear as day.
I'm not going to answer anything unless it gives points.
It gives bonus points.
Is there an S?
Came from the
on the
English
end
language.
2 points.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
I'm figuring out what the end is meant to be. I just don't know what it is. I can't even remember what neutral items exist in the game.
Fallen Sky.
Yeah.
What?
Lurs. Tumbler's Toy.
It is Tumbler's Toy.
Hey.
That was a really fantastic guess there. You get a solid 5 points.
Okay.
And therefore we hang Lena's head.
Yeah.
I actually just straight up hung her the first time we played.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was on you were like you were just mad at Lena.
Points are very arbitrary as well, by the way, Sin, just as arbitrary as my rules. But you will
Okay.
be next. That is the only
okay.
thing I know for sure. Yep. Second word. Also another neutral item. Okay, they're all neutral items.
O.
Fallen Sky.
Oh no, there's no O.
Oh.
E.
I don't think there's even an E.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
This is going great so
Trusty,
far.
reliable E. Let's.
This game's about killing Lena, right?
Oh yes. It's actually the inverse for you. So
Okay,
she
A-
wanted to save her, and you have to kill her.
A.
Oh, you're on good track to kill her. That's for sure.
No vowels so far.
Jesus.
Whoa.
Is this some sort of like alien language?
Yeah.
And it's just 10
I
consonants?
promise you, it is.
All right, surely there's a U.
There is a U.
There
He
you
gets
go.
one on the board.
Wow, Sin.
I'm so good at this. I.
There's an I as well.
It has to be on the second one.
Actually, two.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And this is also a neutral item?
Yep. They're all neutral items.
What is this?
That is the name of the game, is to guess what it is.
S.
There is an S.
Damn.
That's a weird looking word.
Wissy.
The worst part about being here on the desk is Syndrin's massive body obscures.
It's literally just a
obscures
wall.
The screen, yeah.
M.
M?
Oh, that's okay. almost. How many lives does she have? Am I close to killing her now?
6. So you still got to go another arm and legs.
Okay, there's definitely a D.
Is there?
There's definitely not.
Oh boy.
Holy shit.
Okay, and now before we get into this, you have one more letter guess, like you have one more wrong guess
Okay.
in you when it comes to letters. If you get that wrong, then it's open for anyone else to try and steal it.
Oh,
Okay.
frig, I wasn't thinking.
Okay?
T.
Lucky.
Oh.
I still don't know what this is.
What is this?
All right, it's your last guess, all right, since I'll give you a little bit of help.
That's so unfair.
No, don't give me help.
Okay, he doesn't want it.
I don't want pity.
I don't think it's unfair. It was pity, though. Yeah.
I get points for getting help, production says.
What?
That doesn't sound
Okay, I would like some help.
What? No.
Well, I mean, if you get it right, you get points. If you get it wrong, you don't, right? But you
Oh,
just
there's
get less.
definitely an R.
Yeah, no.
What?
Oh,
my god.
damn.
That production.
Yep.
Wow, that was actually pretty obvious. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And there's a big old fat 0% there. Absolutely nothing.
So I guess we don't get to guess.
No, you don't get to
Steal it.
guess.
Fair enough.
People's gift.
Yeah, no, don't get any points for
Unlucky.
that one.
Don't pretend you
Unlucky.
knew this.
Of course I knew it the whole time.
B Cup, it is your turn. Let's get
Super
the
ready
third
right now.
neutral item up.
Oh no.
You know, if you were paying attention, there is a trend going on here that will give you a
Fallen
massive
Sky.
advantage.
Is there E?
Is that randomly guesses a letter?
Gotta go right for it.
Okay, fair enough.
God.
Works for some, not for others.
I know the trend. I just don't know what it means. I can't remember.
Oh. Oh, let's go.
Wow.
I still don't know the answer.
Oh, let's go.
What? It starts with O.
How many neutral items?
I know it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
God damn it! Why don't I get this
I'm
one?
not
This
really-
game's so rigged.
I'm not good at this job.
Maybe you should have volunteered to go first, Sint, huh?
Yeah, I should.
Maybe that's a lesson you'll
I
learn.
should.
T.
Unbelievable.
Come on, man. Come on,
Practically have the
man.
last word.
I don't. M.
Oh my god.
Nice.
It's so clear now. Come on.
Oh, Ogre Seal Totem.
Yeah, nice
There you
work.
Hey, 0 wrong. Or?
Bonus. No, you got one wrong.
What did I get
Which
wrong?
one? He didn't get any wrong.
Okay, apparently not.
Okay.
Bonus point, 2 points right now if you can guess the trend that was going on.
What?
Tier
Tier 1,
3
tier 2,
items.
tier 3.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That's a neutral item.
Thanks, D.
You don't get it. She
That's a
does.
trend.
No, but
They
I
were all
told you,
neutral
no, that's an overarching
That 2
theme.
points. You got 2 points.
Whatever, man.
Overarching.
I did well earlier.
I've
today.
given you 4 points.
I'm just here for
My
the
points
books.
are worth more than that.
I'm trying to decide how many.
I'm just
points
here
I
as
give
eye
B
candy.
Cup
Okay.
here.
I don't have the brains.
Like
That's
1,
true.
I think.
No, I gave him 3. I think 3 is pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, I gave you 5, so I think 3 is yeah.
How many points do I have?
Oh, none. Absolutely
That's
zero.
good.
Literally nothing.
Yeah, there's
What I
nothing
have.
on
Yeah.
there.
You got 3. Yeah, I arbitrarily gave you 3 because I mean you had to
Nice.
complete a whole word before you guessed it. So
To be fair, but they were always correct guesses, and I got the word.
yeah, but Alex did it on less letters in her words.
But hers was also a tier 1 neutral.
So there's the
And?
same number of
Yeah, that's
1s,
easier.
2s, and 3s.
That's fair.
What the
You
hell?
also had the trend and she didn't.
Stop capping.
Yeah.
So
3.
loser.
If anything, if you say another thing, you'll go down to 2. Whew. That's right. It's a,
Yeah, do that. So
it's a
I get the
dictatorship
point then, right?
on this panel.
Then I get
in
his
this
point.
game. Yeah, I'll give it
Okay.
to Sind instead. That's what I thought.
That's right. Stay
Yeah.
down, little boy.
Yeah.
Say something.
Second round
Say
of
something
Hangman.
stupid.
Let's do this. I believe it's just items in general.
Oh.
We'll start with Bika. Unless, sorry, volunteers. Any volunteers?
I'd love to volunteer.
All right, we'll start with
here
Alex.
we go again.
3 letters.
Just items, by the way. Not neutral items, just items.
A.
Oh, I know the answer.
Okay, that's not.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not how this works.
Ah.
Should have volunteered to go first.
Never mind. I don't know the answer anymore. I thought that second word was Fallen Sky.
Oh,
That's not an item. That's a neutral item.
Yeah, but
That
she
technically
said
is
it could
an
be
item.
either.
No,
Oh, it could be
I
either.
said only items, not neutral items.
Technically, the word item.
Can you take his
know
point
what?
away
Yeah,
now?
point away. It's going to Sid. You're on 2 points. Now.
baited.
You're on 2 points. That's it.
baited him so
Arbitrary
hard.
rules mean something, okay? I might make them up on the spot, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't listen. 2 points,
Wonderful.
speak up.
My goal is to win this game without guessing.
I would like a R.
Yar.
Don't think there is.
Damn, that's so sad. S?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's one of them
Stop having me be wrong.
Should say J next.
No. Okay. T.
There is a T. Good work.
See, I thought it was like something. Is that a hat? Is there a H?
There is.
Guys, what's a hat?
An item.
Something you wear on your
Something
head.
hat.
What is the hell is the item with it's a hat? Oh Jesus! Oh God!
Octarine hat.
You're excused. It's not good on Meepo. So You would never buy this on me, though.
Hat?
Yeah.
Hat? Is this like, have you both figured it out and I'm really stupid?
You can keep guessing letters.
Okay.
You haven't figured it out. Don't pretend. There we go. It's B-Cop's theme right there.
If this is the answer, I'm going to be kind of salty.
I?
If you're salty, I'll take a point off.
Is there an I in it? No. Is there? What have I not done to E?
This feels like high school.
I feel really dumb
Oh
right
no,
now.
you got 2 more guesses.
Wait,
There was no
there's
E?
no I?
Or I? Is
No.
there O?
Oh, I don't know.
Something O hat.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
U. There has to be a U.
There is a U. She saved herself.
Tumblr's hat.
On the right spot, but funny.
There's a hat in Dota?
Oh my god.
I really feel like I've had the.
You're a support player.
Oh.
You should know.
Oh, I know this. Okay, I got the answer. We're good.
Glimmer hat.
Just needed to remind him he's a support.
It's the...
It's not a guess. It's not a guess.
If you play Maple Story, it's the old Wisconsin.
What? Literally, there is 1%. Less than 1% of the Dota audience would know what you're referring
That's not true. Maple Story was massive. That was a great game.
Money
your
hat.
home.
Biggest MMO.
Yeah.
Loser
It
hat.
gives, oh, I've got a hint for you.
Dude, how are you
It gives you HP.
Does it? Oh, fluffy hat.
Bam!
That you should do.
I'm a host. Can you deduct another
Yeah,
point?
you get 1 point, and B-Cup loses another point for giving a contestant help.
Wait, but I gave you that point. Let's go. I'll keep
All right,
this
can I
high
have
five
a
to
point
myself.
for not ruining the
you
game?
You do, Syndrin, you
It's
do.
called an integrity point.
That's
You wouldn't know
right.
about this B-Cop,
That's
but
right.
just play the game by the rules, okay?
That's right. It's okay if your co-workers have a little bit of a stumble.
Damn, I'm
though.
actually ahead of B-Cop.
Yeah, you are now
without
winning
getting
B-Cup, and
anything
you
right.
didn't guess a single
Wait, how many points do I have now?
1.
Oh, okay, that's more than 0, though.
Well, it's soon to be 0.
Somebody ready checked for me. That's awesome.
To defend myself, I do not play support.
All right, I'm going to
That's
rapid
why.
fire. I'm going to rapid fire.
Sorry,
E.
yes. Synd. Yeah, there's no E.
A.
Ooh.
The Val strategy again.
Who doesn't do the best strategy? It's the best strategy.
I thought this was rapid fire.
Yes, you were wrong. This doesn't add up, does it?
Oh, it does.
N.
No.
R.
Yes.
Yar. Every time.
Jeez.
D.
You hurry up. You're so slow.
No.
M.
No.
Jeez.
Do I actually need to start thinking now?
Yes.
You.
Oh, I mean, you can get no points and just win some integrity points.
That's
instead.
true.
You still have an S and a
Would lose
T for
integrity
fun,
points.
fun letters.
S.
Oh, good work. Good guess.
Awesome.
Oh, assault cuirass.
Yeah,
All right,
good
that's a
work.
good letter.
Ass. That one,
Yeah, I'll give you 3 on that one. That was pretty good.
Oh, that was
Just
well
because you made
deserved.
double,
Mine have been
made
that easy.
double ass. It was pretty
Ugh.
funny.
All right. I'll go rapid fire.
Yeah.
Okay, A.
Oh, well, we don't have it up yet.
Sorry, we don't have a word for you.
Yeah, actually, we've run out of time now, B-Cup, so if you could just... Yeah. A?
A.
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 Hey.
Hey, there
Hurry
we go.
up.
Okay, O.
No.
N.
No.
T.
Yes.
S.
No.
So fast.
Rapid fire.
You got 3 wrong so far.
Ours-
What are you talking about?
He's gone like 4.
Okay. F.
No.
That wasn't a confident no.
No, no. No, 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 no,
Okay.
no. No F.
D.
Yes.
E.
Yes.
Let's see these E's pop up. Oh God, I still don't know it. I'm starting to blank. O.
No.
H.
Yes.
Where's this H? Where's the H? Show me the H. I still don't know what that is. U.
No.
K.
No. No.
Okay.
Literally no.
Good try.
Yeah, good work. That's all 0 points.
Which
to
way?
pick up, so you stay on 1.
I can appreciate the
The
loss.
rapid fire, though, that was
good.
pretty good. No points for it, though. Although,
I didn't think the entire time. You
Yeah.
stopped to think.
Yeah,
yeah, he actually also lied to me, so maybe that's 1 off Sin too. So you're back down to 4.
that's probably what I deserve, to be honest.
I'm
I'll
maintaining
take 4.
great integrity.
Can I get my 3 back?
Absolutely no. Instead, we're going to move to our second game here. That's right. I know you guys liked it last time, so we brought it back. Voice lines. I think you have all played it before. Big actually, you haven't? All right. The arbitrary rules that I'm making up on the spot, and I might forget to tell you some of them, is you have to finish the voice line. If you don't know it, make it up on the spot. You get points for creativity, getting the hero right, and getting the voice line right.
Shakiro.
You're not
Take away a
starting.
point.
Syndren's starting. And that's your last point gone, B Cup. No! All right, back down to 0. Perfect. Right now, 8 points for Sheep, 3 for Sind, and 4 for Sind, and none for B Cup.
Doesn't seem correct. After
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Bullying.
No, sounds about right. Anyone want to volunteer to go first?
So you just
Sure,
said
you just
Sind
said
was
my
gonna
name,
go
right?
I did, but I wanted to see if you would own up to it. So you get an extra
okay.
point for integrity. Thank you.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You're so good at this game, Sin.
I love this game.
Apart from when they took away that 1 point.
Yeah. All right, we'll start off at voice line number 1. Remember, finish it, make it up, even if you don't know it.
Welcome to all my new subjects.
Now let's get to know each other. Wraith King.
Yes! Triple points right there.
Yes.
Hero, voice line, and voice. Could be a voice actor to another life, Syndren.
Holy moly.
You got to follow that one up. Yippee! You have to follow this one up,
All right.
B-Cup. Voice line number 2.
I have to go next.
Yep.
If you weren't so damn dead.
I wish I had that one.
You can steal.
I can't.
Okay, not right now.
Wait, only if
has
he
to
gets it
guess.
wrong?
Yeah.
I only know the hero. I think. Maybe.
Okay, well.
It's Slark.
Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah, sure.
Play one more time, please, production.
If you weren't so damn dead.
You'd be my best friend. Enchantress.
Yo, petition to steal. Petition to steal.
Yes, my queen.
If you weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
And who is it?
Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that's triple points to keep right there.
He still gets 1
Oh,
point.
you definitely get 1 point for creativity. Yeah, that was
I would
freaking
expect it.
hilarious. That was good.
Now I'm gonna
That
get
was
some
good.
points.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, probably not enough to win, but that was good. All right, Sheep. Now it is your first turn. We'll play voice line number 3.
Let's go.
Who needs legs?
Who needs legs when you have wings? Night Stalker?
It's not Night Stalker, but you
It
did.
is Viper.
It is Viper.
Oh, fuck.
Point for Sind, double for
Yes.
Sheep there.
Okay.
Great voice line. You got it right, and I loved the voice there. Very, how did you describe that here again?
What do you mean? How do I describe him?
Salacious?
No. Oh, God, what a throwback. Don't say that.
Yeah.
That's not as bad as when, what was it? Snare opened with one of his throws. He's like the salacious someone. I can't remember who it was, but I lost my mind.
Yeah, Sheep didn't know the definition of salacious, and she just threw it out on a broadcast
did.
once.
I don't know.
She definitely knew.
She definitely knew. All right, Sind, voice line number 4.
I'm a perfect 10.
What?
I'm a perfect 10.
I need to hear it again.
I'm a perfect 10.
Wait, which hero is this?
Oh, I know who that is.
Oh.
If she got him first, and then if she gets it wrong, you can have a go and become.
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
I'm a perfect 10.
Maybe I do.
Is it Bounty Hunter?
No.
Wow, it
That's
sounds
what
so
I
much.
thought it was.
But you have to finish the voice line.
Oh, yeah.
anyway. I can give you a point for creativity. That's about all you seemingly are going to get.
I'm a perfect 10 at basketball.
Are you, though?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's creative.
I was
I
gonna
mean,
guess.
yeah.
I was gonna guess Bounty. So
fall
I'm.
over things
Who has
right.
that voice line?
Can you play it again,
The voice
please?
actor is very.
I'm a perfect 10.
It's got
Is
to be
that
the same.
Necrophos?
No.
It's got to be the same voice actor as Bounty, though.
It could be.
Perfect.
I don't know all the voice actors, sorry.
Who the
Pick up, do you
hell?
want to have a chance to steal it? You can either finish the voice line or guess the hero. Or both.
I have no idea.
Great, good guess. Can we play it again? It's Venomancer, by the way.
Oh, it's Venom.
Ah.
Okay. Is it Venomancer?
What was the rest of the line?
Perfect 10 on the pain scale.
Ah, yeah, I know that line, but I didn't. You know.
I actually play.
I did, but I
actually
didn't.
play a lot of Venom.
Do you really?
Yeah, that's kind of disappointing.
That's
that I
really
know that.
disappointing. Yeah. Okay.
It's a fun hero for fun
we're up
people.
to 5? I think we're up to 5. 5, pretty please, production.
I'm going to call that experiment.
Steal.
Who is this?
Petition
It's
to
Big
steal.
Up. It's
Oh,
Big Up.
speak up.
I'm gonna call this experiment "Teaching You How to Feed." Tinker.
Oh.
It is Tinker. You're also not going to get a
I
point
forgot
for
to
creativity.
steal.
Though.
That's pretty funny.
This is so sad.
All right, do you want to finish the voice line?
Play it again.
He already took the.
I'm going to call that experiment.
I'm going to call that experiment a failure.
Yeah, you got the voice line right.
Yes.
Production.
Damn it.
Wait, am I close now?
Yeah. Yeah, you're only 2 points
You're
behind
close
Sheep.
as well.
Okay, cool. I have like 24.
Deep breaths.
Let's just say the difference between Sheep and B-Cup is all of Syndren's points.
Well, Syndren's points are my points, so.
Our points.
Well, then you guys are tied.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Alex, number 6. Number
And because
6.
we're 2 people, it doubles.
Oh, you see this? You see?
Oh, I know this one.
It's Timbersaw.
Okay, yeah, 1 point there.
Play it again. Play it again.
Oh, you see this? You see?
Fuck, I don't know.
Petition
You gotta make
to
it up.
steal.
You gotta make it up.
One more time. I'll play off that.
Okay.
Oh, you see this? You see?
You see the trees, they're everywhere. Help me!
Holy face, yeah, that's a creativity point if I've ever seen one.
Take those.
That one's good. All right, Sinji, petition to steal.
Oh, you see this? You see? This is what I always wanted.
There's one more bit.
Oh. That's
Yeah.
good enough. I'll take half a
Wait,
coin.
no, you can't do that. You have to get the whole
You have to get the whole thing.
Wait, what? Does he say more than that?
Yeah, there's one more bit to it. Say it again.
You know the rest?
No, I have no idea.
Shit.
That is the rest.
Can we get the full voice line, please?
Oh, you see this? You see? Oh, this is what I've always wanted. Oh, I'm so happy.
I'm so
happy.
God, I knew I should have known it.
Happy
Such a
little
great
Timber.
voice line.
It is really good.
That's okay.
All right, this is the last round, the last chance for you guys to get points outside of stealing. So, Sin, you can take us away with number 7.
I'm going to count to 1.
Of course I don't know this one. It's like some idiot hero. Okay, again.
I'm going to count to 1.
Wait, whose voice is that? That's so... Oh!
It pains him.
I'm going to count to 1.
Damn, I'm not even sure about the hero.
Think it through, Sin.
Oh, it hurts.
I'm going to count to 1.
I want to guess
The
after
thinking
him.
or not knowing? What hurts?
I want to guess after him.
I'm going to count to 1, then 2.
What hero?
Please give me a creativity point.
Only if you guess.
I actually...
Guess the hero.
I know. Chaos Knight.
No. All right, going in for the steal here.
Is it Sand King?
It's
Of
not
course.
Sand King.
Wait, no, it's also
It's
not.
not Sand
Oh
King.
shit. Okay,
Damn, that
I
was
don't
Do
know.
you want to try
I was sure you were right when you said that.
Yeah, I was sure I was right too. God damn.
I don't know anything.
I'm going to count to 1, then skip 2 and go right to 3. I don't know the one.
All right. Wait. Before we play production, guys, if you were to count to 1, how would
Yeah.
you count?
1.
1.
Yeah, good work.
Oh.
What?
That's the voice line.
Count to 1. 1.
Whose voice is it though?
Is it
Yeah, Biko, do you want to have a go?
Elder Titan?
No, it's Sven.
Okay.
Oh my god, there it is.
Apparently we have no time, so we quickly. This is the last one.
Hurry.
Biko.
Can it just be a steal? A go all anyone? If it's one more? Because otherwise I miss my round.
No, Biko needs the point. No, Biko needs the point. Quickly, rapid fire. Let's play it.
That's fine.
I won't eat you, dear.
Hurry up.
I won't eat you, dear, but I'll serve you up.
That was great, Biko.
Hero?
That's good.
Snapfire.
Yeah. Point and creativity. Do you know the voice line?
That's 2 points.
No, I want the next voice. Come on.
Okay, wait, can we...
Come on, production. Just
I won't eat
real
you, dear,
quick.
but you can have a
okay.
cookie.
It's not. We'll
Close.
play it, the whole one, and then we'll quickly give Sheep hers.
It's so quick.
I won't eat you, dear. But Mortimer might.
But Mortimer... Whoa, Mortimer might. All right, last one. To Sheep. Very quick.
You are expecting...
Sandy Claus. Sand King. Easy fun.
There it is.
There it is. She's the winner.
Dude, that is definitely the same voice actress, Sven.
Yeah, it
That
sounded very, very
absolutely.
similar. I see that now.
Nice.
But congratulations, Sheep. You absolutely obliterated the competition. Woo! We're going to go to a break. We'll be coming back Liquid up against Manaspa. welcome back. It is our third series for our Wednesday night. Liquid up against Manaspa, and joining me once again is going to be Sheepstick and Syndran. Hey, did you guys enjoy the game show?
Oh, it's so much fun.
I always love it.
Oh my god, it's so good. Thank you, Nat.
No, you guys are welcome. Before we jump into this series, before we start talking about the teams, I want to talk about our sponsor, esportsbet.io. That's right. They have launched a watch to earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour, simply by watching your favorite DPC matches. You can head on over to esportsbet.io and create an account. You don't even need to bet to start earning these tokens. And now that that's out of the way, we can talk about Liquid and Manaspa. We can talk about how Liquid only need this series to guarantee themselves going to the major. So one more series win. It's up against Manaspa, a team I think some people would deem as a more easy win for Liquid, Sind.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Manaspa, they've got 2 series wins, but I think in some of their losses have maybe looked like they've had some of the less competitive series when they were on the losing side. And for them on the other side, it's like if they lose this, where they're going up against arguably the juggernaut of the division, if they lose, they're guaranteed at worst. No, they're guaranteed ties for relegation at best, actually.
Yes.
Because they would end on 2 and 5. So a lot to play for. Spartan's teams, I would say Spartan as a player, the captain of this team, a very emotional player. He's always like really on fire and really trying to drill his team and play very aggressively and play fast. I think that's what it's going to take today, because Liquid, if they run them over in lanes, I don't have much hope.
Yeah, that's something that we've heard in interviews from multiple of the Manaspa guys there, is how much Spartan is their driving force, both in the plays they do, but also just sort of the atmosphere and the team environment. Whereas you have Liquid, and I would say it's a very stark contrast, Sheep, in how they have their team environments.
Yeah, Liquid is just, I don't know. When I look at them, they're like the peak of Dota for me right now. And I know that they didn't win the major and whatever, but whatever, stand-in, we don't know how that would have ended. And I just think that when I look at how they are, it just feels so consistently reliable on every single core. It's like sometimes Nisha has a bad game and Mickey steps up. Zai's usually very solid from the offlane. They are just their comms are good. They have they're friends, right? So they're pretty friendly and common how they communicate with each other. They're just you talked about how if they run over them in lanes it looks bad. I think even if the lanes go even, it's still bad, because you watch Liquid and they're able to play these slower games where they outfarm you and just outplay you on the map. They are so hyper aware of their timings. They know exactly when they want to go. They're never just running around like headless chickens,
Where is the crack in the armor for Liquid, Sin? The only series they lost was the one up against Gaming Gladiators, and I honestly would chalk that up to being baited by the new patch a little bit. It was the first series played for them and up against one of their toughest contenders.
I think maybe that's discrediting Gaming a little bit as well.
True.
Right? They've kind of had their number, like you said, at the major as well. Gaming did very well in this matchup. What's the crack? That's a good question. I feel like if any of the teams knew they would be dropping more games, I think sometimes the best way of attacking this team is to, I would say personally, if you can slow down Nisha's game, I think that's the single core that has the most value in shutting down, but I think it's also a lot of the time the hardest. So at the very least, you don't pick an unfavorable mid matchup. I think that's step number 1 to solving this team. And then I think it's important that you take agency in the game. I think playing passively against this team is a recipe for disaster. There are some teams that, such as Tundra, for example, in some of their slower games, Liquid have had their number by just setting the pace of the game. So I would say that's the good news for Manaspa, is that if you are to beat Liquid, I think it happens early in the game, and that's probably where you as a team are best.
Also, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to discredit Gaming.
I do too, it's all right.
I think the idea in my head when I said that was just like Gaming, we just watched them lose, right? Whereas Liquid have sort of won every series since the loss against Gaming this tour. But that being said, you're right, actually. And also, they lost the game to Nigma, for example. So they're not infallible. They do have their problems.
And I do like that you talked about that aggression. That is something every time I get someone new on the panel to talk about Manaspa, they always bring it up. They always talk about how there's just these constant communications from Spartan of let's go in, let's go, let's keep going. And it's this incredibly high tempo. I am excited to see how they draft around that though, because drafting for Manaspa is insane. And I say that in a way of you don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes we have the most meta pick where you understand everything that's coming out. And then another time you'll have a carry Legion Commander and a mid Tinker and an offlane Viper in the same lineup. So I'm excited to see what comes out today and what really works against Liquid.
I think additionally from Manaspa, I think it's worth highlighting Nande. I think he's been a very impressive he's kind of made a splash. He kind of came out of nowhere for me last season, and I was like, okay, this kid's really good, and they're really trying to set him up for success. I think his standout hero, the Morphling, is probably a pick that is going to be contested this series because Liquid also like that as a second phase pickup. And just to add a little bit of history to this team, the reason people talking about Spartan will always talk about the aggression is that this guy's been around for many years, and his best result ever was second at a major with Ad Finum. And the way they played, that patch was all about killing couriers and about killing heroes. And Ad Finum were just playing off, they were playing support bounty hunters, support Rickies, and killing couriers all around the map and just running at people, taking non-stop skirmishes until they finally met a roadblock in the finals against OG at that event. So, yeah, that style is always going to be his preferred one. It's his bread and butter. And honestly, I think Spartan suffers the most when the patch gets really slow and strategic. I think he's much better when it's kind of, let's go, let's go kill some fools. And there you go, first pick Primal Beast. Is there a more YOLO hero than this to pick first?
I love it, because in other Manaspa series, we've actually seen teams put the Primal in a first phase ban out of respect because of, one, how well this team does, but just how much they favor it. And yeah, first phase pickup, first overall pickup, actually.
I'm a huge fan. And I love it as well because you talk about Nande, you hype him up, as you should. This guy is really good, especially on his ranged heroes. You talked about the Morphling. He also likes his Nature's Prophet, his Drow. We saw the Clinks. So I think the more melee heroes you pick on a team with him, the more you enable him and make him feel safer and more secure in the way that he plays. So I love the Primal.
What role do we think that is?
4.
They play it in 4.
Only 4?
Mostly, yeah.
Pretty much.
The hero flexes pretty well, which would lend itself to be a better first phase pick than, say, locking it in.
I would say
if
that
they've only played it 4, then.
Yeah, I'd say it's new tech if we see it on a different position. Right. It's very heavily favored for them.
Yeah. Okay. Both this tour and last tour. Like, no one else played it, I think.
Instant counterpick here. One of Primal's worst matchups, Clockwork. You contain him in an area, so he can't really use Trample very well. The only hero he can hit in it is the Clock who's inside the cogs, but he can buy a Force Staff, or he can just straight up survive it. You interrupt Pulverize constantly with Battery Assault. You have Hook Shot if he does go on someone else. It's just a real feels-good matchup for the Clockwork, and Liquid are... I think Boxy is perhaps the best player in the world on this hero right now, so...
That's a big call considering we saw how good
damn good
Forward Thunder Clockworks were even just today. So
I just want to say how big this is, by the way, that they did not take Nature's Prophet. Liquid might be, prior to this game, the team I would consider like always picks Nature's Prophet no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter what happens. If there's a Nature's available and they have the pick, they take it. So for them to prioritize DP more is huge for me. I do agree with the idea because I think the DP, like especially on Zai, he's so good at playing this from offlane and like splitting fights for his other cores to be able to play. They just use this hero in an incredibly amazing way.
Could you also say there's something to having a DP Clockwork rather than a Nature's Prophet clock? Like, they knew they wanted to pick up a clock, and it's like, what 3 goes better with it, too?
I think they're rating the DP higher because she has a better matchup against Primal than Nature's Prophet does. I think that's the primary reason. I don't, from my perspective, I don't think their tier list has changed. I still think they probably overall consider Nature's Prophet as the ultimate hero for themselves as well, also because of the flex, but against Primal in particular, this hero is actually a decent counter to Nature's Prophet. You can catch him in the trees. You're good against him in lane. Death Prophet, however, you can't really go on as Primal Beast. She just drains you, and it's like you are the one who has to run away as Primal, right? That's kind of ridiculous, but
yeah, we always focus about sustain once we see a lot of teams, a lot of games play out, and Death Prophet is a really big key to that.
Yep.
Her siphons are insane at the moment.
All of that makes sense. The Natures has always just been so like high value for me on Liquid because of the fact that they play it in different roles and play with this Ags and this Glypnir, and it feels like no matter how the game state goes, whether they're pressured or not, when they hit like the item, everything just like takes off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, I could have still, honestly, I wouldn't have faulted them for picking it over DP either.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying, I think that's the reasoning because they are, for me, this is the best pick for this team in general.
Agreed.
The thing is, we probably will see Nande on Nature's Prophet, and it'll be DP up against Nature's Prophet when it comes to laning. So how do you guys see that one playing out, or which one do you favor a bit more?
It's a good lane for Prophet because he's good against Clock. I think DP's lanes are always a lot down to how good the support is against the other core. And if you're good at microing your treants, you have a pretty decent line of protection here. So that said, I don't think any support plus Nature's Prophet is going to flat out just bully Death Prophet out of the lane. She's very sustainable, as we've talked about. As long as Clock is protecting, it's just playing as a wall rather than as a killer. They're both going to get farm, which at the end of the day, is what we want from Manaspa, is for them to not get run over. And I do think this pick for them actually is kind of a key in this series if they can get their hands on it, because I think this is the single fastest carry you can play that Nande runs with. And just get a fast level 6, start making plays around the map with your ult, take towers, and take control of the map. So I love that they prioritized that here for him and get it this early, because they wouldn't have got it later.
Yeah. There's also obviously the possibility we can talk about of this being a clock 5 on the bot lane, potentially, with like a range core. We talked about Morphling and how important it might be this series. Whilst Manaspa, I'm not sure how flexible their natures is. I think, yeah, Skylark played it last tour. So there is the flex. Yeah, there's definitely flex. We can still see the Morphling with there.
That's a good point. They could move the clock away from the Nature's Prophet entirely. I personally would like the Prophet to be 1 in this game for this team, unless the matchups get really, really, really bad toward the later. I don't even know.
Oh, more spam. GG, never mind.
Yeah.
They protect it.
It's gone.
I think the pace and the way Manaspa play, it's probably better to have Skylark on some sort of... I would like him to play an Aura hero, probably, so that they can really cement that mid-game that Nature's Prophet carry can set up and try to fight Liquid that way. For Liquid, I like your idea of putting Clockwork 5 this game, actually, because that means he's likely going to lane against Primal Beast, which is a good matchup, and you get to get a better 4 matchup than the Nature's Prophet one in the offlane. So I think that would be an elegant solution to this without having to... Yeah, to just suffer too much in the lanes. Just solve all your problems that way.
And I guess the only thing that makes it a tiny bit awkward is Clockwork likes to play with ranged heroes, but there's a lot of good melee heroes I see for them this game. When you look at wanting to get on top of Nature's Prophet and pressure him, I see like your Ursa, your Monkey King, these are both heroes that maybe they're still okay with Clockwork. Probably not abusing him to his fullest, but it's still like okay. But I would like to see something like that come out towards the end here.
Yeah. Well, I think Morana coming out really does sort of indicate what you guys were talking about, is that Clockwork.
Unless it's carry.
Okay, sure.
Oh!
But the thing is, we actually have to like entertain that idea now, right? Because we saw Uragi do so well with it, there very much is that possibility. And I would not put it above Mickey to have tried it out and succeed with it.
So I will say, one factor here that makes it appealing or interesting, at least, to consider the idea of Morana carry is just how good she is in lane against Primal Beast. He has no play in that lane at any point, because Leap is a low enough cooldown that it's always ready when Primal wants to make a move. And Morana as a carry in this game would also be relatively protected against Nature's Prophet rotations. So, I mean, I personally don't think they're going to do it just because Boxy is such a staple on this hero, and Insania as well. They can just swap these supports among themselves, but...
You're saying there's a realm where it really could happen.
It is a possibility, but I think it's the least likely one. So that's why we're talking about it so much. It's because it's not going to happen. But because we want to see it, you know, it's fun.
We're theory crafting so that when it does happen, we look super smart. XD.
What do we think about a CM pick?
Yeah, you guys talked about it last series, how you wanted to see her a little bit more, but does she have a place in this lineup? Like
Clock DP?
Yeah, is this a lineup that she
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Nande SF.
So the Prophet is probably offlane now? I mean, it could be SF mid? Or Wish?
Sure.
Maybe. I think Nande likes to play it though.
Yeah.
I mean, Nande has played it. It doesn't rule out it going mid, but I think the percentage is high for it to be a carry.
Yeah.
I guess it provides a lot of pressure onto the DP if she goes off lane at least. Because like she's not a melee hero, you're not hardcore punishing her, but you walk up with some Frostbite and you do some double raise, like she's gonna feel pretty bad. There's gonna be a lot of like mangoes to this lane, magic nuking, get a Bassi, just keep spamming. And that could be some pretty high pressure, and it might force like the clock to go with her as well.
Yeah, I think this puts more merit to the offlane Clockwork again than for Liquid. I think Clock wants to lane against Maiden in this game. I think overall, even though the Primal Beast matchup is also good, I think this is one of Maiden's worst matchups, at least from my individual experience. I just love playing against CM on this hero. She has terrible move speeds. You can close the gap. You get in from any tree line, you isolate her, she dies to any +1. And Shadow Fiend can maybe potentially trade away, but if your Death Prophet is down there, I think that's still going to be completely fine. You just trade off, you drain all of Shadow Fiend's mana and DP free farms. So considering that this is specifically, I would consider it a counter pick to DP in lane. If you can float this lane as Liquid, you're very happy.
A mid pickup, Pango then coming out for Liquid.
It's good.
It's a great Pango game.
Yep.
They have what? The only way they can really kill this Pango going later is with some blink on the Primal Beast. And he's a support, most likely here. Yeah, like definitely. Wish doesn't play mid, right? Well, he hasn't at least this year.
The thing is, like, Primal can be flexed, but we haven't seen it for this team. So they could be scrimming it, there could be things in the back pocket, but I don't see them rushing to take it out of the hands of Desire.
Very quick bans here.
I want them to address this Pango on Manaspa going next. Like, you need more lockdown, more stuns. Right now, it is so hard for you to start a fight, it feels like. You have 2 ranged cores. Like, one, I guess, like, Nature's might get some semi-form of disable, but it's not like a hard stun. For Liquid's carry can probably abuse this as well. Like, maybe you get some BKB and you're just, like, free running through these fights. Nothing hurts.
So one hero that we've seen today that should lane fine against Pango and gives you a reliable catch for Prophet and Shadow Fiend would be Dragon Knight.
That's what I was thinking.
I do think the Death Prophet match was a little bit daunting, but it's still okay, I think, overall. And now that you know your matchup should be the Pango at the very least. That's one of DK's weaknesses, is that he has a couple of mid matchups that are really lopsided, that he hates, absolutely hates. And okay, that is not a DK. It's another big boy. Is it? I think it's mid SF.
Yeah.
I think it's carry Pudge.
I think it's a Pudge CM.
Yeah.
They just Prophet with Primal and then SF against the Pango in mid.
Wait, Pudge where?
Pudge safely.
Against DP? Do you like that?
It's okay.
I mean, I guess if you're getting these frostbites into hooks under tower, maybe?
Yep. Yeah. It's all right. I also think Flesh Heap, if I'm not mistaken, is actually really good against Spirit Siphon. You take very little damage because it does a lot of small instances, but DP still heals the full amount.
Okay.
But you take very little. So if I remember this correctly.
I'll believe you blindly.
I mean, whatever you want to say about this, the thing I just love about Manaspa here is this like kind of gung-ho attitude, right? Like this is just, they're just going in there, you know? I love drafts like this. It's kind of a crash and burn draft. Either this is going to snowball like crazy, or it's going to look like, I don't know.
It's a train wreck. You can't look away even if it does turn out to be a disaster.
This is a very solid last pick coming out here from Liquid. 1-to-1 great matchup against the Pudge. The Lifestealer obviously doing percentage-based damage and also deals pretty well with Shadow Fiend, I would say. So.
And it's insane here on the Morana, so it's going to be a 5 Morana and a 4 Clock. That's how they decided they wanted to lane this.
I keep trying to like play out in my mind how Manaspa like take fights and win things. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like you get some slower stun into a Pudge hook. If you can isolate one hero, you can kill them and start the fight really well. Or like maybe push forward with your Primal and then chase. But I just don't see it working out that way, because you have as soon as Pudge tries to like dismember someone, Clock's just going to come in with a hook shot. And then you have Pango who's just going to roll in and break up your whole team fight. I think Nature's and SF are going to feel like they have to run left and right. It seems really difficult in my eyes.
I mean, I agree. I think Liquid's lineup just looks way easier to play. And the fact that we've talked about Manaspa and how they need to approach this series, if they're running into having difficult team fights early on in the game that they have to win against a team that has an easier time executing what they need to do and have the solutions, I think it's really bold, the Pudge pick, but I probably wouldn't have recommended it this game. I like the idea of the hero against this team, but I feel like the matchups here just weren't good enough. I think both Pango and Clock are actually good against this. So.
High risk, high reward. We don't know how exactly it is going to play out, but we do have a little bit more faith in Liquid here. But game number 1, Liquid up against Manaspa. It's going to be enjoyable no matter what, especially because we have our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Should be a fun one, as I do say normally, as it's been pretty fun Dota here in Western Europe, and I like watching when Manaspa play. They play these interesting, a little bit different drafts at times, and it's always exciting to watch, right?
Very different this time as well. It feels like this team just picks up ideas from every single team, and they have some of their own ideas as well, try to mold it into their own gameplay. This time around, very greedy draft coming out from them. This is Primal Beast, position 4. 3 cores that need a lot of items, like Nature's Prophet might fit in as you rush in Aghanim Scepter from that off lane, but you still want to hit the timings. And also, SF, I lost a lot of faith in this hero ever since, I don't know, 2007, I would say. I just don't believe in this hero, that this hero can carry the games. Every single time I watch him play, it just feels very difficult. And Spartan on one of his better heroes, Crystal Maiden, he does tend to get in, get a trade kill, die, keep repeating that, get some solo XP for his safe laner.
So we've got ourselves the esportsbet.io odds up at you. Looking like Liquid are the clear favorites. Do you agree with how one-sided the odds are looking right now?
Yeah, especially after I see this draft. Team Liquid, not a great draft at all. You have Nisha. He's bringing some items on a mid lane. He was, I don't know, thinking about maybe getting something else. tried to scout things out to see who's going to be playing what. Maybe there was some flex between Shadowfiend and Pudge, but seems like it's just going to be pretty straightforward. Going to be Wish on the mid lane. That's a big boy. It's a big
bottle,
baby,
big lollipop.
yeah.
You don't have a lollipop like that. You know, you go to the dentist, they're like, oh, your teeth look great, have a lollipop.
Oh, I think the reason why you go to the dentist is because you're having way too many lollipops.
Yeah, but that's how they get you. And they give you a lollipop at the end of the appointment.
Oh, so you have to decline. They give it to you, and you're like, no.
No, you're a kid. You take it, and then they're like, all right, future investment. They have you coming back in a couple years after a couple of lollipops.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 dentists do approve this method.
Of how to make more money. And Wish up against Nisha mid. We've seen Nisha dominate the mid lane, and I've liked Wish's performances. I truly have liked a couple things here from the Manasville lineup, and one of those players is, to me, also Nande.
I feel like he's been the shining star of this team. His performances, so far, Zai has been getting harassed by quite a lot. Spartan keeping the distance, does have a couple of bangos, looking for an angle for a potential hook. Hook underneath the tower could be very deadly.
Get our first pause of the game and some voice line spamming coming out. Have you found a voice line you like spamming yet?
Yeah, it's my own voice line that I like. Nah, just kidding.
That's
You
the
know,
one I spam.
there are a lot of good ones. There's way too many. You know, when we started, there were only a couple of them, but now, like, I think there's like 5,000 voice lines right now. I'm not even kidding.
That number seems a little high, but yeah, I think you're on the right track in terms of how many are in the mix.
Panel did talk about Clockwork, like the lane setup where he's gonna go. I guess the reason that they put Mirana on top because she can leap away after getting hooked. But then again, you also want to have Clockwork against the Primal Beast, stop him with the cogs from getting in. You would maybe want to have Mirana against some of these summons because she deals better than the Clockwork. Battery Assault's going to be soaking up the damage, so you had to choose your poison pretty much in this one. And Insania is like, yeah, Foxy, I don't want you to die. Ah, there's the leap level 1.
Yeah, long range hook there from Nande and gets Insania quite low in the top lane. That is the combo that we've seen that was used a lot by Gaming Gladiators in Tour 1. Duraccio loved the Pudge with the Crystal Maiden.
This has been the go-to matchup whenever they play against the Broodmother. Now we see Boxy getting in and also not even putting a point in power cogs, just getting that rocket flare. A bit more damage against the Treants, a bit more harassment coming out in this lane. Another hook.
Percentages are going to be up there. Spirit Siphon, Zai trying to survive. The arrow lands. Now the turnaround, and they're going to get Nande for first blood.
2 skill shot abilities, hook and arrow in the same lane. My favorite thing to watch, especially when you missed it, but so far they have been on point.
My favorite part is when I say the percentages are 100%, and then they're down around the 20-something%. But I'm only looking for the hooks that hit. And so far, Nande's been on point with them. Unfortunately, he just also caught an arrow.
Too good. If he missed that hook, he would not die.
True, but got to go for every hook you can. See? 100% accuracy. And a great picture of Nande and Pudge. So far, the hooks are there. He's just got to convert them into kills. Just 3 minutes into the game, and you can see this Pango over mid, 18-1, kind of close to the Shadow Fiend.
Nisha doing much better than I expected. He is playing at the Shadow Fiend. You get close, you get raised, you put yourself in a bad spot with maybe a swashbuckle, maybe with a shield crash. Now Boxy starting to put some pressure. This is only level 1 battery assault, so not as much damage. You would definitely want to have that level 2. And another
Arrow
one.
Again connects, but hook to save Spartan. That should keep it at 100% in my opinion. But, you know, he'll save his support. And he won't be giving up another kill here to Zai, potentially.
Zai, with that first blood, already has double rate band available. And Mickey also doing a very good job. It's such a good Lifestealer game to start with. You are playing into Pudge, which is a great matchup for you. You're playing into Shadow Fiend, which also feels like even Nature's Prophet, they have only one BKB piercing ability, which is going to be Dismember later down the line. But Lifestealer, I also want to see what the build for Mickey is going to be. Whether he needs to have a bit more like early presence or if he wants to go greedy and go for Radiance.
So we'll see what he ends up going for, as right now the game is sitting pretty close. I'm thinking about this Primal Beast and what it's going to be like for him, because we've seen Primal Beast in the mid and the off lane, and it's always that first item BKB, but when you're in a 4 position and you're kind of trying to be this greedy, it's much tougher to get that gold, to get into that first item. And it worries me that this Primal Beast may not have the impact that we want to see as Spartan ends up dropping there to Insania.
Yeah, I am kind of worried about Primal Beast because right now he's only level 2. He's playing into like some matchups that he does not like to play into. Lifestealer, we talked about Clockwork with the Cogs. Marana can leap away. Of course, Pango can run away from him as well. And now Shadow Fiend taking over. Hits that level 5. Level 3 raises, ton of damage. Nisha does already have Raindrop, but Shadow Fiend slowly but surely burning through those Raindrop charges.
Oh, that was... All right. Coming in onto the middle lane. I swore Desire for a second had a cloak in there, but might have sold it off and thought differently.
Yeah, maybe you didn't see it correctly because it was Cloak of Invisibility. Ooh. But he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle. Skylark doing a good job here in the bottom lane, getting the farm for himself, getting some decent amount of denies as well, sitting at 26 at 8. A bit too far.
Skylark trying to get the treants in front of Boxy, unable to do so as Boxy ran it in with Battery Assault. Got Desire back here down bottom, but this just isn't really the impact that you kind of expect from Primal Beast, right?
He needs, I think Primal Beast needs someone to be able to kill with. Nature's Prophet is not that hero. He doesn't really provide you with much other than right clicks. Nisha, shield crash into immediate swashbuckle, down to 1 raindrop charge.
Okay, so yeah, the cloak was on Nunde's courier, which ended up dying. I think the idea was Desire might have TP'd top, but then when he decided not to, they picked it back up and threw it in the courier. Boxy, though, Onslaught's there. The raises land. They get the kill into the Clockwork. They'll take him out. Wish has got himself a kill after this lane is kind of picked up for him, like you said, at the level 5.
Yeah. Landing 3 raises, Boxy getting close. Good rotation there from Desire to be able to secure the rune for Shadowfin, and it's a big one. This is haste rune, so he can, especially if they decide to like push the wave in. I'm looking at the top lane mostly, where he can pop the haste and triple raise Zai.
Especially if they can get that control, land a hook or something like that, or if at the end of the haste you do have level 6 on Nande. We'll see. As they land the hook on Zai in the top lane, the arrow doesn't connect, and they do bring Wish up here with 1 raise. They'll get a kill into this Death Prophet. Good rotation from the Shadow Fiend, and pops that haste. He'll walk back towards mid, and he won't be gone for too long.
Yeah, this is quick and easy kill. TP rotation. As I said, the lane has been pushed in by Team Liquid, so they use this opportunity, use this good haste rune. They get a kill, and it's also a big one. Slowing out Death Prophet, delaying the levels on her, which means that your tower is not going to be as pressured early on.
Right.
Insania trying to take the creep wave, leave it for Zai to come back and farm it. Nande level 5. Once he hits that level 6, there is no point in silence. Zai is going for 0-2-3 build. 2-0-3 build, sorry.
Ooh. Onslaught into a shield crash from Nisha. So just a little bit of a back and forth. Wish didn't want to commit anything more to that. And it's level 7 for Wish pretty early on. He's having a good lane after the start that he had. It was a little bit tough at the beginning.
First, I'd say 2 waves. Pangolier got a lot from it, and then he picked it up. Once you hit like those level 3, level 5, level 7, Pangolier can't just get close, so he plays a bit of a different game. Same goes for Wish, pushes out the wave immediately, goes back to jungle. Right now we see Desire again, trying to save up the rune. Nisha will commit.
Rolling Thunder, going into the Arcane Rune, Insania picks it up. Rolling around and around Desire. And not exactly connecting on any of it. Wrath of Nature gets thrown over. His top lane, Nande's on Zai. He's got this rot, the arrow flies through. They'll end up getting the trade on Nande. And they'll look for Spartan, but won't be able to connect on that kill. Nisha, Onslaught, Trample. Not taking a lot of damage with the shield crash. Another arrow thrown over. Wish comes in, Sprout to block him in, and Nisha's gonna die. Really well done by Skylark. They're gonna look for Boxy. They'll get themselves a second. I was just about to talk about Skylark because he is towards the top of his net worth, and there have been plenty of games that Manaspa have played this season already where his lane has been sacrificed and he has had a rough time in his matchups, but not right now. He is really performing above what we've seen from him.
it does seem like a lot of the time Skylark does tend to suffer because Wish and Nande, they do take a lot of farm. Nande most of the time playing these hard carries.
Yeah.
This time around, it's not the same thing. It's Pudge. He is, you know, getting involved. He is level 6, 2 Flesh Heap charges. Also Flesh Heap really good against Spirit Siphon, something that panel also mentioned, the way it works. Spartan needs to be a bit more careful here, sitting at half HP, but knowing Spartan, he's not too afraid to die if someone else can get a kill.
Smoke breaks because Insania's nearby. They go to the Exorcism. If they get the
Tumblers.
kill on a Zai immediately, that could be a big issue. Requiem charged up, lands on both, and they kill Boxy and Zai. Nande survives. Exo was just used, and now, well, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, Nande hooked him inside the cogs, and also Casual Cloak plus Fairy's Trinket, a little bit more magic resistance from that cloak, and extra HP from Fairy's Trinket, keeping him alive there. Good rotation from Wish. Wish on point, involved in 6 out of 7 kills as Shadowfin. Let's see if Nande's gonna die to creeps. Maybe Ogre Bruiser. I was rooting for it.
Swashbuckle, thinking about the Rolling Thunder on Desire. You always root for the underdog. Hook shot, though, from Boxy. Cogs into the arrow. This is a stellar combination that will get them a kill on a Wish. And that is a 4-time spree going to Insania. That is a big one to get. You need to slow down the Shadow Fiend that has been out of control in these first 10 minutes.
They would definitely want Nisha to pick up that last hit because he's been struggling. He did have Orb of Corrosion queued up 10 minutes into the game.
Spartan over to the side, but Cogs.
Arrow.
This combination, they have landed that a couple times now, and that has turned into a couple of kills as well. They've got this ward down in the jungle, so it sees everything. And it's working for Liquid in a multitude of ways, and gonna stop the TP. Wish was looking to come over mid, now he's got to walk. He's probably gonna lose this tower if he doesn't get here quick enough.
They see me rolling, they don't care. Nothing's gonna be done, but good opening. They're gonna kill the tower. Nisha in the end gets that last hit and will TP top.
Zai, Moonlight Shadow, Swashbuckle, Skylark, he's here again. This Spirit Siphon and the Crypt Swarms getting him low. Dropping down the Seeds of Serenity for a little bit of heal. Nande also here, Swashbuckle, Crypt Swarm, and the kill on a Skylark. The Dismember is the damage enough. The Onslaught is in, but Nisha with the shield crash gets out into the trees.
Can he land a hook? Let's see.
Swashbuckle and the
That
hook.
was close.
No, doesn't get the kill. Hook shot now landing from Boxy, and this is going to be Desire dying too. All of a sudden it is falling apart for Manaspa.
Manaspa needed to bring there another hero. Unfortunately, Vish did not have his TP available. This is level 10 Shadowfiend we're talking about. If he's there, manages to land Requiem. Mickey, he's been, you know, sitting at this bottom lane forever. 0-0-0, rest of the team, you know, playing the game. He's been farming silently. Armlet done, going into Deso. This is the build that I like more. It synergizes nicely. It gives them a bit more momentum because it does open up Roche again. It does open up the tower. When I say open up a Roche, like, you don't need to commit with the Exorcism to be able to get it. And speaking of Exo, Zai, even though it's still half duration going, he does not want to commit.
Now, usually we see when they're committing to Roche with an Exorcism, it's that level 2 Exo, right?
Yeah, but also committing the Exo here on the top lane.
Yeah.
Rest of the team not behind him. They're making him move on a different side of the map, so he felt, you know, maybe it's a bit too deep.
Yeah, kind of backs off, farms with it. I think he's okay with the gold that he's getting. Because he's sitting close to where Nande is. I'm a little bit surprised that Nande's the one who's on the bottom of the net worth for the course. But look at the gold on Insania, too. He is so farmed for his support.
He did not die a single time. He's getting the last hits. 3-0 and 5 on your position 5, Baran. I don't think you can even call this position 5.
Involved
He's
in every kill.
yeah, just 1,000 gold away from Zai's net worth at the moment.
Yeah, he was the one who got that spree out of the hands of Wish, so he got a lot of gold off that. Hook shot connects on a Skylark, and now the Onslaught bumps them both into the air. They'll push him out of the cogs. Skylark now right-clicking the Wrath of Nature. Desire, he's low, but he's fine for now. Boxy, hit by a raise by Wish. That'll bring him to the death.
A bit of a misplay there. Pango thinking about going in, getting that Rolling Thunder off, gets blocked by Cogs, then he stops it, uses Shield Crash, doesn't get inside. So a bit of unfortunate there. They still get a kill. They kill Boxy. This time around, Manaspa much more fast in terms of reacting to rotations from Team Liquid. This time they were much more ready. And you talked about Nande. He's lowest of the cores. Zai's down there as well. I mean, it keeps changing. Usually it doesn't go that way, where like the network constantly keeps changing, but suddenly Pango, he's like very close. No one's close to Shadowfiend, however.
Yeah, Wish, despite the fact that he had that death, he's still in a really solid spot. Boxy again, looking for a hook shot, connects it onto a Desire. And I would expect an arrow, and there will be one, but I think Desire kind of saw it coming and went south, but still dies. Had some help from Nisha with the Swashbuckler to put some damage on him.
If there's Dino inside Cogs, I don't think anyone else should be able to fit inside Power Cogs.
It just pushes them over the top.
Also, I thought it was impossible to miss an arrow on Cogged Primal Beast, but apparently it is.
It just missed the mark. The accuracy at 61.5%. 8 of 13.
Every single time there is hook shot available, they just go for something. They're going for some kind of a kill. Nande in a big trouble now.
Diffusal Blade was used on Nande. They've got the Cogs, but the onslaught again. Boxy will die, and Nande pushed out, so he'll survive for now. They go to the Exorcism. Zai from around the back. They take out Nande, they lose Nisha. Wish with the Requiem, but the Infest still feared, and this is a problem for Mickey for a second, because they've got the Pulverize. But they'll pop the mech on Zai, the damage isn't quite there. The armor would toggle, the kill on a Desire. And 3 heroes fall in Aspa as they lose Nisha and Boxy.
Yeah, even with those bad Rolling Thunders, they are still winning the games. Like Nisha trying to get the roll off against Shadowfiend, who's sitting at 200 damage at the moment, just right-clicks him down, but the mech coming in clutch. We saw the Infest into Requiem type of a play, and first involvement from Mickey results in a triple kill from him. So this is going to be like 17, 18 minutes Deso on top of Armlet.
What'd you call it earlier? The Deso? The old item name?
Deso? What do you mean?
Was it? Never mind. We were talking about it in the green room.
Oh, Brisa the Cannon.
Yeah.
Not sure if I pronounced it correctly, but yeah, that's the Daedalus, new Daedalus that has been called Daedalus for 10 years now.
Sorry, I named the other D item. That's my fault. Hook shot? Ooh, no. Thinking about it. Looking for that rocket flare, just getting some vision. And like you said, they're always using the hook shot.
Now, there's still some people that call Silver Edge or Shadowblade Lotar's Edge.
Do you?
No, but it took me a while to get rid of it. Same goes for Radiant and Dire.
Lotar's Edge.
Maybe I'm just slow. My brain is super slow, especially nowadays that I'm getting old. Mickey, that Deso is being delivered as we speak.
Yeah. Coming through on the courier, but I was thinking maybe we'd see Nande cut it off, but he's not going to be able to do so. Onslaught over towards Boxy. We'll use that Tumbler's Toy to get out of harm's way for a moment. Now he's got the Cogs, he sprouted the hook shot, the Swashbuckler, the disarm now, and the arrow flying in. Insania upping that accuracy and getting another kill onto Skylar.
Fox is like, hell yeah, you just gave yourself away where you are. I don't even need to go into the enemy jungle. We'll use the hook shot. Quick in and out from Team Liquid. Now 4K gold lead. The map does open up by quite a lot. Net profit. Level 2 EXO is available. Let's see if they want to get another pickoff or if they just want to rush inside the Roche pit, because EXO's back online in 2 seconds. With that Deso, with the minus armor from Blightstone, 2 points in Lucky Shot. It's more than enough.
Yeah, they're going to go in a Roche. I'm looking at Desire right now. Still going in a phase boots. He wants BKB. Just not happening. He has 2,300 net worth. So far away. They're looking to get Roche for a second. They'll abandon the pit. They'll infest. Let's see.
Did not want to commit with EXO. Spartan.
Maybe they were trying to get a fight out of this, and they're going to lead forward. They don't throw the arrow, and Boxy, he's the one who's infested, looking for a hook shot, but he'll get rooted. Now the hook shot means they miss the hook on the pull. Coming out from Nande. Arrow splits the seams and goes to the back line. Hit on the punch. They'll look for the raises. Zai is going to heal these heroes up. And Nisha's going to go into the Rolling Thunder, look for Skylark. They've got the control into the Nature's Prophet with the Exorcism going. It's an easy kill for Liquid. They'll take out 2, and now they'll head back towards Roche.
Didn't want to use
3-man smoke from an Aspa.
Yeah, did not want to use EXO straight away. Now that they know there is no EXO, or at least it's halfway down, No Rolling Thunder. Let's see how they approach this fight. They need to land a hook, and it's gonna come.
Yeah, it lands, though. It's only out of the clockwork. Not really the target you want to go for. Stun onto the Life Stealer as Mickey's going forward, right-clicking on Nande.
Oh, that swashbuckle.
And the swashbuckle coming through. They get the kill to Desire. They'll take out Nande. They do not have Desire for a while, and they will not have Nande for a little bit longer. So this should open up Roche again. I don't know if Munaspa want to go one more time.
I'm not sure if they needed to get the Requiem off. Maybe they thought it's going to be on a bigger target.
Yeah.
Like you land a hook on a Life Stealer, you eat him, you Requiem, and you can easily kill him from 100 to 0. It was only on Clockwork. Boxy immediately buys back, provides vision with the rocket, and now Team Liquid in full control of the game. Couple of Deso charges. Not couple, like he finished it at 17 minutes, 19 minutes into the game, has 8 Deso charges, and it's going to be another Infest.
Yeah, he's been normally infesting into the Clockwork, but Insania sitting down here
Not
with the
the
creep wave
combo.
pushed in.
This is 4 staff into double leap Infest combo.
Yeah. And I think they could see the tree and say expect Nature's Prophet to be down here, and they would be right. Skylark's nearby. Hook hits on a Boxy. Swashbuckle misses the mark. Frostbite. Crystal Nova. Spartan trying to get into the trees and goes into the ulti as that'll drop down onto 2 with the Pulverize. They get the kill on both Boxy and Nisha.
Nisha hits him with the weight. They kind of griefing this Infest DP, so he was not ready to help his team out. Outpost still belongs to Munaspa, so he could not DP there as a Life Stealer. Still trying to look for something. He's going to go for tower in the end in this bottom lane. Mickey, with that Deso armlet, does have more than enough.
8 charges. Wow. So, Desire, now he's working on the BKB, and he'll have the Philly Stone picked up from the base to boost that gold as quickly as he can. Still going to be tough, though. He is kind of underfarmed compared to the supports here of Liquid. It's a hard comparison, though, when you've looked at Insania and his net worth. It's insane.
He knows that if he goes in, he's just going to straight up die. Every single time he needs to, like, he can't get the full combo off. Doesn't get the use second route of abilities. Especially if there's Exo running. Exo, 1 swashbuckle, couple of hits from Lifestealer, and you're dead.
I will say, though, Wish has kept himself top of the net worth for the moment. Pretty impressive with the fact that these fights have certainly gone Liquid's way.
He died only once so far in the game, has been pretty involved since the early start, does have good items. I like the Hurricane Pike into BKB, wants to be able to push Lifestealer away, push himself from the hook shot as well. Let's see.
Infest, Wish, pushed via the cogs. They'll pop an Illusion Rune. They've got the silence on a 3. They're trying to go for Boxy with the trample.
Dual Frenzy.
They don't get more than that just yet. They'll look for Zai, Boxy, Rolling Thunder coming in from Nisha, Exo. That'll kill off 1. Now they'll take a second to Nande. They've used that Moonlight Shadow, and these heroes are up front towards the tier 3. 2 drop on Munaspa.
Great hook shot from Boxy. Splits the whole team with the cogs. They should also know something is up because they've been playing around this Observer Ward on the high ground. Going to be another tower, first tier 2 tower, so they will take Outpost right now underneath the vision of Munaspa. Munaspa needs to be able to hit back whenever there's no Exorcism available, because it's a lot of damage that Zai is bringing to the table.
You know, we complimented Nande, but unfortunately for him, his game has just been shut down pretty heavily. They've focused him. He's died 6 times this game. It was a long road to that Ags. It's just been tough.
Also playing into Lifestealer, Pango, like your mana's gonna get burned. Lifestealer gets on top of you, especially with the Aegis now available. Mekke doesn't care too much if he's being eaten by Pudge. Like, sure, you're going to reduce the healing coming out from him, from that Prophet as well, but without a BKB, like right now, it feels like you need BKB plus maybe Plate Mail at this point to be able to fight back against the Lifestealer.
He's heading towards bottom, but he's just been scanned. This could be an issue. Hook shot, that lands, they'll pop the Infest, he's outside the cogs. Nande trying to survive, but Nisha and Insania will help out and let Mickey get the final strike on that kill. So he's unstoppable. And now head of the net worth.
Make a pretty silent game in the laning stage, as expected. This is Lifestealer we were talking about. This hero really doesn't have an ability. It's pretty much all passives. Very fun hero to play with. By the way, and now does have Basher available, so he can go on top of Shadowfane, try to bash him when he's trying to get the Requiem off with the BKB. You talked about the Desire, trying to get some farm, get to his BKB timing. Oh no, Jetpack.
Yeah, Jetpack, Battery Assault, Onslaught's into it, and he is going to Uproar, but not sure that's going to help enough, even with this trample. It's just not going to get him out. Nisha with another kill. This age is going to expire right here.
First hit bash, of course.
Yeah. That's not exactly great. BKB is going to be popped here by Wish. They'll go to the Moonlight Shadow. They are chasing. They've got Zai behind him. Wrath of Nature will root up Mickey. They've got the Guardian Greaves to sustain and make sure nothing happens.
They should know something's happening inside their triangle, because when Nature's Prophet's not pushing the wave, when he like, especially in a game where they are behind, you know that he's gonna try to place this like sneaky forward in the high ground, on the high ground, and farm your triangle. They are scanning at the moment, and he sees, Nisha knows something is up.
This Courier coming back, and that'll die. Meanwhile, they're going for Nande. Onslaught into the Cogs. Makes Boxy's job real easy. They got the kill on Nande. They'll take the Pudge. They'll look for another. Desire's going to fall. Double kill for Mickey. He is now godlike.
18 Deso charges as well. No Aegis left. They do have Exo still halfway duration running, so they can go for the high ground. Maybe try to poke it, see what happens. Shadow Fiend plus Nature's Prophet. They don't provide any kind of lockdown for this Lifestealer, but still, they're going to respect it. Team Liquid in full control of this game.
And BKB for Mickey soon. Lotus Orb picked up for Insania. He's just got so much gold. He really has a solid arsenal under his belt for a forward position.
A lot of farm. Usually we don't see this item because it always feels like there's a better item to buy. It's relatively expensive unless you have mana boots already. But this Lotus Orb got to come in very handy against Pudge, against Bite, even Primal Beast. Like, you want to throw this onto your Lifestealer so he does not get dismembered, or on top of your Pangolier to dispel Frostbite, which I think he's okay because he does have a shard for him of his own. So most likely it's just going to be exclusively used on Lifestealer.
So you like the Lotus Orb?
Yeah. I mean, I love the item. It seems like there are games and situations. Oh, Skylark.
Silence. Jetpack, Battery Assault, Cogs drop. That is... It's honestly kind of funny to see where he jetpacks over you, drops Cogs. It's just like an airdrop of Cogs.
It is, and he does also have his Glimmer Cape finished. So that's his first item. And Jetpack, as Boxy has been very active, involved in 20 kills out of 25. Woo. And another one looking for something.
Trying to drop some Cogs and see some wards. That's exactly what he's going to do. Throw a sentry on that cliff. And he's starting to go down bottom. He's still infested, so they want to just find somebody if they can get a glimpse. Oh, that was a blind hook shot. Desire's into the trees, though. And I don't think he dewarded that cliff, so they see that the Moonlight Shadow was used right there. Come over and got 3 heroes nearby. Sentry Arrow, not going to connect. So, 2.5 minutes, a little bit more than that actually, until Roche respawns. That's going to be a big one for Manaspa to try and get if they want to come back into the game. You'll use that Exo, you have the Deso with a lot of charges. You can rip through Roche pretty quickly and easily here for Liquid.
You can, but so can Monaspop. They are not the ones that are controlling the map at the moment. Right now, underneath the vision.
Arrow doesn't hit the mark, but they're still going to get Spartan. Well, at least get one. Just kind of gets caught out, and Liquid have just the superior vision.
Also interesting stats. Crystal Maiden involved in 13 out of 14 kills. Spartan, like, he's always up there most of the time. Dies, gets hooked.
Onslaught and the kill.
First death off Insania in this game. 28 minutes, which is pretty impressive as well. Roshan, you talked about it. 2 minute respawn time.
Yeah, gonna be a little while. Going Basher on Nisha next. We've seen this so many times on Pango. Always fun to watch. When it's just swashbuckle, bash, bash, bash. Light them up. Couple of bashers here. You're not really going to be too safe. Like, you said it earlier with the basher on Lifestealer, right? when BKB gets picked up for the Primal Beast, he's still not going to be secure because it's such a late BKB.
But speaking of late BKBs, Pudge and Nature's Prophet just picked up there. So these are 9-second BKBs. He got him.
Oh, yeah.
Knows something is up. Knows that it's an illusion.
Oh, with the hook right back. Uno reverse card. Boxy getting the kill on Anande. You hook, I hook. Just like that.
They should know that he does not have buyback because he just purchased his BKB. Your buyback is relatively costly, 10,000. Wow. Good job, Lacoste. It's just 1,000 gold. I'm seeing an extra 0. That's how I see my bank account as well.
That's dangerous. They're going to go up out of the high ground, thinking about the Rolling Thunder, just kind of, you know, feinting it, as is tradition on a Pangolier. Sentry on the low ground, Boxy into the jetpack. You got to be careful of those airdrop cogs.
Oh, they caught Skylark. Or did
Shot,
they?
Arrow, all missing. Skill shots. Just not landing.
Lifestealer's too far away, so he will need to BKB and TP out.
He wants to BKB TP out, but... Oh. Can he get the bash? First hit? No.
They even split. He did not have teleport scroll available. His teleportation was on cooldown for 2 seconds, so he had to run more to the west to be able to run away. So uses his BKB. Roshan is about to respawn. They catch it with the arrow. Man, Insania is so good.
So they're going to know it's up. BKB almost finished here for Desire, but I just don't think they're going to be able to contest this Roche.
It drops down so quickly. Shard already picked up by Nisha and Mickey. So I assume Zai's got to get this one.
Get that fear
Unless they want to give it to
Cypher.
Insania. The leap. It got buffed in the previous patch. Just kidding. It's you might buy. I mean, this shard is okay when you're playing carry Marana, which we did see the other day in Western European DPC, but you do not want to pick it up as a support.
This Exo going to run out soon, and they're probably going to just go pressure the high ground. There's no reason not to, other than, I guess there's no Exo, but you feel pretty confident right now.
They could try to poke with Lifestealer, but right now Boxy and Mickey are looking for something. They're looking for a pick-off.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Skylark trying to continue to rat game. He's rat jamming his way over to the bottom lane, and well, the only one there right now is Boxy. He is infested, so they are going to find themselves a kill on Desire. Hook shot connects, and they'll pop the infest. They get another kill onto the Primal Beast, who did, I believe, buy out on that BKB.
Does have a recipe on the courier.
Skylark TPing away. Has to be careful.
Nisha holding on to Gem.
Yeah,
With
no bash
Insania
on him.
bot. He's about to get it. Needs another minute of farm to be able to get that second basher. And now things are going to be much tougher for BKBs inside of Manaspa. So in terms of magic immunity, it's all good, but these came in slightly too late.
Yeah.
Like, you can feel that Pudge does not feel comfortable getting into a fight. He finds the Ogre Seal Totem, which is a great tool to get out of the trouble, especially against a Lifestealer.
Solid item, 3 points. And smoke from an Aspa is they're just back in the base right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to really confidently go. They want to with the BKBs, but it is just such a rough proposition to want to go, right? Like, this is... You're down. You're probably feeling you're down a lot. You know they've got Aegis. Is it worth the fight? Skylark TPing behind the trees. Mickey and Boxy can't get the control on him.
Jetpack is such a great ability, finding people inside the trees, because Dota has evolved over the years. We see it in the last, I'd say, 2-3 years, where people just abuse jungle, hide there. Boxy will get the glimmer off.
Yeah,
and now he's on the low ground.
Over eyes. He's getting thrown
He's on the
up
high
and
ground
down.
again.
Really should have done more damage the higher he was dropped, but Spartan and Desire end up falling.
Yeah, I wish it worked that way. You attack from the high ground, like, I don't know, tiny rock from the high ground deals more damage. I don't know, because it has, you know, speed has momentum. And now they pop the Exo. They kill 2 supports. This time around, 3 cores did not commit with the BKBs.
Hook shot. And now the battery assault with the bashes coming out from Mickey on Anande. start to run, but they'll focus the tier 3 and the set of racks because they get the racks.
Boxy will get out of the trouble. Glimmer Cape, a lot of value from the item. Manages to save him multiple times so far. This is going to be a set of barracks, it seems. Gets the bash, gets the arrow.
Yeah, that's a problem. That means Wish is going to die. No buyback. Oh, boy.
And this just might be it. They could try to go for some kind of a hook underneath the tier 4 tower play. They get it, but he still has Rage and BKB. Plus Lotus Orb can't eat him.
BKB, Rolling Thunder, bashes in on the Nande. Moonlight Shadow, Ogre Seal Totem to get back into the base. They're going to get Desire the hook on a Mickey just short of the base. Skylark's trying to put in the damage.
And gets kidnapped. By Pangolier, Rolling Thunder, infest in, another bash.
Yeah, Nande's gonna die. Skylark can't really help out. They'll buy back on Nande. They look over at Spartan. They get the kill there on Tanisha. So they take the Pangolier, and Skylark in between these cogs sprouts himself up. Spirit Siphon, the fear, the kill. Skylark dead again. He's got buyback, but I don't know how much of a good value that's gonna be for him. Jetpack into the air, cogs, Boxy, gone.
Liquid having too much fun diving underneath the fountain. Pudge needed to use buyback to actually land a hook. He still does have Aegis available for another 30 seconds. They don't want to risk anything. Wish is respawning.
I don't know. Spartan's still walking forward. I was thinking maybe they might want to turn around, but they don't have a hook shot to initiate with. I don't think that's going to matter. Spartan walked out here like on the coattails of Liquid, and they're close enough that if they really want to go, they probably could.
He is tanky. Glimmer Cape, Pupil's Gift on Spartan. They will try to retake this outpost, and they will do so.
Aegis expires, 20k net worth lead here. Axe picked up for Insania.
Yeah, he's core at the moment. He is almost as farmed as position 1 Pudge of the enemy team.
Those are words you don't want to hear together in the same sentence. Ever. Hookshot, Infest, BKB, pop by Nande, Ogre Seal, Totem, over to Desire. And, well, Mickey is just going to bash him a couple of times and get another kill here on the Pudge. He's dead for 90 seconds.
When Lifestealer is 1.5 item ahead of Pudge, this matchup is unplayable. Like, you really can't do anything. Like, there's also Lotus Orb that they can throw on him, Lincoln Sphere from Pango, 4 staffs, like another basher on Pango to stop this Dismember BKB from going off, and seems like Team Liquid, they had enough. They want to close out this game.
He's 3 items ahead of this Pudge.
They know that he has no buyback, so Zai's picking out tier 4 towers. There's not going to be any hooks underneath the fountain. Some split push going on, nothing too scary, only a tier 2 tower. And that's it, that's GG.
He went for it, he went for the Requiem. Abyssal on a Spartan. There's another kill for Mickey. He's beyond godlike. They're going to work on this tier 4 tower and then go for the throne. They'll call GG, and Liquid will get themselves game number 1.
Yeah, again, very greedy lineup from Monaspa. You are playing into Pangolier, Dead Prophet. These 2 heroes can take over the map so quickly. Insania, like, doesn't seem too amused, and now you know, some smiles coming in. He checked his own score. Like, I did not need to die there in the enemy triangle underneath the ward. Boxy, that's your fault. You didn't de-ward the enemy triangle. Yeah, so pretty impressive stuff from Team Liquid. Mostly Insania. Mickey also 0 deaths in this game. Played it to perfection. Itemization as well. Really liked it. Did not want to go for a greedy build. No Radiance. Once they hit their timings, no messing around, just get that armlet, get Deso online, start to hit some towers, hit the buildings, go for Roche. Pretty clean. Monaspa, like, even though Wish had a great start on his Shadowfiend, it was just that. Like, you could feel that the rest of the team didn't really sync up their item timings, and playing from behind this type of lineup is very difficult.
Yeah, they got pushed back on the BKB timings on Nande, and you want that pretty quickly there on the Primal Beast. When you don't really have it hit that triple, quadruple BKB timing, there's... I think, again, this lineup, there's just no chance. And Team Liquid, they abuse that, and they take game number 1. So we're going to throw it back over to the panel, see what they have to say. Back to you guys.
Well, just go ahead and ask them. What are you giggling about? That's
Your
the real
hiccups.
question.
I'm laughing at your hiccups.
Yeah, I have hiccups. I'm trying my best not to hiccup into the mic. But we can have a chat about Liquid Manaspa here because Manaspa, the lineup, we thought there was potential. We thought maybe they might have hit the tempo. If they were aggressiveness, there could have been something, but there really wasn't anything at the end of the day.
No, I feel like this game kind of went the way we were both expecting, where Manaspa has this hyper-aggressive strategy that has to snowball really hard. They did, I would say, quite well in the lanes, but that's just not enough in this game. I think you're choosing to pick Pudge into Clockwork as well as Pango, and the enemy still has a counter pick, which then becomes Lifestealer. This is maybe the worst game we've seen from Nande this season, but it's also the worst conditions he's had. So it's kind of goes hand in hand, right? Just think it's really, really hard for them to play this game.
There was absolutely nothing he could do. I think, honestly, I was surprised with how many kills Manaspa were able to actually get. Like, there was a little bit of feeding here and there for Liquid, but at a certain point, I think they understood how to stop doing that, which was just bring more numbers. You saw them bring 4 heroes to top to fight while Mickey farmed bot. Meanwhile, Manaspa only have 3 there. That kind of came off the back of them picking off SF mid and watching him TP and knowing, okay, he doesn't have TP, we can do this and make that play. And then Mickey gets involved around 15 minutes, which I thought was really nice from him, and gets like a triple kill off the back of that, and then his game is pretty much secured.
I want to know what you guys have to say about this mid SF a little bit more, because we normally see it played in the carry. This time around, it was pushed into that mid lane. Do you think it had an impact, or would you have liked to see it just go for the carry role and then they had have picked up a better mid for themselves?
I think Wish played fine, and I actually think mid Shadowfiend is pretty good this game. I think his conditions were all right, and he would have looked a lot better if he had more to work with, right? So I would say part of the reason they picked Pudge is probably they were like, okay, we need a safe lane hero that enables SF to just hit a target, so they pick a BKB Piercing Stun in the Pudge, which makes sense if only his conditions in the game were better, because you couldn't rely on Nande in this game at all because he's just that hard countered. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what would have been better, because I honestly think it's kind of tricky to find that pick, and if we can't find it, then you're right. Maybe the Shadowfiend should have just gone safe lane. You get a utility mid, which is like more standard. I think what made Manaspa want to do this, though, is that this Shadowfiend against Pango matchup is really good, and Wish was far ahead. He had like 4.3k net worth when Nisha had 2.8, so it was a clear win in mid, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, unfortunately wasn't enough. And when I look at this, we say Nande didn't have too much impact. Carry on the side of Team Liquid, though, Mickey 13-0-12 as a lifestealer. He had a phenomenal game for himself.
My guy was the win condition, and he delivers.
And he wins.
And he wins.
I really like watching him play. I think he was, like I said, 15 minutes. He was a part of a fight deep in the enemy jungle. Like they knew how they wanted to get him involved. He did a good job of it. I think sometimes they made a couple of mistakes around him, like not him making the mistake, but like he would infest Mirana. They TP bot. They're looking for like the pick off on the Nature's Prophet split pushing. And while they're doing that, they're playing quite deep on Liquid, and they get punished for it. So it's like those types of kills I think were a bit sloppy from Liquid side. But overall, I'm really happy with Mickey's gameplay and how they got him involved and how he did.
Yeah, just played great around Boxy, right? Those two, I lost track of how many kills they made together just as two. Probably 10 in this game, honestly.
Lot,
just hookshot infest kills all over the map. And yeah, it's... For me, I'm not fully losing faith in Manaspa off of this game because I don't really think they showed what they can do in this game. I think they showed glimpses of what their strengths are as a team in terms of like just kill hunger and playing pretty well around each other, but the draft has to be stronger. We also had Crystal Maidens as a question mark. I think that hero just got run over in this game. She's bad against Lifestealer, she's bad against Clock, she's bad against Pango. So a lot of the heroes that we're talking about that are like good against Pudge are also coincidentally good against the enemy supports. And arguably the mid as well, right? So that's just it's one of those.
A little too much overlap.
Yeah, there's just too much overlap between Manaspa's heroes and how they excel, and that's why it felt like they had to snowball it, and they didn't quite get there.
See, when you say you're losing faith a bit in Manaspa, I think that's the problem. For me, they look really good when they have a good draft. I think this draft was honestly just terrible. Like you could tell that no one really could play with each other in the whole game. Like they're pretty much just losing, and all they can do is try and split push, get punished while split pushing. And like I think the only nice moments were when they put up a ward and defend it well with like a hook into just burst, right? And this feels terrible. They just don't have a way to actually take a fight for themselves that goes well, unless Team Liquid make a mistake. So when they have a really good draft, they look so good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to count them out yet. I'm not fully losing faith, but they have to they have to have better conditions than this. I think they can play the game of their lives, and they're still not winning this. So there's definitely upgrades to make. Yeah.
A little directionless with their draft. Hopefully it's something that does bounce back for them, that we see a little bit more direction, a little bit more cohesion for their draft, a little bit more of a win condition. But that's going to happen after this break.
Yeah, here,
Push,
sure.
push, push, push. Go, 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 go.
Oh,
Shit,
fuck.
sorry.
I think he was super excited, dude.
Bro, sorry. I wasn't looking.
You're
This
great.
guy is like one pump chump right there.
Bro, I'm monster energy boosted. What can you do?
Welcome back. Liquid versus Manaspa game number 2 will be happening very soon. We want to see something better from Manaspa. We want to see more potential in their draft, more win conditions, just better conditions, actually, is how you put it, Sint.
Yeah, I like watching this team when it feels like the fighting can bear fruit, right? And it was clear that Liquid identified in this game what they needed to do to solve their problems. They kind of just bided their time. And it wasn't like they were playing slow and farming. They just needed a couple of things, and the game kind of played itself for them. It looked very easy. Would love to see Manaspa challenge the more win or lose, just make it a more competitive game and more interesting, because I think it's a bit of a shame if Manaspa just go out of this series. Sure, the expected outcome is a 2-0 for Liquid, but you would like to at least see them put up a better fight and show what their team is really made of.
I would love to see a game number 3, and there will be better conditions for Manaspa, hopefully, because they do have second pick this time around in draft, so they're going to be with the advantage of counter picks in that second and third stage, and change-ups for first phase bans as well. Something that shocked us both was Nature's Prophet and Death Prophet getting through the way that they did.
Oh yeah, if Liquid have first pick, they might first take the Nature's Prophet. Actually, that would be the idea, the test for me, because then they're not seeing like a Primal Beast and deciding they want something different. It's like, do we just prioritize taking the Natures or not?
I could easily see Liquid just picking a support as first pick and then picking DP or Nature's Prophet as their phase closer. So just get whichever one is left, unless there's something Manaspa can do where, let's say they get Death Prophet and Primal Beast, and maybe you feel like Nature's Prophet is too weak into that or something. But, I mean, we'll see. I just think... I think Liquid are very comfortable just first picking a hero like Disruptor and just building a lineup based on what they see. So,
Yeah, I like the idea of the disruptor, and then that's where first phase bans, they need to be changed up. I definitely think Brood needs to be taken
Brood's out.
Yeah, no matter what.
Has that been picked this season?
Yeah, it's been picked off the top of my head, I want to say 3 or 4 times.
It's big. It's been banned every game I've seen since I got here in all regions. I think it's literally.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it has like the highest contest rate, undoubtedly. For
These
sure.
teams are
We've seen
just
it.
so cocky. They're like, yeah, we can play against Brood, and then they let it through.
And then they just
And
get
then
run
they
over.
lose to it, and then they don't let it through ever again. And that's just been Brood for the last 3 months.
Imagine if DPC ends and Brood is like 100% contest rate and 100% win rate. It's just like.
She's definitely not 100% win rate.
No, so she has lost. Okay.
She has.
So it was
She has
like she's get picked 4 times in Europe. Every time the other team regrets it, it steamrolls and just gets banned all the other times. Yeah. I don't think that happened before.
Either way, I definitely think the Brood will still
It's
be
out.
banned.
There's-
The ones, though, that are question marks if they get changed up are Beast, Undying, and Rubik. They're the 3. It's like, do you allow those through and be afraid of a Death Prophet or an Aegis Prophet?
No, DP's gone. Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
What were we like? So we're assuming Monaspa will ban Brood, right? And then
Yeah, because Liquid have the first.
Yeah. So the other bans now, you could ban Disruptor, and give away Nature's Prophet and get your Primal Beast +1. You could ban Nature's Prophet, and let's say they first pick Disruptor. What's your trade-off?
Liquid might first pick Undying.
Undying is still in, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think they rated that over Disruptor?
I feel like I think teams with first pick like Undying first pick more because they get to pair it with like the Drowse and we saw Sniper and others. Okay, they're getting rid of it.
Okay.
So are they first
That's surprising.
picking Natures here or Disruptor?
Or Rubik, depending on what gets let through.
I feel like Liquid are still valuing Rubik so highly, which I respect. But yeah, they could do that. Have they first picked? They have played mostly second pick, but the 2 times they got first pick, they had DP and Undying. Yeah.
Has Boxy played Disruptor? Because otherwise, if Liquid only play it
No.
on the 5, it's a little bit more limiting for them than other teams. As
Well,
a
we've
first
seen
pick.
it mostly.
Yeah.
But they swap lanes. That's the thing. About
true.
Oh, yeah.
Literally,
It'll be a
Insania
full
played in the
big
off lane last game.
That's
yeah.
right. They can just move it around, so it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is ban. Okay. So no Disruptor. I'm assuming this will be a first pick NP, unless there's
Unless
some
they
sort
really
of
do favor the Rubik and try and want to have a
Rubik
the
could be
gotcha.
picked. Yeah. So what Liquid did in the last season when they gave away Nature's Prophet was that they countered it with Bat Rider, which is still in the pool, obviously. So if you pick Rubik, the enemy goes 1/2 Nature's Prophet +1. You could get Bat, close the phase, and start banning counters to Bat. Haven't seen that as of late too much. Doesn't matter. It's going to be Nature's Prophet, so that's out the window.
So what, we thinking they're going to go Primal +1?
Yeah, I
Do you think they still have a lot of faith and confidence in the Primal? I'm not saying it did poorly last game, but do you think that they can still play around the tempo of a Primal?
Oh, the problem is if they pick Primal, they're
They
still
get clockworked. Yeah, I just had the same thought.
Yeah, Liquid's kind of baiting them, being like, yeah, we know you guys like Primal against Nature's Prophet. You could try it this time, but...
Pick Primal and clock, and then,
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, because the other one is Earthshaker. We know that they've picked up and they've enjoyed, and it's been okay. But clearly they want the tempo and the pace of Primal.
I feel like if they don't pick Clock now, I don't know what odds I would give you that it's Liquid's next pick, but they're pretty bad. Like, that they're not picking that next.
I think the odds are huge.
Yeah.
Astronomical.
I'm willing to bet my house on it.
I mean, at the same time, though, Rubik is also good against Primal. So...
I don't have a house.
It's not out of the...
Me neither.
They could run Rubik as well, but it is Clock.
But I want anyway.
Yeah, you got to keep your imaginary
Nice.
house.
My good...
Ench, though, you've been calling for this one, Singe. You've liked it. In the position for Pose 5 and the impact for her in some of the games.
Yeah, this pick is huge in China, way, way bigger than it is in Western Europe and NA. And some of the teams in China have had great success, especially Aster has looked almost unstoppable until they lost the other day with this hero. Where in fairness, they were still crushing with it even in that game.
Yeah.
Just outstanding laner against certain matchups, but I think Nature's Prophet is a little bit tricky for Ench, actually, especially if he's paired with the Clockwork. If they manage to block camps, I don't think this is a lane where Ench can just kill Impetus level 1, run over, and have huge impact. So might need to get a little bit creative or mix up the lanes a little.
Isn't the idea with Ench First Natures that you enchant his Treant and then he's one Treant down in the lane?
Yeah, I just don't know if that's good enough, right? Because he's still going to lane, and the Clockwork. Clock is actually very good against Ench in my experience in the jungle. He has good move speed. He gets on top of her. If she doesn't skill heal level 1, she can actually just die from 100 to 0 to Clock and Nature's Prophet hitting her 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't know. But at the same time, it's also worth noting that this is an SSA Spartan special, right? So he's going into his comfort zone. He's picking strong laning, which again, we want from an Aspa. We want them to get off to a good start in the lanes. And the upside here is Ench with most carries will work well in that safe lane. So Nande can maybe play something greedier and have a better matchup than he did last game on the Pudge. Liquid banning the bat here, by the way, not surprising. It's covering the Prophet and it's one of Wish's best heroes, so pretty standard. And there's the Morph ban again, just like last game.
Most of the bans are pretty stuck standard of like, we know that it's either a comfort for the players or it's just very much in meta right now. And you're like, how do we even shut down most of these heroes?
Yeah, not really surprised by anything so far, to be honest. I guess the biggest surprise is that they picked Ench, right? But at the same time, it's not like a massive surprise because it's Spartan. So
But picking both supports means they have to pick a core.
Gosh, she beat me to it. She's so good.
Thanks. You already spoke, so I was like, oh, I guess I'll just take Nat's talking point. But who do you take? Usually it's like a Pango, but he's banned. Like that. It's just something incredibly like flexible is usually the best here in terms of like putting it offlane or mid, for example.
And the thing is, the Nature's Prophet is so flexible for Liquid is you can't even pick a lane matchup or a core matchup because you're like, is the Nature's Prophet going to be scaling as a carry or as an offlane?
what you can do is you can pick an offlaner who lanes well against Nature's Prophet, and then you already have the Primal or Ench that can both work with that hero probably if you want to swap lanes. Primal can be played in the safe lane as a support as well. As long as the carry is ranged, I think it works actually quite a lot of the time.
But what would you suggest? Because I feel like for Skylark, his hero pool is slightly like... I was going to say his hero pool is like Lycans and stuff like that, like Viper, Legion Commander we've seen him play. So him picking his hero here where it can then get like double countered seems slightly scary.
Yeah, I like the look of Ursa right now for Team Liquid, to be honest. I think the Lycan matchup's pretty good. It's good in lane. It's good later in the game when he has Basher. It's one of the few heroes that can just kill Lycan in his tracks.
Yep.
It's a good hero against Ench. Pretty good against Primal. Primal does nothing to you when you enrage, and it's pretty telegraphed when you go in. They could do that. And obviously they're going to pick a 5 here. So what would Insania actually play in this game at this point? So
I feel like Jakira's kind of in the pool for him.
it's okay. Doesn't enjoy Lycan too much. Crystal Maiden actually likes Lycan.
He's on the CM train.
You know what hero I really want to see?
Yeah.
I really want to see Underlord.
I was thinking about that, like Nature's Prophet onto mid game, and then Zai picked the Underlord.
Yeah.
Pushing in map control.
The other day when I saw that Underlord, I mean, I love that hero anyway, but like the the Crimson Guard build with the aura on top, it just means that like you're so like you're getting rid of so much damage.
You're not gonna get it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess not.
I was with you. I would like to see it too.
What if they did a mid one? That'd be. You know.
I think I would like Wish to pick Tinker this game, even though he's against Block. I actually think it's good enough. I think the matchup against Bloodseeker is very Tinker favored. Bloodseeker, sure, you've got Rupture and you've got Bloodright, but you can't get to Tinker, right? A lot of the time he just plays outskirts. You can Boots of Travel on Lycan Wolves, so you're all over the map all the time. Ench creeps, you have so many things to play with. And overall, it's just comfort from an Aspa. So either take the Tinker route or go full-on Bulldoze and you just take Pugna or something for Wish and you just start playing really fast and take the map. Dictate the pace, fight Liquid nonstop, and don't let them scale, because I think currently Bloodseeker looks like an insane hero in this game, but he can be beaten by pace, actually, even though he's a really fast hero. Ironically, sometimes he doesn't come online if you play quick enough.
Do you think maybe the Pugna's like a little bit too susceptible to just death to Liquid heroes? Like maybe a Dragon Knight that's a bit sturdier could do the same role?
The only reason I'm thinking Pugna is that it's Wish.
It is Wish,
It's like specialty hero for him, but the Clockwork matchup sucks.
It's so sad.
Maybe it's not worth it, but...
I'm with you though. I'm kind of down for them to just run at them. With the Ench Lycan like DK lineup, that's kind of crazy. What the hell? That is horrible.
Oh, not sold on... Wait, what's the reasoning here? I don't understand this. So I think the Bloodseeker matchup for Void isn't particularly good. You're stifled by Rupture. You can get Blood-righted in your own Chrono. You don't synergize with your teammates. If you Chrono something, there's no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
I personally... I find playing with Faceless Void when I'm in his team the hardest when he has to kill people.
Yeah.
Even though he's a carry. It's a bit ironic, but honestly, Chrono is a great utility spell when you have any sort of range damage. All you have is Impetus.
Maybe they're
Primal
feeling
Beast is
like...
going to be in his way, you know? They're kind of just going to dance around each other. Lycan is going to be in his way. It's
He's
hard
gonna,
to use...
onslaught someone straight into a Chrono.
It's hard to Chrono, man. You know, you got to dodge your own team.
Well, maybe they
I
have
don't know.
like lots of last picks that they feel like can fit, and like no matter how many bans, like Liquid only have 2 bans, and maybe they're like, okay, we have 3 heroes, we know we're gonna have damage for the Chrono. I don't know. I think we talked already about how Ench maybe doesn't have the greatest of lanes, or we're not sure if she's gonna like. She needs farm for this Chrono to look decent. She needs farm. She needs to have a Dragon Lance, and she needs to be outputting loads of damage. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan. I think Sind outlined pretty much every reason.
But out of like the Pugner or the Tinker for Wish that you outlined, like does that make the Chrono feel a little bit better? Do you think that there is a little bit more synergy if one of those two are picked up?
I mean, my concern is just that it gets too slow at that point, right? If you're playing Tinker and Void...
The Tinker wants to do this, and the Void's like, I want to stay in...
I mean,
like an Ench, Primal could be fast enough for Tinker. Because if you're like just fighting them, and Tinker's getting involved... Because he doesn't need Boost of Travel, right? He only needs Blink, so you can get it by like, what, 10 minutes-ish?
Yeah.
You're good.
I mean, you might be okay for a while, but again, I just feel like if that was the path you wanted to take, you should have picked the Tinker there and then and got another carry than Void, right? Like, there's just other heroes that play that pace better. So I don't really see it. And you can see Liquid's bans; they're just straight up targeted at Wish, right? Zeus, Pugna, they're not worried about the Tinker anymore because they probably feel like Tinker Void. That sounds hella greedy.
Yeah.
So,
Who has last pick, sorry? Manaspa?
Manaspa are going to have overall.
I mean, that's kind of alright then.
And that also could be why they held on to their mid, because you don't see the mid for Liquid yet, and so they don't want to just blindly pick a Pugna.
Tinker doesn't really lose lane hard to anything, though.
They have options. They have this Tinker. They have an Invoker if Wish plays it. They have the, what's it called, Snapfire that could be played.
That could be good.
Yeah, I think it's not the worst. There's still lots of nuking mid heroes.
Okay, so I guess to try to put into words, my biggest concern for Manaspa right now is what do you do when your ults are on cooldown? When you don't have Chrono and you don't have Shapeshift, I feel like the whole map's just Liquids and they can do whatever they want. All of their heroes are fast, low cooldown heroes that just want to fight.
Stagger your ults. Okay, they're no Tinker. I mean,
Are they even protecting themselves against it here?
I think Tinker players know how to play into the Storm, right? Because they go the Ghost Scepter or something? That way you don't get hit by a bunch of overloads or something? Or then he'll eventually have a BKB?
I wouldn't know.
I don't
Because
know.
I have ethics, so I don't play Tinker.
I'm just going from what I feel like I've seen in the past. I know Tinker players are not like super against Storm, but it's definitely like not, you're not happy.
And the other benefit of Storm here is, I mean, aside from being a block pick against the Tinker, I think his other matchups in the game are also really good. There's not many reliable stuns. There's Chrono, which isn't even a guaranteed hit on Storm, and he has so good catch against all these other heroes around the map.
Okay.
This is greedy. It's a good lane matchup.
Yeah.
OD's one of the best laners against Storm. You trade very well. You get Meteor Hammer, and Storm can't really lane anymore. But yeah, I don't know. So I mean, it's no secret that I don't like this, right? I'm having an inner discussion with myself about whether this is a bigger outpick than Game 1 or not.
I think if Liquid have like some halberd on any hero, it's like Manaspa lose half their damage output in a Chrono or in team fights.
So is it really just this Faceless Void that you're like, what would have been, like, what's worse conditions, the Pudge in Game 1 or this Faceless Void here in Game 2?
I just think, again, Nande's set up for a very hard time because not only does he have a slow hero, but his key spell is difficult to use because his teammates are going to get in the way, right? And if they don't, he needs to play around Wish because that's the one hero that will actually kill stuff in the Chrono. So there's a lot of things that have to line up. I have seen lineups like this do amazing. I've seen them win, where I've been like, okay, I don't think it's going to work this game, and then it just does because everything clicks. But it's similar to Game No. 1, it just feels like one of those ease of execution, right? Like there's just so many things from Manaspa that have to go well, and any sort of bump in the road, it's just going to start looking really challenging. So unfortunately, I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid
thought it
have that ease of execution you talk about, but a lot of comfort for themselves as well. A lot of heroes that we've seen them succeed on time and time and time again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine the condition. I'm like, okay, like if Odie is like putting an Astral on Storm mid and Primal comes and ganks and they kill him like 3 times in lane and just take like early towers with the Lycan because they can't defend their towers super on Liquid because Nisha's having a bad game, then sure. Like, if they can take that map space and then they're just farming, like, Ench gets some money, I feel like this could work. Like, I agree with Sin. I've seen this work in the past. So, like, while I'm struggling to see that vision, they have one. Like, they're not stupid. They have an idea. So I hope we'll see them execute it.
Yeah. Whether they have the vision or not, I do want to see it executed. I want to see if they can find that crack in Liquid's armor, because right now Liquid have been looking unstoppable. So let's jump on straight into game number 2 with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, it is do or die here for Manaspa as Liquid, they abused what was wrong with the draft from Manaspa in game number 1. What do you see in game number 2?
Gosh, you're calling them abusers. I see.
Whoa.
Nah, they did roll over them in the first game. Second game, Manaspa, again, I think that they're just drafting greedy. I would have loved if they just try to match the tempo against Team Liquid. Some of these heroes can't put a momentum. OD with the Meteor Hammer, Enchantress, we've seen it time and time again, especially in the Chinese region where Enchantresses like take over the first 15-20 minutes of the game, turn into like semi-carry. Lycan is also up there, but you're playing into Bloodseeker. He's a great counter to both Faceless Void and Lycan. With his ulti, you have very limited amount of stuns you can throw at the Storm Spirit. This is Nature's Prophet, Clockwork, so a lot of global potential. They show out of nowhere and just get a kill. They can split the map so easily. Plus, of course, Crystal Maiden Aura with Storm Spirit. They gotta come in. Also very handy. And yeah, I'm just looking at Manaspa. Again, they go with Desire's Primal Beast on position 4. I love when he's playing like different heroes, something that can, it's not so, let's say, level and slash item dependence if he's playing into bad matchups. And they also try to kill this Observer Ward on the mid lane, left it at 50 HP, which means 1 hit. So if someone tries to go for it, I assume Wish will just try to deny it in the end.
Yeah, if not deny it when he senses maybe there's a sentry or spot coming over with one. So we'll see how it goes out. Nisha here in the mid lane, and we'll see how he does again against Wish. 1.09 for Liquid and 6.92 for Manaspa. Yeah, esportsbet.io. More odds, at least this time, favoring Liquid. It's way more favoring.
After that first game, I'm not really surprised. I'm looking at the mid lane. Is Wish going to be able to dominate this matchup? It does stand... Oh, he's not going for the standard OD Meteor Hammer build. I call it standard. I see Null Tally, Magic Stick, Hand of Midas into Aghanim Scepter. Seems like he already knows what he's going to go for.
Yeah, something a little bit different. I was hoping for Meteor Hammer. I'm a big fan of that item, as you know. And right now, just continuing to put Nisha in the Astral Imprisonment. Not fun. Certainly not fun at all. And we'll see how quickly he can progress on these items as Wish. In the first game, his lane went well. Like, he got to level 5. He played against Nisha really well, which I think that in itself is a big accomplishment. When you're playing against someone as, sought after and talked about as Nisha.
Wish has been, I think, up-and-coming player for a long time. And I think this season he had some really good performances so far. And this time around, a lot of denies on OD as expected. Nisha does not have a single one, has more CS, but OD does have a lane pushing in towards him.
So looking at what's going on so far, it does feel like Bloodseeker's kind of getting a lot out of his lane. He's 8-4 on Mickey right now, as this Lycan can only get 3 CS under his belt at the moment.
It tends to get very difficult against Crystal Maiden Bloodseeker. It's a lane that you have a setup. I'll hold that thought. Spartan
forward onto Zai. They'll get the first blood on Spartan, mid lane. He can't get the kill. They look over mid. Nisha dies to Wish.
Desire, level 1 Primal Beast rotation. He steals the Water Rune. They get a kill. Okay, definitely didn't expect this one. I guess the lane pushed in, as we've seen. Skylark was underneath the tower, so Desire could make this rotation. In the end, gets the kill. But Meke, he's the biggest winner so far from the laning stage, sitting at 13-4, completely uncontested, does not care about Lycan and his wolves. He can run away from Primal Beast. Like, Primal Beast has less move speed than Bloodseeker at the moment with bots boots, so once he gets the phase boots, he can run away from him, kill the wolves easily. Does have extra mana to work with that Arcane Aura.
It's something we talked about in Game 1, right? Like Skylark and how his lanes have been going so far in the Western Europe Tour 2.
And another
Onslaught,
rotation.
Trample, Nisha, he is looking very much...
Oh!
Very much alive is what I was going to say, obviously.
No, Desire's too big. Dino, oh man. This could have been a disaster. Nisha just deep into the mid lane. Which
That could have won him the lane.
This rotation already won him the lane, I would say, because he's level 4. Nisha is still level 3. Would push him closer to level 5, and Nisha would still be level 3. Then another one, if he keeps camping, Nisha would be forced to be in the jungle.
And that's just unfortunate, honestly. You need a smaller hero to come over. If they can get Spartan to do the same thing, bring him on over so the actual imprisoment's not as difficult. Time dilation. And Boxy eating an impetus shot. Not really doing a lot of damage. And Nande chasing.
He does not have mana. This mana burn creep from Spartan causing some issues for Boxy. He can't match the rotation from the Primal Beast. Doesn't have mana. Pop the Mango. We'll go back to base after stacking the big camp.
So now Nisha hits level 4. They actually got the majority of the duration out of this ward. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't even try to de-ward it. It felt like they definitely got a glimpse of it. Or knew that it was there.
It looked like Monaspa thought that they saw where the ward is.
Yeah.
So they thought we might need to de-ward this. Let's start hitting it.
Because I believe Boxy checked for it and he got the confirmation. So we'll see. He gets the full duration. Onslaught, top lane, Mickey. He's going to get low. He's got the blood right, but Mickey, ooh, just too fast. Too furious. Unable to die there.
We'll get a couple of tangos fed to him by Insania, but needs to be careful. Another trample, another onslaught. He might be in trouble. And speaking of being in trouble, he got silenced. Still gonna get this onslaught off, but very low on HP, low on mana. Desire's out of trouble. Will pop a healing salve.
He survived that. I was a little bit surprised. He stayed still for a while. The blood right does a decent amount of damage. Now he throws down that ward, and well, he sees that there's stacks there with the split second that that ward stays up. So maybe we see them try to contest at some point. A little bit of info off the 2 seconds that Obs was alive. Skylark still just 17 and 8. Like, he really isn't getting too much here in the top lane.
You talked about him being a sacrificial offlaner for Monaspa. Whenever I see him play Lycan, it always feels like he's playing from behind. It also comes down to him playing into bad matchups that he does not want to play, and now he's forced out of the lane. Level 4, he knows that this Bloodseeker's got to be level 6 pretty soon. Even without level 6, he's not buying boots. Bloodseeker with phase boots can easily run you down.
So Boxy's going to rotate towards the jungle, and I believe he's going to see that there are some stacks. He'll also de-ward as well. Time walk forward. Desire again with the onslaught. Trample onto Zai. Boxy was off the lane for a second, and that leaves him vulnerable. Desire getting that kill, and he is moving around the map really well, and I think last game was a little bit of an indicator that he
still
needs
running.
to be.
Boxy, it feels like he needs to do so much, because right now, Nature's Prophet is also struggling a little bit. You have Faceless One who's about to crack level 6. Nisha has been pushed out of the lane. He's farming those stacks that you mentioned near the Dire Outpost. And Wish having a free lane. Mid lane about to finish off Hand of Midas in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. Different build. What do you think about it?
I think it's a slightly greedier, but it does push you towards more levels and better for scaling. But still, like, maybe he does not want to put himself into a spot where he's playing like a Meteor Hammer build, where you're like, oh, I need to hammer those towers, and then you put yourself in a position where you're kind of uncomfortable playing this type of a game.
So would you say you like the Midas, love the Midas?
I'm never like a fan of Midas, but I think in this situation, it's okay. The game kind of slowed down. They doing really good, in the, especially this bottom lane. Nande not matching the farm of Bloodseeker, but still doing very good. Uncontested, has Chronosphere available. I'm a little worried about their damage inside Chrono, because it's mostly going to be some impetus shots and OD, but that's about it.
Nisha's going for this. He's got a lot of help coming over mid to try and get Wish. Onslaught gets stopped thanks to Insane.
Oh, the cogs pushed him.
And Wish is going to die. They'll look for Desire, but Nande with a Chrono lands on a 2. The damage, it's not there. So Nisha, he's going to be able to ball Lightning away.
And he's out of the trouble.
That's Chrono down, and now Spartan walks up to the high ground and just dies.
Yeah, where did Storm Spirit get the mana back? Like, he was completely out of mana, like it.
I think he was fed mangoes by the Crystal Maiden.
Could have been that, yeah.
Boxy ends up dead. Skylark gets the kill, but still getting that kill on a Wish over mid. It's going to help Nisha recover in this game.
He's back to full mana. Arcane Aura still level 1. They don't get the kill there. Chronosphere. In my book, that Chrono should have not caught Storm Spirit. It looked like he was out. Half of the body was out of the Chrono.
Well, only one tiny piece of you has to be in the Chrono. If you put your toe in the water, are you technically
in the water? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're connected. You're in every single ocean, you know, out there.
All right, you know, I wasn't going that far.
It's too early, too late for philosophy. Big stacks. Nisha is going to recover. But right now, they are playing around him, refilling his bottle. They need to get him back into the game. And still, lowest net worth core at the moment. Let's see if they can get a kill here. Skylark does have TP available, so someone needs to save the ability.
All Lightning, we're after Nature, bouncing around. They've got the blood right down. Skylark will die to Mickey, and that'll be a kill for Liquid, and put them now 1k ahead.
Insania laughing about it. Mickey gets the kill with level 1 blood right. This will be the tower. It seems like Monaspa is not going to be able to push them out. They find the opportunity. Let's see if he can get a deny with a wolf.
Oh, drum roll. Everybody in chat? No.
Try to hype it up as much, but it's only, what, level 3 wolf at the moment?
It would have been cool. It wouldn't have been Zeal denying himself cool with the boar, but it would have been cool. So, still, I would say Liquid, they've recovered in most of their game. They're still behind mid, and they are leading the safe lane, but the game feels like it's in a good spot for Liquid overall.
Mana burn him.
This is just...
Can't even get close. He's too worried about getting in, picking up that big ball. We'll get the farm. He still has this big stack to fall back to. Once he finishes off this one, and now Nisha with those stacks, he's back in the game. Liquid, a team that does tend to stack a lot, especially if things are not going well. They know how to come back into the game. Now Zai, he feels like the one that needs some kind of recovery mode, going into Aghanim Scepter as we've seen. And yeah, speaking of those stacks, 10 stacks just from Insania.
That's insane. I know I say that a lot when I talk about Insania. I say it a lot in general, but that is an insane amount of stacks.
It really is.
Like 10 at this point just feels
Have
like
you even
really
been laning? If you're like making stack every minute?
Yeah. But he is involved in 3 of the 4 kills, so it's not even just that. Like, he's stacking, he's helping. He kept Nisha alive with the mangoes. Doing a lot in this game so far, and he did a lot in game 1 on the Mirana.
He did. He only died once so far.
Yeah.
Also, 0 deaths on Crystal Maiden. So pretty impressive stuff from Insania.
Yeah, being a little bit of a tougher creep when you're a Crystal Maiden. You usually tend to die a lot, but not this time so far. I like this still. Obviously, it's the standard build from Zion going into the Ags for Nature's Prophet. His progression's a little bit slow, but when you get there, it does add these team fights for sure. And you can see they're going to get the kill. They go to the Chrono bottom. They are going to look to get the kill out of the Crystal Maiden. So they do at least get something out of that Chrono this time as Nande kills off Crystal Maiden for the first time.
They get something out of it, but seems like every single time Monaspa uses big ulti, the Team Liquid will try to play a bit more aggressive.
I'm walking in. Bashes. Uh-oh. Zai.
Okay.
Bashed to death.
That was like 3 or 4 bashes.
Onslaught, trample, Mickey ruptures and throws the blood right down. So he'll step out of it. He's got the pulverized. No way. Desire. getting the solo kill on a Mickey, and meanwhile, Nisha gets some help to kill off Wish. That was really well done by Desire.
That's a big one. I think he also caught a glimpse of him with this observer ward that they have in the enemy triangle. That's a big one. That's 500 gold for your position for Primal Beast, getting some solo levels as well, pushing him closer to level 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody who really struggled to get farm last game, now getting some help from himself by getting that
That's your
solo
best
kill.
ally.
Yeah. The only one who can help you is you. Hook shot. And Insania from the high ground. He's going to help Boxy control Desire and get a kill, so that gold is going to dissipate a little bit.
Why does Boxy always have Tumberstoid? I also saw Spartan tweeting that you should be able to buy Tumberstoy today. It's like, yeah, if someone can get it, other people should also be able to get it, because this item's too valuable.
Yeah. Well, there was that idea that I'd heard about neutral items where you get like,
oh no,
instead of finding
Boxy
the
gets it.
items, you get the tokens, so you can redeem them for the items you want.
Oh,
5 tokens per level,
and then you get whatever you want
from that level,
from the neutral. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Or we might see some nerfs to some of these items because they seem too powerful. Tumberstoy, I am looking at you.
Seeds of Serenity. You're okay in my book.
Yeah, it might need
That
some
needs a
buff.
More HP regen. Ball Lightning, and they've got the Vortex. Nane with the Time Walk. He's got Chrono in 12 if he can survive. But the hook shot, everybody here, they are going to just jump him and get the kill on Anande.
Monospot's heroes are very slow moving across the map. You like OD as a hero doesn't really want to move, especially if he doesn't have Meteor Hammer. So right now he's playing this farm game, Faceless Void with no Chrono, doesn't really bring you much. Lycan also doesn't feel too happy about needing to play into Bloodseeker, who has Rupture available. You know that you're going to be target for it. It's either you or Faceless Void.
Yeah, the Rupture didn't even save him the last time. Desire ended up still getting that kill. Top lane is that tower. They're still invading. Like, Liquid's not afraid. They might have to be, though. Chrono's up. So they're going to ult. Astro in prison. Onslaught and right on the Boxy. Freezing field from Insania. They drop down the Sanities. They get the kill on the Boxy. They'll look over at the Crystal Maiden. Ball Lightning on a Spartan. And the right clicks are not going to be enough.
Needed
The
another
Seeds of
one.
Serenity keeping him alive. So Astro Imprisonment, they'll get a second. They'll take out the Crystal Maiden. Wish has got a double kill. And well played by Monospa to play that counter.
Full duration ulti from Crystal Maiden.
Still not enough.
Let me check the damage. Yeah, 8.1.
Chrono right on to Nisha. Trying to get the timing right on the onslaught. Desire.
That was nicely timed. Like, you can mess it up if it's not on point. Maybe the bash also helped there a little bit. But yeah, Monospa getting some really nice kills. And now it's time for Team Liquid. I think the big timing they were looking for is Meke hitting his BKB, Aghanim Scepter on Nature's Prophet. These are 2 big items. Storm Spirit going into Witchblade next, just a recipe away. And also I see E-Blade. So that's going to be their defense tool against this Faceless Void. Like, great against Lycan as well.
They going top. He doesn't have Chrono, though. Zai. Time dilation, not enough. Desire was also behind him. So if they did get like a bash or something, they could have had Desire followed up with Onslaught Trample.
Nande used all of the good bashes in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Well,
that's how it works.
He'll have it for the 20 to 30. I'll get bashes back. So they smoke up. We'll see what they could get out of this. Still good over at Desire. He's got the Ogre Axe of the BKB. Oh, they're going to follow Nande. And not a lot of mana for Nisha, but Nande is also in trouble. Vortex, Time Walk, getting a lot of that life back.
Oh, good, Sprout.
They see him. Crystal Nova freezing field, and Insania gets the kill onto the Faceless Void.
As soon as they saw that ward placed on the high ground, they immediately fell back. It was Desire who pinged it out. You saw Faceless Void jumping, but the big zip from Nisha catches him, and then Sprout to provide vision pushes him out. They find him, they get a kill. Like, Monospa with their moves, they are getting the kills, but every single time their ultis are on cooldown, Team Liquid gains, like, at least 1k gold advantage.
Well, there's the Ags now for OD, so we'll see if that helps Wish kind of pick it up for the rest of his team. They are invading pretty deep. They go to the hook shot on Desire. Nisha goes into the cogs, and they should have another kill onto this Primal Beast. That's one Astral Imprisonment as well as a Rupture. That's through on a Spartan, so they'll end up trading him for Insania. The Skylark's now chasing Mickey.
Oh, he lost the
and
movement
going
speed.
after him, so now he's on the run. He pops the BKB as that Wrath of Nature flies in and roots him up. That's that Ags upgrade, making sure that Mickey survives.
BKB usage to run away, and he's still gonna get caught by Dino. Gets slapped.
From the top rope comes the Thunderhide. A couple of tips there for Skylark.
That's a big kill.
Yeah. Got him again. He is the bane of his existence in the moment. Look at this Thunderhide. Nisha? I don't know if you really want to fight head-to-head like that. They're going to follow him. LTP. Okay.
It's not fair. They have two dinosaurs on side of Manaspa.
Yeah.
Someone build a Meteor Hammer fast on Team Liquid or raise these two.
Yeah, we're getting Invoker in the game.
Smoke from Manaspa. Haste available on OD this time around. Wish. Let's see if he can blow people up with that Aghanim Scepter. Needs to start building those Astral charges. Sanity's Eclipse is available. Big zip.
On to Wish. Whoa. He's going to go for the OD, who will Astral himself, but when he gets out of it, all right, well, the Blood Right won't be there. Going to the Rupture. Now the Pulverize Chrono, and the damage on Anisha. Oh,
good Sprout.
He couldn't get the right click because I Sprout. Look at the kill and a Wish. Don't look over at Nande. Mickey's in. They've got the Blood Right down. He's going to die. Oh, my Zai.
Zai chatted it up, like saves him last second, and this is gonna be a Roche. I want to see, like, yeah, this Enchantress, she disappeared from a fight immediately. Big damage from Wrath of Nature coming in, and here comes Bloodseeker to clean things up. Look at Spartan, he's trying to block the hook shot, and then Tumblerstoy loses more than half of his HP, gets inside of the cogs, and then great chrono, I would say, except for the ODs being stuck inside of it, and then even the better Sprout.
He had 16 health, 15 health.
Yeah, Insania doesn't have anything better to do while he's channeling his freezing field, so he can tip. He's like, yeah, I'm going to tip Zai mid-team fight, no problem.
Yeah, press R, hands off the keyboard, tip. So they've got the Aegis now on Nisha, and all of a sudden it's a 5k net worth lead. Like Liquid, like you said, it just feels like sometimes Monospa are getting good fights, but other than that, Liquid are always extending their net worth lead, and that's an easy kill.
Got him.
Sniped him with the rocket flare.
Mickey not too happy about it. Tips Boxy immediately.
Yeah, taking away his gold.
They took away his Aegis as well. Storm gets priority. Mickey, like the Bloodseeker with Blood Rage, level 10, and also holding on to Brigand's Blade, gets a proc of Maelstrom. This hero can go from 0 HP to 100 in a mere second.
Farming bottom, going to the Manta. So he's pushing out. He's got some help from Insania, who this game, 3 deaths, but won 3 and 10, involved in 11 of the 16. Still doing a very good job on the Crystal Maiden despite how fragile that hero is. And Box is going at.
Not going, he already has it. Like, he 300 gold, done. This time around, no jetpack, straight up going for it. So it's going to be more rockets coming out from him. Great scouting tool to find Rupture for, like, just target for Rupture, and also allowing Storm Spirit to jump in. Boxy needs to kill those cogs.
He needs to find a hook shot, but they got the Wolves in front of him. The Blood Right, the damage, the kill. Ball Lightning, though, they're going to trade for Spartan. So that'll slow down his Ags, but they do get a kill in return, and it is Mickey's to get dominating. Nisha, nobody can really deal well with these ancient creeps.
they don't really have that one hero. There is no
Nisha? Okay. He's got the ball. I was nervous. He has full mana, but that shaman was doing work. So, let's see. BKB, full Mjolnir next for Nande. OD going into the Blink Dagger. Item progression here is looking okay. They're going to have the Mithril Hammer on Primal Beast, but he still needs a lot of time for that BKB. Thought it was going to come quicker this time.
E-Blade finished on Storm. So maybe Nisha wants to return the favor, save Zai inside the Chrono, because their damage is pretty limited. It's mostly going to be, I mean, maybe some impetus shots, and Chantra's most likely going to die before the fight even starts. And then you have OD with Sanity's Eclipse, some right clicks from Arcane Orb, which I don't think it's going to be enough. If you use that E-Blade on a target with 70% HP, Sanity's Eclipse is not going to be able to blast him. Now onto a tier 2 tower. Seems like Monaspa is not going to defend it. They need BKB on Faceless Void to take the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bottom lane getting pushed in by Zai. She's also here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So put these treants on it. Interesting. Primal Beast also queuing up the Blink Dagger.
It's a good item on Primal Beast because you can just combo your abilities and stun people for like almost 6 seconds. It's pretty nuts.
I'm just worried that if he buys out on the Blink first, his opportunity to stay in the combo might not be great. And yeah, he buys the Mithril Hammer. Thank God.
I said 6 seconds, but you also need a rock throw. So you can like blink in, pulverize, shift onslaught into rock throw. But doesn't have rock throw, so it's going to be less stun duration. Does go for BKB, which is a much safer choice. You're playing into Clockwork, playing into Crystal Maiden. You do not want to get stopped during your onslaught. Nisha, he's hunting.
Hunting, searching, finding, and going for Spartan. As they'll have the Blood Right kill for Mickey, and Ball Lightning looking for more Astral Imprisonment. As Wish is now surrounded. Hook shot, Astral again.
Another Remnant manages to blink out.
He doesn't get away with this, does he? Treants, Chrono. Oh, Wish is caught in it. Astral
Aegis in 3
himself,
seconds.
though. 3-2. Oh, they did not wait. Desire comes in with the onslaught. Wish is going to die here to Boxy. They got the pulverize on Mickey. They go to the freezing field for Mizania. They'll take out Desire, and they'll look for more. Skylark. Vortex closer, and the chase is on. They're trying to put the damage. Mickey trying to keep up with this Lycan in his ult form, and he's doing so. It is the tortoise and the hare, but they will no, stop his TP. Blood Right, as well as the cogs, and Boxy's got this axe, so the rocket flares are coming out. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with as these wolves will hit on the Boxy, but the rest of the team will hit Skylark and kill him off.
They don't lose anybody. They killed Nisha, didn't time it correctly. Aegis was just wearing off. Maybe if they waited another 2-3 seconds, still it would be big W for Team Liquid. They managed to clean them up. They lost tier 2 tower on the bottom. They do control enemy outpost. So now can do, like whenever there's Chrono down, they can pretty much for 2 minutes do whatever the hell they want. Go for these side lane kills. Nisha also going for Hex as his next item. Needs to have a little bit more control, it seems like.
How do you feel about the Hex as his next pickup?
Feels good. Does allow you to like kill supports and also find this Wish. I think this is going to be the big target for him. Jump on top of him, kill him so he doesn't get those Astral, can't really buy time, blink out, something that he did in the previous fight. But it seems like that's not going to be the case. And now Boxy, look at what he's going for. Going back to Soul Ring to have a bit more mana sustain with those Tranquil Boots, and also going into Null Talismans post 25-minute mark to be able to kill the creep waves with his rockets, amplify the damage as well.
Cheap value. So 10k net worth lead. Desire down here bottom still for the BKB. Oh, he buys out on it. That's fine. If he dies here, now he's got the BKB coming in on the next side. Needed that creep wave, though. So just will get his hands on it, but will that be the turning point? Will that help Monaspa to kind of come back in this one? Overclocking into the hook shot, lands on a Skylark, goes on the rocket
Look
flare.
at that attack
Skylark goes in the ulti, and the right clicks onto this Lycan and Boxy. Just kill kills. This like it.
250 attack speed from that Aghanim Scepter. Coming in clutch. Next Roshan could potentially respawn in 30 seconds. It's all about Team Liquid. Some really moist moves making around the map, going for these pickoffs. Monaspa, they don't feel like they can take these fights. Spartan finds Ceremonial Robe. Will keep Specialist Array for himself to have a bit more damage, but this is not the Enchantress that we see in other regions, especially China, where the hero kind of takes over. Yeah, even though Impetus is maxed out, he still struggles to find damage into those fights. Like, he gets bursted down so easily. One hook shot from Clockwork. He does have a 4-staff now to deal with that, but yeah, the damage is just too much.
So we'll see how it progresses. Is smoke from Monaspa. 10 seconds till Roche. So theoretically, if Monaspa take a good fight here, Roche could be theirs. But that's a big if.
Worried about the execution. So far in this game, we saw some really good rotations from Desire at the start to shut down Nisha. But other than that, it's been pretty slow, I would say. Like, especially with the item build that they decided to go for. This is Hand of Midas and OD plus Faceless Void. So, takes time to build it up.
Nisha. Hey, right there by Wish, but Wish can't react.
I have solid intelligence.
Unable to do anything there as Liquid have kind of grouped up. They've still got Zai pushing out bottom. A lot of Treants out there in the bottom lane. Hook shot from a distance. Ball lightning as well. Vortex, Blood right. Chrono. Can they get the kill? Can they get the turnaround? They'll look for Nisha. They got him. They'll take him out, but they've lost Skylark. Freezing field with BKB. Ooh. Boxy, he's gonna just fall as Nande gets another kill. The time walk. Insania falls to Skylark. And Mickey's here with Zai. They've got the Sprout around him, and he's silent, so there's nowhere for him to go.
Zai making sure he gets the last hit with the Sprout. Just kidding. It's a setup, and now this bottom lane's being pushed in. Not too bad of a fight for Monaspa. They get 3 kills out of it, but still, like, you see the problem if this OD gets caught. Zai, he doesn't care. He's got to start to push this bottom tier 3 tower and leaves Mickey alone. He's like, do Roshan on your own with his illusions from that Manta style. He's going to TP in.
Yeah, he'll come by, and this Roche will go down a little bit quicker. Kind of wish Monaspa would try and steal. This is a long run. They're out. They left the pit.
Wolves will scout it. Once Nisha joins and the rest of the team, they should be able to close it out without Chronosphere. I'm not sure if they can contest it. Maybe they can try with Wish, because he does have that Sanity's Eclipse still available.
I feel like you have to, right? You're down by a lot. It's worth the try. Void's going to come into the tier 2. You can TP in a second.
There's way too many of these Treants. Level 15 talent, and also does have level 20 talent. Sprout Leashes doesn't go through Magic Immunity anymore, but this is going to cause a big problem for Faceless Void.
Why does it feel like Liquid's doing this slow on purpose to bait them? To have them try to for this fight, knowing there's no Chrono.
Because they're keeping the timer on Chronos here.
Yeah, they're going to get a kill here on a Spartan. He'll get run down. Astro Imprisonment from a distance. There's the Wrath of Nature with the Ags upgrade. Hookshot to follow it up. They'll look for Wish. They'll get the kill. They'll take it to the OD, and now they're going to look for Nande with the BKB. He'll time walk out with the ball landing over to Skylark. They'll get themselves a third, and that is a clean fight from Liquid. Will they finish Roche now?
It seems like they will. Clockwork is missing. Skylark pinging it out. He's like, I can't deal with this. Nisha, one more time. We'll finish off the Roche.
They were like feigning the lack of damage to go, oh, we just can't finish this Roche, guys. Oh my, you're gonna have to try and steal it from us.
They tried, but Treants providing vision, then rockets as well. Bloodright, you get hit by big Wrath of Nature, sets things up for Storm Spirit, and 2 times in a row, Wish died, didn't really manage to do anything, and things are gonna get even more difficult now that Hex is gonna be finished in 500 gold. Ooh. There's some big upgrades for Faceless Void, level 20 talent, extra attack speed during Chrono, plus Mask of Madness, so he can kill any hero on the map solo, I would even say. Maybe not Zai unless he gets those bashes. Zai was also thinking about getting the Heaven's Halberd as his next item, but seems like it's going to be AC for him.
Salt Cuirass. Cinera knows how to spell that one, as proven in the game show. 22,000 net worth lead for Liquid at the moment, and Aegis in their hands. Feels like it's their game to lose at the moment. We're in this second.
I'm trying to think of a way how Monaspa can get back into the game. They have no displacement abilities. They need
Chrono.
Even if there's 5-man Chrono, they still need like big Sanity's Eclipse. Might need to use this Astral Imprisonment multiple times before they take a fight. But then again, the biggest tool... Oh, he's going to get caught one more time.
There's the Hex that you talked about, and the kill.
Even if you land a big Chrono, you get like 1 kill, use Sanity's Eclipse, Shapeshift. They can buy back. If they like, it's always been a tool against the Chronosphere, like against these big cooldown ultis. Skylark now hiding underneath, like inside the trees, and puts Helm in his backpack so it's not seen on the creeps. Nicely done.
So what you're saying is they need a big Chrono, and then some.
Pretty much, yeah. But he also didn't put drums in his backpack, so it could have been seen if the creep wave did meet, if his creeps were actually there.
Scotty picked up for the Faceless Void. Wish not nearly as close to the top of the net worth as he was in game number 1. You can see the split being vast. And a bit of an issue. Hex for Skylark.
Yeah, you see, they know. They see this aura on the wolf, the
right
drums
as the
aura,
starts.
and Zai immediately TPs in.
Yeah. Little kill off Skylark. Matter of time. Bye-bye, says Zai. And Nisha will grab the top tier too. So, just methodically going through this game at the moment.
Yeah, Zai should be pretty happy about how things are going. He's going to get some love from Reddit with that clip of him using Sprout during the Chronosphere. Probably going to get, you know, a couple of 100 upvotes. Zai, Giga Chat, Zai J, spam all these things. Zai had a pretty good series.
Love Zai J. Great emo. Rocket Flare's coming through. Nane looking for an opening. Wish. Astral from a distance. And that's it. So far. Just Rocket Flares and Rocket Flares and Vision and Rocket Flares. This is the life of an Ag's Clockwork.
Yeah, he's way too farmed. Level 18 Clockwork. OD's level 16. I mean, this tells you a lot about the game, how things are going. And he is going for Heaven's Halberd. This item cripples all 3 cores on Monaspa's side.
Yeah, I feel like the game kind of dropped off for Monaspa off that Zai, like, Sprout. They could have shut down Nisha a little bit more, and then it could have tumbled out of control there, but the turnaround means he doesn't die, and he was able to recover a little bit better off that.
Maybe they get a kill, and now it's going to be even more difficult. Nisha has Aeon Disc available. Didn't assemble it yet. Aegis will run out in 30 seconds. They are banging things out. They're like, yeah, push all 3 waves, guys. How did we not think of that? It's a difficult thing to do. Easy thing to say. Nande hiding here, and the 1%, the good old
1%.
Maybe there's a chance, huh?
Yeah. Speaking of Primal Beast, and I was just giving him a look. You know, he still got the 9-second BKB. That kind of tells the story of the game too, right? Like, he wanted this BKB for so long. He even farmed up the Blink Dagger afterwards. Means they're not fighting. Means they're really not finding themselves in spots that allow them to take advantage of this BKB.
Yeah, feels like a very difficult, again, Primal Beast game. Desire had some really nice moves at the start of the game, but feels like both of these Primal Beast picks were kind of forced, I would say.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him on something a little bit different, or maybe the Primal Beast in a different position. Liquid aren't exactly coming towards them.
Seems like they're not in a rush. Farming next set of items. Mickey very close to being that level 25. 2 Rupture Charges. It's going to be a big upgrade. Has Abyssal Blade finished. His items are just like piling up constantly. 24 Nature's Prophet, also close to 25. Storm Spirit, because of a couple of deaths, not close to that 25. And Spartan might be in trouble here.
Nisha. Oh. Binding away. Not even going to go for it. Thought maybe Spartan might just die there. But not super confident just yet. Now he's picked up the double damage.
While Region is still running.
That should certainly give him...
It seems like Spartan wants to die. Like, he wants to be in this place.
Yeah.
Wish is behind him with Blink Astral if needed.
So the Queen of the Vision over here in the jungle, they're just making sure they have control of the entirety of the map. They've been extending their net worth lead quite a bit. And I would say, at this point, probably waiting for next Roche.
They don't have to rush things. Right now, Monaspa very limited in terms of the farm that they're getting. All 3 lanes are pushed in. Hey, is it Monaspa? Is it Monaspa? Or is it Monaspa?
Monaspa. That's my answer.
All right, we'll keep it that way. Spell Prism drop. For a Faceless Void, we'll send it back. Give it to OD, probably.
Ascetics Cap as well. You like Ascetics Cap? You think that's one of the better tier 4s?
Still favoring some of the other tier 4 items. CDR just feels too good.
Nande.
BKB.
BKB, and Zygo's to his. Trying to
First
trample away.
Rupture.
Oh, hook shot from Boxy from downtown. They're still going to look for him as they'll go for Wish. Getting the kill. Take a Desire. Spartan's next. 3 heroes gone. Nande looking right for the picking. They're trying to kill him off. Eat him up with Crota. It's on to make a Sprout again.
There's the E-Blade plus Sprout.
Get him. They've got the Hex. They'll ball lightning in. Spartan bought back. And it's looking like Nande's going to die in the hopes of dreams of Monaspa winning this game will go along with them. So he'll buy back, but he doesn't have Krona to work with anymore, and everybody's alive for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, it seems like there's nothing after the Chrono Series down. No shapeshift. Team Liquid can do whatever they want. They're going to go in and probably just close out the game.
And they hit with the Abyssal from Mickey, and they have the control. They'll get the kill. He doesn't do anything with that buyback. And this should be tier 4s. This should be GG, and it should be a 2-0, and it will be for Team Liquid over Motorspot.
Spot, and they will call it. So many 2-0s in the Western European DPC. If I counted correctly, only 8 games have gone to the distance, which is pretty nuts to think about, considering how competitive EU is. And we see some big smiles on Team Liquid. They needed this W here, and it was pretty clean, pretty easy. They made it look that way. Complete domination. I think, Boxy, both games on Clockwork, showing what he's made of. 2 different builds that he decided to go for. This was very annoying one. Yeah. Getting early Aghanim Scepter, providing vision for his team, so that I think that there's like great synergy between having Nature's Prophet with level 15 talent, where you have 5 extra treants, so you're always going to have vision for big Wrath of Nature to kick in, and same goes with those rockets. Like, you provide vision, and then the Wrath of Nature comes in. There are no BKBs, or you're like force a defensive BKB. Some good rotations from Monaspa at the early start of the game, but other than that, they felt pretty lost. I want to see them play a bit more aggressive style of Dota rather than the farm, because it just doesn't seem like it suits them.
Yeah, it felt like the first 10 minutes or so they were kind of playing aggressive with Desire, and then it falls off, and they kind of look a little bit lost in some of these games for Monaspa. So Team Liquid, they took an easy 2-0, and to break down the series as a whole, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you so much, B-Cup and Lacoste. This game number 2 took a little bit longer. It dragged out. It felt for Liquid, but they were just playing the waiting game. They knew that in the end they could close it out. But I would say overall, a bigger fight put up by Monaspa. I like this one a little bit more for them. There were some nice pickups here or there. Yeah, look, I'm trying.
Like that, yeah?
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, look, we had the Primal solo kill the Bloodseeker. Come on, that was
I do remember that.
Yeah, that was
like 10 minutes in. That was
That's what
sick.
I mean. Like, when you look early, like maybe pre-20 minutes, there was some interesting stuff going down.
for sure. Yeah, there was a couple of nice moves made by Manaspa. I think like they had the kill on bot as well with this Faceless Void on. They had like a chrono kill on CM, turned that into another kill onto Nature's Prophet right afterwards. That's it. That was cool.
That's it. That was cool. Anything else you want to add? What else was cool?
Yeah, so I was thinking this. It feels like it was kind of the same as game 1, right? It's the same like archetype of problem where I think I would agree Manaspa made it a little bit more competitive this time around, but I think their hero matchups and the overall game flow is pretty similar. The early laning stage goes pretty okay, then Liquid get a couple of kills, and the writing on the wall is still the same, right? The way they got there in the end was slightly different, but it's still the same problem where Manaspa has to execute exceptionally well, just like in the last game. And this time around, I do think Nande had a better game. I think his matchups are better, but they're still not the best, right? And on the flip side, compared to the previous game, I think Wish had a really rough one here compared to the Shadow Fiend where he was doing well. So they didn't really get to have a good game at the same time. And unfortunately, that just doesn't cut it at this level. If you're going to beat a team like Liquid, everybody needs to be performing.
And it's like, it's so hard as well. Because you look at Wish, he never even got a BKB. I think most of the fights I saw were like Liquid find Wish, they go on Wish, he astrals himself to protect himself. Liquid then set up on him even more than they had already, and then he just dies. And that's like, okay, you're one core down. It just felt like Wish could never play.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the strength of OD is that he can make it a 4v5 fight, but you normally want the other team to be the 4 in that 4v5. So very unfortunate for Manaspa, all the circumstances given, but still a big fight put up for themselves. Team Liquid, a nice scoreboard shaping up for themselves. We gave a MVP to Mickey, but when we look at this and we look back at the impact, is there another player that stands out for MVP?
I think Nisha played a pretty good game of Boxy again.
Yeah.
Like a little, can we have a little dual MVP? I don't know.
I feel like we've given out dual MVPs a lot in the series today. Okay, so you like Nisha and Poxy? Do you want to be the tiebreaker, the decider, Sind, or you like both as well?
I mean, if we have to pick one, I guess.
Let's say you have to give one more percentage than the other, but we can give it to both.
All right, then Zai.
What?
Oh, that's a whole new player.
Hold on, what?
Then I'd give it to Zai.
Yeah, okay, right. Cool, well then production, give it to Boxy. Thanks production for having that tiebreaker there. 9, 5, 18 on Boxy. Clockwork doing a lot of damage in the series. For today overall, I feel like every time he's been picked up, impact after impact for kill after kill with this hero.
I will bat for him. My boy Boxy, he's so good. And I was looking at this lineup and how passive they were playing in. Like they were killing when they could, but they were taking their time to end the game. And it was because you're playing into a Faceless Void, and anytime he has Chrono, you're able to just like lose the game. You know, I think we saw that one nice fight mid by Manaspa where they killed 3 heroes, including Nisha, right? You don't want to keep doing that. Otherwise, you will lose the game or have the potential to lose the game. And I think a reason why the game was like so slow is because you don't have a hero that's buying like your auras, like your Crimson Guards and stuff, and Wraith packs so that these heroes do less damage. But Boxy, he knows what he's got to do. He buys the Halberd. He's like, okay, I'm going to make sure Wish literally doesn't get to play the game, or Faceless Void feels super pressured. He's hitting every hook shot. His impact was so good. And
but look at the MVP on the screen.
They just 50-50'd it.
They had Boxy.
All right, I'm going to bat for Zai.
I was going to say,
I'll bat for Zai real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say,
can we have a Zion?
1k XPM offlane Nature's Prophet. He has 2 clutch Sprout saves on targets. He has a clutch. He had a clutch Gleipnir, I think, as well. Okay. He set the tempo from the offlane from the beginning of the game till the end. I mean, we've talked about this before, right? It feels nice when it's hard to give MVP because it means the team is playing well as a whole.
But who enables the cause? The supports, baby! Let's go, Boxy!
Insania MVP.
Insania MVP!
All right, we're just giving it to everyone, apparently. But, I mean, we couldn't really decide here. We were humming and hawing over MVP. We can ask one of the team members, though, one of the Liquid members, who they think it is. Zai is going to be joining us for a winner's interview. Zai, congratulations. Can you help us on the panel here? Who do you think deserves MVP on the team?
Say yourself for the last game.
I mean, I was hearing you guys. You said Mickey. I think Mickey was feeding a little bit, so I don't think Mickey. And Boxy was. Boxy played well. Nisha was feeding a little bit as well. But yeah, I'll take it. It's fine.
Yep,
I think we said everyone except Mickey, actually.
Yeah, we said Mickey for game 1.
Yeah.
And then game 2, it was between you and Boxy. So I like it. I like the confidence. How was the confidence for the team, though, coming into this series? I mean, you guys needed the win to go to Berlin, and you get it. So congratulations on that one as well.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's been good. I think we had a rough first match of this season, but then since then I think we've been doing well, and I think we're building on, just practice and matches as well. So it's looking good. We have one more match now that we kind of have the angle to get top seed as well. So yeah, we're coming up. We're still gonna try our best, and hopefully we get first place.
Sounds good.
Okay, congrats on the win. I wanted to ask, when you guys, this can apply to DPC or majors or anything, when you're studying a team that you have to play, how do you approach that? Do you come up with your own ideas that you want to use against them? Do you look at their wins and what they're doing well and how you can beat that? Or do you look at when they lose and how other teams are exploiting them? How is it all balanced?
Well, I think a lot of teams have identities, right? And I think, I'm sure most people watching can tell. I'm sure you guys can tell, and we can also, maybe it's not entirely true. What we think of the team is how they think of themselves. But looking at their matches and kind of studying what they want to do, we kind of identify things that maybe we want to try to deal with, and maybe some things that we don't want to deal with. So, for example, today, I mean, we were pretty confident that they're going to play Primal Beast, but we decided that it's not worth investing a ban into, and instead we'll try to play against it and try some stuff that we have prepared for it. And yeah, it's kind of like that. You look at a team and you see what you want to deal with, what you don't want to deal with. For example, Lima Major, we decided that we wanted to deal with Lina. It worked out so, but you always got to pick your poison, kind of, and every team has different types of poison.
Okay, so then you're going to the major. When you travel there and when all the international teams come in, are you guys going to prioritize scrimming with the other regions that you don't usually get to, like China and Southeast Asia? Do you rate them highly, or are you just going to sort of continue to scrim with the people you have been?
I mean, I think we're lucky to be in, we're in a very competitive region, so I think scrimming, we scrim most of the time. We scrim CS teams or Western European teams, and it's always good practice. But it's also always good to get, nuances and to see things that other regions are trying. Because sometimes it's hard to. We can see patterns. I was listening to you guys earlier today. You mentioned that China loves to play Enchantress, which we can see as well. But then it's one thing to see it, and it's one thing kind of to play against it and to kind of experience it, because it's a different thing. Like a first pick Ench might not look so scary, but then you end up playing against it, and then that's why it's first pick, and it all kind of makes sense. So it's always good to play different types of teams.
Yeah, and speaking of horrible heroes no one wants to play against, Brood is still extremely banned in Dota. Why do you, what are your thoughts on that? Were the nerfs just that insignificant? How is this hero still so good?
I mean, to be honest, I don't think Brood is that strong. I think come the major and maybe leading up to the major, I think we'll see teams experiment a little bit more with playing into it. But I think it's also just, you're playing this DPC season, and every game is especially in our region, every game is do or die. It's you might go to Div 2, you might go to the major if you drop a game here and there. So I think it's, Brood is a spicy hero. Things can go very wrong when you play against this hero. So it's sometimes it's kind of chill just to not worry about it.
All right. Thank you very much, Zai.
Okay, so in comparison to last year, this season, obviously the DPC stretches are shorter. Are you noticing a difference in terms of your team's preparation, in terms of rest? Do you feel like you can play more at a higher level because there's a little bit of off time, or and what are you spending the time on as a team when you have these breaks in between seasons?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure how. We've only had one, I guess, part of the season, and to be honest, I don't feel like there was a break, to be honest, because we played the first DPC season, then we went into bootcamp for major, and then we played the major, and then we went home, and then it was season 2. So it's kind of hectic. But what I do like is that the season doesn't drag on. It's all kind of concise and it's shorter, and I think compared to last season, it's much better that way. Because, for example, we get to use the second part of the season to prep for the major, which is really helpful for us. And I think it's also just nicer for kind of the storyline of the season that everything is sort of compact, and you don't have to wait. What was it, 6 weeks last season for kind of things to be finalized? And you kind of have more than 1 or 2 matches a week. So it's nice. I like it, and I think it's much better than last year. Yeah.
How many off days are you guys having with the DPC only being 3 weeks? Or are you guys doing something every day, whether it's scrims or replays? Are you guys always meeting together as a team?
I mean, throughout this season, we've been pretty much, maybe averaging 1 or 2 off days per week, and then if we don't have matches, we'll be scrimming. So I'd say somewhere along 1 to 2 a week. But then obviously, once our season is done, now we'll probably have a few more days off before we get into major prep and major boot camp. But yeah, it's a busy life.
Yeah.
How scheduled is your training regimen? Like, is it very set times that you have? We train every day from this to that. We watch replays from this to that, and this day of the week is off, or is it kind of just plug and play depending on how the week looks at any given time?
Pretty much, because sometimes you'll be scheduled matches on certain days, and then it kind of makes it hard to be consistent with having Fridays or Saturdays off or whatever, because you might have a match. But it's pretty much usually after a match day we'll have an off day.
Okay.
And we kind of keep it rolling like that. And as for set times, I mean, probably start at 2 most days and go until like 7 or 9 or something. Usually just play two sets a day, so it's not too hectic. But you clock in and you put in the hours, and hopefully results will come.
Awesome. One more question about the fact that you guys are going to Berlin Major now. What are you excited about to do in Berlin, and which region are you most excited to play some official matches against?
I think it's always fun playing SA. I think they're very fun. I think Talon is a very interesting team as well. So looking forward to those two, and then whatever comes out of China this season as well. It's LG and Astros I think are no quantities, and they're on their good way to make the major, and then we'll see the other teams as well. As for Berlin, I think I just want to raid Jabba's house, to be honest. That's about it.
All right, it sounds like you're going to have a fun time then, Zai. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the 2-0 and for making it to the Berlin Major.
Thank you.
See ya. A lot of knowledge, insight coming out from Zai there. I like it. He's just going to raid Jabba, their analyst's house. He's just going to go in there and raid it to the no ends.
I'll join.
You reckon?
Yeah, I want to destroy Jabba's house.
He didn't say destroy it. He's just going to pillage through all of his belongings there. Hopefully we have the results that we can jump on into and have a look at today, because Lacoste had a very valid point. There have only been 4 series go to 3 games, and we've played 24 series now.
Wow,
so,
really?
yeah, we've had 22 O's here. And it's crazy, that statistic, purely for the fact of how our leaderboard is also shaping up. So we had a 2-0 for Ooredoo Thunders, a 2-0 for Tundra, and then a 2-0 for Liquid. And yet our leaderboard is still very up in the air of who's going to where. With Liquid taking this series, though, we can confirm that, yes, they are going to Berlin. So are Gaming Gladiators, and so are Tundra. So coming into today, we had no idea who was going to the major. We had no idea who was going to be relegated. And now we have 3 teams going to the major. But Entity, Manaspa, Enigma Galaxy, and OG. 2 wins, 4 series losses. They only have 1 series left to play. So right now, it is up in the air between these 4 teams and 2 slots that you don't want to be getting in Western Europe Div 1.
I can't believe Entity is doing this badly, honestly. That was like the biggest shock for me. I guess I just expected better, but they're clearly like struggling with what they want to do in their games. So that's, I guess, kind of sad if they do end up getting relegated. It's kind of weird. They just sort of became really good like middle of last year and have just kind of been showing up to everything since. So yeah, that's kind of sad.
I mean, I don't know. This is such a different run out than I was expecting, no matter what ends up happening now. Like, to me, everything will be a surprise, no matter the outcome of the rest.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's like so many storylines, right? OG might get relegated, Ooredoo Thunders might straight up just go to the major. If they win the next series, they're through. And they would have
so
done
sick.
it by beating like 4 of the 5 top favorites to go there. right?
Well, they would have, if they win the next one, it's up against Liquid. So they would have beaten 4 out of 4 teams that went to the major last tour if they get that series.
Which would be
like,
incredible.
That's a phenomenal story in itself. And for it to lead to you going to the major, it's, there's a lot going on for Already Thunders.
And I think there might also be a little bit of a clue as to why we have so many 2-0s, right? Because if you look at how these teams are playing any given day, I think certain team-to-team matchups are very one-sided. And I think some teams have also just had bad days, right? You had OG that just had 3 or 4 days where everything went horribly wrong, and then last time they just show up and play their best all season and get a 2-0, right? So if the teams are playing like this, it's extremely unpredictable, and it does mean that an ultimate tiebreaker will be really interesting because then teams can't win 2-0 anymore. Like somebody's got to win by 1 or by 2.
Yeah, there's going to have to be something to differentiate themselves. You talk about the unpredictability, but every day I ask you guys to predict who's going to be winning. So let's have a look at our talent predictions. Let's see who got today right. What did we have? We had Ooredoo Thunders, so that's already knocked out half of the team. It was between Patrick, myself, Owen, B-Cop, and T. Then it was Tundra that took it, which literally only leaves
T-Governor.
T-Governor got all 3 right. Good
Right,
on him.
don't tell him. He's so full of himself. Just don't let him know that he was right.
Okay, so actually no one got it right today.
Yeah,
No one,
nobody got it
absolutely
right.
no one.
I didn't even
Shame.
predict.
Yeah, wait, what the hell,
What are you
Sindri?
doing, bro?
It's like you don't even belong in Western Europe.
Yeah, I was asleep.
What time did you wake up?
I don't even know when the predictions happen.
Still asleep.
Honest mistake.
You know you can make predictions up
Honest
until like
mis-
2 minutes before we go live.
Honest mistake. Yeah, it happens. What can you say? Sometimes you trip and you miss it.
Yep. Sometimes you wake up late.
Now, what I will say is I would have predicted all the winners.
I mean, we have nothing to prove them wrong. I will give you the schedule for Friday, though. Take notes in because you need to know what time the game starts so you can put in your prediction beforehand, all right? 3 p.m.
Okay.
CEST is the first series, okay? Gaming Gladiator is up against Nigma Galaxy. This one doesn't have too much weight for Gaming anymore in terms of going to the major. Obviously, they would love to have as many DPC points as possible. Nigma Galaxy don't want to go down to relegation. Ooredoo Thunder's up against Team Liquid. I don't know if we can hype that one up anymore. And then Manaspa up against Tundra. So in these 3 series, we've got 3 out of 3 going to the major.
Oh, yeah, that's sad. Well, I guess we don't care about the winners then. We just care, we don't care about the guys going to the major. I mean, we care about the guys who are facing relegation. It's all on them. They're fighting for their lives.
Ooredoo Thunders, if they win over Team Liquid, they're going to the major. So that middle series for me, probably the hypest. Nigma Galaxy and Manaspa, I think they will be very telling of what's going to happen for tiebreakers.
It's just so nice in a round robin to be toward the end and every game matters so much. Like there's no game where it's just like, oh, well, this team is 0-6, you know, it's kind of a final round before they get relegated. Everybody has everything to play for in every series, including even at the top, right? Like Zai was talking about in the interview, we want to get first place. We want the points, we want the seed. So nothing is set in stone at all.
I mean, it's 400 DPC points. That's so many points.
Yes,
it's so good. You get like a decent, spot at like every major, and you come first in your region, and it's just like a free trip to TI.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing tiebreakers for first. Whilst I love the tiebreakers for relegation or major spot, it would be nice to not just have this. Okay, here's first, here's second, here's third. It's like let's have a little bit of that going on at the top, maybe a little bit going on at the bottom. As well.
I hate the tiebreakers for the top. That's just boring. I like the people fighting for their lives at the bottom. That's more fun. Those people, those people are desperate. They're desperate. They are doing everything they possibly can. You can see this. They're gonna cry after.
I bet you love round one.
You want to take them to the edge. This is when you see what real Dota is.
She wants it to be like a 4-way best of 1 tiebreaker, and it goes into like 6 iterations. She wants to see.
I want blood.
Snap.
You're a big fan of round 1 lower bracket, right?
Oh God, I love that.
Best of 1 elimination.
That's the best Dota.
Yes.
God, it's so good.
It's pretty. That's pretty polarizing. Some people like the best of 3, but yeah. I don't know. Do you guys want to predict anything about the final outcome based on what's coming up? Because I have a hard time predicting.
I gotta look.
So, all right. So the 3 series we had on screen, right? Can we bring them up again?
You have to remember.
So one of them was Liquid.
Yep.
So Liquid against Ooredoo Thunders.
Yep. Here you go.
Okay, we already put our predictions in on the spreadsheet. So
I haven't
would know that if you.
Yeah, but you might have changed them.
I haven't actually.
After today.
I do them each day.
Really?
Yes, I have a very good memory.
So I feel like Gaming Gladiators against Nigma Galaxy, people are you know, most are going to be gunning for Gaming Gladiators, which means Nigma Galaxy will be tied for relegation if that happens. The Ordu Thunders against Team Liquid. If Ordu Thunders lose, they're staying in Div 1, right? They're locked in with 3 wins. I don't think they can get a 5-way tie for 7th or something.
Let me have a look at this.
I mean, maybe it's mathematically possible. It's very unlikely, at least. And the Manaspa against Tundra, probably going Tundra's way, so Manaspa would then be 2 and 5.
It depends what Tundra shows up.
That's true. They were good today, though.
They were very good today.
So.
If they bring today's Tundra to tomorrow, I think they take that very handily.
I think there is a realm in which you can have a 3-way tie for the bottom 3 slots.
Okay.
So
that
take
would be
from that what you will.
That would be pretty big. That's a 3-way tie where you have to get first or you're relegated. That's everything to play for.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. It's pretty insane. But let's round out today. Let's close it out because it's been not that long of a day. Again, a lot of 2-0s across the board, but I want to go to sleep so then we can wake up, have another day, go to sleep, and then just jump straight into Friday. That's all I want to do.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. But if you want some more Dota, if you do want some more action, I do know NA is starting up very soon. You can head on over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EM2, and you can watch all of the NA action happening over there. But until then, well, until Friday, enjoy, and we'll see you then.
He can't pick up. He can't pick up. Just care corner. Just care corner. I'm still Vegas. I'm still Vegas.
I think.
Don't take it, Vegas. Is there? Cover.
I think Carnation.
They're off.
I don't shoot. I'll kill him after chrono. I'll give you speed after chrono.
I'm dead. Easy.
I think BKB.
OD is dead. OD is dead. They didn't get his ulti off, Mickey. You're good.
Yeah, I'm getting this. Like an above. Yeah, I'll kill like it. Come on. I'm fast. Make me faster, Shampos. Keyblade is us. Will you run? Up? Up.
Gordon, you're sitting.
There's no TP, no TP.
Block me, bro. Give me the kill. My rampage.
My farm.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.